Chapter 3452, Korok Alpha Ka-35. The High Tide Tournament was a relatively smaller and unremarkable mech design tournament. It only lasted a single day, which meant that any competition mechs that the contestants managed to cobble together wouldn't perform that well. Even so, hundreds of thousands of people already paid tickets for this event. The short duration made it easy for many visitors of Chance Bay to take a day out of their schedule to attend a complete tournament from beginning to end. Contestants like Vase didn't have to go through the busy main entrance. They instead entered the large competition space from the back. After a quick round of verification, Vase and his people soon entered a private waiting room where an attendant awaited their arrival. The well-behaved man in uniform initially bowed in greeting. "On behalf of Hesfallen Industries, we thank you for entering the High Tide Tournament, Patriarch Larkinson. We are honored to host an impressive journeyman and pioneer such as yourself. While you must rely on your own abilities to win this tournament, we shall endeavor to help you work without any unnecessary hindrance." These were just empty words, but Vase still appreciated the gesture. "Thank you. I look forward to showing off my design abilities. I might not be the most experienced journeyman in this tournament, but I'm confident that my mech will stand out from the rest." Half an hour went by as the attendant explained the rules and procedures for this tournament. He also answered a few questions from Vase. Once Vase understood everything he needed to know, the attendant brought them to a larger waiting hall where dozens of other hopeful journeymen and their followers were waiting to appear on stage. "Almost everyone has arrived on time. The High Tide Tournament will commence within an hour. We will call you to step forward when the time comes." "I understand." Vase and the 4 Larkinson mech design students all gazed at the other groups. There was a lot of variety, which was not surprising since the High Tide Tournament attracted up to 100 journeymen who originated from all across the old galaxy. Many of these journeymen had already achieved acclaim in their careers. Their faces, profiles and accomplishments were part of the public record. Vase could easily trace their identities and their accomplishments by using his implant to perform a search on the galactic net with the help of an image capture of their faces. Before he studied anyone's individual record, he first made an overall tally so that he could get a high-level overview of the competition. At this time, 85 journeymen aside from Vase were already present. 34 came from the Galactic Rim, 46 originated from the Galactic Heartland while just 6 came from the Galactic Center. This was a relatively normal distribution as far as mech design tournaments went. The Galactic Rim might not be the most prosperous place in the old galaxy, but it was never short of mech designers. The frequent wars and conflicts that took place in this less stable region also provided a lot of opportunities for them to see their work in action. The Galactic Heartland was a lot more stable due to the higher prevalence of stable regimes. However, humanity's violent side could never be completely restrained. Any wars that broke out were absolutely massive, and a lot of smaller skirmishes happened even in the quietest of times. I'll need to watch out for those 6. Vase murmured as he paid special attention to the 6 individuals who were brought up in a state in the Galactic Center. That doesn't mean I can ignore the threat of the other ones, though. He should not underestimate any journeyman who had the courage to enter this tournament. Mech designers at this rank were generally smart people, and they would never choose to be here if they thought they could get 50th place at most. The older ones who were close enough to hit the 100-year age limit were especially noteworthy. Michael Arvin Emists. Vase recited the name of the oldest of the bunch. At 99 years old, this journeyman from the Galactic Rim must have gone through a lot. Even without studying his record, Vase was able to gain the vague impression that Michael was stable, steady and quietly confident in his own abilities. Nonetheless, he didn't carry himself like a champion unlike some of the other participants. When Vase finally consulted the Galactic Net, he understood that Mr. Emists was actually a relatively less talented mech designer. He broke through to his current rank at the age of 56, which was not too old but certainly not very remarkable. The fact that he hadn't broken through to senior after 43 years suggested that Emists wasn't a late bloomer at all. He was just a mediocre mech designer who proceeded at his own pace. That didn't mean he was a good-for-nothing. He published plenty of decent mech designs, many of which excelled in defense. That turned Michael Emists into an interesting recruitment prospect. The Larkinson clan urgently needed a defensive specialist in order to design better and more functional defensive mechs. One of the reasons why Vase was so eager to enter into mech design tournaments was to get in touch with people like Mr. Emists. Yet, despite the man's attractive specialization, Vase didn't think about approaching him. Not only was he relatively old and set in his ways, he was also registered under another pioneering organization. Though poaching was definitely possible, Vase did not want to make any unnecessary enemies. It wasn't worth it to go through all of this trouble just to get an older journeyman. As for the younger contestants, each of them were generally more remarkable than Mr. Emists. Vase didn't linger too long on any of them because they were all committed to other pioneers. It made sense since these young but accomplished mech designers were prized talents. There was no way that their organizations would let them go so easily. Vase only managed to find a few unaligned journeymen among the middle-aged contestants. He didn't know the reason why they weren't attached to any pioneering organizations at this time, but they might be fishing for an attractive job offer by showcasing their skills in this tournament. Well, we'll see how they perform later. Only a few journeymen took the initiative to approach and talk to each other. They were generally familiar with each other or came from the same region back in the old galaxy. It was unfortunate that Vase saw no one who came from the Yena star cluster and the other ones that his fleet had traveled through. Human space in the Milky Way was simply too big, so the odds of encountering anyone here who came from a familiar location was minimal. Time passed by until almost an hour had passed. Soon enough, one of the announcers formally commenced the short tournament. Welcome to the High Tide Tournament, an event that is sponsored by Hasfallen Industries, the #1 provider of convenience in the factory. The announcers and commentators proceeded to warm up the crowd with the usual spiel. Soon enough, Vase and the other contestants received the signal to move onto the main stage. "Good luck, teacher," Michael called. "Thanks. Keep a hold of Lucky for me, will you? Don't let him get into any trouble. Meow." While attendants brought the followers to the VIP seats of the venue, Vase and many other journeymen walked or floated up to the front stage. Bright spotlights shone down on them from above as the audience today, 94 up-and-coming journeyman. Mech designers shall display their ability to design entire mechs in a single session and realize it with unprecedented ease and speed with Hasfallen's latest superfab model that excels at second-class mech production, the Korok Alpha KA-35. A large cube-shaped metal machine emerged from the floor of the space in front of the journeyman. All of the spotlights moved to the superfab, causing everyone to shift their focus towards this clean and modern-looking industrial machine. The latest product developed by the Galaxy-class research and development team at Hasfallen, the newest version of our Korok Alpha series is updated with even greater ease of use and automation than before. We guarantee that any journeyman or qualified fabricator can single-handedly produce entire mechs within hours. Best of all, the quality of these mechs will not be any less than machines produced using more traditional production machines. The lead announcer spent several minutes espousing the many features of the Korok Alpha KA-35. Despite not having touched any superfabs in his life, Vase was quite familiar with the KA-35. He had spent a lot of hours reading the manual and familiarizing himself with its operation in simulations. He also learned more about how superfabs worked in general and what was special about the Korok Alpha series. According to his research, Hasfallen Industries was an up-and-coming production equipment manufacturer that had already spread in many different star clusters in the old galaxy. Now, this large company was attempting to spread its reach into the Red Ocean, hoping to capture a generous market share among the arriving mech designers who were all potential customers. As its motto already indicated, Hasfallen put a great focus on making it as easy as possible to use its machines. Its production equipment featured some of the lowest learning curves in the market. It accomplished this through heavy automation and a high priority towards delivering consistent output. Vase had to admit that the Korok Alpha series was the best introduction to superfabs for mech designers unfamiliar with this type of production machine. There were many other superfab models that were 10 or even 100 times more difficult to operate. That didn't mean that the Korok Alpha KA-35 was the best for everyone. Hasfallen Industries did an admirable job in simplifying the incredibly powerful production capabilities of a single first-class supermachine, but all of that came at the cost of control. The machines didn't allow for as much manual control. Even if someone insisted on taking the reins, it was quite frustrating to exert fine control over the individual operations of the KA-35. In short, it was the tricycle of the superfab world. It was an excellent beginner machine for people to get started on a better production method, but the Korok Alpha series would never win any serious races. For just 39,999 MTA credits, we will deliver you a Korok Alpha KA-35 to your doorstep within a week. We guarantee that you will be able to start producing mechs with incredible ease and convenience the next day. And that was the other downside of the Korok Alpha Ka-35. It was a luxurious beginner superfab model but was priced as a mid-range product. Its production speed and quality ceiling were ultimately too disappointing to justify paying the equivalent of a pair of capital ships for a single machine. Once the announcers were done advertising Husqvarna's newest market offering, they quickly moved on to the main event. The tournament had to end within a day, so they couldn't afford to waste too much time on distractions. After a brief routine, Vase and his competitors approached a huge center hall where many different semi-open workshops had been prepared. In fact, the workshops were quite minimal in their arrangement. They only consisted of a single desk terminal along with a Korok Alpha Ka-35. The mech designers were expected to employ nothing else to design and make their competition mechs. "I can work with this," Vase shrugged. Although there were no solid barriers between the workshops, only the spectators were able to enjoy an uninterrupted view of everything. When Vase swept his gaze past his own workshop, he encountered nothing but hazy energy screens. None of the journeymen would be able to peek at their rivals. He stopped putting any thought on what his rivals might be cooking up and focused on his own work. He quickly approached the desk terminal and sat down on the floating chair. "Now, let's see the exact conditions of this contest before I decide on my plan," Vase muttered. He had already prepared several different plans that broadly outlined his design approach. He had yet to make up his mind, but would quickly have to do so once he learned what he had to work with today. Chapter 3453, Short Burst Mech. At the start of the High Tide tournament, all 94 competing journeymen called up a document that precisely explained the conditions they had to work in. The lengthy pages outlined what they were allowed to design, what they needed to avoid in their work, what materials and components they could employ and what specific technical requirements they needed to meet. Vase quickly noticed that the tournament organizers didn't set any unusual or overly limiting conditions. Sure, he had to work with a set of completely unfamiliar materials. He also wasn't familiar with any of the component designs in the catalog. However, a good mech designer didn't need to know all of these elements in advance to design a working mech. "I can still design many different kinds of mechs under these conditions." The High Tide tournament evidently wanted to showcase a lot of variety. The greater point behind this was to show to the audience that the Korok Alpha Ka-35 could easily produce many different machines. After he understood all of the specific parameters his competition mech had to meet, he cast his thoughts on his most important decision. Which plan should I adopt? He developed several different plans, each of which was based on a specific mech type and a design concept. Personally, he wanted to design a hero mech. A machine that was equally capable in ranged and melee combat, could perform well no matter what opponent it faced during the fighting phase. This is a mistake, though. The tournament format didn't provide the best conditions for hero mechs. An all-round performance meant that a hero mech would never lose quickly, but also needed to fight hard in order to achieve a victory. This was rather iffy to Vase. What if the hero mech lost all 3 matches because the hero mech didn't possess any pronounced strengths? Sure, hero mechs were versatile and adaptable, but in an arena setting like this, it was too easy for more specialized mechs to showcase their power. Vase recalled one very important detail in the tournament rules. Every competition mech must fight against 3 random opponents. The scores of the 2 best performances will be added up in order to form a final score. As a consequence, the results of the worst match will not be taken into consideration. The implication of this scoring method was that it was okay if a competition mech lost in a terrible fashion. Such situations usually occurred when mechs were matched up against other ones that just happened to counter them. For example, a light mech would have an awful time if it had to fight against a striker mech. With the way the rules are set up, I don't have to be too afraid of taking a gamble. I can afford to lose one without suffering any consequences. The downside was that his competitors also enjoyed the same advantage. He believed that they too understood how to game the rules in order to maximize their chances of winning. They shouldn't be stupid enough to design balanced, versatile mechs in this setting. It was much wiser to design a specialized mech that clearly excelled in a single mode of combat. This way, the competition mech would have the tools it needed to gain the upper hand in even matchups. Besides, a hero mech is also more complex to design and build. Vase only had 12 hours to design and fabricate a competition mech. Even if a superfab worked faster than any of his own production machines, he still needed to reserve at least 2 hours for this task, so his effective design time amounted to just 10 hours. With so little time at his disposal, how could he have the courage to design a complicated mech? He should be going for simplicity instead. The simpler the mech, the greater I can elevate its overall quality and performance. With that in mind, Vase silently discarded his plan to design a hero mech and considered his remaining choices. I can design either a landbound or aerial mech. Regardless, it will have to fight in a decently sized arena with no distinct features and a moderate height limit. If Vase wanted to avoid his mechs getting countered too easily, then he should design a mech that was able to retaliate against aerial opponents. That meant he should either design a ranged mech or a melee mech with flight capabilities. However, neither choice sounded optimal. A ranged mech was good at taking out targets from any range, but they were basically dead if any melee mech managed to get into point-blank range. The key to designing a good ranged mech in tournaments like these was to design a machine with a big gun. A very big gun, an enormous gun. The goal was to output the highest amount of damage in a brief time interval. Anything that could damage, hinder or cripple an enemy mech right away could deliver an easy victory before the first minute had passed. If I was a ranged mech specialist, I could confidently design a mech armed with a formidable gun. The problem was that he didn't excel in this area. Sure, he was proficient in designing luminaire crystal rifles, but there were several problems with designing a competition mech armed with this exotic weapon system. He was completely unfamiliar with the materials provided by the tournament. While Vase could rely on existing theory and prior experience to come up with a new formula for a luminaire crystal, he would have to waste an hour or more to come up with an acceptable solution. Could Vase afford to invest so much time in just a single aspect of his entire mech design? Probably not. He shook his head. Besides, luminaire crystal weapons are energy weapons. It's too difficult for me to amplify their damage output. Energy weapons were generally known for being able to inflict reliable and accurate damage over time. They were not that optimal for short-duration fights such as one-on-one mech duels. Of course, just because this was the standard didn't necessarily mean that energy weapons were unable to unleash a big wallop right out of the gate. There were energy weapons that could unleash an overpowering torrent of energy right away. While they weren't sustainable, as long as the other mech collapsed, it didn't matter. It's too bad I don't have any experience with designing overpowering energy weapons. Sure, he could theoretically design such an energy weapon. He was quite proficient in the theory behind energy weapons due to acquiring numerous related system sub-skills. However, he never designed a mech with such an extreme weapon. They were great in mech duels but quite terrible in real battles. Vase would be stupid to equip any of his Larkinson mechs or commercial mechs with such a stupid weapon system. He ultimately lacked the confidence to design a powerful energy weapon for a ranged mech. One of the alternatives he could choose from was to design a ranged mech with a physical weapon. It was a lot easier to develop a Gauss cannon or other kinetic weapon system that could deliver a big punch right away. Yet Vase didn't enjoy any advantages in this area either. The Eternal Redemption was the last mech he designed that was armed with a powerful physical ranged weapon, but the Cannoneer mech model was awful in mech duels. Forget about it. I'll just settle for a simple melee mech. This was much less complicated. There were only a limited number of mech types and mech configurations that he was proficient with. Thinking back on his existing mech designs, he was particularly impressed by the Valkyrie Redeemer. While it was technically a Marauder mech, it was able to function like a lighter version of a Lancer mech. Vase was quite attracted to the notion of designing a Lancer mech in this tournament. It was one of the biggest gambles he could make for this tournament. Either it would succeed in its charge and impale an opponent within the first minute, or it would fail abjectly and get beaten up by a mech that was able to cope with Lancer mechs. If it succeeds, it will definitely make a powerful and domineering impression. If it fails, well, at least its suffering will end quickly. He could choose other melee mech types if he wished. He wasn't in the mood to design them, though. While he was fairly confident in his ability to design a swordsman mech, he would always be burdened with the truth that Keddies would always be able to do better. It was a silly and unproductive thought, but Vase couldn't get rid of it. Each time he thought about designing any swordsman mech, he would always compare himself to Keddies. It was a psychological weakness that he needed to get rid of but couldn't do so at the moment. What else could he design? An axeman mech, a hammer-wielding mech. I don't know anything about axes or hammers. What about a knight mech? I'm not a defensive specialist. I won't be able to do a knight mech justice. Specializations mattered a lot at the journeyman level. High-ranking mech designers who excelled at defense could design machines that were much more resilient than whatever Vase could come up with. Man-machine symbiosis was strong in several areas, but it could not make a mech tougher. Perhaps average journeymen weren't much of a threat, but the High Tide tournament attracted a lot of skilled and renowned mech designers. Vase could not take any of his competition lightly. If he wanted to secure a victory against them, then he needed to play to his strong points. To Vase, adapting the concept of the Valkyrie Redeemer to a competition mech sounded like a workable approach. Sure, it wasn't an original idea, but Vase wasn't obligated to innovate in every design setting. Sometimes, it is better to stick with familiar territory. While I definitely want to make progress in this tournament, it can't come at the expense of obtaining combat carriers. Only the top 3 contestants of the High Tide tournament were eligible to receive these coveted vessels. Vase couldn't afford to play around. Although designing a Lancer mech was far from the only viable choice he could make, right now he just felt like it. Besides, his competition mech would not be a close imitation of the Valkyrie Redeemer. The tournament rules in the arena setting turned that into a bad idea. Instead, he needed to adapt his Lancer mech configuration to perform well under the current circumstances. Vase created a list of traits that his Lancer mech should possess. It has to possess high acceleration. It doesn't have to be able to sustain it or possess a small turning radius, but it absolutely must be able to charge forward without an excessively long lead time. Juliet Stamaros would easily be able to design a powerful flight system that could produce a powerful impulse, but Vase believed he could make a decent attempt. My competition mech must be able to destroy or at least cripple a target with a single charge. Lancer mechs generally rarely enjoyed second chances if they failed a charge in a duel setting. If Vase wanted to minimize his chances of failure, then he needed to make sure his competition mech possessed the capital to finish the job in a single run. Speed and momentum were huge factors in determining the damage potential of a Lancer mech, but Vase needed to pay attention to other areas as well. My Lancer mech must be able to survive and maintain as much functionality as possible until it is able to complete its charge. This meant that his work had to possess at least some defensive capabilities. This translated into a larger, heavier and tougher mech. The problem with this was that it was a lot harder to develop a Lancer mech that got up to speed quickly if it was a lot more massive. Another problem is maneuverability. Vase frowned. A sluggish mech doesn't have a good turning radius. This makes it hard for a Lancer mech to hit fast and elusive targets. A light mech was the nemesis of a Lancer mech. Chapter 3454. The superiority of centrists. The High Tide tournament entered a long and quiet phase as 94 different journeymen all drafted their initial designs according to their ideas. The various limitations and requirements set by the tournament this time forced them to come up with adaptations to their normal work methods. This was annoying, but also ensured their work remained fresh and unique to this occasion. Outside, the announcers and knowledgeable mech designers hired as commentators kept the audience interested by narrating the silent decisions made by the contestants. Look at Mr. Verson's draft. It barely took him 8 minutes for him to determine his plan. As a mech designer who excels in large-caliber kinetic firearms, I expected him to design a short-range harasser mech that relies on strafing and constant bursts of fire to wear down its opponents. Instead, he has opted to design a sturdier striker mech that is armed with a powerful shotgun. Light mechs will surely suffer bad luck when they are matched against this shotgunner. That is indeed an interesting choice, but how will he fare against better armored opponents? Surely his striker mech will not concede so easily against such opponents. With the materials available this time, it should be possible for Mr. Verson to adapt the shotgun weapon system against different opponents. Although it is time-consuming for him to expand the functionality of the shotgun to accommodate alternate firing modes and different types of projectiles, as long as he does not add any other optional modules to his striker mech, I can see how it can become a threat against armored foes. Since Verson's striker mech was just in the drafting stage, there wasn't much to talk about. The commentators soon moved on to examining another journeyman's draft. Miss Asafi will be sure to challenge Mr. Verson's striker mech with her knight mech. Though its speed is a major constraint, it is well armored from each side. That is an unusual choice to make for a defensive mech, but it ensures the knight mech will not fall so easily against maneuverable opponents that manage to circle around and strike its rear. How will this defensive mech be able to defeat the enemy mech if it can't catch up to most of them? A female commentator asked. The draft for this knight mech isn't detailed enough to reveal Miss Asafi's strategy, but I can make a number of educated guesses based on her published mech designs. She has designed numerous knight mechs with offensive solutions. Her favorite method is to deploy gun drones that can put pressure on distant opponents. I cannot see anyone employing drones for this tournament. It is too easy to take them out. Even if they are left alone, their firepower is too limited to defeat a mech by themselves. That is correct, but given the arena environment, Miss Asafi can solve many of the constraints by developing a deployable ground turret. This is a risky strategy as it forces the Night Mech to remain rooted in one location in order to protect the turrets, but it can be a compelling method to achieve victory against lighter-armed opponents. I have no doubt that her Night Mech will feature additional surprises as well. With the help of the commentary, even non-mech designers and less technically inclined spectators were able to understand the gist of what the contestants were working on. It was quite fascinating to see how every mech designer started off with a relatively normal base but quickly added their own creative elements to increase their winning odds. The 4 Larkinson seeds stood in the front rows alongside the followers of other contestants. Now that they had already studied the basic courses related to mech design, they had gained enough vision and acumen to understand the intricacies of many design choices made by the people practicing their craft in front of everyone. Seeing these journeymen design entire mechs from scratch in a short amount of time was much more impressive when they knew how much skill and effort it took to achieve such rapid progress. "They're all so fast," Michael said as he held Lucky in his hands. "Meow." The cat patted his paw against Michael's idle hand. "Oh, here you go, buddy." Lucky soon squinted his eyes in pleasure as Michael stroked his metallic back. The other 3 mech design students continued to pay attention to the work of other journeymen. Each of them spent a lot of time in the design lab. They had seen how lots of assistant mech designers approached their work. They regularly witnessed the 4 journeymen of the Larkinson clan become engrossed in their design sessions. Yet at this time, the Larkinson seeds became completely dazzled by numerous foreign journeymen. Compared to Vase, these strangers were clearly faster and made much more progress in the same amount of time. Those 6 are leagues ahead of others. Maisie Ann gasped. How can they be so much better when many of them don't that old? Maybe they're older than they look. Xanthar shook his head. No, it's the implants that are making the difference. Haven't you noticed that they come from the galactic center? It's not without reason why everyone thinks that those who come from the galactic center are better than anyone else. Just the powerful augmentations alone put these people ahead. This was indeed the case. Journeymen were respected in the galactic center as well, and it was relatively easy for them to obtain high-quality cranial implants that provide incredible boosts to their mech design productivity. Each of them possessed the equivalent of supercomputers in their minds that provided them with formidable assistance. Compared to working with external processors, these potent implants that bonded directly with the brain exhibited much lower friction and delays. As time went by, the differences became even larger. Whereas the other 88 mech designers were still polishing their drafts, the 6 journeymen from the Galactic Center had already moved on to the next design phase. Just because they're fast doesn't mean they're good, Michael said as he drew on his own expertise. Raw processing power is wasted if the controller doesn't know what to do with it. These pampered centrists should still be beatable. Although he was theoretically correct, how could these journeymen who enjoyed much better upbringing than almost anyone else in the tournament possess such obvious shortcomings? According to their draft designs, the centrist journeymen each took advantage of their significantly greater productivity by designing more elaborate and feature-rich competition mechs. Rennie Larkinson pointed at a woman that she had been admiring for a while. "You're giving them way too little credit, Michael. Look at what Miss Katian-Tivos is working on. Her light Marauder mech doesn't look formidable at first, but she's completely disregarding the alloy formulas provided by the tournament and is instead developing a stronger one with the materials available to her. If her plan succeeds, her competition mech will be both fast and tough." That was indeed a scary prospect. This was one of the ways in which the contestants could distinguish themselves in tournaments like these. The rules did not prohibit anyone from developing component designs or alloy formulas by themselves. They could even borrow an existing design or other relevant information from their implants if they were applicable. This enabled mech designers to leverage their specializations to a greater degree and to make the differences between them more clear. The greater variety of tech and solutions introduced by the contestants also allowed the new Korok Alpha Ka-35 superfabs to demonstrate their versatility. No matter what the journeyman came up with, the latest product released by Husqvarna Industries could do it all with ease. From what it looked like, all 6 journeymen from the Galactic Center knew exactly what they were doing. With the powerful and comprehensive production capabilities of a superfab, they did not have to be afraid of getting constrained by the equipment they had at their disposal. There are other impressive mech designers as well aside from those 6. Xanthar commented, "Look at the oldest guy. He's not as fast as the centrists, but his work makes it clear he hasn't wasted all of his years." Michael Arvin Emists, the 99-year-old journeyman from the Galactic Rim, showcased how age and experience provided their own advantages. Though his measured design pace made it clear that he did not possess a powerful cranial implant like the centrists, his design approach was clean, efficient and devoid of many common errors. "This old guy is designing a hybrid mech. That's a bold decision, Mr. Emists had drafted a hybrid mech. It featured substantial armor with several energy weapon systems mounted on its frame. It was also armed with a relatively light axe and a sturdy shield. On the surface, Emists chose to realize a hybrid mech that possessed rounded capabilities. However, nobody thought his competition mech was that simple. What is this journeyman planning? Michael wondered. The man had yet to unveil any trump cards that should convey his hybrid mech with a powerful advantage. With the way the tournament rules were set, this was practically a necessity. Winning a match did not necessarily convey a high score. If any mech struggled to gain upper hand against an opponent and only reluctantly squeezed out a win, its score for this match would not be impressive even if it remained standing. For this reason, a lot of mechs designed by the tournament participants tended to possess at least one clear strength. Whether it was offensive, defense or mobility, any clear advantages in these aspects could allow these mechs to achieve clear and obvious victories and thereby obtain higher scores. "Wait, what is our teacher working on?" Xanthar asked as he finally directed his attention towards his clan patriarch. The other 3 Larkinson seeds remembered whose side they were supposed to be rooting for. They turned their heads and examined the draft design of the only Larkinson at the competition field. "Is that a Lancer mech?" All 4 of them became astonished at Vess's extreme choice for mech type. Lancer mechs generally performed a lot better in actual battlefields than in an arena setting. This was the common sense that all of them had learned in their mech design studies. The reason for this was that battlefields did not impose a lot of terrain restrictions. Lancer mechs not only had a lot more room to build up their momentum, but could also take advantage of cover, complex terrain features and the assistance of other mechs to successfully pull off a charge. None of those helpful elements would be present in the upcoming fighting phase of the tournament. Although the enemy mechs wouldn't be able to make use of any obstructions to shield them from any charges, the lack of space made it incredibly difficult for Lancer mechs to build up sufficient speed and impact power. This was a fatal shortcoming. If Lancer mechs weren't able to close in on their targets fast enough, then their attacks wouldn't hit anything. If these same machines did manage to hit their foes, only to fail to inflict serious damage, then the stalled Lancer mechs would become incredibly vulnerable to counterattacks. Our teacher should have a reason to go for a Lancer mech. Maybe he's thinking about designing a simplified version of the Valkyrie Redeemer. Michael speculated. That's a stretch. The Valkyrie Redeemer is a great mech, but will its glow really work against the well-trained pilots employed by Hesphalon Industries? That was seriously doubtful. Hesphalon Industries was an emerging trans-galactic industrial equipment manufacturer with branches in many different star sectors. It should have no trouble hiring decent first-class mech pilots, let alone a lot of excellent second-class mech pilots. Michael remained absolutely confident in the clan patriarch's work. Don't count him out just yet. He has competed in multiple competitions and designed duels, he should know what he is doing. If he thinks a Lancer mech will give him the best shot at winning, then it must definitely have a surprise. Chapter 3455. An inevitable choice. When Vase chose to design a Lancer mech for the High Tide tournament, he knew he would be riding a powerful shuttle that was barely under control. If he made just a single mistake, his ride could instantly crash into a structure. "I certainly haven't made things easy for myself," he muttered. However, the added pressure on his shoulders motivated him to work harder. He became determined to turn his unusual interpretation for a competition mech into a success. This was not an easy task. Lancer mechs possessed clear strengths but also a number of very obvious shortcomings. Aside from their difficulty to nail down fast and elusive light mechs, their fighting style was also too monotonous. They usually weren't good at anything else outside of launching devastating charges. The main reason for that was because of the configuration of their mech frames. Due to all of the armoring, cushioning and compensation systems loaded onto their physical forms, there was hardly any space for design elements that increased their agility, their reaction speeds and other traits relevant to close-range brawling. What this meant in practice was that Lancer mechs usually got their butts kicked by offensive mechs such as light skirmishers, swordsman mechs or spearman mechs. As long as the opposition was able to dodge or mitigate a charge, their superior dueling capabilities allowed them to quickly dismantle a lumbering Lancer mech that had lost its momentum. For these reasons, Vase was very clear about the win condition of his Lancer mech. First, it has to hit its opponent. Second, it has to make sure this hit is damaging enough to finish the deed. If he specialized in designing Lancer mechs, he could probably implement numerous clever systems and solutions that could straightforwardly improve these aspects. The big problem he faced at the moment was that he didn't possess any relevant technological advantages that could amplify the performance of a Lancer mech. Vase never really minded this absence before, but ever since he worked alongside Kedis, he understood how powerful a relevant specialty could strengthen a mech design in so many ways. Vase was certain his competitors were in the process of translating their advantages into mech designs with increased battle power, so Vase could not remain behind. The solution is to leverage my own specialty into a more effective mech design. He already planned to do so by turning his Lancer mech into a living machine that should interface a lot better with its mech pilot. Yet Vase found it difficult to imagine that these added features could deliver a significant boost in effective performance. He knew quite well that the greatest advantage of living mechs was that they grew over time and adapted themselves better to their mech pilots. All of this required months or years of continuous use, something which was obviously impossible to realize in a mech design tournament that only lasted a single day. Vase had to leverage his design philosophy in a different way in order to provide his competition mech with an immediate combat boost. I have to implement the right glow, he concluded. Aside from making a third-order living mech, which was virtually impossible for him to do in this challenging setting, only glows were able to make the difference. The support of the right design spirit not only helped put the mech pilot into a better mindset, but could manipulate various other variables that could shift the course of a battle. Vase briefly ran his thoughts through all of his available design spirits. The most obvious option would be to employ the superior mother. The Valkyrie Redeemer already proved that it was able to make good use of the female ancestral spirit's death aspect. Yet was it truly the best solution in this context? He had serious doubts about that. On one hand, the mech pilots in the Red Ocean shouldn't be familiar with his glows. When subjected to a new and sudden mental influence, they should definitely become affected, enough for a Lancer mech to take advantage of a short opening. However, there were two reasons why Vase did not have much confidence that this would work this time. The mech pilots employed by a company as powerful as Hasfallen Industries shouldn't be too shabby. Their mental resilience might not match up against the military mech pilots of powerful states, but they shouldn't be much worse. Any negative mental pressure could already impose a significant burden to their performance, but frankly speaking Vase was not sure if it was enough to make a crucial difference. Rather than gambling on his competition mech's ability to mess with the mind of an opponent, Vase would rather resort to the more reliable option of boosting the performance of his own mech pilot. As long as the pilot trusted the Lancer mech, then he or she would surely fight more effectively. Vase just had to pick the right glow for this situation. First, he ruled out the Golden Cat. Technically, he could convince her to temporarily help out a stranger, but it was not the best use of her capabilities. She worked so much better with other Larkinson mech pilots. More generic design spirits such as the Solemn Guardian, xianxia, the Illustrious One or Bravo weren't suitable either. Each of them were quite helpful in their own ways, but none of them provided any solid and concrete benefits to Lancer mechs. Part of this was because the glow of his competition mech wouldn't be that strong. Though Vase had improved his ability to design living mechs by a lot since he initially broke through to Journeyman, there was only so much he could do for a mech that he had to rush to completion in just 12 hours. The spiritual foundation of such a hastily developed mech simply couldn't match up against a project that Vase had been working on for several months. What glow is strong enough to make a real difference under all of these limitations? In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. He just avoided it because he didn't really like it. He was desperately trying to come up with alternatives in order to evade this obvious solution. I was too bad he failed in his attempt. Trisk might help a mech pilot perform better when moving quickly, but this is too vague of a boost. Vase muttered as he thought about employing the new avian design spirit. The young speed-oriented design spirit was also too young and underdeveloped for Vase to have confidence in her ability. He planned to solve that when he designed the second light mech for the Flagrant Vandals, but that would take a couple of months. For now, he had to opt for a more reliable solution. In the end, he reluctantly turned his attention back to the only design spirit that possessed a much higher reliability in boosting effective combat performance. Ilvain, he hissed. He hated to be reminded about it, but what the so-called living prophet told him before he died still rang clear. James Ilvain claimed that Vase would definitely design an Ilvainen Lancer mech in the future. At the time, Vase did not see why he would ever do so. The Transcendent Punisher concept showed that the Ilvainens could become the best ranged specialists of the Larkinson clan. Their ability to borrow Ilvain's guidance provided them with unparalleled accuracy and judgment, thereby ensuring that each of their attacks landed in the right places. Though Vase still thought that the Eye of Ilvain should become a ranged mech legion, the idea of adding Lancer mechs to its mech roster sounded increasingly more compelling over time. Ever since James initially planted the idea in his mind, Vase simply couldn't ignore the great potential of such a Lancer mech. As a mech designer, he knew that the effectiveness of a Lancer mech was actually quite variable. Even against slower and more heavily armored mechs, these powerful charging machines could still botch their singular attack attempts if they happened to drive their lances through the wrong sections of opposing mechs. Every mech design was different from each other. They featured varied armor layouts and possessed different damage mitigation properties. For example, a mech that might not feature the thickest armor may possess a high degree of redundancy and compartmentalization. Even if a spear was driving straight through its abdomen, the damaged mech would still retain enough functionality to launch counterattacks. There were also many instances where Lancer mechs inflicted glancing blows. For example, instead of striking the torso and destroying a number of critical systems, a Lancer mech might drive its spear through an arm or a leg. While a mech certainly lost a lot of strength if it lost a limb, it was not necessarily down for the count. Lancer mechs weren't the only ones who had to pay close attention to where they landed their strikes. Ranged mechs could down a target a lot faster if they struck the weak points. If that wasn't possible, then they should at least be able to gain the upper hand by ensuring that none of air attacks missed and that every blow avoided the strongest and most resilient surfaces of their opponents. It didn't matter if a ranged mech misplaced their hits. They could easily fire their weapons multiple times, so they just had to adjust their aim and make sure the next pull of the trigger dealt more effective damage. Lancer mechs rarely enjoy second chances. Vase muttered. They invested most of their efforts on their first and sometimes only charge. Perhaps Lancer mechs were able to perform subsequent charges in actual battlefields, but in an arena setting there were a lot more constraints. All of this meant that Vase had to maximize the success rate of its initial charge, and there was no better design spirit for the job than Ilvain. Of course, there was no way that the mech pilot provided by Hesfalin's system would be a faithful believer of the Great Prophet, but this was not an insurmountable problem. Vase just had to negotiate a quick deal with the intelligent design spirit. With no better option available to him at the moment, Vase had no choice but to settle for Elaine as his competition mech's principal design spirit. The only other way he could settle for a different design spirit was if he abandoned his intention to design a Lancer mech. That's not acceptable. Vase didn't think he could design a stronger mech for this specific tournament. A Lancer mech was a risky choice, but also a powerful one as long as it was able to succeed in its charge attacks. Once he embraced this design direction, he began to work with gusto. He no longer entertained any doubts and became fully invested in developing a Lancer mech that received guidance from a predictive design spirit. He browsed the component library and selected a number of appropriate parts. He paid special attention to maintaining a delicate relation between acceleration, defense, impact power and agility. He had to make a lot of painful trade-offs in order to increase the ability for his Lancer mech to build up momentum in a short amount of time. However, that didn't mean that he was willing to design a mech that wasn't even able to shift its direction while building up a charge. Since the High Tide tournament allowed the contestants to design either a landbound or aerial mech, his Lancer mech had to possess a flight system as well. Otherwise, how can my competition mech possibly win against a mech that is hovering above its head? Although the addition of a flight system took up a lot of capacity, the increase in thrust provided a lot of advantages to a Lancer mech. Vase had to make a careful selection of flight systems. It doesn't have to be efficient or long-lasting. As long as it can give my Lancer mech a powerful shove forward, that is all I need. Chapter 3456, Virtus Forza Axe 34X. Chapter 3456, Virtus Forza Axe 34X. The High Tide tournament provided Vase with his first proper introduction to more advanced human technology. The tech and systems that were available to mech designers heavily depended on the environment. In a place as sparse, underdeveloped and resource-poor as the galactic rim, the tech that companies offered to users was relatively basic. In general, the parts that mech designers sought after were affordable, efficient and easy to build and maintain. While there were plenty of component developers who offered better and higher-performing technological products, they were too expensive or onerous to market. There was little point in adopting an energy rifle developed in the galactic heartland even if it was easy to obtain the design parameters from the galactic net. The first problem was that its material requirements were too harsh. The materials needed to build the energy rifle were either unavailable or way too expensive. The second problem was the much greater complexity and sophistication of an advanced energy rifle. The equivalent weapon models of the galactic rim had to be simple enough for local manufacturers to be able to produce them in great numbers. This was difficult to accomplish if their production machines were too rudimentary and if the production crews were not competent enough. In short, even if a mech designer from the galactic rim was able to obtain component designs from the galactic heartland or the galactic center, they could only be applied to a couple of mechs at most. It was different in the Red Ocean. Even though a lot of materials were still unavailable to many people, a lot of companies imported huge quantities of exotics and rare materials that were common in the more prosperous parts of the old galaxy. That made it possible for powerful organizations such as Hesphalon Industries to provide a lot of powerful materials for occasions such as these. When Vase looked into a handful of the component designs available to him, he noticed that the majority originated from the galactic heartland. This was a good balance that avoided the excessive power and complexity of parts from the galactic center while also avoiding the rather unspectacular performance of parts developed in the galactic rim. On average, the parts developed for the galactic heartland market were comprehensively more powerful. They were also more diverse as a number of them possessed new and unusual features derived from more potent exotics that were not as prevalent in the galactic rim. There are also downsides, though. The heartland parts were more miniaturized, more technology-intensive and less efficient. Vase would have difficulty producing them in his personal workshop aboard the Spirit of Bentime because his ELKINE production line was too limited. He also had to work his mind a lot harder because these parts were more intricate. Some of them even contained high technology that only specialists or highly knowledgeable mech designers were able to utilize properly. Though Vase had picked up a lot of system skills and sub-skills over the years, he was unaccustomed to working with this kind of tech. Although he was confident he could adapt quickly to this more advanced tech, he did not think it was wise to push his limits at this time. I need to keep my design under my control. It does me little good to play around with forces that I cannot fully harness. This was especially critical when it came to designing Lancer mechs. These machines were so extreme and so dependent on short, critical bursts of power that a single unstable factor could easily botch their results. He eventually settled for a fairly normal flight system developed by a company called Shockblast Labs. As its name suggested, Shockblast Labs was a component developer that preferred to release products that were powerful, impactful or kinetic. There were no gentle products in its catalog. The Virtus Forza AX34X was a flight system model that ticked most of the boxes. It was a beefy flight system that featured a robust construction and was capable of enduring the high stresses generated by its oversized thrusters. Due to its size, the Virtus Forza was able to guarantee a formidable degree of acceleration for even larger and more massive mechs. Of course, its size also made it impossible to mount it on smaller and lighter mechs. They simply required too much space and a sufficient degree of mass in order to support its placement. That's not a problem. As Vase delved deeper into the Virtus Forza flight system, he soon found out that it wasn't a coincidence his search ended up with this powerful system. Shockblast Labs specifically designed it for Lancer mechs employed in duels or short skirmishes. Due to its extreme configuration, the Virtus Forza was not suitable for extended engagements. The main reason for that was that it generated its powerful thrust by burning an extremely powerful proprietary fuel type. Shockblast Labs specifically developed a special propellant formula that burned quickly and released a huge amount of energy in an instant. Vase became shocked as he read through the parameters of this special propellant. This stuff is more powerful than anything I've handled before. Although the fuel used to power the Virtus Forza flight system fully met his requirements, it came with one huge weakness. It was incredibly inefficient. A bucket of propellant only lasted for a fraction of a second. That was not enough to push an entire Lancer mech towards an opposing mech. In order to propel a massive machine across a sufficient distance, Vase had to load his mech with a lot of fuel. This took up precious capacity that could have been used to reinforce the structure or increase the dogfighting capabilities of his machine. It's worth it, though. So what if he added a large fuel tank to his Lancer mech? With how fast this propellant burned and how much impulse it could generate, his competition mech didn't need to circle around for a long amount of time in order to build up speed. Vase quickly performed a number of calculations. According to the results, his proposed Lancer mech would only be able to accelerate forward at maximum power for just 25 seconds in total. If the mech pilot of my Lancer mech can't put these 25 seconds to good use, he might as well forfeit the match. The Lancer mech still possessed a couple of legs, but Vase did not intend to place much emphasis on them. It took too much time and too many design resources to turn his Lancer mech into a sprinter as well as a flyer. His answer would be different if he could take his time on designing his Lancer mech. For now, he needed to budget his time and sacrifice any elements that weren't vital to accomplishing victory. With all of the mass he loaded onto the mech design, it was inevitable for his Lancer mech to turn into a lumbering beast on land. With the powerful and demanding Virtus Forza as the base, Vase selected numerous other parts that accommodated or complemented his chosen flight system. He then proceeded to integrate them into the framework of his Lancer mech design. This was a familiar process to Vase. He soon entered the zone and set aside all irrelevant distractions in order to quickly build up his mech design. He estimated he needed to allocate 3 hours to fabricating his Lancer mech with the Korok Alpha Superfab at his disposal. To be honest, a proficient fabricator should be able to finish it at least 30 minutes faster because the production machine was that fast. This is my first real time working with a superfab, though. I shouldn't overestimate my capabilities. Although the Korok Alpha was arguably the easiest superfab model for sale in the Red Ocean, it still demanded a huge amount of expertise in order to make proper use of its capabilities. It was true that Vase already got in a fair amount of simulation practice, but he did not dare to assume he could seamlessly translate his results into reality. He felt it was prudent to give him an additional hour of fabrication time. This way, he enjoyed a generous margin for error. Aside from being able to redo any failed production tasks, Vase also wanted to take his time with fabricating his mech. Crafting mechs was one of his strengths and he was certain he could produce a high-quality competition mech if he devoted a proper amount of time. The issue is that a high-quality copy of a low-quality mech design isn't actually that strong. If he had a choice, Vase would have preferred to develop a high-quality mech design. This way, the base parameters of his competition mech would be significantly higher. Even if he rushed its production, its performance would still be able to reach an impressive level. Vase was sure that many of his current competitors were pursuing this particular strategy. Designing mechs was their strong point, and the strongest among them were probably further ahead of him in this regard. If I try to match their design prowess, I'll just get a middling result. The right way to approach this competition was to lean on his strengths rather than compensate for his weaknesses. That said, Vase was not a slouch when it came to technical mech design. His basics were solids and he possessed plenty of design experience. Even the use of more complex and advanced mech parts such as the Virtus Forza flight system didn't hinder him too much. He also possessed an additional advantage. Although he never really needed to make use of it in his collaboration projects, he hadn't forgotten about Gloriana's dormant spiritual fragment that he had parked in his mind. Vase briefly touched his wedding ring as he lightly connected with an aspect of his wife. The boost he gained wasn't anything too drastic. He merely gained an increased sensitivity and perception towards flaws and inefficient implementations. In fact, he knew that if he immersed himself deeper into Gloriana's perspective, he would likely get disgusted with his rushed design work. That would do more harm than good. Vase merely wanted to spot and quickly address the easier flaws. As long as fixing them didn't require a lot of time, he was fine with smoothing out light mistakes. Hours went by as his Lancer mech slowly took shape. Compared to the other 93 competitors, Vase did not attract attention from the crowd. Even the commentators didn't observe anything remarkable from his work. Mr. Vase Larkinson has chosen to design a short-lasting but impactful Lancer mech. It is a powerful machine that can deliver a quick and overwhelming victory if it works. You don't sound particularly impressed. True, while this Lancer mech design is certainly sound, Mr. Larkinson isn't working fast enough. There is only so much he can do to lift the performance of his Lancer mech. While his work can easily overpower the work of weaker competitors, if his Lancer mech is matched against the machines designed by his stronger rivals, it is too easy to mitigate its short-lasting attacks. So how do you rank his Lancer mech based on everyone's current progress? His Lancer mech is fairly basic, but it is remarkably solid and free of sloppy design solutions. It should definitely secure its place in the middle, but it is difficult to climb any higher. The mechs designed by many of Mr. Larkinson's other competitors are simply more impressive. As long as they survive the initial attack run, they can easily clean up the spent Lancer mech. So there you have it, folks. Mr. Larkinson's Lancer mech is a bold and powerful machine, but it is too basic and one-dimensional to win against more formidable opponents. It was good that none of the contestants were able to hear the commentary, because he would surely protest against the judgment of the ignorant analysts. There was more to his Lancer mech than a solid base. Even as he fleshed out its mech frame, Vase also began to work on its spiritual design. Chapter 3457. Submit to Mech. Now that he decided to design a Lancer mech that was oriented around Ilvain, Vase made an earnest effort to translate this idea into a workable competition mech. Designing a competition mech was a lot different from designing a proper mass-market mech. Vase had to change his approach in so many different ways in order to adapt his work to the tournament setting. For example, his Lancer mech did not have to last a long time in the field. Duels generally didn't last a long time, and the extreme fighting mode of his particular machine meant that Vase could forego designing for longevity. There was also another variable that caused him to deviate from his regular design approach. The fact that his Lancer mech would be repaired after every match meant that it could be pushed beyond its limits. As long as the mech didn't go too overboard, it was fine if it overloaded its systems for a dozen seconds or so. It would all be fixed after the match anyway, so Vase did not have to worry about excessive stress creating accumulated cracks and other damage to the internal systems. He could easily increase the effective performance of his Lancer mech by 20% if he disregarded its longevity and pursued the greatest possible short-term gains. Even if the repair systems can't fix every consequence of accelerated wear and tear, it shouldn't matter too much. My Lancer mech only has to fight 3 short matches before it has served its purpose. There is absolutely no reason to account for any further use after today. Vase believed that every other mech designer in the tournament opted to design their competition mechs in the same way as well. It would be stupid of them to forego all that potential power just so that they could design their mechs as normal. A good mech designer always adapted his work to the situation. That was a lesson that he had learned in many different instances. Working alongside Gloriana, who paid a lot of attention to this aspect, allowed him to fully realize how much of a difference it made. For this reason, Vase had to fight against his habits and drop his usual insistence on designing a durable, long-lasting mech. Although he designed such mechs before in past competitions, it had been a long time since he truly let himself go like this. He had to put more effort into making design choices that deliberately shortened the lifespan of his Lancer mech in order to obtain modest boosts in several different performance parameters. After several hours of design work, the divergence between his normal products and this competition mech became increasingly more clear. A part of him felt pain for designing a living mech that was only meant to last a single day. This Dayfly would barely have the opportunity to enjoy what it was like to exercise its prodigious power. Vase wasn't sure what would happen after the competition mechs had served their use. He hadn't heard any mention of it in the rules. In general, they were usually broken down again so that the materials they were made of could be recycled and put to use in another competition. However, there were also instances where the mechs would remain intact. Strictly speaking, the tournament organizers owned the mechs. It was up to them to decide whether they wanted to keep the machines for themselves or give them to the participants as extra gifts. There's little point for me to keep this mech, though. Space aboard his fleet was limited. Taking up one extra mech slot just to hold a Lancer mech that was completely impractical in real battles sounded like a vain and stupid decision. Well, if no one else wants it, then so be it. You'll just have to be content to shine brighter than any other mech in the short time that you're alive. His Lancer mech was like a supernova. In cosmic terms, supernovae or exploding stars were incredibly powerful. They were not only capable of wiping out planets, but could also affect other star systems in the vicinity. The downside was that they lasted only for an instant relative to the history of a galaxy. Still, their impact on the environment was huge despite lasting such a short time. With these thoughts in mind, Vase embraced this metaphor as one of the themes of his mech design. Working with themes was a recent addition to his design approach. Starting from the Bulwark project, Vase sought to imitate the higher-level design methods that he had derived from his observations of the Olympus Mons. The Shield of Samar and the Everchanger were the first two beneficiaries of his deliberate incorporation of themes into their designs. The results were quite good. Not only did working with themes cause the living mechs to focus their strength and power in the desired directions, they also helped the expert pilots channel the various resonance abilities of their powerful machines with greater effect. This was the first time he applied a design method to a standard mech, though. Themes became more relevant when the mechs and mech pilots became more powerful and remarkable. They deeply influenced the performance of an ace mech and could also play a role in concentrating the strengths of expert mechs. What about normal mechs? How would themes affect a mech that did not possess any prime or resonating materials and would only be piloted by an ordinary person? Was it even worthwhile to bother with themes if there was no basis in power for them to act upon? No. Vase shook his head. It's not useless. My last two expert mechs have already shown me how themes can affect my own work. Living mechs were inherently complicated and multidimensional. Any form of intelligent life was complex to a degree. By designing them according to certain themes, Vase was basically influencing the way these complex lives expressed themselves. It was not a particularly new technique, but working around the framework of themes helped turn it into a fixed method that could become a regular staple in his expanding toolbox. As Vase worked the supernova concept into his Lancer mech, he did not have the impression that his efforts were useless or counterproductive. Instead, he could feel the life that he was shaping with his design efforts embrace and shape itself according to this theme. What interested Vase a lot was that the supernova theme was not well defined. Compared to other concepts such as hammers, physical force and so on, a supernova could not be linked to any aspect of his Lancer mech's performance. The connection would have been more obvious if he designed a mech armed with an energy weapon. However, the only obvious energy elements his mech contained was the power reactor and the flight system. I'm not sure if something as abstract as a theme can even affect the performance of these systems in any way. Vase was basically flying blind in this regard. What he did know was that his themes were definitely influencing the character of the living mech. His Lancer mech's spiritual foundation became more extreme as it veered into a specific direction. The supernova theme was only a part of the equation. As a mech that was meant to rely on an external factor to guide its attacks, Vase also incorporated Ilvain as a theme. To be more precise, he split it into two different forms in order to fine-tune the character of his living mech even further. Divine Guidance was a relatively straightforward transplantation of the guided aim ability of the Transcendent Punisher. Unlike with his heavy artillery mech, Prophetic Guidance was more than just a triggered ability. His Lancer mech embodied this concept down to its very roots. Even without actively channeling this ability, his Lancer mech should still convey at least some hints from Ilvain. This was mainly meant as a backup solution if the mech pilot resisted Ilvain's presence. The relationship between the mech pilot and his competition mech was a persistent concern to Vase. How well would they be able to get along? How open-minded was the mech pilot towards religion and towards Ilvain in particular? If he had the bad luck of getting paired with a militant atheist, or worse, a strong believer in a different faith, then the two might object to each other to such a strong degree that they created anti-synergy. I have to mitigate this risk as much as possible. His solution: design his competition mech in a way that did its best to appeal to the mech pilot. Perhaps in another context, what Vase was attempting to accomplish might be construed as brainwashing, but he didn't think he was doing anything of the sort. He merely sought to facilitate a friendly exchange between a strongly opinionated mech and the mech pilot it was interfacing. If the mech pilot wasn't receptive towards the gospel conveyed by the mech, then he or she could block it whenever he wished. Vase didn't want that to happen, though. The more the mech and mech pilot diverge from each other, the harder it is for them to cooperate in battle. In order to encourage a mech pilot who was completely unfamiliar with the great prophet to embrace this holy figure, Vase adopted a third theme that was completely geared towards addressing this priority. He called it Submission to Ilvain. It was a rather clunky and unpleasant-sounding label for a theme, but Vase couldn't come up with anything better. Submission to Ilvain certainly described what a part of his Lancer mech was all about. It wasn't only about exerting as much power in an instant as possible. It wasn't only about guiding its lance to the right target either. The third theme that affected the character of his competition mech centered about converting strangers to the Ilvain faith. By embracing it as a core theme, Vase not only made sure that it became a strong influence on the mech pilot of his competition entry, but also tried to expand it so that it could affect others. More specifically, He wanted to turn submission to Ilvain into a detrimental influence towards the opponent of his mech. It's like a suppressive glow. To be honest, Vase didn't think it would work. It was impossible to convert a mech pilot to a faith that was wordlessly being espoused by an enemy mech. What Vase was actually aiming for was disturbing the opposing mech pilot's mental balance. Just like how constant nagging could disrupt someone's concentration, Vase hoped that the proselytizing glow of his Lancer mech would act as a negative influence on his opponents. It certainly works on me, so why can't it work on other people? Vase chuckled. If the annoying Ilvain glow caused an enemy mech pilot to perform just 1% worse than normal, then it was already worth the effort of incorporating this theme into his Lancer mech design. Slowly but surely, his Lancer mech's spiritual design gained definition. The interplay between the three different themes produced a spiritual character that was a lot more complex than any single theme. Vase deliberately didn't exert much control on how they blended together. He felt it was better to let them find a balance on their own. He did this to retain the organic nature of his living mech. Soon enough, his design neared completion. Vase glanced at the clock and saw that he was still on schedule. I need to finalize this mech quickly. He wanted to take one additional step before he moved on to the fabrication stage. He looked down to his side, only to observe an empty tool belt. Of course, just like any other contestant, he wasn't allowed to bring any weapons or gadgets onto the competition stage. There was no way he could pass his hammer of brilliance through the security checks, so he simply passed it and the rest of his gear to Nida for safekeeping. Nonetheless, Vase still began to smirk. I don't actually need a hammer. He concentrated on his permanent spiritual connection to Vulcan and drew onto his power. He slowly raised his fist, which faintly began to glow to bronze. Without thinking about how silly he would look, Vase decisively punched his own head. Chapter 3458, Wild Stallion. Vase misjudged his own strength. He accidentally launched a stronger punch than he intended. The brief spike of pain that resulted from his ill-advised action temporarily scattered his concentration and scrambled his thoughts. Still, he didn't punch himself that hard. He quickly regained his wits as the spike of pain quickly faded into the background. Right, my mech design is almost complete. I just need to put the finishing touches on it before I can proceed to the next phase. The false inspired state that he had managed to induce on himself was a little different this time. Part of it was because he didn't make use of his regular tool this time. The Hammer of Brilliance was specifically designed to accommodate and channel Vulcan's strength. His own fist, on the other hand, was just a regular human organ. It wasn't geared towards channeling spiritual phenomena at all. Was it any surprise that his false inspired state was weaker and less focused this time? Another reason why it was weaker was because he had used it too often lately. After he had completed the Everchanger, he did not engage in any further significant design work. Sure, he learned and gained a lot of inspiration from observing many new mechs in the Red Ocean. His visit to the Chance Bay Masterwork Gallery was especially fruitful. It was a pity that these harvests weren't as good as practicing his own craft. If it was that easy to become good at something by watching other people's work, then Vase could have easily learned how to play a musical instrument by attending a concert. I shouldn't complain, he muttered to himself. I don't need to depend on this to deliver a good competition mech. He just wanted to add extra icing on the cake. Vase disregarded his relative lack of accumulation and focused on spending the remainder of his time on more productive matters. When he looked at the results of his efforts up to this point, he was quite proud of himself. He managed to piece together a completely serviceable Lancer mech design that was already quite sound despite spending so little time on it. The design also acquired a respectable spiritual character. Though Vase could do little about the relative lack of strength, he made sure to pour as much of his passion, enthusiasm and effort into his work. This at least enabled him to pass on as much strength to his mech design as he could in the allotted time. Using themes to focus my work in a specific direction also helps. There is less wasted or dormant potential. Theoretically, this might not be entirely good. The parts of a living mech that weren't usable might slowly turn into a new aspect after a living mech experienced a round of growth. He could be wrong, though. It might be that wasted potential remained this way no matter how much a living mech grew. Vase hadn't observed enough living mechs that had grown significantly from their starting points to have a definite answer. Regardless, I don't think this is the wrong choice for this situation. My mech won't be relevant long enough for growth to matter. What I should be really doing is converting every bit of free potential into useful elements. The result of this deliberate strategy was that his competition mech should already possess a fairly strong and defined personality right out of the gate. Anyway, let's focus on the areas that I can still improve in the short time I have left. His false inspired state didn't last forever, and slowly tapered off in strength over time. Its effect was strongest in the beginning, which meant that Vase could not afford to remain idle. As he quickly swept the other aspects of his design, he identified a lot of suboptimal implementations that could clearly be improved. He already identified most of them because he was conscious about what he had done to his design. It was painful for him to apply a solution that he knew was bad, but he didn't have any other choice. All of the better solutions required him to invest a lot of hours or even days to come up with a proper implementation. Putting himself in a false inspired state didn't change much in this regard. Brilliance was no substitute to honest work. At most, Vase suddenly connected a few dots and came up with a couple of easy solutions that had eluded him earlier. He quickly adjusted his mech design in order to apply these quick and elegant fixes. Once he picked the few low-hanging fruit available to him, he no longer identified any further areas that he could improve with the time that he had available. The more he became constrained by the time limit, the more he chafed at this restriction. It's so frustrating to see so many shortcomings but not being able to do anything about them, he complained. It must be a lot worse for Gloriana. He understood a lot better why his wife avoided design duels and design competitions like the plague. Still, Vase wasn't as sensitive as her, so he was able to cope with this condition. He suppressed his dislike as much as possible and tried to immerse himself in the variables that he could still affect under the current conditions. After tweaking his mech design here and there, Vase finally chose to finalize his mech design even though it was far from optimized. "It'll have to do," he muttered. Was he satisfied? Not really. Was he confident it was good enough? Yes. It's not as if everyone else has more time than me. We're all subject to this dreadfully short time limit. Reminding himself of this made him feel a bit better. As long as everyone else suffered as much as him, there was no reason for him to feel as if he was being tormented. After making one last check to make sure that he didn't miss any egregious faults, he stood up from his chair and approached the nearby superfab. As a modern, state-of-the-art production machine that was powerful enough to produce an entire mech within a span of a couple of hours, the machine was huge. Each superfab was larger than a mech, and the Korok Alpha Ka-35 could comfortably envelop an entire heavy mech. Billions of complicated parts and systems hid behind its smooth surface. Each of them were capable of working in tandem to perform all of the intensive production tasks that were ordinarily performed by standalone production machines. The way in which the developers managed to stuff all of these functions into a single, all-encompassing object was a marvelous feat of engineering. Vase would have felt quite nervous about handling this powerful piece of equipment. This was the first time he handled such a device for real. During his simulation practice, he generally managed to tame its powerful production processes. Its high consistency combined with lots of automation granted Vase a huge margin for error. Even if he screwed up in some way, the watchful AI of the superfab would automatically catch his mistake before it resulted in a botched production result. The issue was that Vase did not feel content with staying within the safety rails. He wanted to achieve more. When he produced his other mechs, he was used to falling back on manual control in order to improve his output beyond a normal range. This was a delicate operation that required a lot of skill and experience to perform properly. The effort was worth it as long as he had the skill to back it up. Though Gloriana was even better at using manual control to improve the quality of a product, Vase was no slouch in this regard. He already gained enough proficiency with the production machines of his personal workshop for this operation to become second nature. The same could not be said for a superfab. It was like comparing a docile pony to a wild stallion. The latter was clearly stronger and faster in every measure, but the rider was only one mistake away from losing control and getting launched out of his saddle. It did not help that the products of Hesfallen Industries were notorious for making it difficult to exert manual control. Automation and fault prevention was baked into the Korok Alph's design from the ground up. It wasn't optimized for situations where the person controlling the superfab wanted to override the judgment of the controlling AI. Vase learned firsthand what could go wrong during the many instances he screwed up during simulation training. At best, only a single part under production had to be scrapped. At worst, explosions erupted inside the machine as a cascade of mistakes broke the mech under construction and also unleashed powerful energies that destroyed the superfab from the inside. Just the thought about ruining a machine with a list price of 39,999 MTA credits sent palpitations through his heart. An ordinary mech designer would have gotten the message and accepted the reality that the Korok Alpha Ka-35 simply shouldn't be used in this fashion. Vase was not an ordinary mech designer. He needed to leverage as many advantages as possible in order to produce a strong competition mech. Sure, leaving all of the heavy lifting to the superfab guaranteed a workable result, but the output could be so much better if he took charge in certain instances. This was why Vase decided to take the risk of riding this wild stallion. He was not being reckless. He was taking a calculated risk. There were two reasons why he was confident that it would work out this time. First, he intended to restrain himself whenever he took manual control. This was also why he felt it was important to reserve an extra hour of fabrication time for himself. He acted differently during his simulation training. He not only worked faster, but deliberately pushed the limits of the Korok Alpha at the time. He learned a lot of ways of how the production process could go wrong through triggering repeated disasters. He would be stupid if he repeated those exact same mistakes. The second reason why he was confident that he could succeed without making any mistakes was because he had the backing of Vulcan. Craftsmanship was one of his incarnation's core domains, and borrowing this aspect granted Vase a more intuitive sense in any production-related matters. It did not matter that Vase was new to superfabs. He had done his homework, which meant that Vulcan also learned how they work. That was enough for the design spirit to assist Vase in various ways. In combination, these two factors should safely allow Vase to exert a measure of manual control over the superfab and substantially elevate the quality of his competition mech. Well, this is it. No more delays. Vase took a deep breath as he stood before the massive Korok Alpha. He steadily approached the primary console and began to inspect the condition of the machine. The Korok Alpha was already warmed up and ready to go. After confirming that the superfab wasn't suffering from any faults, he started up the first operations of his production run. The projected information panels and technical diagrams showed that the first parts of his Lancer mech were being formed in a matter of seconds. So fast. Although Vase clearly knew that superfabs were insanely fast, he was still impressed by the power he had at his disposal. He deeply wanted to bring back a superfab to the spirit of Bentime. With just a single of these devices, he could easily fabricate mechs and exercise his craftsmanship without investing an excessive amount of time. The difference between a couple of hours and a week of production time was massive. If Vase had full access to his own superfab, then many different options opened up to him. He no longer had to wait for months before he had a good reason to fabricate another mech. Chapter 3459, Superfab Proficiency. Operating the Korok Alpha was much more impressive in reality than in a simulation. Although the attempts to create a mech in a virtual setting allowed Vase to quickly get up to speed on how to operate a superfab, it simply wasn't physical enough for his liking. To someone who designed and made mechs for a living, it was like playing a video game rather than doing the actual thing. Nothing could compare to harnessing the actual power of production. It was only now that he truly felt he had become properly introduced to superfabs. The monstrous all-in-one machine was so much better than his old production lines that it was hard for him to imagine going back to them after today. Initially, he became frightened at the powerful forces generated by the superfab. That quickly made way for wonder and fascination. Possessing a superfab was such a game-changer to mech designers that it was impossible for Vase to remain unmoved by its powerful capabilities. The Korok Alpha Ka-35 eased his adaptation to this powerful tech enormously, as it was able to perform most tasks without any meaningful input from the mech designer. Hesfallen Industries might be bad at giving its customers the ability to operate its machines manually, but it excelled at developing ICE and automated production methods. The best, confident and most skilled mech designers might opt to purchase a product from a different brand, but that didn't matter too much. Hesfallen Industries had built up a respectable market share in the lower end of the superfab market, where its easy-to-use machines was particularly beloved among plant managers who could only rely on regular production personnel to produce mechs en masse. Though Vase was not within the target segment of the Korok Alpha series, every superfab was powerful beyond anything he had worked with. The machine that was humming and buzzing right in front of him completed hours of work in a matter of minutes. He still couldn't quite wrap his mind around how much of a leap this represented. The more he appreciated superfabs and the tech around it, the more enthused he became at using the Korok Alpha to shape his Lancer mech. He invested all of his focus and attention on doing justice to his recently completed mech design. Although he cut a lot of corners and left a lot of aspects unoptimized, the base of his Lancer mech design should still be sound. He knew it was powerful enough to achieve victory in the next phase of the tournament. He just had to make sure that he did his best in translating his abstract design into a real and physical mech. I can't leave this device on autopilot. I need to take over control at some point, if only to impart my competition mech with my personal touch. Once the production process reached a point where Vase saw an opportunity to do a better job, he cautiously interrupted an automated task and began to control the powerful and complicated internal production modules with deliberate intent. Vase did not use his hands to manipulate any control devices. Instead, he placed his palm onto a special surface. This forged an electronic connection between the Korok Alpha and his implant. This was the only way for him to take effective control over such a fast production machine. His prior practice sessions had taught him that he could only respond effectively to changing circumstances if he minimized his reaction time. If all goes well, I shouldn't have to rely on this measure to succeed. Though Vase was eager to control every fine aspect by himself, he consciously reined himself in and stuck with his plan. The Korok Alpha worked much faster when its automated systems were left to work by themselves. Humans were much slower, so every time Vase took over manual control, he was taking at least 10 times longer to complete a production task than before. As for smaller tasks such as fabricating generating bolts or assembling ordinary fuel cells, there was little he could do that could measurably improve the performance of his finished mech. He just left most of it up to the Korok Alpha to do most of this tedious work. It's impractical for me to control everything from beginning to end. It will take days to finish a mech, thereby negating one of the biggest benefits of using superfabs. The fact that he would exceed the time limit of the high tide tournament was also an important reason. Vase had to choose his interventions carefully. He only took over when the production process had reached the truly important moments where he could make a difference. Hey, this is quite fun, actually. Sure, the Korok Alpha was stupendously powerful and could easily run out of control if he made a mistake, but he worked cautiously enough to minimize the risks. In addition, Vulcan's influence on his mind was still strong enough for him to possess a considerably more intuitive grasp on craftsmanship. Vase faintly suspected that Vulcan had improved a bit in this aspect after absorbing a tiny amount of high-end metal energy. Although his incarnation clearly hadn't fully absorbed and mastered the prickly metal energy, just having it and getting exposed to it every day provided Vulcan with significant gains. One of the consequences of this dynamic was that Vase actually gained a faint connection to the Korok Alpha, for a lack of a better word. He understood it a little bit better on an intuitive level and became a bit better at judging when he was pushing it to a dangerous level. Vase couldn't fully explain it. The best way he could describe it was that this phenomenon reminded him of his ability to understand the ins and outs of mechs on an intuitive level. The Korok Alpha was a giant machine that was predominantly made of metal, so it made sense that he was able to bond with it to a minor degree. Though he wasn't able to create any wonders with this advantage, it was quite helpful in making sure he did not botch any of his manual processes. Vase devoted his remaining attention on adjusting and in some cases improving the parts that were taking shape inside the superfab. He had to make good use of Vulcan's boost while it lasted. Outside of his isolated bubble, his confident work approach attracted a fair amount of appreciation from the expert commentators. That is a daring mech designer. Mr. Vase Larkinson is using the Korok Alpha Ka-35 outside of its recommended use. He must be a demanding person or possess a bold personality to take such risks. Is it working out for him, do you think? It is too early to tell, but his control is stable and he is being smart about taking his chances. If he keeps this up, his competition mech will turn out fine. It is questionable whether the difference in output is ultimately great enough to justify all of this extra effort. Indeed, the Korok Alpha Ka-35 excels in producing stable and consistent parts. No human can surpass the generations of research and development that Husqvarna Industries has put into improving the automation of superfab machinery. Mr. Larkinson isn't the only journeyman in the competition stage who has decided to take matters into his own hands. Let's take a look at the work of Mr. Roland Sevener. Unlike the previous mech designer, Mr. Sevener is clearly in over his head. Damn, those expert commentators don't appreciate what our teacher can do. Xanthar complained. The 4 Larkinson seeds had each settled into their VIP seats for almost half a day. They only left their seats in order to bring some life back to their legs, but other than that they remained rooted in place in order to catch every glimpse of their teacher at work. They didn't even need to visit the bathroom because their high-tech seats took care of business. If they ever became hungry or thirsty, they just had to input a command and their order would appear from the floor. Each of them felt it was worth it to observe their patriarch from beginning to end. Seeing him complete an entire design project by himself at such an exaggerated pace showcased his strengths in a clearer way from before. Even from this distance, the 4 future Larkinson mech designers could feel the life that was brewing inside the superfab. Though Maisie Ann and Rennie admired Gloriana's work more, they still acknowledged that Vase was also impressive in his own way. No other journeyman participating in this tournament was able to match him in terms of making their mechs alive. That didn't mean that they were weak. It was the opposite in many cases. The strength and exquisiteness of their designs were clearly better. Look at that light skirmisher. Rennie gazed at one of the 6 powerful centrists. Katian Tivos is considerably younger than our patriarch, but her design is much more intricate despite being smaller and lighter. She's not doing bad in operating the superfab either. Michael snorted. Of course she's good at it. She practically grew up with these powerful production machines. Meow. Lucky huffed as well. The cat was hovering lazily above Michael's head. All of this mech design stuff might excite the Larkinson seeds for many hours, but a simple cat like him was utterly bored. If not for the fact that the MTA kept track of everything that went on in the Vullet Central Star node, he would have long phased out of this boring place and explored more exciting places. Is she better than Vase, though? I'm not sure. I don't know enough about producing mechs to say who is doing a better job. Personally, I'm rooting for my own side, though. Katian Tivos indeed possessed a lot of proficiency and experience in operating superfabs. She too possessed the confidence of taking over manual control in order to specifically improve the quality of some of the parts of her machine. Since her light skirmisher was so small but packed with miniaturized components, she had many ways to improve the performance of her work. Numerous other mech designers displayed similar degrees of proficiency. Each of them originally came from the wealthier regions of the old galaxy. Vase was the only mech designer from the galactic rim that had the guts to take manual control over a production machine that he had only become familiar with a day ago. The others were so intimidated by the prospect of overriding the AI that they simply left the superfab its own devices. In any case, there was virtually no risk in letting the Korok Alpha behave like an entire production line and production crew rolled into a single package. Not a single task completed by the AI systems produced any botched or disappointing results. The incredible degree of reliability and consistency even won over certain members of the crowd. They planned to inquire about purchasing these new superfabs so that they could also produce mechs on easy mode. There were moments when Vase also thought about buying a superfab. Though he didn't like all of the limitations of the Korok Alpha, he was open to purchasing a more suitable superfab that possessed less automation but provided much more support for artisanal workmanship. Hesfallen Industries was far from the only company that developed and sold superfabs. It was an upstart compared to the many huge conglomerates that dominated this market category for decades or centuries. Though the Larkinson clan's finances weren't strong enough for Vase to buy a superfab at this time, he was confident that the circumstances would be different in a couple of years. Vase believed he would truly become a part of the industrial crowd of the Red Ocean once he owned and operated a superfab himself. Until then, he would always feel like a pauper who relied on shabby, outdated production equipment to earn a living. I'm too poor. Chapter 3460. The well-oiled machine. While Vase was close to finishing his new competition mech, his wife sat down in a lounge that was far away from the tournament venue. Gloriana showed no concern at all for her husband's performance. She detested any event where mech designers had to compress weeks or months of work into an interval of just a few days or less. There was no way a mech designer could develop a proper mech in such a tiny time span. Though she fully understood the argument that working under severe limitations enabled mech designers to exercise their design abilities in a different way, she never felt the need to resort to such a clunky method to advance her own skills. She briefly checked up on Aurelia, who was sleeping peacefully in her floating stroller. Meow. Clixie was close at hand, of course. The cat had been circling protectively around the baby carriage to make sure no one would ever think about disturbing the baby. The neck ornament that Vase had provided to the cat glinted softly in the gentle light of the club. Its lustrous jewel reflected the light in multiple colors, which Clixie absolutely adored. In order to make sure the jewel remained pristine and shiny, Clixie regularly licked her paw before rubbing her limb against the surface of her gem. She was proud to carry such a pretty object. My apologies for keeping you waiting, Mrs. Woden Larkinson, an older woman who clearly wasn't a mech designer but carried herself with power, eased into the lounge. It is of no consequence. Gloriana calmly responded as she stood up from her seat. I am Dorma Tens Villasoen, the managing director of this club and an outer member of the Mech supremacist faction. I've also been assigned to handle your application. We had to look into your exploits a little further. It is not every day we meet with a journeyman who possesses so many masterwork certificates under her belt. I have received this reaction multiple times. To be honest, I owe much to Master Willix. She is the true mech designer responsible for helping me obtain my masterwork certificates. You do not have to be modest around here. The woman smiled as she shook the new mother's hand. Here at the well-oiled machine, we recognize ability, not status. If the Mech Trade Association sees fit to bestow you with a masterwork certificate, then your contribution to the creation of an excellent machine is not trivial. To other mech designers, it is not that easy to obtain official recognition. Gloriana smiled back. She already liked it here. She was afraid that her relatively modest origin and background would cause her to be looked down upon, but her fears were overblown. That is great to hear. It appears that I have come to the right place. The well-oiled machine had made a good impression so far. The private club was one of several meeting places owned and operated by the mech supremacist faction in Chance Bay. The clean, metallic decor mixed with elegant luxury provided the guests with an environment that was conducive for both business and relaxation. Everything was so exquisite that Gloriana truly felt comfortable. Once they sat down again, Dorma called up a projection in order to go through the process of inducting Gloriana into the mech supremacist faction. This was not a difficult process, especially if the applicant possessed interesting qualities to the mech supremacist faction. The fact that Gloriana held 5 masterwork certificates to her name was not that remarkable at first, but the story was completely different once it became clear that she was just a journeyman and a young one at that. Not even her peers from the galactic center of the Milky Way could equal her in this regard. Although this remarkable feat did not guarantee that Gloriana would become a brilliant master in the future, the mech supremacist faction was willing to take in a potentially promising candidate. In any case, even if Gloriana no longer made any significant achievements in the future, the faction would hardly lose anything. What was more important was that bringing her into the fold would deny her to the other factions of the MTA. There was no way the mech supremacists wanted to give its rivals a bargain. Over the course of half an hour, Director Dorma Tens Villasoen proceeded to fill out various forms while asking numerous questions to her latest guest. None of the questions were particularly uncomfortable. The mech supremacist faction just wanted to know more about this promising journeyman who seemingly emerged out of nowhere. Considering how the Galactic Rim generally didn't hold much interest to the mech supremacist faction, this description was not much of an exaggeration. What mechs do you seek to design once you have become an accomplished master? Dorma asked in the middle of the interview session. I have always dedicated myself to designing the perfect vessels for individual mech pilots, and that hasn't changed. She answered. I always intended to design mechs for the most excellent mech pilots. Ideally, I would like to devote myself to designing expert mechs and ace mechs. I've already had a taste of what it was like to design a high-end, high-ranking mech, and I know it is where my strengths can truly play a significant role. I see. That is a good ambition. What about designing lower-end mechs? Are you still open to designing more modest mechs for less wealthy or capable customers? TCH. Gloriana did not bother to hide her disdain. My efforts are wasted here. I don't look down on mass-market models and the customers who are happy with them, but they do not match my inclinations. I specialize in designing excellent mechs for the most discerning mech pilots, and I make no apologies for that. In any case, my husband and many other mech designers are more than willing to fulfill this need. The director twitched a smile. Indeed, our civilization's mech industry is enormous. There are so many master mech designers active now that there is an abundance of choice for every customer. It is good that you do not force yourself to branch out into areas which discomfit you. That said, our research into your prior work has revealed that you have contributed significantly to the design of many mass-market mech models. Does this work not contradict your design philosophy? You may have a point. Gloriana admitted. It's not easy for me to go against my instincts and training and try to avoid making my mechs specific to any single customer, but I found a way to work around it. My husband usually takes charge of these projects, so I can often take a step back and approach these projects as a contributing mech designer. I see. I have witnessed many mech designer couples, and they do produce excellent works in collaboration. I can hear a but. These pairings usually don't work out in the long term. The most common cause of that is because the progress of each mech designer diverges from each other. If one of you manages to become a highly accomplished master while the other is stagnating as a senior, the differences and contradictions between the two of you will exacerbate. It becomes impossible to work alongside each other as equals again. Gloriana did not look too worried. I don't think that will happen between us. Both Vase and myself are quite talented, if I might say so myself. Even if one of us advances sooner than the other, we will wait for each other. Besides, outside of our work, Vase is still my husband. We already have a baby and there will be more on the way. I would never want to hurt my children by ruining my relationship with their father. She directed a loving gaze at Aurelia as she said that. She gently reached out and tickled her baby's belly. It is good that you feel this way towards your spouse. I hope the both of you will maintain this attitude after a century. Obviously, Director Dorma wasn't as optimistic as Gloriana. She had witnessed way too many fairytale relationships between young and optimistic mech designers crashing into planets as the years went by. Only one thing had to go wrong in order to ruin a perfect marriage. People changed over time, and mech designers tended to live a lot longer than normal people. People like Gloriana and Vase wouldn't be able to recognize their current selves after a century or two of growth and change. Broken relationships and ugly breakups was the source of a lot of drama within the mech supremacist faction. Dorma had witnessed this happening so many times that she stopped recommending that mech designers should enter into relationships with each other. She had seen how relationships between mech designers and other people had a much higher chance of surviving in the long term. The absence of any direct comparisons prevented a mech designer from growing envious or resentful at their partner's greater progress. Since high-ranking mech designers were incredibly ambitious and competitive by nature, it was rarely a good idea for them to be reminded of their inferiority so clearly every day. Personally, Director Dorma hoped that her warning would sink into the young mother. It was still possible for relationships between two mech designers to withstand the test of time, but both sides had to work for it in order to last beyond a century. The interview soon came to an end after Director Dorma collected all of the answers she needed to give the mech supremacist faction a good idea of this up-and-coming mech designer. Congratulations, Miss Woden Larkinson. Dorma warmly smiled. One of our senior members has just approved your formal application after I've submitted your information. From today onwards, you have become a formal associate of the mech supremacist faction. Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I'm not entirely clear what your faction does, but from what I have been able to learn, I think I shall feel at home in your circle. The managing director nodded. The well-oiled machine is merely a meeting place for the members and associates of our faction. You have come at a quiet time right now, so there are not too many mech supremacists you can exchange with at the moment. However, I can refer you to other sites in Chance Bay that will likely be of interest to you. We maintain closed mech workshops, exclusive stores, a private exchange hall, an internal library and more. Do you have any recommendations? One of the highlights that should be interesting to you are our masterclasses. Our more accomplished and distinguished members regularly hold teaching sessions aimed towards professionals such as yourself. They are not only an opportunity for you to learn and exchange high-level knowledge and insights, but also help you get in touch with your fellow mech supremacists. No matter where we come from or who we work for, we all appreciate good mechs. You will find no person who doesn't love mechs within our faction. Shouldn't this apply to all of the other factions as well? Gloriana voiced one of her doubts. I mean, the other factions that I've heard of are all part of the Mech Trade Association. I think that this should be enough to ensure that everyone is a proponent of mechs. That's correct. There are hardly any people within our association who do not favor mechs. Director Dorma admitted. However, our faction still exists for a reason. We are the firmest, most dedicated supporters of the existence of mechs. We believe that its value is eternal and that it should become the only weapon system that human civilization should rely upon to defend upon. Mechs are already popular at the moment, but they could be so much more. We need mech designers such as yourself to help humanity embrace mechs in their totality. Are you willing to do that? Gloriana answered with a brilliant grin. I would be more than happy to assist your cause. Chapter 3461, Pilot matching back at the High Tide Tournament, Vase let out a deep breath as he neared the end of his productive fabrication session. None of his fears came true in the last 3 hours. Despite operating a powerful superfab in reality for the first time, the preparations he made and the strategy he adopted ultimately minimized the risk of failure. The assistance he obtained from Vulcan was greater than he expected. He did not expect his incarnation to help him gain a more intuitive understanding of the high-tech production machine he was using to fabricate his Lancer mech. With this unexpected boost, Vase did not grow arrogant and tried to push against the limits of the Korok Alpha. He stuck to his current strategy and made sure to keep his output stable and free from any undesirable variance. As a result, the Lancer mech that was being finalized inside the Korok Alpha was quite respectable in terms of quality. Despite the rushed and imperfect design, Vase could have hardly delivered a better result under the circumstances. Overall, Vase was happy with the realization of this copy. Though it hadn't become anything as outrageous as a masterwork mech, he bet that the craftsmanship that he displayed probably ranked at the top among his competitors. If nothing else, that should be enough for him to stand out from the crowd. A few more minutes passed before his work finally emerged from the superfab. The people in the audience who had been paying attention to his work all gasped as they admired the surprisingly pretty Lancer mech that Vase had managed to develop in 12 hours. There was hardly anything unrefined about its aesthetics. Vase had deliberately invested a bit of time to decorate its exterior. With its gleaming white exterior, the mech already sported a holy and pristine look. Instead of using gold, Vase opted to apply a subtle green shade to the decorative flourishes on the exterior. Since it was technically an Ilvanan mech, Vase added abstract iconography that resembled Ilvanan symbolism to strengthen its identity. Those familiar with his other Ilvanan mechs such as the Holy Soldier and the Transcendent Punisher should instantly be able to recognize the connection. The difference between his previous Ilvanan mechs and his current competition entry was that the latter was not as exclusionary. With the cooperation of a design spirit that had already acquiesced to his demands before he even uttered them, the Lancer mech turned into a rare religious-themed mech that was not exclusive towards worshippers. The Lancer mech was essentially the missionary version of an Ilvanan mech. It put on a friendly coat towards non-believers and welcomed any mech pilot in its cockpit. The hope was that the mech pilot's direct exposure to Ilvane's blessings might cause this person to grow closer to the Ilvanan faith. The Lancer mech was not obligated to convert the beliefs of its mech pilot, but the two should at least develop a mutual understanding with each other. The greater they aligned with each other, the more Ilvane was able to provide guidance to the mech pilot. This was key to achieving success in the mech arena. In the short period of time when the Lancer mech charged towards its opponent, the decisions made by the pilot could make or break a victory. As Vase inspected the mech with his own eyes, he became happier and happier with how it turned out. Sure, the design still had many imperfections and suboptimal design elements, but that was already a given considering how little time he spent on designing it. The rougher elements didn't matter. As long as the mech's physical construction was sound, it would hold its own in battle. I'm not sure whether it will last after a dozen bouts, but that's irrelevant. It only needs to show up 3 times in total before it has served its purpose. 3 opportunities to win, 3 opportunities to bond with its mech pilots, 3 opportunities to spread the Ilvanan gospel. As the time limit of the design and build phase of the tournament came to an end, a loud buzzer rang throughout the entire competition stage. Time is up. All of your equipment is locked down at the moment. Please follow the projected guide to the side where we will proceed to match up your newly produced mechs with our candidate mech pilots. Every participant moved away from the center while a large amount of heavy equipment was being moved. All of the desk terminals along with the Korok Alpha superfabs simultaneously sunk underneath the floor. Bots emerged from above in order to clean up any miscellaneous materials and other junk that some of the mech designers produced for whatever reason. Meanwhile, all of the competition mechs began to hover in the air. They slowly gathered together until they were all placed in several rows before the main presentation stage. At this time, numerous mech pilots stepped forward. One of the most important moments of the High Tide tournament had come. A mech was nothing without a mech pilot. It was essential to pair the newly made competition mechs with the appropriate people. Hasfallen Industries supplied all of the mech pilots for its own tournament. It employed a lot of mech pilots, so it was not that difficult to bring a couple of hundred of them to this event. There were more mech pilots than mechs. This was because not every mech pilot was suitable for every machine. The tournament organizer had to bring in plenty of spares in order to prevent an unfortunate mismatch between piloting specializations and mech types. Even then, not every mech pilot was the same. Even if Hasfallen Industries tried its best to select those of equal strength, their skills, their combat experience, their habits, their faults and other variables differed remarkably from person to person. For this reason, the tournament adopted a matching process that accounted for this inherent inequality. Every mech pilot was ranked by comprehensive strength. Those who ranked higher could make their selection first. Of course, if they didn't like any of the competition mechs, they were allowed to step back and let others pick a mech. Fairness could not be guaranteed, so this step was meant to reward the contestants who worked harder and put more effort into their work. After a short delay where the announcers and commentators hyped up this momentous occasion, the first mech pilot finally stepped up in order to announce his choice. xianxia Clays is the top-ranked mech pilot among this gathering. With 20 years of experience, she has fought numerous skirmishes and is a veteran in both the arena and the competition stage. She is a rare all-rounder who is highly proficient in piloting most mech types, though she possesses a general preference for well-armored machines. Now, let us hear which of the 94 competition mechs that our contestants have produced today has earned her favor. Just like the hundreds of other mech pilots, the uniformed woman had observed the design and build phase from beginning to end. Though she did not possess a technical background, she could still figure out which competition mech was stronger and what kind of properties they possessed. "I choose the dominant, the mech designed by xianxia," she announced. The crowd did not react with too much surprise at her choice. As expected, the work of xianxia is one of the best mechs produced in this tournament. The dominant possesses numerous appealing properties. Its theoretical performance is excellent. It is an offensive knight mech that possesses both superb defense and surprisingly strong mobility for its mech type. Its design is elaborate and incorporates many additional features that are lacking in other competition mechs such as secondary range weapon systems. The other knight mechs developed by Mr. xianxia's rivals may be strong in their own ways, but they aren't as multidimensional as the dominant. Vase and many of his other competitors regarded xianxia with a great amount of dread. It would be supremely unlucky for them if their own works got matched against the dominant. What a strong mech! Even though Vase had been absorbed in his own work for a long time, it did not take an extended inspection to recognize that the dominant was truly deserving of its name. Its design was highly advanced and looked as if a journeyman had spent 20 or 30 hours on it. It was not only more refined, but also incorporated powerful systems that were difficult to integrate in a mech design in a short amount of time. Vase directed his glance towards xianxia. The man was clearly a centrist, someone who grew up in the most prosperous region of human space. Although people were regularly befuddled why second-rate states even existed in such a hotspot, there were slums and run-down areas in every part of space. If mansions could exist alongside slums, relatively downtrodden states could also exist next to the borders of the Greater United Terran Confederation or the New Rubarth Empire. Sometimes, these states were based in relatively resource-poor regions that did not have the potential to support a first-class population. Other times, these weaker states served as buffer territories that put a healthy amount of separation between multiple first-rate states. However, just because people like xianxia didn't grow up in a first-rate state didn't mean he was as poor as a second-rater in the galactic rim. This guy's augmentations is probably at least 3 times more capable than mine. Vase muttered. He was envious towards these mech designers who possessed a better starting point. xianxia was much more productive than others due to his powerful augmentations. Once xianxia Clays confirmed her choice and moved to a preparation area in order to familiarize herself with her selection, the second-ranked mech pilot announced his choice. Vase and many other contestants grew uncomfortable as the best mech pilots all chose mechs designed by their most formidable rivals. The competition mechs made by centrists such as xianxia and Kadian Tivos were selected nearly right away. The next batch of mech pilots mostly opted for the strongest-looking mechs designed by the journeyman with the brightest prospects. For example, the 9th-ranked mech pilot settled for the Hell Raider designed by Michael Arvin Emists. The Hell Raider is a fine mech that exemplifies the experience of its maker. Though it is not the most brilliant mech, its design is highly refined and incorporates numerous elegant design solutions. This hybrid mech will do no wrong regardless of the opponent it matches up against. If any of the contestants had reached 99 years old like Mr. Emists, they could have easily designed a similar machine. As Vase feared that all of the better mech pilots would settle for the works of Hotlandas, the 16th-ranked mech pilot finally stepped forward. "I choose the Pontifical Lance, the mech designed Vase Larkinson." What a surprising choice," a commentator remarked. "There are 4 Lancer mechs in this tournament, and the Pontifical Lance is not an obvious first choice." It is the only Lancer mech designed by a mech designer from the Galactic Rim, but it appears that Gregory Halaskar sees more in this fine-looking machine. Gregory Halaskar was indeed a Lancer mech specialist, so he surely knew what to do with the Pontifical Lance. It was just that he could have easily selected 3 other Lancer mechs, none of whom looked weak. Vase was happy that he managed to hook a fairly strong mech pilot. The guy might not have reached the top 10 among the gathered mech pilots, but he was definitely the strongest Lancer mech pilot. It looks like I did a good job at making my mech more attractive. He grinned. One of the openings of this selection process was that the mech designers didn't necessarily have to choose the strongest mechs. They might have preferences for specific configurations that did not show up in the mechs designed by the favorites of the tournament. They may be more attracted to better-looking mechs as opposed to the machines that looked like semi-finished lumps of metals. The glow of the Pontifical Lance may have already played a role in winning over a stronger Lancer mech pilot. Whatever the case, Vase was a lot more optimistic about his chances. The Pontifical Lance was in the right hands as far as he was concerned. Chapter 3462, Friendly Reminder. The pilot matching process did not last a long time. Once all 94 competition mechs received their respective pilots, a short break ensued in order to prepare for the next phase of the tournament. This gave the mech pilots at least half an hour of time to familiarize themselves with the machines that had won their favor. During this time, the journeymen were allowed to meet with the pilots in order to explain how their mechs worked and how to maximize their advantages. After all, it wouldn't do for the mechs to trip on their feet or misfire their weapons in mid-battle. As Vase moved to the backstage area where all of the mechs and mech pilots were temporarily placed, he briefly studied the profile of the fellow who picked his Lancer mech over the 3 other ones. The difference in strength between all of the mech pilots wasn't that big, but Vase already took a liking for Gregory Halaskar. The man was 37 years old. Though he was younger than many other strong mech pilots, he possessed a sufficient amount of experience and training to propel him to the forefront among his colleagues in the tournament. The man originally grew up from the Galactic Heartland and lived there for most of his life. After graduating from his mech academy, he immediately got accepted into one of the security companies that operated under the umbrella of Husfallen Industries. After years of loyal service, he was randomly invited to become a part of the huge migration wave to the Red Ocean. That was how he ended up in the New Frontier. Though Gregory Halaskar was merely a company grunt, he was still a diligent mech pilot who took his training seriously and kept polishing his skills every day. Though Lancer mech specialists like him didn't have many opportunities to put their abilities to use in actual battles, he had volunteered to take part in numerous mech duels and competitive events like these. He recognized that it was important for him to confront real mechs piloted by actual humans in order to keep his fighting instincts sharp. This was especially important to Lancer mech pilots who were expected to charge straight into the enemy. If they became more hesitant or grew rusty, then they were no good anymore with Lancer mechs. Once Vase understood the background of Gregory Halaskar, he floated upwards and approached the cockpit of his newly made mech. Like any enthusiastic mech pilot, Gregory had immediately entered the cockpit of his chosen mech at the first possible opportunity. "Hello, Mr. Halaskar. Ah, Mr. Larkinson, you've built a fine mech," the man generously praised. "I have to admit that I originally had my eye on a Lancer mech developed by another tournament participant, but this Lancer mech, now that I've come close to it, I was glad I listened to my instincts. Why is this mech making me feel so strange and welcome? That's what I call a glow. It's one of the auxiliary features of my living mechs." "Pardon, what did you just say?" It figured that Gregory would respond like this. There was no reason for a random stranger from the Galactic Heartland to know anything about glows and living mechs. Vase proceeded to give the bewildered mech pilot a crash course on living mechs and glows. He tried to condense his explanations as much as possible, but Gregory still had a lot of questions. "I still don't know why an object like a mech could be alive as you and I." The man scratched his head. "And what do glows have to do with this, anyway?" The continued lack of understanding prompted Vase to smack his palm against his face. "Just interface with your mech and feel it for yourself. I designed the Pontifical Lance with newcomers to living mechs like you in mind. I've added numerous accommodations to this mech that should help you get up to speed on its most important features. Remember that you must treat your mech with respect and that you should be open to its message. I can promise you that you'll be able to show much greater strength in battle as long as you are in sync with your mech." "Is that truly the case?" Vase grinned. "Just trust me on this. My design specialization is metaphysical man-machine symbiosis. I know more than any other mech designer in this tournament on how to bring mech pilots closer to their mechs. Despite Gregory's obvious skepticism, he was willing to give it a shot. In any case, he settled for this specific mech over alternatives because he felt good about it in some indescribable way. A part of him just felt that this machine could give him the recognition that he craved. Company personnel like him generally lived stable and boring lives. Compared to going mercenary or entering into the military, working for the security department of a normal company was a low-risk career. While the probability of dying was much lower to Gregory, the lack of combat and the long days of boring training and guard duty could grind down any mech pilot. It took a great amount of effort for company mech pilots to stay motivated and push their strength further. If they stopped improving after a point, they would probably retire without accomplishing anything significant in their careers. This was why Vase did not have to worry that Gregory would only do a perfunctory job. Every mech pilot in this event wanted to do their best to stand out and receive greater attention from their superiors. Soon enough, the Pontifical Lance came online. The company mech pilot began to receive his first proper introduction to living mechs. This was an incredibly magical experience to someone who had never been exposed to Ves's work before. Wow, I couldn't imagine how a mech can be alive when it isn't a biomech, but now I'm convinced. Vase floated backwards as he sensed his mech reaching out to Gregory Halaskar. The two made tentative contact. The Lancer mech did not overwhelm its mech pilot with everything right away, but instead conveyed its distinctive features one step at a time. This was a fitting approach for a mech designed with the theme of prophetic guidance in mind. The Pontifical Lance was developed with the need to provide active assistance to the mech pilot. So far, so good. Vase could sense that Gregory Halaskar did not reject the entreaties of his own mech. Even though everything he experienced was all new and unexpected, he did not exhibit any serious rejection. Good. As long as there was an opening, any living mech could build a rapport with its own mech pilot. This was a pattern that Vase had witnessed too many times to count. Out of all of his living mechs, the Pontifical Lance was the best at winning over strangers. Vase originally wanted to call his competition mech the Friendly Reminder, but he rejected it because it sounded too cuddly unrelated to battle. If he wanted to attract a strong mech pilot and put him in the right mindset, he needed to give his mech a more ostentatious name that conveyed a certain degree of power. Though Vase was sure he could have come up with something better than Pontifical Lance, it met all of his requirements. Not only did it sound stately and powerful, it also alluded to its religious undertones. As Gregory and many other mech pilots quickly learned what their chosen mechs were capable of, the High Tide tournament finally entered its most exciting phase. The first mechs were being called to enter the transformed arena that had been especially prepared to host multiple matches at the same time. In order to make sure that the High Tide tournament ended in a single day, it was necessary to hold multiple matches at once. One of the consequences of this decision was that the effective space for each duel was a lot less than it could have been. This explained why only 4 of the competition entries were Lancer mechs. The relatively cramped arena spaces were just too limiting towards this mech type. Vase and his other competitors all moved to a special elevated spectating platform in order to see all of the competition mechs in action. 4 different duels started at the same time. At first glance, most of the competition mechs were fairly good in their own way. Vase was not sure if his Lancer mech was able to come out on top against 3 of them. One was another Lancer mech that possessed thicker armor, while the other one was a powerful kinetic gunner that was able to fire strong, obstructive nets. Only one of them caused Vase to feel so much dread that he knew his Lancer mech couldn't stand a chance against this monster. Just look at the Xianxia dance. This light marauder mech is making a complete mockery of the opposing light skirmisher. Although the Zima Fang does possess a surprising amount of mobility for its weight class, the Xianxia is just a bit faster and more agile. That's not the strongest aspect of the Xianxia. Have you noticed how the Zima Fang has attempted to perform risky maneuvers in order to trade blow for blow? While I admire the guts of its mech pilot, each time the Zima Fang's daggers strike against the surface of the Xianxia, the weapons just sink halfway into the surprisingly flexible armor plating before going no further. As expected of a machine designed by Kadian Tivos. Although it might not be obvious due to her decision to develop a light mech, she is actually a defensive specialist. Her expertise in designing semi-fluid armor systems is being put to good use here. While ordinary light mechs are vulnerable against any form of attacks from mechs, the Xianxia is a clear exception. Against any opposing machine without a strong form of attack, this resilient light marauder mech is practically assured of victory. Vase and many other mech designers threw a glance at one of the 6 mech designers standing at the front of this spectating platform. As a centrist, Xianxia possessed a lot more advantages than many of the other journeymen. Vase could already see from the Physion that its design was simply more refined than his own work. However, he was glad to see that its construction was actually rather unremarkable. Though Miss Tivo certainly possessed a great amount of skill in fabrication, she was not as abnormal as Vase when it came to producing a high-quality mech. Does it actually matter? A better design conveyed a lot more obvious strengths to a mech than a good construction. At this level of competition, it was impossible for someone like Xianxia to produce an awful mech. As long as it worked as intended, that was already enough. The first round of matches ended fairly quickly. As expected, there was no suspense in the outcome between the Physion and the Zima Fang. Vase sympathized with the designer of the latter. The Zima Fang not only had the bad luck to match against a mech designed by a centrist, but also happened to fight against another light mech. Confrontations between light mechs often devolved into a contest between speed and other performance parameters. There were very few ways the Zima Fang could have come out on top against such an excellent opponent. If the mech pilot of the Zima Fang was a lot better than the mech pilot of the Physion, then the match might have ended differently. It was too bad that the opposite was the case. The stronger competition mechs were generally paired with the stronger mech pilots. This resulted in a clearer division between the weak and the strong. The high tide tournament was set up in a way that made it less likely for the former to overcome the latter. This was definitely concerning to Vase. He deeply hoped his pontifical lance wouldn't get matched up against another strong opponent. Once the partitioned arenas were cleaned up, the next round of matches were announced. Vase suddenly jerked when he heard the name of his own mech. In the third arena, Vase Larkinson's pontifical lance shall duel against a Reben Saneline's dominant. No, Chapter 3463, the dominant of all of the opponents Vase could match up against, pitting his pontifical lance against the dominant was the worst-case scenario. He possessed plenty of awareness that he was probably not the absolute best mech designer in this tournament. He was too young and his work was too unrefined and low-tech to compete against the better mechs. However, he still held hope that his design philosophy along with his unique methods could make a difference. He recognized that the key to winning against stronger opponents was to substantially increase the relationship between his own mech and its mech pilot. As long as Gregory Halaskar developed a deeper bond with the pontifical lance and drew out more of its power, then it was not impossible for the two to defeat another combination that was stronger on paper. All of this requires time, though. If Vase matched up against one of the 6 dreaded centrist mech designers in the third round of mech duels, then he would have possessed a lot more confidence. Gregory would have piloted the pontifical lance in battle 2 times by then. Each deployment was an extremely valuable experience that would quickly allow him to understand and deepen his trust in his living mech. To start his first match against the equivalent of the main boss of this tournament was extremely unfortunate for both Vase and Gregory. Damn it, why is my luck so awful again? Vase cursed under his breath. It was hard not to feel frustrated at the outcome of the random draw. He briefly suspected that it was rigged. After all, there was a 1.075% chance that his mech would be pitted against the dominance. There was a 6.452% chance that his work would be matched against the work of another powerful mech designer from the galactic center of the Milky Way. Sadly, not everyone was able to avoid calamity. The centrists had to prove their work in some way, and a few unfortunate contestants needed to play the foil. Vase happened to W in the lottery this time. Oh well, at least I can afford a single ugly loss. Vase grew a little less frustrated, but not entirely. He was banking on this scoring rule to build up a buffer for himself. He stood a much better chance of winning this tournament if he had 3 victories under his belt. In that case, his highest 2 scores would count, thereby ignoring any lower score due to an unconvincing win. Now, his margin of error was pretty much wiped out. With 1 certain loss under his belt, he could only hope that Gregory Halaskar would be able to deliver a much better performance against his subsequent 2 opponents. As 8 new competition mechs entered their respective arenas, Vase took a close look at his own mech. The pontifical lance already attracted a lot of appreciation from the audience. It might not be the strongest mech, but it was definitely the most aesthetically pleasing mech. Its pure white coating gave it a sense of purity and holiness that seemed more appropriate for a ceremonial mech or a display model than a fighting machine. The interesting addition of green flourishes that vaguely harkened back to ancient religious symbolism reinforced the impression that this Lancer mech was a holy relic rather than an ordinary competition mech. The excellent craftsmanship of this hastily produced mech further enhanced its visual impact. Although laymen weren't able to explain the difference, the mech insiders could clearly tell that it was made by someone who was highly adept with mech fabrication. "What a beautiful mech," one of the analysts praised the white and green Lancer mech. "I already appreciated its refined construction before, but Vase Larkinson's work truly stands out when compared to the Dominant. Although the latter's design is considerably more advanced, Mr. Larkinson can at least take pride in his ability to fabricate a higher quality mech than Mr. Saneline." The praise was enough to prompt Areb and Saneline to turn around and exchange glances with Vase. Although they only met eyes for a couple of seconds, Vase already experienced a lot of pressure. Strong. The way Mr. Saneline carried himself and the potent spiritual strength he contained in his mind made it clear to Vase that this fellow was truly something else among the rest of the gathered journeymen. It was not a coincidence that his Dominant managed to attract the strongest mech pilot. "He's close to advancing to senior." When Vase compared Saneline's spiritual development to that of various seniors, the gap between them was surprisingly small. Perhaps Saneline only needed to find a way to push through one final bottleneck before his design philosophy evolved to a new height. Becoming a senior around the 50s was not record-breaking, but still impressive and indicative of great potential. The Dominant certainly reflected the work of a highly accomplished mech designer. The offensive night mech was not only well-armored, but possessed a powerful and sophisticated flight system that gave it the speed to match faster mechs. What was even more impressive was that the Dominant also carried a pair of shoulder-mounted positron cannons. Unlike regular energy cannons, these ones were miniaturized. Their short lengths and relatively low profile meant that the Dominant did not become too clunky while carrying them. They also consumed less energy, although that also came at the cost of limiting their firepower. It doesn't matter that much. Vase pretty much understood the design concept of the Dominant. Areb and Saneline envisioned a night mech that could overwhelm any mech up close through superior defense and mobility. Against opponents that were fast enough to stay out of its reach and attacked at range, the Dominant could grind them down by firing steady salvos of positron beams while relying on its formidable defenses to win battles of attrition. This was an excellent winning formula, but one that was difficult to pull off. Only someone as formidable as Saneline could stuff all of the requirements in a single mech in such a short amount of time. As for my own mech, ordinarily, Lancer mechs countered heavily armored targets. As long as they built up enough speed, they could punch through any shield or armor plating. Yet the Dominant was not a regular night mech. It was not only maneuverable enough to evade attacks, but also performed well enough in other parameters. Paired with Hestinia Clays, the overall best mech pilot in the tournament, the mech would certainly make good use of its capabilities. The matches will commence in 30 seconds. Get ready. As the timer counted down, Vase turned his attention back to his own machine. Its lively glow and Ilvain's influence continued to affect Gregory Halaskar as time went by. It was a pity that the mech pilot simply didn't have enough time to fully embrace the less obvious features of his living mech. Trust in your mech. The only hope of achieving a favorable outcome is if you fully submit yourself to its influence. Though Vase gave Gregory numerous reminders, it was always a bit difficult to believe in something without seeing or experiencing it beforehand. Vase just hoped that Gregory was open-minded enough to accept Ilvain's guidance. Everything will be clear within a dozen seconds. Perhaps the Pontifical Lance might be able to perform another charge after its first one failed to do the job, but the Dominant was too powerful to get away with that. This was why Vase did not think he should bother to maintain any expectations after the first charge. 3, 2, 1, fight. 8 different mechs moved into action. While the 3 other mech duels were doubtlessly compelling in their own right, Vase only looked at his own work. As a dedicated Lancer mech specialist, Gregory Halaskar might be confused about the unique properties of a living mech, but he was not ignorant when it came to piloting Lancer mechs. The professional mech pilot quickly set aside all of his doubts and focused on piloting the Pontifical Lance like any other Lancer mech. Accelerate forward. The powerful and oversized thrusters of the Virtus Forza AX-34X flight system blasted into life, causing Pontifical Lance to release 2 enormous jet plumes behind its back. A huge force instantly propelled the Lancer mech forward. If not for the fact that Gregory already performed these maneuvers thousands of times in his career, he might have lost control over his mech, causing it to veer off course or collapse into the floor. Though Gregory did not expect his mech to blast off with so much force, he instantly adjusted his mentality and sought to steer his mech in the right direction. His machine already held and braced its lance in anticipation of driving its extremely tough length right through the armored layers of the dominant. Though Gregory recognized that his opponent was extremely tough, he still invested his confidence in his own skills. His training took over as he rid himself of irrelevant thoughts and focused on the few variables that mattered. My only goal is to drive my lance through your armor. A Lancer mech pilot must never have any doubts during a charge. A Lancer mech pilot must never let the tip of its lance waver. A Lancer mech pilot must never slow down. The distance between the two mechs narrowed rapidly. While the pontifical lance sought to build up as much momentum as possible, the dominant made a different response. xianxia Clays possessed 2 decades worth of piloting experience and did not panic in the face of a potentially devastating charge. It was extremely intimidating for any mech pilot to become the target of a charging Lancer mech. Depending on the mech she piloted, xianxia knew there were only a few correct ways to respond to this acute threat. As a night mech, the dominant's most obvious response was to rely on its formidable defenses and mitigate the incoming attack as much as possible. This was not really a good solution, and mech pilots only resorted to it when they had no other choice. The dominant was not an average night mech, though. It was partially a hybrid mech and also possessed a lot more mobility than other comparable machines. xianxia grinned inside the cockpit. I'm sorry, Gregory, but you've messed with the wrong mech. She only had a short interval of time to make her move due to the pontifical lance's extremely fast approach. Upon hearing the starting signal, she raised the dominant in the air, its own powerful flight system allowing it to blast off from the floor in an instant. Meeting a charge in the air was always better than doing so on the ground. There was an extra direction for her mech to evade the incoming attack. Of course, the dominant also lost its footing as a response, which made it more difficult for it to push itself in another direction. xianxia thought it was fine. As an aerial mech, the dominant's flight capabilities were considerably powerful. As the distance between the two mechs rapidly shrunk to nothing, both mech pilots made their final moves in a split second. The dominant abruptly evaded the incoming spear by flying up and to its left. Though it could have moved away faster if it dropped altitude and let gravity help it out, xianxia bet that her chosen direction would help shake off her opponent's prediction. The only complication she experienced was when the enemy mech somehow caused her to feel a disturbance as it came close. Though the mental interruption briefly threw her off, she was too well trained to allow this kind of distraction to halt her current moves. Just as xianxia thought that her mech would be able to evade the incoming charge attack entirely, the lance that was growing larger in the dominant's sensors continued to stay on track to impale its target. What? It turned out that the pontifical lance had actually adjusted its lance and flight course in the same direction before the dominant even shifted its course. xianxia only had enough time to briefly adjust the angle of her night mech's shield before the pontifical lance struck its thunderous blow. Chapter 3464 Quick Response. Gregory Halaskar piloted many different Lancer mechs in his career. During his time with Hasfallen Industries, he bounced from assignment to assignment. Each time, he arrived at different locations and piloted whatever Lancer mech the site had in stock at the moment. Since Hasfallen Industries was mainly in the business of selling large-scale industrial production equipment, it did not really care about sticking to a single brand or mech designer. Every security department of every local branch of the company maintained a different mech roster. Furthermore, Gregory also polished his skills in simulation training. Though some people treated it was a game, professionals like him piloted virtual mechs as if they were truly real. They fought as if they could only afford a single death in order to make the practice sessions as accurate as possible. He must have piloted over 100 different Lancer mech models in these virtual simulations. Many of them were substantially different from the Lancer mechs he was accustomed to piloting. He found it enjoyable to explore radically different interpretations on Lancer mechs. He had already piloted so many strange Lancer mechs that it took a lot for him to get caught off guard by a new machine. In addition to this, Gregory Halaskar also volunteered himself for events like these. This was not his first time piloting a brand new competition mech on short notice. He was used to learning the traits of new mechs on the fly and dealing with all of the usual quirks and imperfections that hastily designed and hastily built mechs tended to possess. In truth, it took a certain amount of courage for mech pilots to volunteer in mech design tournaments. They were practically playing the role of test pilots for mechs that were likely the shabbiest machines that their makers had ever developed. At least it's exciting. Mech designers are always able to come up with something new. The Pontifical Lance did not incorporate any extreme concepts that radically altered the formula of a Lancer mech, but it was still one of the weirdest mechs he ever piloted. It was only when his Lancer mech took action that Gregory began to have a better idea on what a living mech was actually capable of. Even as he focused his mind on what was important, he could feel his mech was much more responsive than usual. Although the mech didn't overwhelm him with a flood of irrelevant input, he quickly noticed that it was more attentive to the current situation and more accommodating to his current needs. What surprised him a lot was how smart it was. It was as if the mech was driven by a particularly clever AI. Yet unlike the automated systems that he had interacted with in the past, the intelligence of the Pontifical Lance was less harsh and less rigid when it came to sticking with its pre-programmed logic. The mech's responsive intelligence felt a lot more vague but also more organic. Even as his mech rapidly advanced towards the dominant, Gregory Halaskar was pleasantly surprised at how much better it was to pilot the Pontifical Lance. Not only did he feel as if his mech was a willing and eager partner in battle, but there was also something greater inside the mech as well. When this great but distant influence started to nudge Gregory to adjust his attack run upwards and to the side, he only had a brief moment of time to decide whether he should actually follow suit. He originally intended to wait until the dominant made a move before he altered the direction of the Pontifical Lance. However, this was not a good plan against more maneuverable opponents. Faster mechs were able to displace themselves so quickly that any response that Gregory could make would likely be too late to catch up with his opposition. Therefore, if he knew the evasion pattern of his opponent in advance, he would surely be able to inflict a more telling blow. There was no time for him to consider his choice. Lancer mech pilots were trained to make decisions with as few delays as possible because they simply didn't have time to consider all of their choices. It was at this time that he remembered the words of the designer of the Pontifical Lance. Gregory decided to take a leap of faith and listen to the hint provided by his mech. Even before the Pontifical Lance finished adjusting its course, Gregory already realized that he had made the right decision. Xianxia Clays opted to avoid the incoming charge attack by propelling the dominant in an atypical direction. At this moment, there was no more time left for either side to maneuver in any other direction. The huge momentums of their mechs could not be diverted so easily, so they were essentially locked in their respective tracks. The only actions they could still make in this brief instant was to adjust the equipment that they carried. Xianxia opted to change the angle of the shield carried by the dominant. By orienting it at a certain angle, the shield effectively gained additional thickness against an attack coming from a single direction. As for Gregory, he could do little except to slightly change the angle of the spear held by his Lancer mech in order to lessen the chance of a deflection. Crash! The huge collision shocked everyone in the audience as loud crunching noises and various pieces of metal exploded from the point of impact. As everyone became curious how the work of arguably the best mech designer in the tournament fared against an overpowering charge, Vase clenched his hands as he waited for both mechs to appear in view again. Once the spray of loose debris had scattered, his heart lifted. The dominant is wounded. Despite Xianxia's best efforts, her knight mech had not been able to avoid the charge attack entirely. Her opponent's correct prediction of her actions meant that she failed to turn the devastating strike into either a glancing blow or a missed attack. That said, the defensive strength of the dominant along with her last actions allowed Xianxia to avoid a fatal outcome. The lance first struck the shield of the dominant at an angle. While the sloping was not as extreme as it could be, the failure of the lance to strike the shield at a perpendicular angle caused it to encounter more obstruction than usual. Not only that, but the forward motion of the lance also changed in direction. It veered slightly upwards, which meant that as soon as the lance drilled through the shield, it struck the dominant in the shoulder instead of the chest. The consequences of the blow were still huge. The shoulder section collapsed in its entirety, which not only caused the dominant to lose control of the arm holding its partially ruined shield, but also destroyed the positron cannon mounted on that very same shoulder. The visual spectacle of seeing such a huge chunk of a mech blast into ruined pieces was great. The audience certainly feasted on the sight of seeing such a strong knight mech lose a significant amount of mass in an instant. However, the Pontifical Lance did not come out of the attack unscathed. Lancer mechs constantly challenged their limits on how much physical force they could endure. Although they were designed in a way that allowed them to withstand a lot of kinetic energy from the front, the Pontifical Lance's arm and other sections still cracked and deformed due to withstanding a portion of the powerful collision. The only reason why the pontifical lance didn't lose its arm entirely was because the lance snapped off at the base when the force became too great. This was a protective measure that Vase had implemented in the weapon design in order to prevent a charge attack from becoming suicidal. Now that it had lost its primary weapon, the pontifical lance threw away the long but useless hilt and drew out a smaller and shorter spear that was previously mounted on its back. With its remaining forward momentum, the Lancer mech urgently circled around before it collided against the energy shield that confined the mechs in the battle arena. However, even as the Lancer mech sluggishly turned around, the Dominant was already closing in from behind. Though the Dominant suffered serious damage that would have crippled many other mechs, it was a Knight mech that featured a highly robust construction. The damage it suffered to its shoulder was largely confined to this side. As long as its other systems remained intact, it was still in a battle-ready shape. As Hestinia Clays recovered quickly from the serious blow and caused the Dominant to go after its attacker, the Knight mech only displayed a small loss in mobility as the damage to its upper shoulder only inflicted slight damage to its powerful and well-protected flight system. Seeing that the Dominant would never allow the pontifical lance to set up another charge attack, Gregory stopped attempting to build up distance. Instead, he instructed his mech to turn around and clash directly against the opposing Knight mech. "You're a lot more vulnerable without your shield." His chances of outdueling the Dominant was much better than before. The Knight mech not only lost its shield and a limb, but also suffered a major breach in its torso armor. As long as the pontifical lance was able to drive its short spear through this damaged section, the blow would likely cripple the Dominant even further. However, as the two mechs finally closed in and began to exchange blows, the Dominant displayed a degree of agility and fluency that almost fully enabled Hestinia Clays to demonstrate her one-handed swordsmanship skills. The Dominant still retained enough maneuverability to slowly circle around the much more sluggish pontifical lance. While Gregory Halaskar was not a slouch with the spear, his Lancer mech simply wasn't built for this mode of combat. Too slow. After just a dozen seconds, the damaged Dominant managed to fend off the initial barrage of stabs long enough to circle around the rear of the less maneuverable Lancer mech. With just a few well-placed thrusts, the Dominant forcibly disabled the pontifical lance's flight system. Not only that, the Dominant also inflicted serious internal damage to the Lancer mech as it lost control and lost altitude. Moments before the pontifical lance crashed onto the arena floor, a strong field took hold of the mech. The safety systems had engaged, marking the end of this match. The Dominant has secured a victory as expected, but Hestinia Clays certainly had to work for it. The pontifical lance and Gregory Halaskar have fought brilliantly, if I might say so myself. Vase Larkinson may have lost this match, but he has definitely earned my appreciation. Oreban Saneline might have suffered an unlikely loss if Hestinia Clays did not angle the shield of her mech in time. This short but intensive bout shows that the favorites of the High Tide tournament should not rest on their laurels. If the pontifical lance is this strong against the Dominant, how will it fare against the other competition mechs in this tournament? Not every mech can handle a charge attack from such an explosive Lancer mech as calmly as the Dominant. As the commentators praised the performance of the Dominant and the pontifical lance, Vase slowly let out a deep breath. In the end, his mech failed to overcome the opposition. While this was the expected outcome, it still hurt a lot to see his Lancer mech getting defeated with such ease. The Dominant was simply too strong. At least I should get a good amount of points. Vase had taken a look at the scoring system used by the High Tide tournament. The complex formulas took a lot of different variables into account. For example, the stronger the opposition, the higher the score. My mech also inflicted a lot of damage before it went down. The serious blow inflicted on the Dominant should deliver Vase a hefty amount of points. Yet Vase did not think it was enough. The best way for a competition mech to score a lot of points was to secure a win. Chapter 3465, Lighthouse Keeper. In order to keep the competition fair, the mech designers weren't allowed to go backstage and attend to their damaged mechs right away. They all had to stay in the same spectating platform until all 94 mechs had their turn. Soon enough, 47 different mech duels came to a conclusion. Many mechs earned their moment of glory in the field. Many mech pilots began to blame themselves for failing to overcome their opponents. Many mech designers tempered their emotions after they reminded themselves their work still had to go through 2 more matches. Once the announcer finally declared a break, the mech designers quickly moved to the rear in order to supervise the repair work and confer with their designated mech pilots. When Vase finally arrived in front of his pontifical lance, he noticed that it was almost restored to its previous condition. Husqvarna Industries sold more than superfabs. The company also developed a diverse array of repair devices and restoration systems that could quickly bring any damaged frame back to a fully functional state. Of course, not everything could be returned back to peak condition. Certain phenomena such as fatigue and other forms of wear and tear were notoriously difficult to fix. It was completely unnecessary for Husqvarna Industries to bring out the big guns and expend an enormous amount of money just to repair a bunch of short-lived competition mechs. Besides, how well these machines were able to pick themselves back up after suffering heavy damage was one of the ways mech designers distinguished themselves from each other. The design of the mech, the choice in materials and how well it was put together all influenced the repairability of a machine. The Pontifical Lance performed well in this regard. Although Vase observed numerous faults caused by inflexible programming, he could still iron out most of the wrinkles before the next round commenced. While he began to take over manual control over these sophisticated repair systems, the mech pilot of the Pontifical Lance approached with a somber expression. "You don't have to feel sorry about your loss," Vase calmly replied before the man could explain his defeat. "Both of us have gone through our fair share of duels and competitions. Losing is part of the game. I have little fault in how you fought against the dominant. That mech is just so strong that it still retained most of its battle effectiveness after losing its entire shoulder." His preemptive words put Gregory Halaskar at ease. The mech pilot had encountered mech designers who responded to losses in a much more ugly fashion. When a lot of pride and winnings were at stake, it was quite possible for people to lose their cool. Fortunately, despite his relatively young age, Vase was able to accept the reality of this outcome without a fuss. That spoke well for their future chances. Since they didn't have to go through the complicated dance of moving past their earlier loss, Gregory quickly reoriented his thoughts towards his next bout. "You've seen me pilot your mech earlier. What did I do right and what do I need to change?" "I'm quite satisfied with the way you handled yourself," Vase responded with a smile even as he continued to fix his work. "You're a skilled and seasoned Lancer mech pilot and that is what I need the most." At its base, the Pontifical Lance doesn't attempt to reinvent the concept of a Lancer mech. Just piloting it like the other machines you are familiar with is already good. The only issue that I want you to work upon is to actively cooperate with your living mech. Explain, please. You've already piloted the Pontifical Lance, so you should know it is more than a cold, logic-driven machine. From what I've been able to see, you accepted a suggestion from your mech. Has that decision paid off for you, Gregory? The man nodded. "I kept your words in mind and took the hint seriously, even if I can't figure out whether it is actually right. Although I can't say I'm completely convinced, I'm willing to put my trust in my mech again in the next match." Vase briefly paused his repair work in order to turn around and face the mech pilot in the eyes. "You need to do more than passively accept the input of your Lancer mech. You need to work as an actual team. Think about all of the times you fought alongside fellow battle comrades. It's rarely the case that one of you takes the lead while the rest simply does nothing except when receiving explicit instructions. The Pontifical Lance still has untapped potential. What is limiting it from displaying its full capabilities is your lack of initiative. Embrace your mech, open yourself up to it, trust in its guidance, and it shall lead you to victory. Do you understand?" "I think so. I'll do better. I will not taste defeat again." "That's the spirit. Now hop back in your cockpit. Your mech is almost ready for the second round." Once the break was over, the mech designers all moved back to the spectating platform again. The second round commenced with 4 fresh duels. Though Vase appreciated the sight of all of these unique competition mechs showing off their distinctive features, he was mostly waiting for his work to enter the arena again. He didn't have to wait too long. After the arenas were all cleaned up after hosting a couple of thrilling bouts, the announcer finally mentioned a familiar name. In the 4th arena, will Vase Larkinson's Pontifical Lance succeed in demolishing its foe in a single charge, or will Marika Safi's Lighthouse Keeper be able to hold its ground? Vase widened his eyes. The Lighthouse Keeper was another night mech. However, unlike the dominant, the Lighthouse Keeper adopted a radically different battle approach. Part of it was because Marika Safi wasn't as good as a Rebin Saneline. There was only so much Marik could put into his Lighthouse Keeper, so he made a difficult choice to forego integrating a flight system in the design. By skipping this demanding element, the Lighthouse Keeper was actually considerably more resilient than the dominant. Even if its design wasn't as sophisticated, all of that extra capacity went into strengthening its defenses even further. In order to make sure that the lighthouse keeper was able to defeat opponents that could easily evade its sword, Marek Asafi opted to pair his night mech with deployable turrets. Is that even allowed? Vase briefly wondered. If Mr. Asafi broke the rules, then the lighthouse keeper would have never been allowed to fight in the first round. Evidently there was no problem with pairing a night mech with detachable systems. Still, it was not as if these turrets came without a cost. Their existence ate into the design budget of the lighthouse keeper, making it so that Asafi could not stuff the frame of the mech with as much high-quality goodies. In order to compensate for this shortcoming, Asafi chose to cover his lighthouse keeper with thicker and heavier layers of more affordable armor plating. The downside was that the lighthouse keeper was so fat and heavy that it could barely jog on the ground. Its mobility was so terrible that it could not win any matches without relying on its turrets to force the enemy into action. Vase couldn't hold in his grin. One night mech was different from another night mech. While the dominant was so advanced that it broke the conventional rules, the lighthouse keeper embraced its archetype to an even greater degree. Sure, it performed well when it was matched up against an opponent that couldn't handle its strategy. He recalled that the lighthouse keeper fought against a rifleman mech in the first round. Even though the ranged mech was much faster and possessed serious firepower, its powerful kinetic rifle experienced considerable difficulties in penetrating the shield and armor of the lighthouse keeper. Meanwhile, Arno's Gullivan took over manual control over the 3 anchored ground turrets. While his marksmanship was not fantastic, he was still able to wear down the rifleman mech a lot faster. In short, the lighthouse keeper fares best against ranged mechs and lighter mechs. Unfortunately, a lancer mech loved to attack large and relatively immobile targets. The lighthouse keeper definitely qualified. I've finally received compensation from my earlier matchup. Vase sighed. He couldn't relax completely though. As the pontifical lance and the lighthouse keeper took their places, Vase analyzed the ways in which the latter could hold its own against the current threat. The lighthouse keeper is as slow as a turtle but also as tough as one. It's not an offensive night mech like the dominant, so it should be able to endure a charge attack fairly well depending on where the lance strikes the mech. The gun turrets were another source of concern. While their caliber weren't especially great, the 2 kinetic turrets and single energy turret were able to spit out constant attacks that could damage the pontifical lance's numerous systems. Although Vase made sure to reinforce the frontal armor of the pontifical lance as much as he could get away with, its side and rear protection were quite inadequate. My lancer mech has to take out its target in a single strike. If the pontifical lance only managed to strike a glancing blow, then the turrets could easily capitalize on the situation by firing its guns at the unprotected rear of the retreating lancer mech. Due to the pontifical lance's remaining momentum from its charge, it would definitely experience a lot of difficulty in turning itself around. As long as it exposed its vulnerable rear to turrets for a significant amount of time, its large flight system could easily suffer serious damage. The only way to prevent this potential disaster was to finish off the lighthouse keeper in a single charge. Trust in your mech, Vase whispered. As the countdown almost reached 0, Gregory Halaskar had adopted a different attitude towards his mech. He knew a bit better on what to expect from the pontifical lance. Although it still made him feel strange in several ways, he was more willing to accept its oddities despite his initial reluctance to do so. His trust in it had already been rewarded once, so he saw little harm in doing it again. Please work with me, help me find a way to nail this night mech. A subtle form of communication ensued. Gregory's willingness to open himself up to his mech caused the latter to reciprocate. The relationship between the two deepened, especially when Gregory also opened himself up to the attitudes of the Ilvanan faith. The matches finally commenced. The pontifical lance surged forth with even greater certainty and decisiveness than before. Immediately, the advancing lancer mech endured a torrent of fire. The lighthouse keeper had already deployed its 3 turrets. Though their calibers weren't particularly great, they still hit hard enough for the pontifical lance's frontal armor to endure moderate pressure. Vase knew it was a dream to expect his lancer mech to go down that easily. Gregory did not sway his flight that much, partially because he accelerated too fast for him to perform any true evasive maneuvers but mostly because it was unnecessary to defend himself in this way. With the speed of the pontifical lance, the turrets could never down it before it completed its attack run. Almost there. As the lancer mech rapidly closed in on the bracing lighthouse keeper, it faintly adjusted its course a second before impact. Though Gregory thought he didn't need to rely on any guidance to hit a stationary night mech that was rooted to the floor, he accepted the suggestions from his mech anyway and did so without displaying any reticence. As a consequence, his lance struck the center of the lighthouse keeper's angled shield. Even though this was the strongest and most solid portion of the Knight Mech's defensive equipment, the momentum of the pontifical lance was just too great. Not only did its lance pierce right through this thick barrier like a hot knife through butter, it also went on to pierce through the arm holding the shield before driving straight into the abdomen that was just below the upper chest. The lance just happened to avoid the thickest chest armor of the lighthouse keeper and instead drove through a relatively thinner and lighter portion of the Knight Mech's frontal armor. It continued to spear through until it smashed through numerous important systems, the most serious of which were the energy conduits that provided power to the mech engine. Not only did the charge attack manage to sever the main energy channel, it also inflicted enough damage to both of the backup channels, thereby negating the redundancy that Marika Safi had added to his hefty Knight Mech. Once the lance finally broke off and the pontifical lance rapidly drifted past, the heavily damaged lighthouse keeper stepped backwards due to the enormous force it endured before it began to trip as its legs no longer received any power. The arena's safety systems soon engaged in order to prevent the lighthouse keeper and Arnos Gullivan, its shaken mech pilot, from suffering any further damage. As for the pontifical lance, the mech only suffered a single volley of attacks on its vulnerable rear before the turrets were forcibly shut down before they could fire again. The match had already concluded at that time. Victory for Vase Larkinson and the pontifical lance. This time, its weapon has struck true. Chapter 3466. First spotlight. The pontifical lance finally displayed its great might. In its previous battle against the dominant, it had already shown great promise by inflicting serious damage against a superior mech. The fact that the repaired dominant went on to utterly crush its opponent in the second round shone an even brighter light on the pontifical lance. This time, the Lancer mech designed by a previously inconspicuous mech designer from the Galactic Rim utterly crushed its foe within a dozen seconds. Although this display lasted too short compared to other spectacular battles, the way in which the pontifical lance pierced straight through the defenses of the lighthouse keeper was still impressive in its own right. The more knowledgeable and technical-minded audience truly appreciated the pontifical lance at this time. Although conventional wisdom stated that a Lancer mech should easily be able to take out a Knight mech, this rule generally applied on the battlefield. A different set of rules applied to arena settings. In a fairly cramped space like this, it was absolutely difficult for a Lancer mech to build up enough momentum. There simply wasn't enough space within the arena boundaries for mechs to accelerate for a longer period of time. This was also why mech designers rarely chose to design a Lancer mech in these situations. This was what made the pontifical lance so remarkable to those who understood mechs. Vase had taken a huge gamble and designed a mech that maximized the strength of its first strike. If the pontifical lance missed or botched its charge attack, it was practically dead. This was such an extreme approach that not many mech designers would have been willing to take the same route. Vase earned a lot of respect for being one of the few people in the tournament to not only choose this strategy but succeed in making it work. Now that Vase truly entered the spotlight, the expert commentators finally bothered to access his profile. What they discovered was fairly impressive. What is this? What's the matter? Mr. Vase Larkinson actually has a colorful record. I won't say much about his battle exploits, but his design accomplishments alone are impressive. He is not only a technological contributor, if only a minor one, but also has 5 masterwork certificates under his name. Shocked sounds spread throughout the audience when they heard this. A lot of people, especially those who bought tickets to the High Tide tournament, understood the magnitude of having masterwork certificates. Did you access the right record? Perhaps you've mistakenly stumbled upon the record of a master mech designer with the same name. It was stupid to question the earlier statement. People at this level would never mistake someone's identity. The woman who expressed her doubt was mainly playing an act. The record comes directly from the MTA's database, and I have confirmed multiple times that it is tied to the designer of the pontifical lance. There should be no doubt. The records maintained by the MTA were always completely accurate. Good and truthful recordkeeping had always been one of the customs that humanity relied upon to remain enlightened and prevent lies and distortions from taking over the narrative. Once the people accepted that the record was true, a brief discussion ensued about how Vase was able to make this accomplishment. If you dig a little deeper, you will notice that Mr. Larkinson has collaborated closely with a master mech designer of MTA. That is the likely explanation why he, his wife and his fellow colleagues have managed to collect so many masterwork certificates at a young age. Master Willix must be a generous mentor to them if she is willing to pave the way for them to gain this accomplishment at the journeyman level. There was a note of condescension in the older man's voice. Obviously, he smelled something fishy about this arrangement. It was beneath a master to handhold a bunch of journeymen to such an extent that she even engineered a couple of design projects to create fake masterwork mech designers. This deliberately incendiary remark received a strong rebuke from the other commentators. The Mech Trade Association has established a rigid set of rules when it comes to recognizing a mech designer's contributions to the formation of a masterwork mech. While I am not allowed to get into this topic too deeply, powerful mech designers have a way of understanding the truth of how a mech is made. Not only that, but masterwork mechs are never inspected by a single person. Multiple people always come and study them up close precisely to avoid the appearance of favoritism. Any judgment that is good enough to be put on record is reliable beyond doubt. That said, it is still unlikely for Mr. Larkinson and his fellow work partners to be able to fabricate a masterwork mech by themselves. This Master Willix must have still given them a pivotal boost. I estimate that she did at least 90% of the heavy lifting, leaving leeches like Mr. Larkinson to take care of the remaining 10%. That should barely earn him a masterwork certificate. Then why is her name not credited for any of the masterwork mechs that Mr. Larkinson has made? Surely a master of her stature would never deliberately engage in deceptive practices. Besides, if you read up on his earlier masterwork certificates, you will realize that he and his partner have managed to create masterwork mechs purely based on their designs. I think the truth is obvious to us now. Mr. Larkinson possesses an excellent talent in craftsmanship. Just look at the pontifical lance. Despite his lack of experience with working with superfabs and the short amount of time allotted to him, he has managed to fabricate a high-quality mech based on a flawed and rushed design. No other mech designer in this tournament has been able to equal him, though Mr. Emists has also shown a respectable amount of skill. Michael Arvin Emists is almost 3 times older than Vase Larkinson. Many mech designers are able to polish their craftsmanship to this extent with that much time on their hands. Even then, Mr. Larkinson is still able to exceed this older gentleman. The controversial discussion continued on for a couple of minutes. The commentators completely forgot about the other tournament participants for a moment as Ves's remarkable record had temporarily stolen the show. Vase merely smiled as this went on. No matter whether people believed his abilities or not, all of this exposure directed a lot of attention towards him. No matter what else happened in this tournament, he already fulfilled one of his objectives. The attitudes of the other mech designers around him had changed. Though they were all confident in their own design capabilities, they had to admit they could not even come close to amassing 5 masterwork certificates, especially at his relatively young age. Although Vase didn't like to attract unwelcome attention towards him, he also recognized the benefits of fame. He relied on it extensively to open doors and make people listen back in the galactic rim. Now that he had relocated to the Red Ocean, his fame and notoriety had plummeted to zero. Vase knew he had to start building up his reputation again, but it was much harder to do so when the new frontier attracted so many notable talents. Fortunately, Vase could at least transfer a few of his older accomplishments over to this new locale. Masterwork certificates were universally recognized due to the prestige of the MTA. Vase actually wanted to be known for his living mechs, but that was a bit harder to accomplish under the current circumstances. He would take what he could get, and showing off his masterwork certificates was the easiest way to get the mech community to take him seriously. Arebin Saneline even took the initiative to approach Vase. The middle-aged mech designer stretched out his hand. I did not realize your fabrication accomplishments exceed your design feats. It's not that big of a deal. We are mech designers, not factory workers. Your dominant design is a true masterpiece in my eyes. Vase responded as he reached out with his own arm. The two briefly shook hands. You don't need to be modest, Mr. Larkinson, the centrist said. My mentor has taught me that the best mech designers cannot go far if they become too detached to the art of making mechs. You are already a few steps ahead of the rest of us and you're still so young. As long as your design ability catches up to my current level, I have no doubt that my dominant will stand no chance against your exquisite mech. Vase chuckled. That's a future matter. Right now, I am still in the process of tempering my design philosophy. How did you manage to create so many masterwork certificates? I can't really explain it, Mr. Saneline. People say that I have a talent for it. I guess this is true. I have always been passionate about the practical side of mechs. This is especially the case when my life and my future depends on how well my mechs are able to defeat the opposition. Half of what Vase said was nonsense. There was no way that he was willing to share any secrets, particularly those related to Vulcan. Still, he did not blow Mr. Saneline off but acted friendly and generous enough to leave a friendly impression. Not just Saneline, but many other mech designers on the same spectating platform revised their opinions on this previously unremarkable mech designer from the Galactic Rim. Aware of the attention that he was getting, Vase deliberately ramped up his charm, not hesitating to employ a couple of spiritual tricks to make himself appear more friendly and approachable. After Saneline tentatively satisfied his curiosity, he soon returned to his own circle. The man didn't seem interested in deepening his relationship with Vase, but that was fine. Time passed by until the second round of tournaments had concluded. Vase put his thoughts about making new contacts aside and turned his attention back to maximizing his chances for the third and final round of the fighting phase. No matter what, Vase had to make sure his pontifical lance won the next match, and in such an overwhelming fashion that he was guaranteed a high score. I still have a chance of getting into the top 3. He did not intend to return home without obtaining at least a single combat carrier. Unfortunately, he had to climb over at least 91 other tournament participants in order to complete this goal. As long as my pontifical lance matches up against the right mech, this can still be done. Not even the centrists can necessarily make it to the top. Although the 6 mech designers from the Galactic Center were the clear favorites this time, even their mechs experienced difficulties in defeating other tough opponents. For example, when the dominant managed to defeat the pontifical lance, the fact that it sustained severe damage in the match took away a lot of points. Its victory was less convincing than it could have been. I can't rely solely on the stumbles of other people. I need to make sure my pontifical lance is absolutely able to smash its third opponent. When Vase reached the backstage, he met with Gregory Halaskar again. This time, the Lancer mech pilot looked a lot more contemplative towards the pontifical lance. Good job, Gregory. Thank you, sir. I truly wished to showcase your work in a better light. Both my mech and I have managed to pull it off this time. It's good that you recognize the pontifical lance as an equal partner. The mech will respond more readily to you as you deepen your trust in it. For your last match, I hope you can deepen your connection with your mech even further. How can I do that? I've already gone as deep as I can in the last match. I can't even imagine how I can go deeper. Vase smirked. I have a few ideas. Chapter 3467. Pumping up. Before this point, Vase had been trying to ease Gregory Halaskar into the world of living mechs. As someone who had gone through multiple mastery experiences and interacted with lots of mech pilots throughout his career, Vase knew that their capacity to embrace new concepts was limited. Mech pilots were rather contradictory creatures in his eyes. On one hand, the well-trained and more experienced individuals among them were able to cope with various difficult and unexpected situations on the battlefield. Whether it was fighting while outnumbered or responding to a sudden ambush, as long as they were willing to do their duty, they could put up a stiff resistance regardless of the odds. On the other hand, mech pilots often experienced difficulties in getting used to changes outside the battlefield. They were especially sensitive towards anything that had to do with the mechs they piloted. Since they entrusted their lives and future to their machines, they often had a tendency to stick with what worked. Even if radical innovations promised to increase their battle effectiveness by a huge margin, they still reacted with wariness and hesitation towards any changes outside of their understanding. Though Vase didn't think that Gregory was a close-minded mech pilot, there was no need to push him to his breaking point. However, after fighting 2 matches with the pontifical lance, Gregory should have made significant progress in adapting to his living mech. The man's performance against the lighthouse keeper showed that he had already surpassed a certain threshold. This gave Vase the confidence to implement additional measures. I'm not sure if the last mech you will have to fight against will be close to the dominant or the lighthouse keeper in strength, but we need to make sure that you are equipped to defeat any opponent. Vase told the mech pilot. This is why I want to take the opportunity to strengthen the pontifical lance even further. Is that even possible, sir? You don't have access to a Korok Alpha Ka-35 this time. It's too late to fabricate additional parts. What I want to do won't require any physical modifications. Vase shook his head. Just wait. The first step won't take long. He approached his pontifical lance that had only suffered light damage that was easily repairable this time. He placed his palm against the exterior of the Lancer mech and began to enhance its spiritual foundation with Ilvain's assistance. The design spirit was doing better these days, but the spiritual feedback he received was still on the lower end. That said, Ilvain did not hesitate to donate a portion of his strength to enhance the pontifical lance in a vague and indescribable fashion. Since the pontifical lance did not incorporate any prime materials, it could not be pumped with an excessive amount of spiritual energy. Vase didn't even want to go that far because it was way too attention-grabbing and exerted too much strain on low-ranking mech pilots. He briefly glanced towards Gregory and confirmed that he was a typical spiritually dim mech pilot. Although Gregory possessed no talent as far as spirituality went, that also meant he was relatively insensitive towards spiritual pressure. Vase chose to continue pumping up the pontifical lance until its spiritual foundation had reached a degree that people like Gregory could somewhat tolerate. That corresponded to around 50 Vase, which was enough to be discomforting if the relationship between mech and mech pilot wasn't good. Although Vase could technically make his mech more powerful, it was too risky to do so. Any mistake could easily lead the mech to dealing serious mental damage to Gregory, and that would pretty much ruin everything. There was no better way for a mech designer to turn himself into a pariah by harming his own clients. In any case, Gregory Halaskar was still a novice when it came to dealing with living mechs, so piloting a mech with 50 Vase was more than enough for his needs at the moment. Even though the mech pilot lacked spiritual sensitivity, he was able to feel that the mech he piloted had changed in some way. "What did you do?" he asked when Vase was done with this step. "Nothing much. I just fine-tuned its most distinctive trait. Once you pilot your mech again, you will find out that your partner has grown much stronger than before. Don't be afraid. The mech is your friend and can lend you even greater strength than before." Enhancing the spiritual foundation of the pontifical lance mainly provided it with greater growth potential, but this was a relatively useless benefit in this context. What Vase mainly cared about was boosting its overall living qualities even further. Ilvain was able to channel his strength through the mech to a stronger degree, especially when he was the source of the strengthening. Vase continued to tweak the pontifical lance's spiritual design in the time that he had left. He did not make any drastic changes or add any new features. Instead, he worked on altering or improving several details. The pontifical lance has become stronger now, so it is absolutely essential that you remain in sync with it. He explained to Gregory, "The consequences of clashing with your own machine are much greater this time. The Lancer mech may be a little more overbearing this time, but remember that its main goal is to seek a path towards victory. You must trust its judgment. It's best if you surrender to it entirely." That was all he could say before the third round was about to commence. Vase and the other mech designers moved to the familiar spectating platform. The third and final round would decide everything. A good win could propel them into the top 10 while a defeat might sink their chances. It was already clear that a few contestants did not care too much about this round at all. Their mechs had already achieved 2 easy wins. A third victory might grant them a better score, but this was merely icing on the cake. There were also mech designers whose works lost twice. The weakness of their machines couldn't be hidden and there was no way they could break into the upper ranks with only one good score. The people who were most nervous about this stage of the tournament were mech designers like Vase. With 1 victory and 1 defeat in their name, they had no buffer to fall back upon if their mech lost another match. "I can't lose again." Surprisingly enough, most of the audience were still present. Although a proportion of them had left because they were unable or unwilling to witness an event for so many hours, there were still plenty of people who wanted to witness the final outcome of this tournament. Michael yawned. "I'm excited to see the pontifical lance in action one more time, but I wished we didn't have to wait so long." Meow. Lucky yawned with him as well as the cat rested on the young man's lap. Rennie shook her head at Michael. "I'm the opposite from you. I haven't seen enough at all. Our clan patriarch only designed his mech in 9 hours. That's way too short. There are other brilliant mech designers here who have taught a few lessons as well." Maisie Ann concurred. "We should attend a longer design tournament next time." "Which mech will the pontifical lance fight against next?" Xanthar asked. "I don't know. We'll find out soon enough, I guess. Let's keep track of every good mech that enters the arena. If they show up before the pontifical lance, that means they're not going to be a threat." The 4 Larkinson seeds kept note of the mechs that entered the arena in batches of 8. They all felt a little more relieved when powerful machines such as those designed by the centrists or particularly old mech designers like Michael Arvin Emists fought their third matches. Previously, the pontifical lance didn't have to wait long before it was called to the arena. That didn't happen this time. More than half of the competition mechs had fought their third bouts, but the Lancer mech still had to wait in the back. It was only until their Were about 24 competition mechs left that the Pontifical Lance was finally called to demonstrate its might for the last time. And now, in the first arena, the magnificent Pontifical Lance designed by Vase Larkinson shall face its greatest challenge yet. The swift and tough Physion designed by Kadian Tivos must do its best to avoid getting impaled. What? Vase blurted out. How could this happen? The odds that he would match up against a centrist was already small. He never expected that he would have to pit his work against the mech developed by another powerful mech designer from the Galactic Center. This random draw was ridiculous. Vase briefly suspected that the matching procedure had been rigged, but he quickly dismissed this ridiculous idea. The Mech Trade Association governed every tournament that took place in the Vullet Central Star Node. Their presence was ubiquitous and there was no way the Mechers would ever sully the sanctity of a design tournament by tampering with the algorithms that determined the matchups. Besides, if Vase voiced this stupid notion in public, he would quickly get on the bad side of a lot of people. This matchup has already been announced, so it's useless for me to linger over it. There is nothing I can do that can make this better. He just suffered a spell of bad luck, that was all. Just because the chance of facing off against two centrists was almost zero didn't mean it was non-existent. I need to learn some of Hovey's mojo. He probably has a way of avoiding low probability events like these. Vase muttered under his breath. Some of the mech designers around him were already shaking their heads in sympathy. Against a big and sluggish mech, the Pontifical Lance only had to drive its lance forward as hard as possible. Against a light skirmisher, it was seriously doubtful whether the Lancer mech could even come close to such an agile machine. What was worse was that the Physion was unquestionably the best light mech in the tournament. Just like the Dominant, it was strong in multiple aspects. First, its mobility ranked close to the top. Where there was an even faster light mech in the tournament, the Physion possessed an additional crucial advantage. Kadian Tivos wasn't actually a light mech specialist. Instead, she excelled in defensive systems. She adopted a special armor system to the Physion that caused its exterior to exhibit some of the properties of non-Newtonian fluids. To put it simply, the Physion's armor resembled glue. It was lightweight but responded remarkably effectively against different damage types. By combining superior mobility with superior defense, the Physion turned into a marauder mech that could easily outlast most opponents without ever incurring any greater risks. The Physion already won 2 crushing victories, but that didn't mean that its mech pilot was willing to take it easy. There was still a chance for Kadian to reach a higher ranking by exceeding one of her existing scores. It just so happened that light mechs were natural counters to Lancer mechs. As long as the Physion took advantage of this dynamic, it could easily achieve a crushing victory. That said, the Pontifical Lance was still a formidable machine in its own right. If the Physion made one mistake, the Lancer mech could capitalize on it with devastating effectiveness. Due to the earlier spotline that had shown on Vase, the female mech designer briefly spoke with her rival. May the best mech win. May the best mech and mech pilot win. Vase politely responded. 2 different mechs gathered in the first arena. The contrast between the 2 machines attracted a lot of attention from the audience. The Pontifical Lance was hefty and looked as if it contained a lot of raw might. The Physion was light and airy in a way that made it seem untouchable. Soon enough, one would eliminate the other. Chapter 3468, Who is the pilot? Gregory Halaskar felt as if he piloted a different mech this time. Though the Pontifical Lance was still recognizable to him, the mech had become a lot stronger than he was able to conceive. Is this what a true living mech is like? He wondered. Piloting it was truly a unique and unforgettable experience. He could not even begin to explain how a mech designer was able to transform a simple mech into something so counterintuitive. Whereas the previous Pontifical Lance was mostly a mech with a slightly intelligent personality, the current incarnation was a machine that possessed a second influence that was driven towards achieving both victory and mutual understanding. Now that the Pontifical Lance had grown stronger, it began to push at Gregory with greater strength. He began to receive vague notions about prophecies, aliens and ascension. Although much of it was too convoluted for him to understand, he managed to get the gist of what his mech expected from him. It was trying to convert him to some strange faith. A part of him rejected this impulse. He was a secularist and never turned to faith in his life. However, after piloting the Pontifical Lance several times, he became a little more open-minded towards the ideas of his mech. Since it had already proven itself worthy of trust several times, was it worthwhile for him to embrace what the mech was selling to him right now? As Gregory struggled with this question, he soon received word of his next opponent. The Xianxia. He had paid plenty of attention to the other mechs in the tournament, particularly those that everyone bet upon. The Xianxia was one of the 6 mechs developed by the tournament favorites, and it showed. Although Gregory did not know anything about the weird armor system of the Xianxia, he at least found out that it was a lot harder to inflict damage onto this light mech than normal. No armor system is invincible. There should be limits to how tough a second-class mech can be. He quickly corrected his mindset. A good lance should still pierce through this stuff. As a mech pilot, he was familiar with the concept that a thin and sharp object could puncture through a lot of hard substances. Even if the latter looked formidable, much of its considerable mass and features simply didn't play much of a role when all of the damage was concentrated on a single point. Lancer mechs excel at delivering a sharp and penetrating attack. The only issue is actually getting my lance to hit the Xianxia. The commentators held the same thoughts as well. What a pity. The pontifical lance already struggled with the dominant, but now it has to face the mech it least wishes to confront. This duel is already over before it has started. Perhaps the pontifical lance can still grasp a chance of victory against a knight mech, but a light mech is something else. The Xianxia will never give the lancer mech a chance to run it down. Elos Nedux may not rank higher than Hestinia Clays, but he is a mech pilot of the same caliber. With an excellent light mech specialist such as Mr. Nedux at the helm, the Xianxia will certainly adopt the wisest strategy by foregoing its sword and instead rely on its carbine to whittle down the pontifical lance from a distance. Anyone with a basic understanding of mechs could see how this matchup would probably end. The pontifical lance would blast forward with great power at the start, only to miss the Xianxia as the latter easily swept far to the side. Once the initial charge failed, the Xianxia would never give the pontifical lance a second attempt. It would likely utilize its superior mobility to stick behind the lancer mech and pepper its vulnerable rear with constant shots from its carbine. Even if the weapon was fairly weak and light, it was still able to inflict enough damage to clip the pontifical lance's wings. The Xianxia did not even need to rely on its unorthodox armor system to defeat a lancer mech in this case. If most of the audience could figure out this sequence of events, so did Gregory. As the mech pilot mechanically moved the pontifical lance in position, he already began to imagine his defeat. This isn't fair. The dominant was arguably the most powerful mech in the tournament and the Xianxia was not that far behind. Not only that, but he also knew the opposing mech pilot quite well. Elos Nedux was the best light mech pilot out of their group and was known to be quite steady. The countdown started. Time was running out and Gregory quickly had to come up with a means to find an opportunity to avoid his near-certain defeat. It was at this time that the pontifical lance pressed upon him a lot harder than before. Though his living mech had already grown considerably stronger, it had mostly stuck to its friendly posture. All of that had abruptly changed. Now that it became clear that the pontifical lance was facing the toughest opponent in the tournament, it became a lot more insistent about gaining Gregory's complete cooperation for their third bout. Though Gregory did not experience excruciating strain, he still became distracted by the considerable pressure exerted by his own mech. "What do you want? Why are you doing this?" he asked. The answer quickly became clear. The lancer mech was no longer content with being patient. It did not just seek his cooperation. It wanted his submission, surrender. A part of Gregory Halaskar was frightened and repelled by the thought. Just like any mech pilot, he heard plenty of horror stories of how improperly designed and built mechs somehow ruined the lives of their users as soon as they gained dominance in a fashion. Whether it was insidious brainwashing or destructive overloads, mech pilots always needed to be wary about any mech they interfaced. As long as they crossed a certain line, it simply wasn't worth it to pilot them anymore. Yet, even as the pontifical lance became more pushy about obtaining Gregory's complete submission, he could sense that it did not have any ill intent in mind. The mech just wanted to achieve victory, just like him. The pontifical lance just thought that it needed Gregory to become completely open to the mech's input. The words from the mech designer repeated in his mind. Should Gregory ignore conventional wisdom and put his faith in his mech? Though he was initially resistant to this idea, when he looked at the Xianxia that was just raring to defeat the pontifical lance, he became unwilling to hand himself on platter. Elos Nedux wanted to win so that he could earn greater rewards and promotion opportunities from Hesfallen Industries. So did Gregory Halaskar. Ever since he was lucky enough to be randomly assigned to Red Ocean, he became aware that he gained an opportunity to transform his previously lackluster career. As long as he performed brilliantly enough today, he could finally obtain greater opportunities. Still, how could he do so while relying on his own abilities? Just one look at the Physion was enough to dispel his hope. If that's the case, maybe my mech has a solution. The pontifical lance certainly thought that it had an opportunity. The mech radiated a sense of certainty that was so absolute that Gregory couldn't help but regain some hope. Even though it was not smart of him to depend so much on his mech, there was no better solution in sight. Alright, you win. I'll trust you again since you're so good. As the clock continued to count down, Gregory put down his entire guard and embraced his mech even deeper than before. The mech thrust so much of itself into his mind that he couldn't really make sense of it all. That obviously didn't bother the pontifical lance. Whatever it was doing, the bond between them continued to grow stronger. At this stage, Gregory was no longer sober enough to pilot his mech with full control. There was so much jumbled data in his mind that he could barely maintain awareness of his current situation. The match will begin in 5 seconds. Yet the powerful living mech never wavered. As soon as the count reached 0, both Gregory and the pontifical lance willed themselves forward at the same time. All of Gregory's doubts abruptly disappeared this time. He suddenly noticed that he had entered an abnormal state of mind where he was the mech and the mech was him. The boundaries between them had blurred to an extent, yet what he was experiencing right now was absolutely wonderful. Normally, whenever mech pilots interfaced with their machines, the former definitely held dominion over the latter. This was a long-standing paradigm in the mech industry. One of the fundamental principles of humanity was that it must always be in control over their tech, not the other way around. Any mech designer that veered from it eventually suffered a backlash. This was why a situation such as this was rare. Right now, it didn't feel as if Gregory was piloting his mech at all. He was not the main controller, nor did he make all of the major decisions that decided how the mech should move and utilize its various systems. Instead, he felt as if he was piloting a twisted version of a mech that was designed to make use of humans to address its shortcomings. The pontifical lance was alive and intelligent, but it was not capable of controlling a mech on its own. It also lacked certain elements such as the combat expertise that only a well-trained mech pilot possessed. Therefore, the mech straightforwardly took over a willing Gregory and invaded his mind in order to take what it needed to control itself in the best manner possible. It was a profoundly surreal experience that would have freaked Gregory out if he wasn't able to feel the pontifical lance's purpose and sincerity through their connection. Right now, both of them had one thing in mind: impale the Physion. Even though a revolution took place in his mind, Gregory was still able to keep track of the battle. The pontifical lance had already accelerated forward at its greatest possible extent. Its arm was already bracing its lance in an attempt to pierce its sharp and long tip through the strange armor of the opposing light marauder mech. The Physion in the meantime already began to whiz around from side to side. It had holstered its short sword and instead held a small shield and carbine. The latter was already spitting out energy beams that scorched and burned the Lancer mech's front. Although this damage meant nothing for now, the story would likely be different once the Physion was able to stick itself to the pontifical lance's rear. We can't let this light mech have its way. Gregory gritted his teeth even as his mech continued to accelerate forward. Yet how could a Lancer mech possibly nail an elusive light mech? Moments before the two mechs potentially collided against each other, the pontifical lance did not bother to convey any predictions to Gregory but directly forced him to fly to the lower right side. Yet even as the pontifical lance headed in the right direction of the Physion's original evasion direction, Elos Nadux was extremely sharp and immediately recognized the danger. Due to the Physion's insane reaction speed, the light mech instantly shifted its course, causing it to easily move out of the range of the incoming lance. No, light mechs were just too damn fast. When paired with a mech pilot that excelled at rapid responses and maneuvering, they were nearly impossible to hit to melee mechs. Yet even as the two mechs were about to fly past each other, the pontifical lance had already begun to make an unorthodox move. It launched its lance at a strange angle even though the mech wasn't designed to throw its weapon. Gregory felt a lot more strain on his mind than before during this moment, but he struggled hard in order to track the haphazardly thrown lance. Due to the fact that the pontifical lance was not optimized for throwing at all, the lance quickly wobbled and followed a strange trajectory. Yet even as this was happening, the Physion had abruptly changed direction at the last moment. It turned out that Elos Nadux was wary of any tricks from the pontifical lance and sought to make the Physion's flight more unpredictable by juking another time. In most situations, the Physion should have easily been able to dodge any attack from a boar-like Lancer mech that was only good at charging straight ahead. It was different this time. Elos Nadux only had enough time to widen his eyes and activate an emergency damage mitigation measure as the lance struck straight onto the Physian's chest. With the momentum borrowed from the Pontifical Lance's charge, the long and sharp projectile almost speared straight through the light mech's structure. Impossible. What kind of lancer mech throws its weapon? Chapter 3469. Second dance. Two different mechs flew apart from each other. The Pontifical Lance had just launched its primary weapon and continued to thunder forward with great speed. Due to the fact that the mech hadn't actually hit any target, its monstrous momentum had not abated. This was quite dangerous as the Lancer mech could easily collide against the energy shield up ahead. Both Gregory and the mech tried their best to prevent this from happening. They both tried their best to turn the Pontifical Lance around and bleed as much speed as possible. In the end, the Lancer mech managed to skirt the energy shield without hitting it. The machine continued to divert its momentum so that it was able to gain more control over flight. As soon as Gregory confirmed that his mech successfully survived its own messy attack run, he finally took a glimpse at his opponent. It's still functional. Gregory gasped. The Physian clearly wasn't in good shape. The lance thrown at its chest had sunk almost straight through its thin chest area. Since the lance had been thrown, its strike hadn't been driven by the weight of a charging Lancer mech. That had severely lessened the damage potential of the throw attack and gave the Physian a chance to survive the blow. Even so, the lance was still a hefty weapon in itself. After the Pontifical Lance had haphazardly thrown it forward, the weapon soared towards the Physian with all of the added speed of the Lancer mech's charge. The distance between the two mechs back then was so close that air resistance barely slowed the lance down at the time. In the end, the lance retained enough kinetic energy to pierce through the Physian's unusual semi-fluid armor system. Although the unorthodox tech made the Physian considerably more resistant against damage than normal, its properties were considerably less effective against a powerful piercing attack such as a lance driving directly through its surface. Still, the armor at least did its job by bleeding away a lot of the energy from the initial blow. This meant that the lance only transferred a moderate amount of destructive power to the internal systems in its vicinity. Most light mechs would have still become crippled after suffering such a serious attack, but the Physian was different. As a defensive specialist, Tivos designed a surprisingly robust internal architecture for the Physian. Despite the serious damage to its internals, the lance failed to disable the power reactor or breach the cockpit, both of which could have spelled the end of this match. Instead, aside from damaging the structural integrity and weakening the energy transmission system, the Physian's essential functions were still in working condition. What an amazing mech! The Physian proves that it is more than a light mech by surviving a piercing blow with most of its functionality intact. It is easy to design a tough mech when it is big and has a lot of room inside its frame. It is 10 times harder to increase the structural integrity of a mech when there is much less space to work around with. Miss Tivos has not only managed to implement various damage mitigation elements inside her light mech, but she did so with less than half a day's worth of design time. Although the Pontifical Lance's triumphant blow was worthy of celebration, to the commentators it was merely an incredibly lucky occurrence. After all, anyone familiar with mechs could tell that the Lancer mech had never been designed to throw its weapons. At the moment when the Pontifical Lance launched its weapon, it had to throw it forward in an awkward way because it lacked the speed and range of motion to release its lance in a more proper fashion. The unstable flight path of the lance only reinforced the impression that it had gone out of control. If Elos Nadux didn't try to be clever and inadvertently jerk the Physian in the path of the lance, the light mech would have been able to evade the thrown weapon entirely. Therefore, even if the Pontifical Lance won the first exchange of blows, all of the spotlight had gathered on the loser instead of the winner. The audience all knew that the light Marauder mech could easily gain the upper hand in this match as long as it retained enough mobility. After temporarily losing control over its own flight, the Physian finally reasserted itself. The light Marauder mech not only stabilized its trajectory, but also managed to pull out the large lance that had thrust into its frame. The lance fell and clattered onto the arena floor. Without this heavy and ungainly weapon sticking out of its chest, the Physian had regained much of its maneuverability. It accelerated forward and experimentally moved from side to side. The damage to the Physian's energy transmission systems has reduced the light mech's ability to move in the air by around 20%, but that is not enough to cripple it entirely. As long as the damage to its systems do not deteriorate any further, the Physian can regain the upper hand. The supporters of the Pontifical Lance groaned as they saw that the Physian was still able to put up a fight. However, Gregory and his mech weren't willing to give up at this point. The Xian is damaged. With that hole through the chest, our target is liable to suffer more damage as long as the mech endures further stress. Rapid maneuvers will continue to exacerbate its internal damage and finally cause the mech to collapse on its own. We just need to survive long enough for that to happen. Of course, if Gregory had a choice, he would rather finish what he started. To that end, the pontifical lance drew out its short spear and initiated a second charge. However, in the time that the sluggish lancer mech had finally turned around, the Xian had already circled around its back. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Lancer mechs were extreme threats to any opponent as long as the latter was in front. Once the opposing mechs reached the rear, the story became completely different. Even though the pontifical lance tried to turn around on its axis, its powerful Virtus Forza flight system was only really good at accelerating straight ahead. When it came to turning around the mech it was mounted upon, it performed much more terribly than other flight system models. Although the Xian obviously exhibited a bit of strain in trying to keep out of the charging angle of the pontifical lance, Elos Nedux made the most of the light mech's current capabilities and successfully used the least amount of effort to make sure his light mech stuck to the back of the lancer mech. The Xian even threw away its sword and its backup shield in order to lessen its weight and increase its maneuverability by another notch. Nedux judged that the Xian could still win by solely relying on its carbine. Energy beam after energy beam struck the pontifical lance's vulnerable flight system. Even though it was resistant against heat and energy, the flight system wouldn't be able to last forever when hit by repeated concentrated attacks. "We need to do something," Gregory told his mech. Though he understood that the Xian couldn't keep up the pressure for long, the damage it dealt to the pontifical lance's exposed rear was not light. It was too risky to bet that the lancer mech would be able to last longer than its opponent. The only way for Gregory to finish off his opponent once and for all was to launch a second attack. Unfortunately, the pontifical lance simply couldn't gain a good enough angle to throw its spear. Even as it continued to spin around, the Xian was just a touch faster and managed to circle around faster despite needing to traverse a lot more distance. When the lancer mech attempted to spoil the Xian's game by flying right up to the side of the energy barrier, the light mech simply opened up a bit of distance and incessantly fired its gun. Even though the pontifical lance had gained the right angle to perform another charge, the Xian was just close enough to evade and circle behind the lancer mech that still had to build up enough speed. What was even more frustrating was that the Xian always remained far enough to prevent itself from getting hit by a thrown spear without building up enough momentum. Any thrown weapon would quickly lose strength and drop onto the arena floor without achieving anything meaningful. Gregory became frustrated as every little trick failed to give the pontifical lance an opportunity to launch a second attack. Regular means weren't enough to defeat the Xian and he didn't think that outlasting it would work. There had to be a better way to defeat the light mech. The constant certainty conveyed by his mech made him feel that hope was not lost. However, despite its predictive powers, the pontifical lance didn't see any opportunity to finish off its opponent at the moment. "We need to wait," Gregory concluded as he put his trust in his mech once again. The duel between the two mechs turned into a drawn-out affair. Though the Xian definitely held the upper hand, its light carbine lacked the punching power to destroy the pontifical lance right away. Meanwhile, the pontifical lance's constant circling and maneuvering made it hard for the light mech to stick to the rear. This pattern dragged on for several minutes. The pontifical lance incurred more and more damage to its rear armor and flight system. It even lost a bit of flight maneuverability after the Xian's energy attacks finally disabled an important subcomponent. Yet throughout this dance, Gregory and his mech continued to bide their tide. When the Xian attempted to make a sharper turn that put added stress on its frame, something inside of it broke. Half of the energy channeling into the light mech's flight system abruptly disappeared. Though Elos Nedux hastily moved to fix the problem, the pontifical lance had already launched its long-awaited counterattack a second before the Xian exhibited problems. Since the pontifical lance acted in advance, it had already begun to charge towards the Xian. Though Elos Nedux became a lot more concerned, he quickly managed to reroute additional power through other channels and managed to restore much of the Xian's mobility. The light mech was already moving to evade the charge attack. At the same time, the mech pilot also remained on guard against another throw attack. "I'm not going to get hit by another javelin this time," Nedux vowed. Due to the Xian's quick recovery, the pontifical lance was no longer in a position to nail the Xian with a single charge. The only other way to strike the distancing light mech was to throw the spear, but the problem was that Elos Nadux knew what to expect and raised his guard to the greatest possible extent. Gregory and his mech were both unwilling to let this precious opportunity slip. We can still win. At this desperate moment that would decide whether he would win or lose, Gregory completely threw himself onto his mech. He not only surrendered to the influences of machine, but also embraced the beliefs that it had conveyed to him before. A single name escaped his lips: Ilvain. The pontifical lance glowed brightly as a holy presence descended upon it. The entire mech seemed to have transformed into a conduit of a powerful, transcendent presence. Even though the phenomenon only lasted a second, the sudden descent not only guided Gregory and the mech into throwing the spear, but also concentrated its glow into a second spear that jabbed straight into the cockpit of the Physion. Ah, what is this? Elos Nadux cried out as he momentarily became disoriented by the powerful glow. Even though the effect wasn't all that strong, he still lost awareness for a single instant. Aware that the pontifical lance would definitely capitalize on his distraction, Elos blindly decided to juke the Physion down and to the right. Unfortunately, the light mech's course change just so happened to put it right on the trajectory of the thrown spear. Though the soaring weapon didn't contain much force, it coincidentally slipped right into the existing hole in its chest. What? This has to be a coincidence. Lightning doesn't strike the same spot twice. The spear, which hadn't lost any energy by boring through the Physion's armor layer, pierced through the crucial systems in its path and finally managed to sever the light mech's energy transmission systems entirely. To the shock of the entire audience, the Physion finally lost power and began to fall for real. Chapter 3470, announcing the ranking. A lot of people who had been observing this tense and ultimately thrilling duel had turned speechless. At the final sequence, the pontifical lance not only turned into some kind of a divine vestige, but also happened to throw its spear right into the earlier wound inflicted by its thrown lance. Although it was theoretically possible for another thrown weapon to bypass all of the armor of the Physion and instead slip right through the only opening in its front, no ordinary mech or mech pilot could accomplish such a feat in the middle of a maneuvering game. Perhaps it was not that hard for a lancer mech to drive a spear through a vulnerable weak point when the opponent was stationary, but the Physion had performed another evasive maneuver by the time the spear had struck its mark. Who is Gregory Halaskar? Forget piloting mechs. Mr. Halaskar should be taking part in the Galactic Olympic Games for javelin throwing. What if it's not the mech pilot, but the mech that's responsible for putting that spear through the hole in the Physion's armor? Don't be daft. Only skill and luck can yield this kind of result. Did you forget about that moment when the pontifical lance glowed all of a sudden? I swear a god had showed up to bless the mech. While a lot of controversy erupted among the crowd, the commentators sounded just as befuddled. This result is probabilistically impossible. An older man sounded as if he was losing his sanity. Gregory Halaskar had to make multiple correct predictions in order to achieve this perfect attack. First, he needed to guess the evasion direction of the Physion. Second, the spear launched by the pontifical lance had to be aimed precisely along the right trajectory for it to pass through the Physion's only wound. The odds of getting the first correct is small but still reasonable. The odds of accomplishing the second is too minuscule, especially when you consider that the pontifical lance is not a mech designed for throwing. If you look at the slow-motion playback of its second throw, you can clearly see that the spear did not fly straight. You're denying reality, old friend. Why can't you accept that the cosmos we live in is more wondrous than we can imagine? I can accept a machine breaking the rules if it is an expert mech paired with an expert pilot, but this is just an ordinary competition mech. We have all seen how Mr. Larkinson designed and built it in front of our eyes. He did not slip any abnormal exotics inside the mech nor employed any arcane production methods to create a monstrosity. The pontifical lance is just a lancer mech. You're wrong. You're completely ignoring its additional properties. Their effects may be unclear, but they are clearly not trivial. What happened at the final instance is an especially clear sign that there is a lot more to this mech than what is apparent on the surface. The sheer amount of coincidences surrounding the pontifical lance were so improbable that the debates still raged on well after the current matches had ended and the next 4 duels commenced. Though the commentators soon turned back to discussing the features of the mechs on display, a lot of people still thought back on that incredible moment when the pontifical lance seemingly turned into a divine avatar and struck with unnatural precision. Up at the special spectating platform, many of the contestants took vase a lot more seriously than before. The Pontifical Lance's performance against the dominant already showed that Vase was a lot better than he appeared on the surface. Despite that, a loss was still a loss. A victory was much more convincing. Though the Lighthouse Keeper was too average to display the full potential of the Pontifical Lance, the Physion successfully pushed the Lancer Mech as well as its Mech pilot to their limits. No matter what, the Physion fell while the Pontifical Lance remained upright. Despite suffering a dramatic and unexpected loss, Katian Tivos did not look distressed. Others might claim that the Physion should have won this favorable matchup, but she knew exactly what her mech was capable of. The fact that a Lancer mech managed to overcome all of its disadvantages was not a matter of luck, but skill. The woman calmly accepted the outcome of this match. She certainly had a lot to think about after today. The mech industry was a lot more weird and diverse than she thought, and not even mech designers from the Galactic Rim should be dismissed. The young woman turned around and approached Vase with a friendly expression on her face. Good match. Your mech is unexpectedly strong. Vase shook Katian's hand. He noted that the woman's skin was even more smooth and delicate than that of his wife. Thank you. Your Physion certainly made my Lancer mech work for its victory. I don't think it's wrong to say that your light mech should have been able to secure victory in 99 out of 100 iterations of this duel. Katian's lips twitched into a resigned smile. Yet that is not what happened. Instead, your Lancer mech defied the odds and proved everyone's predictions wrong. Even I did not expect your mech to be capable of grasping such minute opportunities of victory. It is especially interesting how Elos Nadux momentarily lost control of his mech at a crucial moment. That's something of a specialty of mine. Vase grinned. If you study my work, you'll find that millions of other mech pilots have fallen victim to this effect. I see. I shall study it well and make sure my work is better prepared to resist this effect. Good luck with that. Although the exchange was brief, it was enough to cement Vase as one of the foremost mech designers in the tournament. What happened next was completely out of Vase's hands. Neither he nor any of the other mech designers had any way of influencing their scores and rankings any further. As the final matches were quickly being played out, Vase wondered whether the Pontifical Lance performed well enough to propel him to the top 3. Only getting first, second or third place would allow him to return to his clan with a brand new combat carrier in his possession. Fortunately for all of the contestants, they didn't have to wait for long for the results to be revealed. The match between the Pontifical Lance and the Physion was already close to the end of the fighting phase, so the much-anticipated conclusion of the High Tide tournament soon commenced. The mech designers all moved from the spectator platform and onto the main stage. They also were joined by their mechs, which had all been automatically repaired in order to return them to their proper appearances. Finally, the mech pilots that had shown off the capabilities of the competition mechs arrived last. Although they didn't attract as much attention as the mech designers in this specific event, their efforts were crucial in determining the final placement of the contestants. Vase met with Gregory Halaskar once again, and immediately noticed something different about the man. There was a peculiar look on the mech pilot's face that reminded Vase about something unpleasant. Mr. Halaskar. Oh, hello again, Mr. Larkinson. I was reliving that final crucial moment. Even though this was just a single arena match, I felt more alive and great than I ever did in my life. Your mech is truly something else, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to pilot such an unforgettable machine. You're welcome. Vase smiled. Do you know what will happen to our mechs once this tournament is over? The mechs built by the top 3 contestants will enter a place of honor in one of Hesfallen Industries' display halls. Gregory explained based on what he knew. I don't think it is possible for you to redeem the machine, but the company usually treats them well. The rest are recycled in order to save on costs. I see. That's a pity. Hesfallen Industries doesn't want anyone to parade any bad mechs produced with the help of its production equipment. Personally, I think this rule is stupid, but I'm not in charge. The two soon stopped chatting as the results were finally unveiled. Thank you for your patience. It has been a long day today. We hope that you have all enjoyed the tournament so far. We have witnessed our 94 participating journeymen deliver the finest works they can offer in a single day with the help of our newly released Korok Alpha Ka-35. The ease of which our contestants have realized their designs into solid mechs truly exemplifies that anyone can operate the latest edition of our Korok Alpha line. After another minute of praising the virtues of the Korok Alpha Ka-35 Superfab, the announcer finally moved back on topic. Now, onto the unveiling. As you are all aware, the final ranking of the journeyman is based on the sum of scores of the two best performances. The formulas that set these scores take many different variables into account. No factor is left out in order to ensure that only the most deserving tournament participant will win. If you have any further doubts about the fairness of our tournament, then let me inform you that an MTA inspector is personally presiding over this event and has manually verified the final scores. With that out of the way, a giant projected list appeared into view. As expected, the unveiling of the scores and ranking started at the bottom. At the 94th place, please give a round of applause for Mr. Velroy Sivens. His Yindar Mirth may have failed to achieve a single victory, but his work has given its opposition plenty of opportunities to display their strengths. Naturally, Mr. Sivens didn't look good at all. His face had turned red as his worst fears came true. He already had a feeling that his ranking was close to the bottom due to all of the ugly losses his mech had suffered, but to hear official confirmation that his work was the worst was excruciating. Nobody cared about his feelings, though. The announcer had to go through 93 more tournament participants and quickly moved on to the next names. Vase didn't know any of them, so he basically tuned this boring part out. He only paid attention again when he heard a familiar name. Mr. Marika Safi has earned 53th place for the respectable showing of his lighthouse keeper. That should be pretty accurate. The lighthouse keeper won the first match but lost the second one against the pontifical lance. It then went on to narrowly lose against its third opponent. The announcer slowed down his pace when the ranking went higher and higher. Mr. Michael Arvin Emists has achieved a respectable 14th ranking. As the oldest journeyman in this tournament, his work is remarkably clean and refined. His hybrid mech shows that he has not spent all of his years in vain. At this time, Vase hadn't heard his name yet. That was a good sign. With 2 victories under his belt, including one against a powerful opponent, there was still a chance for him to win an actual prize. Soon enough, the announcer unveiled the 4th place winner. Miss Katian Tivos is one of the youngest mech designers to take part in this tournament, but already she has shown great promise. Despite her defensive specialization, she made the bold decision to apply her specialty to a light mech, thereby producing an uncommonly tough light mech. The Physion has won 2 brilliant victories that are only marred by the time it has taken for it to wear through its opponent's defenses. With the potential that this young lady has shown, I can foresee that she will definitely be able to win the top prize in a subsequent tournament in the future. The entire audience stood up to give the centrist mech designer a standing ovation. The strength of the mech that she had managed to make under these limiting circumstances had certainly won everyone's appreciation. The Physion was truly the strongest light mech in this tournament. Now, the most exciting part of the tournament had come. Vase was already incredibly happy because the announcer had yet to call his name. "Come on, leave my name for last," he whispered as he clenched his fists. The next journeyman is a man that no one has expected to make it this far. This dark horse has stayed under everyone's radar during the design and fabrication stage and only managed to reveal his true potential during the fighting stage. I am happy to announce that the 3rd place winner of the High Tide tournament is Mr. Vase Larkinson. His pontifical lance has shown us a side of mechs that none of us have ever witnessed. Although not even our expert commentators can explain what has happened in its 3rd and most spectacular match against the Physion, it is undeniable that only a mech designer as unique as Mr. Larkinson can develop such a machine. Vase didn't know whether to be happy or sad at this announcement. Even as the entire audience and all of his fellow contestants clapped at his accomplishment, he felt mixed about the fact that all of his efforts only caused him to win the equivalent of a bronze medal. Well, at least I got a ship. Chapter 3471, Company Man. The final winner of the tournament turned out to be another familiar name to Vase. And the 1st place winner is Mr. Arebin Sainline. Despite a reluctant first win against the pontifical lance, the dominant has ultimately proven its name right by utterly crushing its next 2 opponents. The entire audience cheered the loudest after they pretty much already knew who would win after revealing the 2nd place winner. There was only one missing name left, after all. Despite this little detail, the crowd still conveyed their great appreciation towards the mech designer that justifiably took 1st place. Vase already had a feeling that Sainline would take the top spot. Even if the pontifical lance had made the dominant's life difficult during the 1st round of the fighting phase, this slightly embarrassing win ultimately didn't matter to the other journeyman. The dominant achieved excelled scores by leveraging its defenses and mobility to such a degree that the subsequent 2 opponents simply stood no chance of winning. The ease in which the offensive Knight Mech demolished its opposition did wonders in maximizing its scores. In comparison, the Pontifical Lance was a bit worse off in scoring terms. The Lancer Mech achieved its most one-sided victory against the Lighthouse Keeper, which was a middling performer in the tournament. Though the quick and easy victory undoubtedly showcased the Pontifical Lance's strength, the mediocre strength of its opponent did not provide a significant score bonus. The Pontifical Lance's match against the Physion was a different matter. The Physion was a much more powerful opponent, and winning against it awarded a much greater score bonus. The fact that a Lancer Mech managed to vanquish a light mech also played in the former's favor. Everyone expected the Pontifical Lance was expected to lose against its natural counter, but the mech somehow pulled through and defied everyone's expectations. This was probably the single biggest contributor to propelling Vase all the way to third place. The main reason why he hadn't climbed higher was because the Pontifical Lance clearly struggled to win its third bout. It had to perform extremely well to the point of relying on several miracles in order to defeat its opponent. While the scoring system did take into account that the Pontifical Lance was at a disadvantage, ultimately this point was also a significant part of the scoring formula. In the end, Aureban Saneline received the ultimate honor of winning the High Tide tournament. His dominance showed a great amount of excellence in its two best matches, and no one disputed that he deserved to stand on top of the others. Though Vase felt as if he missed an opportunity, he should be glad he managed to climb over 90 different journeymen, including several impressive figures from the Galactic Center, to claim third place. He did not waste his time here. Even though a part of him found it pathetic that all of the efforts only yielded a single second-class combat carrier, the worth of this ship was much greater in the Red Ocean than back at home. The combat carriers built in this region are also considerably better than the ones I'm used to back home. Vase reminded himself. This was not a cheap vessel produced by a dinky private shipyard in a backwater state. It was an ultra-modern starship that was produced in one of the early but hypermodern shipyards that had already set up shop in the Red Ocean. Since everyone in the venue already stayed up for almost an entire day, no one was in the mood for drawn-out award ceremonies. Nothing much happened after unveiling the ultimate winner. Aureban Saneline briefly addressed the crowd before he accepted his impressive trophy. As for Vase, he had to make do with receiving a small bronze cup that commemorated his third-place finish in the High Tide tournament. What a crappy product. Husfallen Industries didn't even bother to put any effort into fabricating this trophy. Vase knew enough about craftsmanship to know that this was just a cheap, 3D printed product that incorporated a number of randomized and completely uncoordinated design elements in order to avoid making it identical to other trophies. Still, Vase didn't set out to sacrifice an entire day and display his design abilities to the public just to win a generic cup. Winning third place provided him with two important gains. Vase already experienced a substantial increase in reputation. Though few knew about his status as a clan patriarch, he had already made a name for himself as a journeyman. Sure, not a lot of people in the Red Ocean paid attention to short, generic competitions like the High Tide tournament, but introducing himself properly to the audience was a good start. All of the people in the stands would come away with an excellent impression of Vase and his work. They might talk about what they witnessed to others, which would further spread his name to Red Ocean Mech community. The explosive and dramatic performance of the Pontifical Lance might have already created Vase his first customers in the Dwarf Galaxy. It's too bad I didn't get first place. Vase sighed again as his mood temporarily dropped. Winning the Bronze Cup was good, but his reputation didn't even come close to that of Aureban Saneline. Out of every participant, only one person managed to beat them all, and it was a given that Mr. Saneline gained a massive reputation boost. He was the champion of a legitimate tournament, and that counted for something in the new frontier. With this title alone, Mr. Saneline could easily gain the attention of powerful people and organizations and convert his status into actual benefits. He also won 5 combat carriers. The prize pool of the one-day tournament was quite top-heavy compared to other competitions. Fourth place and lower basically received trinkets compared to what the top 3 obtained. Even then, the first place winner received 5 times as much as the third place winner. It frustrated Vase a lot that such a tiny difference resulted in a massive gap in rewards. One combat carrier wasn't enough to solve the critical shortage of sub-capital starships in the Larkinson clan. These goddamn rules are so convoluted. Vase muttered. He decided not to enter any more tournaments that determined the winners and losers through a complex mathematical formula. It was almost completely opaque and not intuitive in the slightest. Well, it's a good thing the next tournament I signed up for has a simple single elimination bracket. The margin for error in that duo design tournament was much smaller, though. If any team of mech designers wanted to reach the top, their mechs could not afford to lose even once. If the High Tide tournament followed a similar format, then Vase could have likely been eliminated from the beginning after losing against Saneline. And his dominant, well, that doesn't sound so good either. Vase broke out of his musings after the main show had finally ended. Gregory Halaskar approached him one last time. Surprisingly, the older man and mech pilot leaned in to embrace Vase into a bear hug. "Thank you, Mr. Larkinson. I never imagined that I would be able to get all the way up to third place this time." Gregory happily said, "With how well I fought against the three mechs, I'm bound to climb higher this time. Of course, most of the credit of my success belongs to you. Your mech did a lot more work than anyone realizes." "I know, you don't have to feel guilty about it," Vase said as he patted the man's back before the two separated again. "The goal of the mech is to be of service to mech pilots such as yourself. Seeing you succeed is its greatest pleasure. Trust me on that, Mr. Halaskar." The mech pilot turned around and stared at the dormant mech in front of them. It still managed to stand out amidst the rows of other competition mechs. "I really want to pilot this mech more often, but it's a competition mech, not a proper combat machine. It's been designed to fulfill a specific purpose and has done so. It should not be piloted a fourth time or a fifth time. I can't guarantee your safety or the safety of any other mech pilot if you go against my recommendations." I have no chance to do that, sir. It is company policy to leave these mechs alone. We are no strangers to mechs that are designed to fight only a couple of matches before they have already degraded to the point where they become D-traps. You want to keep piloting living mechs, is that right?" Vase grinned. "It seems I cannot hide that from you, Mr. Larkinson. My products have this effect on people like you. Piloting a living mech is truly a step up from piloting the cold and lifeless machines designed by my competitors. I have managed to win over millions of customers back in the old galaxy, and I intend to exceed those numbers in this new frontier. I will put in a good word for you in the company, though don't expect much from me. I'm just a security employee." "I know. I think many of the people in the audience will be able to do that, so don't worry about it. I hope that Hasfallen Industries will one day see the advantages of my products and replace its current lineup with living mechs. I hope that will happen one day." Gregory sighed. "To be honest, I want to become a part of your clan. I've already looked it up on the galactic net, and everything I've read so far makes me envious of all of those pilots who are able to make use of your work on a daily basis. Our clan is always open to new recruits. If I can apply to join your clan right now, I would have done so already." As it is, the mech pilot's expression drooped. "You're stuck with your current employer, correct?" "Yes. I'm grateful that Hasfallen Industries brought me to the Red Ocean. It has allowed me to pilot entirely different mechs such as yours, but it has also locked me to the company for the rest of my life barring exceptional circumstances. This was a standard arrangement for many employees that had been brought into the Red Ocean. Though it stank of slavery, it was actually okay as long as the employers took good care of their workers. Still, if the Big Two bothered to properly enforce all of its rules, all of those dwarves in human space wouldn't have built up so many grievances about their ill treatment." Vase chatted with Gregory Halaskar a few more minutes before they both had to go. Vase had to leave the venue so that it could be readied for another tournament. Gregory and the other mech pilots had to go back to their regular postings. After bidding farewell to the mech pilot who had helped him win third place, Vase happily reunited with his honor guard and the Larkinson Seeds before heading out. Different from many other contestants, an attendant from Hasfallen Industries invited him to move to a different part of Chance Bay where his biggest prize awaited. "Wow, so this is the ship you managed to win," Michael said as he and the rest of the group floated above a field of parked starships. One of them was an uncoated combat carrier that was large enough to host 60 mechs. Vase had learned that while combat carriers with a capacity of 40 mechs were standard in the galactic rim, it was a lot more common to see larger vessels in the more prosperous parts of the Milky Way. Since the Red Ocean attracted a lot of money and also suffered from a shortage of carrier vessels, combat carriers that were capable of holding 60 combat-ready mechs were regarded as the minimum standard. As a result, the prize that Vase had managed to win was actually a low-tier combat carrier as far as the people in the Red Ocean were concerned. Vase didn't feel too bothered by that. A combat carrier was a combat carrier. Obtaining just one of them was a good start to his stay in the new frontier. The Solstice Runner shall be the first of many Red Ocean starships in my fleet. Chapter 3472, beginning of the Xianxia League. While Vase toured the latest starship to join his fleet, another group of Larkinsons were readying themselves for their first big public display of might in the Red Ocean. The Xianxia League was a much more massive affair than the High Tide Tournament. The latter was a small-scale affair that was mainly organized by a single company and lasted only a single day. Mech design tournaments centered around journeymen also weren't as significant as those where seniors and masters displayed their formidable prowess. In the same way, most single mech tournaments generally didn't attract too much attention either. While they were cheaper and easier to organize, the entertainment market was flooded with countless different tournaments that simply pitted a single mech against another mech. What truly got people's blood pumping was seeing armies of mechs colliding against each other. Humans generally feared war, but loved to witness the action at a safe distance. Large group mech battles might not be as real as actual warfare, but they were still thrilling enough to satisfy the same urges. On the opening day of the Xianxia League, the huge Fortis Major Arena had been transformed into a massive parade ground. 16 different battalions dispatched by various pioneering organizations introduced themselves in front of a crowd of tens of millions of fans and hundreds of millions of remote spectators from both the Red Ocean and the Milky Way. The sheer amount of people viewing this massive competition was completely unlike anything the Larkinsons had experienced. If not for the fact that they trained and rehearsed their public performances, the Larkinson mech pilots taking part in the parade would have collapsed from stage fright by now. Just because their clan patriarch was good at playing to the crowd didn't mean these clansmen could keep their cool. Just a single mistake during the parade could cause the Larkinson clan to become a laughingstock in two different galaxies. "We can do it, men." Commander Casella Ingvar addressed the mech pilots that were about to show up in front of the enormous audience. "We have fought against pirates and military forces. We fought and survived an encounter with a powerful ace mech. How can these threats possibly compare to a distant crowd? Remember your training and focus on your mech. We're only walking around in a circle. Nothing more." Certain mech pilots needed more encouragement than others. While the avatars and vandals still tried to repress their nervousness, the Sword Maidens, Penitent Sisters and Ilvanins displayed no doubts. Casella quietly shook her head. There were still too many differences between the mech legions. Mental fortitude was an important quality, and it appears that the latter three groups were significantly ahead in this aspect. Though the avatars and vandals obviously needed to work on this area, she knew that her sentinels fared even worse. Once this tournament was over, she intended to go back to her mech legion and find ways to address this shortcoming. As the loud and dramatic media personalities continued to hype up the audience of the Xianxia League, the time had finally come for the mech battalions to hold their short but important parades. 5 different battalions went ahead and moved onto the massive open field of Fortis Major Arena. A diverse array of mechs bearing different colors, markings, mech types and symbols moved forward in neat, perfect columns. Each of them were dispatched by pioneers that came from different parts of the old galaxy. 2 came from the galactic center, 5 came from the galactic heartland and 9 came from the galactic rim. Clearly, pioneers who originated from the more prosperous parts of the old galaxy possessed less of a desire to take part in this spectacle. Although the publicity was nice and the prize pool looked juicy, anything could happen in these chaotic battles. There were plenty of incidents where ugly defeats or embarrassing displays dealt considerable reputational damage. What made large-scale group mech combat tournaments so special was that the emphasis laid on the collective rather than the individual. In solo tournaments, a floundering mech pilot who got knocked out in the first round mostly bore the blame for his bad showing. In group tournaments, more emphasis was placed on the organization the mech pilots hailed from. In a huge tournament like the Xianxia League, the hundreds of mech pilots were largely anonymous faces to the audience. It was a lot easier for people to regard them as extensions of a larger group. This was why only 16 battalions ultimately applied to take part in the Xianxia League. A lot more pioneers could have submitted their own forces to the roster but balked at the risks. The richer and more well-connected pioneers had better channels to complete their objectives. Only the more desperate and fame-hungry pioneers accepted the opportunity to perform in events like these. "You're up, Larkinsons," Commander Casella Ingvar transmitted a simultaneous command to all of the mechs. Each of them began to step out of the large waiting hall and entered the main field of the arena that they would soon fight their first arena battle. The scale of the arena was enormous and unlike anything the Larkinsons had seen before. 100 cubic kilometers offered plenty of space for 1,000 mechs to maneuver against each other. Combined with the advanced terrain transformation features, the arena could prepare any possible battlefield for the combatants. As the column of bright warriors, ferocious piranhas, Valkyrie Redeemers and other machines entered everyone's vision, the Larkinsons attracted a lot more attention than the other tournament participants. What are those mechs and why are they so special? A layman commentator asked. The 6th Battalion of the Xianxia League consists of mechs and mech pilots dispatched by the Larkinson clan. Though the clan is new, it is led by a unique journeyman mech designer with several accomplishments to his name. The mechs you see before you are the household machines of the clan. Each of them are so-called living mechs, which have become popular in the Larkinson clan's home market. Living mechs are noted for their excellent responsiveness and piloting comfort. They are also distinguished by their ability to influence the minds of mech pilots via their glows, which can best be described as auras that project in fields around the individual mechs. The reason why the Larkinson Battalion is attracting your attention so much is due to the concentration and overlapping effects of all of the glows projected by the Larkinson mechs. How mysterious! There are truly an endless variety of mechs in human space. Does this have any effect in battle? Why, yes. There are several notable wars and conflicts in the galactic rim where glows have played a pivotal role. The expert commentators working for the Xianxia League had clearly done their due diligence. They performed a proper investigation on the Larkinson clan and succinctly conveyed their findings. It helped a lot that there were only 16 battalions taking part in this large-scale tournament this time. Each of them would fight at least 3 battles in the Xianxia League at minimum, so it was not a waste to highlight each of their stories. In the first round of the competition, every battalion would be randomly split into 4 different groups. Each group of 4 battalions would fight each other in a round-robin arrangement in order to advance a single one of them to the semifinals. Once the Xianxia League was left with the 4 best battalions of their respective groups, they would fight a single time to determine the 2 battalions that earned the right to enter the finals. Every participant wanted to reach the finals. No matter whether they won or lost, the huge amount of people watching this epic clash was a great opportunity to build up a lot of fame. 3 battles. Commander Casella murmured under her breath even as she led her battalion with the quint. We must win them all in order to guarantee advancement into the next round. We shall prevail. The quint conveyed absolute confidence born out of the numerous battles by the Larkinson clan. The battalions taking part in the Xianxia League were all supposed to be roughly equal when it came to the strength of their mechs. This was good news to the Larkinsons because they had often fought battles while outnumbered or outmatched by their opponents. It was quite a breath of fresh air to fight, even, battles this time. Don't be so happy yet, Quint. We can't employ many of the trump cards we've relied upon to win against the Fredamen or the Vulcanites. The Larkinson battalion that had been especially prepared for this competition was lacking in several areas. First, it didn't contain any expert mechs and expert pilots. Second, it didn't contain any prime mechs either. Third, the Larkinson clan was highly reluctant to show off its battle formations in such a highly publicized occasion. Even if the Larkinsons did want to employ it, their numbers were too small to achieve an enormous effect. While it was still possible to activate a battle formation with 40 mech pilots, they could not single-handedly wipe out their opposition. In fact, the Larkinsons had to be careful about not employing the Penitent Sisters' Death formation, which could bypass nearly every form of barrier or protection. While Casella wondered whether the Larkinson battalion could still compete given all of these limitations, her living mech only grew more eager to fight. We can vanquish our enemies by relying on skill of our men and the strength of our machines. Nothing more. That was the most the quint had ever conveyed in words to Casella. The Sentinel commander didn't expect her mech to be so talkative. This occasion probably meant more to it than she realized. Since she didn't want to disappoint her own mech, the expert candidate quickly adjusted her mentality. We will reach the finals, she vowed. With all of our living mechs, there is no excuse if we fail to advance into the 3rd round. They would have to struggle for 2 weeks in order to get to that point. As the Larkinson battalion successfully paraded throughout the massive arena, they waited in place alongside the other battalions. They waited and waited until all 16 tournament participants had introduced themselves to the viewers. Now, the moment that you have all been waiting for has arrived. Our lovely assistant shall now draw out the names that will determine their placement in the 4 groups. A gorgeous woman pulled her hand in a projected bowl and pulled out a colorful ribbon that displayed the names of one of the participants. The Ganetsi battalion has landed in Group A. The 15th Battalion is a tricky opponent to fight against. The Genetzi family's combat doctrine is all about defense and bombardment. Their mech roster practically contains no melee mechs. Instead, the Genetzi members deploy a large amount of shield-generating mechs to erect multiple layers of strong energy shields over their entire formation. Once their defenses are set up, a large number of missileer and cannoneer mechs bombard their opponents into pieces. What a destructive combat doctrine! The draw continued. More names emerged from the projected bowl. Soon enough, the Larkinsons received their turn as well. The Larkinson Battalion is allocated to Group A. It must fight against the Genetzi Battalion, the Quislam Battalion and another yet-to-be-announced opponent. I cannot say anything yet about the Larkinson clan's third opponent, but the Genetzis and the Quislams are both tricky and frustrating to fight against. The Genetzi Battalion will bomb mechs into scrap before the Larkinson mechs can approach. The Quislams on the other hand will employ their advantages in electronic warfare to the utmost in order to blind, sabotage and confound the Larkinson mechs. I would rather enter the group of death than to fight against these two specialized battalions. The faces of many Larkinsons grew ugly when they heard who they had to fight against in the first round. The previous expert commentator was right. The Genetzi Battalion and the Quislam Battalion would definitely torment the Larkinson Battalion. Chapter 3473. Genetzi Battalion. The draw nearly came to an end when Group A finally welcomed its 4th Battalion. The Hartfall Battalion is the most normal among the tournament participants in Group A. It is comprised of mechs and mech pilots from the Hartfall Security Enterprise, a large and renowned mercenary organization from the Galactic Heartland. As is typical for mercenaries, their mech roster is fairly balanced and devoid of any eccentric machines. All of the mechs of the Hartfallers are fairly mobile. With nothing slowing them down, the Hartfall Battalion can maneuver quickly on any battlefield. This can help them occupy favorable terrain or attack their opponents from difficult angles. That sounds good, but doesn't the Hartfall Battalion suffer a disadvantage in direct combat? Its mechs can move around all they want, but without any pronounced attack or defensive power, they will have difficulty in defeating opponents such as the Genetzi Battalion. This may be true, but the Hartfall Security Enterprise is not an ordinary mercenary organization. Any mercenary group that has managed to grow to this scale must have developed an effective and mature combat approach. Let us see how they fare against the 3 other battalions in Group A. The Larkinsons sighed in relief as their third opponent in the third round was not that scary. They were not afraid of strong opponents, but they were quite wary to fight against those with strange and unorthodox battle strategies. The Genetzi Battalion with its protected ranged mechs and the Quislam Battalion with its stealth mechs were both opponents that no one wanted to fight against. They fought so differently from other mech forces that the Larkinsons had to make specific preparations. Luckily, we didn't end up in the group of death. The so-called group of death referred to Group C, which just so happened to include the 1st Battalion. The Zipioes Battalion was set up by the strangely named Zipioes Group. Nobody knew much about this private organization other than that it was founded just half a year ago somewhere in the Galactic Center. The Zipioes Group did not have any prominent leaders. None of their members were famous back in the old galaxy. The Galactic Net didn't even contain any word about where this obscure organization got its funding and how it was able to obtain passage to the Red Ocean. Of course, that hadn't stopped people from spreading gossip and unfounded rumors. I bet these pussies are secretly working for Rubarthan Prince. Why would such a powerful person bother to play with second-class mechs? It makes no sense at all. It's much more likely that the Zipioes Group is secretly testing out new and unannounced mech models on behalf of a mech company. That makes no sense either. If mech designers want to test out their products, they can just do that directly. All of you are wrong. The Zipioes Battalion is clearly a fake organization set up by the MTA. All of its pilots are most definitely mechers who got bored and decided to have some fun by bullying second-raters in this group tournament. Millions of people speculated about the truth behind the mysterious Zipioes Group. No matter what outlandish theories they came up with, few of them thought that it was just a normal organization from the Galactic Center. For their part, the Zipioesers never bothered to address the rumors. They avoided every possible media interaction and did not seem to chase after fame like the other tournament participants. That didn't lessen the public's attention on them. The harder they tried to remain in the shadows, the more they came under scrutiny. Their presence certainly brought a lot more variety to the Gienna League. Once the pompous opening ceremony had concluded, the Larkinsons no longer had any obligations for the day. The schedule that the tournament had just passed on to them revealed that they would fight their first match tomorrow. Several leaders met in a private meeting room at one of the temporary bases that were expressly reserved for tournament participants. The 500 mechs of the Larkinson Battalion were all housed in various underground hangar structures. Commander Casella looked at the schedule and frowned. "Our first match will pit us against the Xianxia Battalion," she began. "This is bad for us due to one big reason. Whether we win or lose, the massed firepower of our first opponent will most likely ruin hundreds of our mechs. Even if we can recover or replace our machines, there are always wrecks that are too gone for us to put back together. If we want to save enough mechs for the finals, we must not only defeat the Xianxia Battalion, but do so in a way that minimizes our cost. Do you have any ideas?" The other commanders and strategists in the room remained silent for time. Director Rayla cleared her throat. "Let's figure out the story behind the Xianxias first. Let's take a look at their record and what the Galactic Net has to say about the Xianxia family." The family turned out to be a fellow immigrant group from the Galactic Rim. The Xianxias happened to come from a completely different star sector where the locals heavily favored ranged combat due to special reasons. The Xianxias didn't randomly decide to throw out all of their melee mechs and rely solely on shielding mechs and artillery mechs one day. They inherited their mech doctrine from their native star sector, which had brought this mode of warfare to a greater height. The Xianxias shouldn't have fought against a lot of forces that mainly deploy melee mechs. Maybe we can take advantage of their lack of experience. I don't think it's that simple. If the Xianxia family thinks it is good enough to take part in the Xianxia League, then it should definitely have countermeasures ready. Many of our mechs will probably be torn to shreds before they can even reach a Xianxia mech. Then how else should we beat these missile fanatics? We brought too few transcendent punishers and we have no specialized shielding mechs to beat the Xianxias at their own game. Our other ranged mechs simply doesn't have the firepower to wear down the enemy energy shields fast enough before they get blown up by a flood of missiles. Can't we hack or fool the missiles somehow? Perhaps the Quislums can do so, but electronic warfare is not our strength. Commander Casella stated. "We'll need the Black Cats for that, but they are not part of the Larkinson Battalion. Besides, even if they did join our lineup, they don't have the right tools. The Black Cats possessed formidable information warfare capabilities if they were able to utilize the blinding Banshee. It was impossible to leverage a capital ship in the Xianxia League, though. The mechs could only rely on their own capabilities to battle their opponents. No competitor is good at everything," Rayla said. As the most authoritative voice on competitive mech battles, her opinion carried a lot of weight in strategy sessions. Even if the Xianxias have prepared a countermeasure against direct assaults, we shouldn't let that fear prevent us from pursuing the best possible strategy. It is a fact that the Xianxia Battalion does not field any significant melee mechs. It is a fact that the Xianxia mechs are all sitting ducks when they are attacked up close. It is a fact that our own battalion contains a lot of melee mechs. Let's not ignore these conditions and instead think about how we can smash these Xianxias." She set the right tone for this meeting. The Xianxia Battalion might be nasty opponents, but their Larkinson Battalion was not weak. They began to discuss specific countermeasures against the known methods of the Xianxias. "You know, these Xianxias mainly large and relatively immobile landbound mechs. They don't even move when they launch their attacks. Our battle formations should easily be able to sweep them up en masse. That won't work as well as you think." Commander Casella shook her head. "We're not allowed to employ our death formation and the other ones can be blocked by energy shields. With how few mech pilots we have, we cannot be certain that our battle formation attacks will break through the enemy's defenses. Don't forget that the mech pilots that have engaged their battle networks will become exhausted when they are done. Hey, don't we have those new Luminaire crystal rifles? If I recall their specs, they have a firing mode that is especially effective against neutralizing energy shielding. What if we're able to overwhelm the main defensive measure of the Xianxia Battalion faster than anyone expects? The Xianxia mechs will become sitting ducks once their big barriers are gone." Many people's eyes lit up at that news. Though the Larkinson clan used to have problems supplying enough Luminaire crystal rifles to its mechs, that was no longer an issue once it pared down its fleet. The Larkinsons may have been forced to discard many of their living mechs, but the clan made sure to retain useful gear such as all of the Luminaire crystal rifles it produced. Luminaire crystal technology was one of the trump cards of the Larkinson clan. Since Vase relied upon it to become a technological contributor to the MTA, there shouldn't be any legal problems with using it in this tournament. Okay, Let's say we manage to break their energy shields quickly, thereby exposing their entire formation. Now what? Our ranged mechs will switch firing modes and do their best to suppress the enemy missileer and cannoneer mechs. Another officer said. In the meantime, our melee mechs will press forward and cross the distance as fast as possible so that they can tear down these threatening ranged mechs. We can ignore the shielding mechs since they're just auxiliary mechs. Even if they can put up a fight, they probably aren't very good at it, so we only have to divert a small amount of mechs to pin them down. 1 inch. I don't know. It sounds too simple. No one who has managed to enter the Red Ocean is that simple. The Genetsis have to be readying additional surprises against these occurrences. What if they blow up their own explosive payloads? That was a terrible scenario. If they utilized their missiles and explosive shells as mines, they could easily blow up both themselves and all of the melee mechs that had been drawn into their formation. Those bastards. Even if we win, we'll lose all of our mechs as a result. This strategy is suicidal if employed outside of the arena. The Genetsi family would only have guts to employ such a destructive strategy in a place like the Fortis Major Arena. The venue was packed with advanced technologies that made sure that no one actually died. Since the cost of self-destruction was not that serious, then it made sense for the Genetsis to employ such a trap. As long as the Genetsis won the match, they had a chance of getting further in the Gienna League. The top prizes more than made up for any material damage they might suffer. So we're not going to overrun the enemy position with melee mechs. Casella shook her head. Let's not rule any option out. The Genetsis might not resort to this measure, but even if they do, we can beat as long as we have a plan. Let us go through our options. We have less than 1 day to prepare, but so does the enemy. The Larkinsons tried to make good use of the time before the start of their massive arena match. The next day, the Fortis Major Arena became packed again as everyone eagerly looked forward to enjoying a full day of large-scale battles. The Larkinsons performed last-minute checks on their mechs before they entered the massive arena field. Many of them were nervous. Others were excited. The Quint was eager to defeat the Genetsi battalion. Commander Cassila could practically feel the battle lust from her own mech. Equipped with a custom-built Luminaire crystal rifle, the Masterwork mech did not intend to sit in the back for this battle. Chapter 3474, Missile Rain. The big day had come. Before the Larkinson battalion fought its first match against the Genetsi battalion, the other two competitors in Group A fought against each other first. The Quislam battalion and the Heartfall battalion both put up a good fight. As their future opponents, the Larkinsons studied their mechs and strategies carefully. The random battlefield generated by the arena settled upon a cratered, airless planet environment. While much of the terrain was fairly open, the many craters along with the high amount of hills and slopes resulted in plenty of shallow cover. Aerial mechs could easily gain a good view over the battlefield, but there was nothing for them to hide behind if they got targeted. The Heartfall battalion initially deployed a wave of light mechs in the air. However, as soon as they flew high enough, they immediately came under withering fire from well-entrenched rifleman mechs. The Quislam battalion deployed a mix of mechs and brought plenty of ranged mechs to snipe the exposed Heartfall scout mechs. This forced the Heartfallers to recall their light mechs down to the ground before they got shot to pieces. That was the beginning of a pattern. In the subsequent hour, the Quislam battalion essentially waged guerrilla warfare against the Heartfall battalion. The former obfuscated the sensors and the information-gathering ability of the latter as much as possible. From flooding the arena field with lots of jamming to launching sensor-scrambling smoke shells, the Quislam battalion turned the entire cratered battlefield into a misty horror drama. The Heartfall battalion's mechs possessed decent sensor systems, but none of them were capable of overcoming through all of the interference. Their strongest sensor and scanning systems were only effective at shorter ranges. While this was sufficient to scare away raiding parties, the Quislam still brought a lot of ranged mechs. In order to keep themselves as elusive as possible, the Quislams eschewed artillery mechs and relied solely on rifleman mechs to pepper the Heartfall mechs with projectiles. Since the Quislam rifleman mechs did not employ any energy weapons, they generated a lot less heat than their opponents. That helped with keeping their energy signatures as low as possible, making it hard for their opponents to detect the mechs at a distance. What was even more infuriating was that the Quislam rifleman mechs relocated every time they fired a heavy shot. Before the Heartfall mechs fired their weapons in the direction where the projectiles came from, the Quislams had already fallen back behind cover or stepped aside. Eventually, the Heartfallers figured out that staying put would only grind them down. They opted to make use of their mobility advantage and advanced in 3 large formations. This not only forced the Quislums to keep up, but also had to exert greater effort to take down the moving mechs. Each time the elusive Quislum mechs exposed their positions, one of the 3 Heartfall formations charged straight at their targets and overwhelmed the sneaky mechs before they could run. In the end, the Heartfall battalion did the best they could to eliminate the Quislums one by one, but they constantly suffered attrition while they performed their maneuvers. The Quislums are going to be a difficult challenge, Commander Casella murmured. The Larkinsons still needed to overcome Xianxia battalion first before they could move on to strategizing against their next opponent. At least the clan didn't have to fight against the Quislums first. Now that these tricky bastards showed off all of their tricks against the Heartfallers, the Larkinsons could make much more targeted preparations against the electronic warfare specialists. You're up, Larkinsons, hurry up and head outside. All 500 Larkinson mechs simultaneously stepped onto the main arena. The first ones to step onto the field was the avatars of myth. They constituted the main body of the Larkinson battalion and amounted to as much as 239 mechs. Although the Larkinson clan no longer revered the Bright Warrior model as much as before, it was still its mainstay. The Bright Warrior not only reinforced teamwork, but also gained a lot more value in the hands of the avatars of myth. Of course, the main reason why the Larkinson battalion leaned so heavily on the Bright Warriors was because they could fulfill each basic role. After weighing the importance of quickly tearing down the energy shields favored by the Xianxia battalion, the Bright Warriors mainly deployed Bright Warriors in Rifleman mech configuration this time. Each of them were armed with highly flexible Luminaire crystal rifles. Loaded with 4 separate attack phase Luminaire crystals, the Avatar Rifleman mechs were able to respond effectively to several different situations. Aside from Bright Warriors in Rifleman mech configurations, the Avatars also deployed a decent amount of Night mechs in order to guard the more vulnerable artillery mechs of the Larkinson battalion. Though Commander Casella also wanted to bring Lancer mechs, she couldn't bring enough of them for them to make a difference. Besides, we have the Penitent Sisters. The Penitent Sisters brought a large number of Valkyrie Redeemers. The recently upgraded Marauder mechs were all armed with reduced versions of Luminaire crystal rifles. While their weapons were smaller and weaker, they suited the more mobile mechs well. The Sisters also opted to deploy a small number of Eternal Redemptions, but their extremely lacking mobility meant that the Cannoneer mechs were better off with sticking with the Eye of Ilvain. The youngest and newest mech legion of the Larkinson clan was a risky addition to the Larkinson battalion. Even if they brought just 20 Transcendent Punishers, their high importance and low mobility turned them into strategic assets that needed protection at all times. They also anchored the other Larkinson mechs to an extent. Opposite to the Eye of Ilvain, the Flagrant Vandals deployed with a full lineup of light mechs. Due to the relatively static battle approach of the Xianxia battalion, the Vandals only brought 40 ferocious piranhas this time. The light mechs were there to hunt down enemy scouts, monitor enemy positions and test the enemy's countermeasures. If the Xianxia battalion failed to repel the ferocious piranhas, the Flagrant Vandals were free to press their attacks against the vulnerable enemy mechs. As for the Sword Maidens, they exclusively deployed Bright Warriors in Swordsman mech configuration. Originally, the Sword Maidens didn't find the Bright Warrior model to be a comfortable fit for their fighting style. Before they received a proper Swordsman mech designed by Kedis, they improvised by customizing and altering the existing Bright Warriors to accommodate their needs. The Sword Maidens even painted over the golden coating of the Bright Warriors into a muted green tint. Together with their great swords, the Sword Maiden mechs exuded a lot more menace than the Bright Warrior mechs. Every Larkinson thought highly of the Sword Maidens. While they were useless in ranged combat, as long as they got close to the enemy, they could easily chop their opposition apart, especially if they attacked from a flanking angle. The Sword Maidens weren't expected to play a role in the beginning phase of the battles. If they just charged up at the Xianxia battalion, they would probably lose most if not all of their 80 machines before they could hack their weapons against the energy shields of their opponents. No, the ranged mechs armed with Luminaire crystal rifles had to make the first move. Once the match commenced, Commander Casella quickly issued a round of orders. Vandals, scout the enemy position. Keep as low to the ground as possible but don't hesitate to hunt down the enemy scouts. Aye, Commander. The enemy scout mechs played a crucial role in transmitting precise targeting data to the Xianxia missile and cannon-carrying mechs. Due to this important role, the Xianxia scout mechs remained as flighty and elusive as possible. Unlike the Vandals, the Xianxia light mechs avoided battle as much as possible. Each time they came under threat, they quickly retreated to the Genetsi battalion's main formation. The Larkinsons already expected the Genetsi scout elements to play hard to get. Casella didn't think it was crucial to take them out straight away. As long as they stopped peeping on the Larkinson mech elements, the Genetsi ranged mechs weren't able to bombard as much as they liked. So far, so good. This time, the battlefield turned into a hot, sandy desert environment. With low, rolling hills and occasional rocky outcroppings, the circumstances of this match resembled that of the previous battle. The only true difference was the heightened temperature. Commander Casella and many other Larkinsons frowned when they realized that their heat-generating mechs would reach their limits faster in the current environment. We'll need to end this battle quickly. The longer it goes on, the more the Genetsi battalion are able to build up their advantage. Of course, the Genetsis were able to bring only so much ammunition to the fight. Once their ranged mechs ran out of missiles and explosive shells, they became a lot less scary. The Larkinsons couldn't afford to bet on outlasting their opponents. By almost entirely foregoing melee mechs, the Genetsis brought more than enough ranged mechs to kill double their number if left unopposed. We've identified the Genetsi battalion's main position. They have entrenched themselves in the middle of a rocky outcropping. Casella accessed the live feed that was relayed back to the main Larkinson formation. She could see that the Genetsis had not settled in place but instead sought the more favorable terrain in sight before setting up shop. The enemy missile mechs and cannon-wielding mechs both warmed up their weapon systems. Even if the Genetsi scout mechs were unable to fly too far from their friendlies, they still relayed plenty of relevant sensor readings. Damn it, we're under fire. A flagrant Vandal mech pilot roared. There's a dozen hunter-killer missiles behind my back. I can't break their locks. Ah, the unlucky ferocious piranha exploded into several different pieces as multiple missiles struck the mech without any difficulty. A small energy shield generated by the arena protected the cockpit against any damage. The protected cockpit soon zipped upwards until it passed through the extremely powerful barrier that marked the boundaries of the arena field. This phenomenon happened several times. Both sides largely ignored it as they knew it was just the mech pilots of the destroyed mechs being brought to safety. In the meantime, more ferocious piranhas got blown up after being chased by missiles. The Larkinson light mechs did not carry any machine guns or other ranged weapons that could be used to shoot the missiles before they reached their targets. In fact, even if the ferocious piranhas were able to intercept the incoming ordnance, many of the hunter-killer missiles simply flew too fast to shoot them all down. These missiles and shells keep pouring in from afar. If this continues, we can't hold back the Genetsi scout mechs much longer. The flagrant Vandals had to retreat their ferocious piranhas from the main enemy position before they were wiped out in their entirety. Careful, folks, these Genetsi missiles are not only good at locking in our mechs, but none of our ECM systems managed to divert them. I suggest we either intercept the missiles or cut them off at the source. This was unsettling information to Commander Casella, but it did not stop her resolve. The Larkinsons needed to advance towards the Genetsis. Minutes passed by as the huge audience felt the tension. The Larkinsons knew where their enemies were located but did not dare to commit an assault until they came closer. The Genetsi battalion's position was covered entirely by energy shields. While they had become a lot more vulnerable now that they exposed their location, their missileer and cannoneer mechs were already firing their weapons at any Larkinson mech that exposed their whereabouts. As the freed-up Genetsi scout mechs became bold enough to explore again, they continued to relay the coordinates of the advancing Larkinson mechs. Hundreds of missiles and explosive shells flooded the Larkinson battalion. Even spreading out their formations didn't help that much. The enemy artillery mechs merely concentrated their fire in a single zone and wiped everything out that was inside. In just a short span of time, the Larkinsons had already lost over 30 mechs while the Genetsis only lost a smaller amount of scout mechs. Chapter 3475, Undermining a Castle Against an Opponent Like the Genetsi Battalion, the Larkinson clan had little choice but to meet force with force. The enemy did not engage in maneuver warfare at all. This was usually bad because remaining rooted in place made it easy to bombard their stationary mechs. Yet the Genetsi family had an answer for this. They brought along a lot of auxiliary mechs that weren't good at fighting but could perform one job well. They carried powerful wide-area shield generators that could project strong energy shields over an area. While one of these shield mechs weren't that particularly strong, it was a different story when there were over 100 of them. What made the auxiliary mechs even more impressive was that the tech of the shield mech allowed for them to merge with each other. Instead of overlapping their energy shields like the scales of a dragon, they instead linked up with each other and merged their efforts into a single, powerful dome that was supported by all of the shield mechs involved. The advantages of this were obvious. Gaps in the massive shields wouldn't occur just because one of the supporting mechs malfunctioned or ran out of energy. The drain on the energy shields was also shared among the entire group. If the collective energy shield ever came under heavy attack, the energy control systems of the shield mechs made sure to share the burden as equally as possible. This way, every mech would be able to contribute to the upkeep of the energy shield without any of them dropping out prematurely. Shield linking technology was fairly common in first-class combat. Counters to it were also fairly common, so it was not that impressive. However, this form of high technology was a lot less common in second-class combat. The main shortcomings were that it was too inefficient. The strain on the mechs was too great over time and the energy requirements were extreme. It was too impractical to be employed on a real battlefield. Only an arena environment and other special circumstances could make this tech viable. If a typical match only lasted up to an hour, the shield mechs could fulfill their function for a significant fraction of that time. That was enough for the missileer and cannoneer mechs of the Xianxia battalion to wreck hundreds of mechs with impunity. Even if the energy shield eventually broke from all of the strain, so what? The attacking force would have lost most of their combat strength by then and could no longer fight on equal terms against the fully intact Xianxia mechs. The Larkinsons were quite disgusted at being forced to fight such an opponent. The Xianxia battalion's strategy was simple, stupid but effective. Larkinson battalion had already lost over 50 mechs and they still hadn't reached the enemy position. Missiles and explosive shells kept pouring down from above. Although the power of an individual payload wasn't too great, when a dozen of them impacted a mech in quick succession, not even a knight mech could remain unscathed. Damn it, how the hell can the Xianxias carry so much ammunition with them? Will they ever even be able to run out? This is crazy. Shut up and keep going forward. We're almost there, now. Those Xianxias may have the upper hand for now, but soon we'll be able to turn the tables on them, hee. They're not the only ones who possess advanced technology. Commander Ksela Ingvar remained stoic as she continued to keep up with her men. Her mech along with all of the other ones flew low to the ground, not hesitating to overload their flight systems a little bit in order to close the distance faster. The downside to that was that flying at such intensity caused their mechs to rapidly heat UPL. This increased their energy signatures and made it easier for the enemy to lock onto their machines. It can't be helped, she sighed. The enemy specialized in range bombardment. The Xianxia ranged mechs would have ways of making sure their attacks landed on target. The only way to stop the damage from piling up further was to stop the Xianxia mechs as soon as possible. This was also why Ksela opted to go for an all-out offense rather than a more conservative strategy. She could have asked the avatars to bring a lot more knight mechs to this fight. They could mitigate a lot of incoming firepower with their thicker defenses and heavy shields. The problem with that was that it would slow down their offensive. Not only would the knight mechs drag down the advancing speed of the main force, but they also took the place of rifleman mechs armed with luminaire crystal rifles. Under these circumstances, the only role that knight mechs could play was to delay a defeat. Greater offensive power was needed to quickly chew through the defenses of the Xianxia battalion, so the Larkinsons had made the difficult but correct decision to bring a lot of rifleman mechs instead. The only way for the Larkinsons to beat the Xianxias was to bring a lot of attack power. We're finally in place. The collective energy shield is just behind those rocky outcroppings. The rocky and sandy desert terrain favored the Xianxias more than the Larkinsons. If there weren't so many hills and slopes in the current environment, then the Larkinson ranged mechs would have been able to fire their weapons at the opponents from kilometers away. It was too bad that the Larkinson clan's entire ranged arsenal could only fire straight for the most part. They lacked the missiles and howitzers of the Xianxias that could fire over hills and other obstacles. Even the Transcendent Punishers and the Eternal Redemptions had to march forward and occupy an elevated position in order to get a viable angle on their targets. Due to their slower traversal speeds, the Eye of Ilvain wouldn't be able to join the battle at this time, but Commander Ksela didn't intend to wait for the Ilvainans to get into place. We don't need our heavy guns to take down this shield. Many of the participants in the Xianxia League would probably despair after encountering such a strong and all-encompassing energy shield. Not the Larkinsons. They happened to have the right tool for the job. Without any further delays, the Larkinsons quickly opened fire on the domed energy shield. Hundreds of bright warriors and Valkyrie Redeemers fired their luminaire crystal weapons at the same time. What was special about their guns was that they had already loaded the crucial disruptor beam attack phase crystal. This crystal type modulated the energy output of the luminaire crystal rifle in a special way. When the odd energy beams instantly struck the massive energy shield, the xianxia mech pilots became alarmed when their protective barrier visibly wobbled. "It's working." Commander Casella grinned as she commanded the Quint to fire another shot at the energy shield. "Our disruptor beams are wearing down the enemy energy shield 5 times faster than normal. Keep up the pressure and don't let the enemy ordnance stop you from getting off." Another shot. The situation of the Larkinson battalion was especially grave now that they had entered into line of sight of the xianxia mechs. Before, the xianxia ranged mechs needed to rely on the targeting data transmitted by their scout mechs in order to hit their targets. Now, they could just rely on their own sensors to guide their attacks to the right destination. The effectiveness of their massive projectile volleys increased remarkably, causing over 100 mechs of the Larkinson clan to crumble. Even so, the harder the xianxias fought, the more the Larkinsons smelled blood. The bright warriors and Valkyrie Redeemers that were armed with luminaire crystal rifles took the brunt of the enemy firepower, but the energy shield drained so quickly that the Larkinson melee mechs were already beginning to charge forward. Those crystalline energy weapons are insane. How can they possibly drain the famed xianxia energy shield so quickly? The energy beams are inflicting far too much damage considering how much power is being expended. Those rifles aren't even building up that much heat. The efficiency of the luminaire crystal rifles impressed the expert commentators, but the real value of the weapons lay in their ability to tear down an energy shield with ludicrous effectiveness. Another commentator finally figured it out. "According to my analysis, the energy shield isn't being worn down by brute force. The strange energy beams that are impacting the xianxia shield are destabilizing the energy field that sustains the shield." "What does that mean, exactly?" "Think of the energy shield like a castle. The most conventional way to break it is to attack its walls. This is difficult to do because castles are made to resist damage in this way. What the crystal rifles are doing is not just attacking the walls. The disrupting energy beams are also wearing down the foundation of the castle. The more they attack the castle, the faster the ground it rests upon will collapse, thereby tearing down the walls with it as well." Although this analogy didn't accurately describe the effects of the disruptor beams, it still gave the layman in the audience an easy way to understand their power. The xianxia battalion became a lot more flustered now that its main form of defense and key element of their battle strategy was faltering before their eyes. Their shield mechs, which had all been rooted and anchored to the ground, showed visible strain as they struggled to stabilize their collective shield. Their missileer and cannoneer mechs fired their weapons as fast as possible at the Larkinson ranged mechs. The xianxias were actually in a dilemma as well. The enemy ranged mechs inflicted a lot more damage to their energy shield than expected, but they weren't the true killers of the Larkinson battalion. The waiting and eager sword maidens and penitent sisters were just waiting for the enemy's castle walls to go down before they could charge into the enemy ranks without encountering any obstruction. Still, the xianxias opted to direct all of their firepower towards the Larkinson ranged mechs. This caused the energy shield's deterioration to slow down a bit as there were less mechs with luminaire crystal rifles still in the fight. Regardless, the Larkinsons brought too many ranged mechs for the xianxias to take them all down in a short amount of time. The shield, it's breaking. The massive energy shield didn't break in an explosive or spectacular manner. Instead, the disruptor beams hitting it from multiple angles caused it to become so unstable that it simply fizzled out as if someone cut the power cord. The shield mechs that had all tried their best to sustain the collective energy shield looked as if they had all been cooked until they began to steam. The auxiliary mechs had overloaded their shield generating systems as much as possible in order to keep the protective barrier up. Now that they had reached their limits, they were unable to play any role in this battle, thereby making their presence useless in the coming battle. The xianxia battalion is vulnerable now. Follow the plan and attack in waves. Be cautious about surprise attacks and try your best to draw out their subsequent responses. Although the xianxia mechs looked incredibly vulnerable now, the Larkinsons tried their best to remain steady. They were wary of any traps their enemies might have prepared. The flagrant vandals moved first. Although they had lost a hefty chunk of ferocious piranhas, they still had enough machines left to test the waters. The light mechs rapidly zipped forward and attempted to close in on a squad of big and juicy missileer mechs. Yet before the ferocious piranhas could get close enough, the xianxias finally unveiled their next surprise. Many of their missile artillery mechs fired special rockets into the surrounding terrain. A huge amount of sensor-blocking smoke and particle dust obscured the entire xianxia battalion. This again. What the hell are they doing? I thought we were fighting against the xianxia battalion, not the Quislam battalion. Careful. The xianxias must be doing something inside this obscuring field. Get in there and find out what they are doing next. Chapter 3476. Terrible attrition. The xianxia battalion wasn't as good as the Quislam battalion when it came to information warfare. That didn't mean that the xianxias were prohibited from employing the same methods. In the previous group arena battle, the Quislams showed such great proficiency and mastery of ECM technology that they managed to turn a huge part of the battlefield into a blind spot for the enemy. The xianxias didn't have the tech, the expertise and the numbers to accomplish something so exaggerated. However, it was not a problem for them to turn a small area of the arena into a site where the enemy had difficulty penetrating with their sensors. All of the smoke and interference successfully turned the location of the xianxia battalion into a void to the Larkinsons. Although the xianxia battalion's own mechs were blinded as well, they had already made the appropriate preparations to remain in contact with each other. Not only were their mechs situated relatively close to each other, but they also buried communication lines underneath the ground. This ensured that the xianxia mechs were able to keep coordinating their actions with each other. The story was much different for the Larkinson mechs. The flagrant vandal mechs that had swept inside this obscuring cloud were practically blinded due to all of the interference and jamming that had emerged. The ferocious piranha's sensor systems might be better than average, but they were ultimately unable to peer too far into the fog. They weren't true scout mechs that possessed specialized sensor and scanning arrays that could power through much of the interference. Although the vandal mechs kept charging forward to the last known positions of the enemy ranged mechs, all they encountered in return was a volley of short-range missiles that easily fractured their relatively thin armor plating. Though the ferocious piranhas were able to withstand a little more damage than other light mechs, dozens of xianxia missileer mechs were firing their missiles at the Larkinson light mechs with utter clarity. Damn it, retreat and relay the news back to Commander Casella. Only 3 ferocious piranhas managed to escape the constant missile barrage relatively intact. Each of them exhibited serious battle damage and one mech even lost both of its legs. When the other Larkinson mech pilots learned what had happened, they frowned. It's like the energy shield all over again. These xianxias are really making it difficult to mop up all of their ranged mechs. The problem was that as soon as the vandal mechs retreated from the enemy position, the xianxia ranged mechs resumed firing on the entire Larkinson battalion from within the smoke cloud. The xianxias weren't bothered by all of the sensor blocking measures they put up, but the Larkinsons were different. Although the Bright Warriors and Valkyrie Redeemers already fired their luminaire crystal rifles into the smoke cloud, the chance was great that their energy beams hit nothing but empty terrain. Even if their attacks coincidentally hit a xianxia mech, the damage wasn't concentrated. It would take forever to rely on these occasional hits to defeat the xianxia battalion. Although the Transcendent Punishers were just about to open fire on the hitting xianxia mechs, there were just 20 of them in this fight. That was too few to rely solely on their firepower to demolish all of the xianxia mechs in time. Commander Casella looked at the obscuring smoke cloud and knew that the Larkinson battalion didn't have the means to neutralize it or render it ineffective. The Larkinson army was good at direct combat, but it was completely lacking in terms of auxiliary functions. Many more mature mech forces possessed at least some extra capabilities such as erecting shields, blinding enemy sensors, supplying energy and other functions. The Larkinsons on the other hand were only good at attacking and nothing else. That might be sufficient against most ordinary enemies, but as the caliber of their opponents kept growing stronger, it became more important than ever to address these shortcomings. That was something to consider for later, though. Right now, the Larkinson battalion had a battle to win. We need to go on the offensive. Casella decided, even if the xianxias have prepared a trap for us, staying in place will do us no good. Ranged mechs, concentrate your firepower on the right flank of the enemy position. Melee mechs, prepare to charge the left flank. More specific orders quickly followed suit as the various captains and other officers readied their men for an assault. The surviving Bright Warriors armed with luminaire crystal rifles continued to fire blindly into the smoke cloud. Due to the fact that most of the ordnance unleashed by the xianxia mechs were indirect, it was difficult to trace the origin points of all of the missiles and shells. The missileer and cannoneer mechs also changed their positions every so often, making it even more difficult to deduce their actual locations. However, the constant stream of energy beams still had effect, especially when they raked a smaller part of the enemy formation. Soon enough, the Transcendent Punishers got to work as well. Just like the other Larkinson mechs, their sensor systems failed to penetrate through the obscuring cloud. However, unlike Avatars or the Penitent Sisters, over 80% of their shots hit the mark. Every Eye of Ilvain pilot had already triggered the guided aim ability. The familiar presence of the Great Prophet had descended on them, granting them an unnatural insight into the enemy position. No smoke or mist could stop them from hitting their targets. What was even better was that the Ilvainans didn't keep this advantage to themselves. Larkinsons, link into our targeting system. Align your weapons with ours. The Transcendent Punishers didn't focus on dismantling the enemy mechs by themselves this time. While their firepower was prodigious, they could contribute a lot more to the Larkinson battalion by helping the other mechs identify the enemy positions. The Avlanan mech pilots didn't hesitate to spread their firepower. Rather than concentrating their shots on a handful of Genetsi mechs, they fired their Gauss cannons and positron cannons at dozens of different mechs. The Transcendent Punisher attacks served as spotlights that helped the other Larkinson ranged mechs stay on target. The Genetsi battalion became befuddled why its countermeasures weren't working. How are they detecting our coordinates? It's those artillery mechs. Before they came into action, these Larkinson mechs couldn't hit anything. Everything has changed now. Those artillery mechs have begun to fire on our mechs. The Genetsis weren't stupid and immediately figured out the pattern. They directed most of their ranged mechs at the Transcendent Punishers, but how could it be so easy to defeat the Larkinson artillery mechs? The night mechs dispatched by the Avatars finally fulfilled their purpose. They blocked the majority of the incoming attacks. Even if their shields and frames were deteriorating in a distressing rate, they still bought valuable time for the Larkinson ranged mechs to take down a lot of Genetsi machines. In the meantime, the Larkinson mechs boldly entered into the mist. Guided by the occasional attacks the Transcendent Punishers directed at the left flank, the Sword Maidens and Penitent Sisters had a vague idea where the enemy mechs were located. Just as the first squad of Sword Maiden mechs were about to drive their great swords through the cannoneer mechs of the Genetsi battalion, the latter suddenly detonated all of the remaining shells in its magazines and blew themselves apart. Boom! The Genetsi mechs took themselves out, but it wasn't as if they had a chance of surviving an encounter against melee mechs up close. The important part was that their self-destruction also took out their attackers. All of the Sword Maiden mechs that had fearlessly charged into the enemy were either gone or so badly damaged that they could no longer put up a fight. The arena's safety systems worked quite hard to save the lives of all of the mech pilots. It was not easy to save so many mech pilots from the detonations of their own machines. It was exactly because of the existence of this safety measure that the Genetsis were so unscrupulous about launching suicide attacks. Dirty bastards. They're exploiting the rules. They're just making the best out of the situation. There's nothing wrong with their actions. Not just the Genetsi ranged mechs were able to self-destruct like this, but their auxiliary mechs were also loaded with explosives. The seemingly exhausted and useless shield mechs charged at any melee mech that had entered the smoke cloud. Before the Sword Maidens and Penitent Sisters could find the Genetsi artillery mechs, they unexpectedly bumped into the shield mechs. Boom! More Bright Warriors and Valkyrie Redeemers collapsed or retreated in a sorry condition as they failed to take down the crucial Genetsi Missileer and Cannoneer mechs. As long as the latter two remained intact, the Genetsi battalion still had a chance of winning this match. Commander Casella was distressed by the loss, but she did not waver in her resolve. The Genetsis had to blow up at least one of their mechs to take down an approaching Larkinson melee mech. The balance between the two battalions remained equal as a result. What the Genetsi battalion actually sought to accomplish was to keep as many of its ranged mechs alive as possible in order to take out all of the Larkinson mechs. If they were facing another typical mech battalion, then the Genetsi battalion's strategy might have worked. It was a pity that the Genetsis haven't accounted for the Eye of Ilvain. The well-protected heavy artillery mechs kept marking the actual positions of the hidden Genetsi mechs, causing the hit rates of the other ranged mechs to triple. Though the Avatars and Penitent Sisters still missed plenty of their shots, their current effectiveness was much greater than before, which caused the Genetsi mechs to experience much greater discomfort. If nothing else happened, Commander Casella predicted that the Larkinson battalion would eventually be able to win this match. The price is a bit big, though. As the Sentinel commander continued to oversee the battle, the Genetsis finally launched their final measure. If the Larkinsons were able to figure out the trend of the battle, then so did the Genetsis. They needed to change the game somehow. This was why a squad of Xianxia light mechs suddenly charged out of the smoke cloud and headed straight to the formation of surviving Avatar ranged mechs. Shoot them down. The Avatar mechs tried to shoot down these odd light mechs, but most of their shots failed to hit their mark. The Xianxia light mechs were not only fast, but were also controlled by skilled mech pilots. These aren't regular light mechs. Their performance is higher. They're elites. What are they doing? They can't possibly take out all of our rifleman mechs by ourselves. They're heading straight for the Quint. This is a decapitation strike. Decapitation strike. As long as the Xianxias took out Commander Casella with a blitz attack, they could inflict considerable damage to the Larkinson battalion. The Transcendent Punishers already redirected some of their fire to the threatening light mechs, but the enemy approached from a tricky angle that used the Avatar mechs as their own shields. Though 2/3 of the Xianxia light mechs failed to stay up during their attack run, the remaining third successfully made it through. The lack of melee mechs in the Avatar formation and the risk of causing friendly fire made it a lot more difficult to take out these intruders. One of the light mechs stood out from the rest. The light mech was not only considerably faster and more agile, but its mech pilot was head and shoulders above his comrades. Their expert candidate is among this group. Damn, he or she is trying to assassinate our commander in person. Stop this mech. It's too late. The Xianxia light mechs had acted way too quickly for the Larkinson battalion to form a proper response. It would take at least a dozen seconds for a squad of Sword Maiden mechs to come to Commander Casella's aid, but the enemy assassins could easily complete their mission during this time. Just as the surviving enemy light mechs almost reached their target, the Quint roared to life and took action. Its Luminaire crystal rifle fired a barrage of thin and narrow slicer beams that nonetheless possessed a terrifying degree of penetration power. The beams precisely struck the parts of the flight systems of the enemy mechs in the brief intervals they became exposed from the front. This was an incredibly tricky move, but Casella and the Quint managed to land their shots without fail. The light mechs aside from the one piloted by the Xianxia expert candidate struggled to stay in control. Though they did not lose a lot of flight capability, the slight damage to their systems nonetheless interrupted their movements and caused them to incur a lot more hits. Unfortunately, the Luminaire crystal rifle wielded by the Quint was only capable of firing so many shots at a time. Before it could fire another shot, the Xianxia champion mech had already reached the Quint. Seeing that time was critical, the enemy expert candidate did not bother to circle around the back. Instead, it thrust its twin daggers straight towards the chest of its priority target. Yet before those twin weapons could take out the leader of the Larkinson battalion, both of them were repelled when another weapon blocked their path. The Quint and the Xianxia assassin mech both bounced back from the force. To the Xianxia battalion's utter surprise, the Quint had dropped its Luminaire crystal rifle and pulled out a sword that had been hidden behind its back. Casella eagerly grinned as she faced her challenger. You messed with the wrong mech. Chapter 3477. Savage Mech. The Quint locked its considerably powerful presence onto the nearby enemy champion mech. The Xianxia expert candidate was confused. Even though he already figured out that the enemy mech commander was also an expert candidate, that didn't mean that people like them could do everything. While it was easier for expert candidates to branch out and learn the fundamentals of other piloting specialties, the Xianxia expert candidate excelled in melee combat. His attacks shouldn't have been blocked so easily by what was clearly supposed to be ranged mech. Still, the more he observed the Quint, the more he became afraid that the situation might spin out of control. For the sake of the Xianxia family, he could only set aside his doubts and do his best to complete his mission. Although the surrounding Avatar mechs wanted to skewer the enemy light mech with positron beams, Commander Casella instructed them to back away. Leave this opponent to me. If you interfere in this match, he will just avoid me and tear you apart instead. Keep focusing on the other Xianxia mechs and dismantle as many of their missile and cannon-bearing mechs as possible. Commander Casella was aware that this might not be the most rational command decision that she could make at this time, but the Quint compelled her to face this challenger by themselves. It was strange. Casella wasn't an avid duelist like her brother Imon, yet the Quint insisted on dueling the enemy light mech. Do you really want to do this here? We must prove our strength. This challenger shall be our whetstone. Though Casella could still override her living mech's demands if she insisted on it, a part of her was actually eager to fight this impromptu duel. In any case, the Xianxia battalion's gambit had already failed for the most part. Even if the enemy champion mech managed to defeat the Quint, it couldn't reverse the current trend by itself. The enemy light mech did not sit still. The xianxia expert candidate realized that his side would only grow weaker over time. He needed to achieve a quick result in order to have any hopes of salvaging a victory. The xianxia light mech did not launch a frontal assault this time. The swift machine instead sought to circle around and attack the Quint's more vulnerable flank or rear. Despite the enemy expert candidate's quick maneuvers, the Quint easily kept up and turned around to constantly orient its front towards the enemy threat. Seeing that the Quint was not about to expose its vulnerable rear to its daggers, the enemy light mech stopped wasting time on this maneuver game. If I can't outmaneuver you, I'll outfight you more directly. The enemy expert candidate didn't believe that this ranged mech specialist with a ranged mech could fend off a light skirmisher. The two mechs instantly clashed and exchanged blows. Although the xianxia light mech was clearly faster and piloted by a more skilled mech pilot in melee combat, the Quint was still able to block or evade the incoming attacks. While Commander Casella wasn't able to find any opportunities to launch a counterattack, it was already sufficient for her to fend off the enemy attacker. What made her life considerably easier was the Quint was originally a bright warrior mech. This meant that all of its performance parameters were relatively balanced and even. Though the bright warrior model did not possess any distinct strengths, it didn't possess any major shortcomings either. Only a balanced design was able to adopt multiple roles. Depending on the configuration, a bright warrior could wear any coat and fight in different ways. What was also important to note was that the Quint was not a regular bright warrior mech. It had received multiple upgrades throughout its lifetime that elevated its base performance by a considerable margin. All this allowed the Quint to fend off the enemy light mech despite deploying in a rifleman mech configuration for this battle. The lack of progress not only frustrated the xianxia expert candidate, but also shamed him. Light skirmishers were supposed to slaughter rifleman mechs at close range. This Larkinson expert candidate is clearly not a melee specialist. He observed. Her swordsmanship is too basic. Yet the performance of her mech is just good enough to keep up with my attacks. As long as she focuses on defense, I can't penetrate through her defenses. While the xianxia expert candidate struggled to defeat the Larkinson commander and expert candidate, his other comrades were losing mechs left and right. The Larkinson battalion's somewhat effective counterattack achieved good results. As the missileer and cannoneer mechs hidden inside the smoke cloud kept getting taken out, the xianxia battalion's attack volleys continued to weaken. When the xianxias only had less than 100 offensive mechs left, they lost all chances of defeating the enemy. Not only were they running low on ammunition and supplies, they also had to fend off the transcendent punishers that had managed to weather much of the storm. The Avatar Knight mechs had performed their jobs admirably and blocked a lot of damage. Even if they had reached their limits, the transcendent punishers themselves weren't pushovers. They were designed to hold their own in artillery duels. Their mobility might be terrible, but their thick armor and huge frames allowed them to withstand a heavy amount of punishment and keep going. In the end, the xianxia expert candidate became aware that it was impossible for his efforts to reverse the xianxia battalion's defeat. Expert candidate or not, there was only so much he could do to resist all of the opposition. The Avatar ranged mechs could have nailed his light skirmisher after a bit of effort. Instead, they focused their firepower on the remaining xianxia ranged mechs instead, thereby guaranteeing their victory. Once the Larkinson ranged mechs directed their weapons back on the xianxia light mech, its end was certain. I can only try to win back some honor by taking down this Larkinson expert candidate. Masterwork mech or not, you're going down. Defeating the Quint became an obsession to the man. He fought harder and made more aggressive moves. The light skirmisher continually exchanged blows against the ranged mech with a sword, but the Quint had yet to suffer any serious damage. Although Commander Casella was comfortable with this result, her living mech wasn't content with this result. It did not want to rely on others to defeat this little fly. Attack. Under the urging of the Quint, Commander Casella was compelled to fight more aggressively. Though the Quint began to show openings that the xianxia champion mech took advantage of, the damage was still tolerable. What was important was that the Quint finally posed an actual threat to its opposition. Though Commander Casella was nowhere close as the Sword Maidens in melee combat, she had become increasingly more proficient in employing her basic sword techniques. The constant threat exerted by the xianxia mech pilot pressured Casella into polishing her swordsmanship on the spot. Together with the support provided by her mech, she became increasingly more adept at blocking the enemy attacks. As this, venerable Joshua's swordsmanship, she saw shadows of Joshua's swordsmanship back when he was piloting the Quint. No, that's not all. There's also a hint of my brother in this style. The Quint was actually instructing her in the combat skills of its past mech pilots. The form of guidance was quite mysterious. The living mech wasn't verbally teaching her these moves, nor did it upload all of the skills straight into her mind. Instead, it conveyed skill templates through the man-machine connection that she could easily absorb if she wanted to. Though not every skill template conformed to her style and ability, there was still plenty of material that she saw fit to absorb. Her performance visibly improved over time. The Quint and Casella deepened their bond as they both struggled to defeat this light mech under adverse conditions. Eventually, the crucial difference came when the xianxia expert candidate decided to make an all-out attack. I can't keep getting entangled by this ranged mech when its mech pilot is constantly improving in front of my nose. With that thought, the xianxia light mech forcibly surged forward and sought to damage the Quint's arms. As long as the ranged mech's relatively fragile limbs were taken out, the Larkinson Masterwork mech should no longer be able to block any further dagger strikes. The plan was good, but the Quint responded quickly. As the two daggers surged forward, the Quint blocked one of the daggers with its sword and allowed the other one to strike the arm. Despite suffering significant damage to its limb, the Quint grew bloodthirsty. Its dense and heavy glow spiked as the Masterwork mech kicked the enemy light mech. Although the blow did not deal serious damage to the xianxia light mech, the force of the blow still launched away. While the xianxia light skirmisher quickly managed to stabilize its flight, the Quint holstered its sword and accepted the luminaire crystal rifle that a nearby avatar mech tossed into its direction. "It's over." Commander Casella grinned as she reveled in the moment. The prepared rifle quickly unleashed several different positron beams that accurately hit the xianxia champion mech's arms. Under ordinary circumstances, the enemy light mech would have been able to avoid the attacks by performing evasive maneuvers. However, the light mech happened to be relatively stationary at this time. It needed at least a second to build up sufficient speed to evade the incoming attacks, but Casella and the Quint did not let that happen. Although the positron beams weren't able to sever the light mech's limbs outright, they still dealt enough damage for the xianxia mech to lose a lot of strength in the affected limbs. It was unable to attack as smoothly as before. As the xianxia light mech closed in to make a final desperation attack, the Quint didn't bother to swap weapons again. It used the body of its luminaire crystal rifle as an improvised staff and easily blocked the slower and weaker dagger strikes. As the xianxia light skirmisher failed to overcome its opponent's guard, the Quint abruptly batted aside an incoming dagger. The Masterwork mech subsequently jabbed the butt of its rifle against one of the light skirmisher's damaged limb. The forceful strike disrupted the affected arm to such an extent that it had actually lost its grip of its dagger. Casella and the Quint quickly repeated the same move before the increasingly less composed xianxia expert candidate could adjust. Left without any sharp weapons, the light skirmisher no longer posed much of a threat to the Larkinsons. Casella grinned as she indulged in her living mech's desires. The Quint first fired a couple of precise shots at the retreating light skirmisher's flight system. The xianxia expert candidate knew that he had to pick up another set of weapons from the battlefield in order to rescue his chances in this mech duel. The damage to the light mech's flight system spoiled his plans. After losing a considerable amount of speed, the Quint soon caught up and reached out to grab the light skirmisher's frame. "What are you doing?" The Quint proceeded to abuse the helpless light mech. It repeatedly punched, kicked and wrestled against the light mech in one of the most brutal and absurd displays of savagery in the xianxia League. "Is that ranged mech beating up a melee mech? It's a light skirmisher. It is an entire weight class lighter than the Larkinson Masterwork rifleman mech. Even if that's true, a ranged mech simply shouldn't be allowed to beat a light skirmisher at its own game." The Quint did not let up on the assault until the arena finally engaged the safety system. A powerful energy shield emerged that prevented the brutal mech from endangering the life of the enemy expert candidate. At this time, the Quint had finally sated its battle lust. The Larkinson Battalion has won. Chapter 3478. Overbearing machine. The Larkinson Battalion had won its first match in the xianxia League. Although the Larkinsons struggled to overcome the unusual strategies and tactics employed by their opposition, they managed to defeat the xianxias by relying on their superior attacking prowess. The massive audience was able to view more than the combatants throughout the match. The obscuring smoke formed no obstacle as the arena automatically provided them with an augmented view that allowed them to see exactly what went on inside. This allowed each of them to appreciate the performance of both sides. Larkinsons, 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 xianxias, 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 Although the people cheering for the Larkinson Battalion ultimately overwhelmed the voices backing the quirky Xianxia Battalion, none of them were dissatisfied with how the battle unfolded. At this stage in the tournament, hardly anyone was familiar with the 16 groups that participated in the Xianxia League. The people who supported the Larkinson Battalion were still shallow fans that could easily convert to another competitor if the Larkinsons started losing. Even so, the Larkinson clan already attracted a lot of attention after winning their first bout in this massive, highly publicized media spectacle. The amount of people who followed the Xianxia League vastly exceeded that of the High Tide Tournament and other smaller events. In an instant, the Larkinson clan became flooded with inquiries, most of which had to do with purchasing the mechs that the Larkinson clan showcased in battle. It was too bad that many of the models in the field such as the Transcendent Punishers weren't for sale. In fact, the Larkinson Battalion hadn't even shown the full capabilities of their mechs as of yet. The odd combat approach of the Xianxia Battalion prevented the Larkinson mechs from showing off their full capabilities. When the mech pilots of the Larkinson Battalion finally returned to the backstage and joined up with their other compatriots, their gazes turned heavy as they looked at the aftermath of their victory. "How many?" Commander Casella asked as she looked out at all of the piles of wreckage that the arena had swept in this corner. "We're still judging which mechs can be restored and which ones should be salvaged, Commander," a Larkinson chief technician told her. "Even if we are able to make use of the services offered by the tournament, we're still looking at a total loss of up to 150 mechs. Then there are about 200 mechs that require light to moderate repairs to return them to their best conditions. That much. The weapons employed by our opponents are too destructive, ma'am. The mechs that got blown up by dozens of missiles and the machines that got too close to the self-destructed Xianxia mechs lost too much integrity. There are more broken and ruined parts than intact frames in those cases. We're better off recycling all of this junk and shipping them back to the Spirit of Bentime so that we can build new mechs." The Larkinsons already expected that they would lose a lot of mechs per match. In order to prevent them from running out of mechs entirely, they needed to preserve as much materials as possible. The more scrap they recovered, the more mechs they could produce to make up for the losses. Casella realized that their losses this time were fairly light this time. If they lost a match or fought against a tougher opponent, the mechs that were ruined beyond repair could easily reach in excess of 300 mechs. She had to do better in order to prevent that outcome. All of her fellow Larkinsons had to do better to win their subsequent arena matches. The Larkinsons began to wound down and evaluate their previous performance. While these discussions went on, Commander Casella met with Director Rayla in a private hangar where the Quint was being serviced with great care. Due to the great importance of the Masterwork mech, a team of assistant mech designers from the design department had volunteered to service the powerful machine. The strong and heavy glow of the Quint made it unbearable for ordinary people to stay in its presence for long, but the apprentice mech designers could just bear it without relying on any remote repair equipment. This was a great opportunity for the likes of Miles Tovar, Molter Ringer and Catherine Evanson to get up close to one of their head designers' best works. The mech designers treated the Quint as an artifact and did their best to complete their repairs as flawlessly as possible. "You know, I grew nervous for a moment when I saw that the light mech piloted by the Xianxia expert candidate tried to assassinate you," Rayla remarked. "It turns out you expert candidates are more versatile than I thought. I'm impressed with the way you humiliated that guy. It's great showmanship and you certainly managed to stand out in front of the crowd." "I didn't intend to duel the enemy expert candidate," Commander Casella admitted with a grimace. "We're participating in this tournament in order to win the top prizes. If we cannot obtain third place or higher, then our losses will exceed whatever we can obtain from this tournament. Earning fame was just a secondary objective to the clan. The real reason why the Larkinsons were willing to endure so many losses to their mech roster was because of the promise of winning lots of carriers. The prize pool of the Xianxia League was considerably bigger than usual and much more suitable for larger pioneering organizations. The champion of the tournament could obtain an entire fleet carrier as well as 20 combat carriers. The second place winner could obtain 20 combat carriers. The third place winner had to make do with 10 combat carriers. The fourth place winner could only obtain a paltry 5 combat carriers. With the distribution of the prizes of the tournament, all 16 participating groups were aiming for the top 2. Just getting into the finals already guaranteed them 20 combat carriers that were able to hold 60 mechs each. That translated to a total mech capacity of 1,200 mechs, which was actually considerably more than what a fleet carrier was able to hold. Of course, Fleet carriers brought a lot of value in other aspects such as greater cargo space, better support facilities and better living conditions. Even so, many pioneering organizations were willing to forego all of those luxuries in order to bring additional mechs. With such high stakes, how could Commander Casella possibly risk a reversal by fighting a needless duel? As an expert candidate, a part of her craved to test her mettle against strong opponents. As a high-ranked officer of the Larkinson clan, she felt obliged to make the most optimal decisions that maximized their chances of victory. Throwing herself into battle for more selfish reasons did not conform to her mentality. Why did she foolishly challenge the enemy expert candidate to a duel? Why did she not order her fellow Larkinson mech pilots to skewer the Genetzi light skirmisher with energy beams? Why did she forget about her responsibilities and revel in the excitement of matching her skills against an equal? The answers to all of these questions lay in the mech in front of her. The Quint was the root of her current issue. When Rayla stared at her fellow Larkinson, she understood that Casella was not happy at the moment. Is the Quint giving you problems? Yes, Casella admitted. The Quint has a temper. It is a great fighting machine, but it is not a suitable command platform. It wants to fight. Although it cares about the Larkinson clan, at its heart it just wants to beat its opponents. If you don't want to fight, why can't you just say no? You're the mech pilot here. You're in control. The Sentinel commander responded with a rueful smile. I'm not so sure about that. Right now, the Quint is definitely stronger than me. If it really opposes my decisions, it can force me to go along with its desires. I don't have much choice to go along for the ride in those cases. That was a troubling admission. Previously, the Larkinsons all worshipped their living mechs. They experienced the benefits of piloting them and developed close bonds with their growing and evolving machines. What they had overlooked was that living mechs came in many different forms. Their personalities changed and grew much stronger over time. This applied especially to third-order living mechs such as the Quint. In order to figure out what was wrong with the Quint, Casella and Rayla approached the assistant mech designers that were busy with servicing the masterwork mech. Casella brought Catherine Evanson aside and filled the mech designer in on her problem. You must be quite familiar with Patriarch Vess's work. The Legion commander said, do you know why the Quint has developed such a savage and bloodthirsty personality? The former noble of the Sentinel Kingdom frowned. This was a completely unexpected inquiry. I may be a mech designer, but I don't specialize in living mechs. My specialty centers around artillery mechs, so if you asked me a question about the Transcendent Punisher model, I could have offered you a much more detailed answer. Still, as far as I'm aware, the growth of living mech is highly influenced by its exposure to external stimuli. The mech pilot has the greatest influence on the development of a living mech. That means that Venerable Joshua has shaped the Quint's childhood, if you can call it that. Rayla said, it doesn't make sense, though. I know what Venerable Joshua is like and he's quite a friendly expert pilot. I don't think he has a savage bone in his body. Commander Casella began to connect the dots. Anyone can become ferocious when they are pushed into a corner. Think about all of the battles we've been through. We fought numerous battles against tough opponents. The Quint has lived through them and has become defined by them. Before I took over the Quint, its previous mech pilots weren't officers at all. People such as Venerable Joshua did not have to take the overall strategic situation into consideration. Instead, they only concentrated on defeating the opponents in front of them at all costs. The Quint must have been shaped by these crucial moments. That was as good of an explanation as any, but it didn't really help their situation all that much. What was done was done. The Quint grew up under challenging circumstances and developed a warped personality as a result. The real question was what the Larkinsons should do after figuring out this sequence of events. Can't we just re-educate the Quint? Rayla tentatively suggested. I mean, you can always try to rehabilitate a delinquent. Since it works on humans, why shouldn't it work on mechs? The suggestion was sound, but neither Casella nor Catherine believed it was that simple. We can try, I suppose, but a masterwork mech such as the Quint has its own pride. Casella sighed. I'm afraid I won't be able to correct its personality when I am the weaker partner in our relationship. Maybe we should call in the Patriarch. He made the Quint. He ought to be able to fix it, I think. Catherine shook her head. The Patriarch is busy competing in a design tournament at the moment. We shouldn't distract him from doing his best to win more combat carriers for our clan. The Quint's personality might not be pleasant to you, but that doesn't mean it deserves punishment. It just means that you might not be the right pilot for this masterwork mech. Why did you get paired with it in the first place? That's what I'm wondering about as well. Casella softly replied as she gazed at the dormant Quint. My relationship with it is good, but I am fully aware that I can only pilot it at its sufferance. I can't go on like this. I don't even know why the Quint chose me as its current pilot when it doesn't fully respect my opinion. It sounds like you need to stand up against the Quint. That's easier said than done. Chapter 3479. Command contradiction. Though Commander Casella tried to work on her relationship with the Quint, she failed to make any significant headway. The masterwork mech was content with letting Casella stay in charge most of the time. However, as soon as a moment came up where she could fight a challenging battle against a powerful foe, the Quint compelled her to fight rather than opt for any of the safer alternatives. It was fortunate that the Larkinson Battalion's second opponent was not as tricky as the xianxia Battalion. Of the 4 battalions in Group A, the Heartfall Battalion was the most standard and normal of them all. The mechs employed by the Heartfall Security Enterprise were relatively basic and normal and only stood out for their higher-than-average mobility. Mercenaries were accustomed to bullying weaker opponents and running away from stronger foes. Piloting mechs that could advance quickly and retreat and even faster was essential for mercenaries. It was a lot harder for them to stay alive and remain in business if they were unable to disengage at will. Even so, an arena match did not allow for retreat. The Heartfall Battalion had little choice but to tough it out against the Larkinson Battalion in a relatively confined battlefield. Perhaps the xianxias were able to negate and invalidate many of the advantages of the Larkinson clan, but the Heartfallers were so painfully ordinary that they easily served as a foil to the various detachments of the Larkinson mech legions participating in the Xianxia League. The avatars of myth assaulted the main lines of the Heartfall Battalion up front. Once the avatar mech pilots invoked the Golden Cat, they temporarily inherited the superior piloting skills of the best mech pilots of the clan. This subtly increased their battle effectiveness and caused the opposing mechs to fall back again and again. The Penitent Sisters and the Flagrant Vandals harassed the flanking elements of the Heartfallers. The Valkyrie Redeemer and Ferocious Piranha mechs took great advantage of their glows to disturb the enemy mech pilots and take advantage of the openings they created. The Eye of Ilvain not only provided artillery support, but also specifically suppressed the mechs piloted by the mech officers of the Heartfall Battalion. By taking out or distracting all of these leaders, the coordination between the Heartfall mechs became more flawed as the match went on. Without sufficient guidance, the mercenary mech pilots began to make decisions on their own, which was a considerable taboo on the battlefield. If they were professional soldiers, then they would have been able to organize themselves to some degree. Unfortunately, mercenaries weren't known for their discipline, and even an elite outfit like the Heartfall Security Enterprise wasn't able to impose too much discipline on their troops. The Larkinsons identified this flaw pretty early based on the Heartfall Battalion's previous match against the Quislam Battalion. Once the cohesion of the Heartfall Battalion dropped below a certain point, the Larkinson Battalion finally unleashed their coup de grace. The Sword Maiden mechs advanced towards the flanks of the Heartfall Battalion while encountering virtually no opposition. The slaughter that ensued cemented the Larkinson Battalion's victory. The Sword Maiden mechs cut through both sides of the enemy and broke the back of the Heartfall Battalion. The relatively simple and neat victory was a great morale booster to the Larkinson mech pilots. Their reluctant win against the xianxia Battalion had made them question their battle effectiveness, but their second match in the tournament showed they still had the capital to reach the finals. The only issue was the Quint practically forced Commander Casella in the thick of the action. Though her mech did not toss aside its Luminaire crystal rifle in favor of a sword this time, the masterwork mech had exposed itself to considerable danger as it strafed and danced against the elites of the Heartfall Battalion. Though Casella tried to negotiate with her mech numerous times, the Quint had its own ideas on what it should do in battle. A Larkinson must be bold and courageous. I get that, but that doesn't mean that a commanding officer must go forward all the time. You are an expert candidate. A champion. Fighting is in your nature. My way of contributing to the battle is different from other mech pilots. My command responsibilities are much more important than my individual skill. In larger battles such as these, our clan can reduce a lot more losses if we command our forces more effectively. The Larkinson clan has many officers, but few champions. You cannot deny your own nature as a mech pilot. I understand you're trying to help me reach apotheosis, but I don't want to break through as a battle maniac like our other expert pilots. My ambition is to become the best battlefield commander of the Larkinson clan. Though Casella always sought to attain this goal, this was the first time she voiced it directly to someone else. Even if the Quint wasn't a human, she still felt a bit ashamed at voicing out her personal desire. Though the Quint didn't argue with her any further, it did not change its priorities either. Battle was all the living mech thought about. Like a drug addict, it disregarded logical arguments and mostly gave into its baser desires. It seems that living mechs can reflect both the best and worst of humanity. There was a huge diversity among humans. Why should living mechs be any different? Commander Casella realized that proper upbringing was crucial to both forms of life. The way they were raised heavily determined their character when they reached maturity. The Larkinsons just paid too little attention to this aspect and just allowed mechs such as the Quint to grow without any specific guidance. Perhaps the aggressive personality of the Quint might work out for a simple mech pilot such as Venerable Joshua, but this was not quite working out for Casella at the moment. She even thought about transferring to another mech and allow another Larkinson expert candidate to pilot this great machine, but she reconsidered. The Quint might be unruly, but it is still our most powerful standard mech. If we want to defeat the tougher opponents in the Xianxia League, I will surely need to borrow its power. It's a fantasy for me to win the subsequent battles by remaining in the back. Casella experienced the classic contradiction between a mech champion and a mech commander. It was too difficult for most people in her position to adequately fulfill both roles at the same time. Those who had the potential to become an expert pilot usually abandoned their commanding duties so that they could fully invest into becoming a better individual combatant. After all, stepping onto the path to godhood was much more attractive than simply attaining a higher military rank. There were still people who managed to thread the needle, though. To the Larkinsons, their greatest example was Venerable Ark Larkinson, who currently acted as the patriarch of the Larkinson family. Casella Ingvar studied the powerful Larkinson expert pilot's record and even interviewed old veterans on how this famed leader conducted himself on and off the battlefield. Though she hadn't fully figured out how Ark was able to reconcile all of his responsibilities, she was already content with knowing that it was possible. I need to find my own way. I shouldn't follow Venerable Ark's trajectory too closely. Just like any other aspiring expert pilot, she needed to find her own path towards godhood. This was why she opposed her mech's more brutal urges. Even if she forced herself to embrace the Quint's tendencies, she didn't think she would be able to break through. She didn't have time to solve her disagreements with the Quint. She needed to prepare for the next and last match of the first round of the Xianxia League. When she along with a number of other Larkinson leaders gathered in a meeting room, she clearly outlined the stakes of the next engagement. Currently, our battalion is in the top of the standings of Group A. We have 2 wins under our belt while the Quislums and the Ganetsis have only managed to achieve a single victory each. Rayla, please explain the potential scenario that we might face if we can't win our next match. Director Rayla projected a simple table which showed the standings of the 4 battalions. Currently, the Quislums and the Ganetsis both have the potential to collect another win. The Heartfall battalion is clearly not up to par against the rest, and I anticipate that the Ganetsi battalion will be able to defeat the mercenaries with ease. If our battalion loses against the Quislums, then we'll end up in a situation where 3 battalions in Group A are all tied with each other. The numbers in the table changed until the Larkinson battalion, the Quislum battalion and the Ganetsi battalion all had 2 wins and 1 loss. What will happen if there's a 3-way tie? We won't fight any additional matches. The busy schedule of the Xianxia League cannot accommodate any further arena battles. The tournament organizers will instead resort to a complicated set of tie-breaker rules to determine which one of us is most deserving to advance to the second round. The rules take into account who has managed to overcome the other, how many mechs we've lost and how much time it took for us to secure our wins. Do we have a good chance of ranking ahead of the other 2 battalions? I don't know, Rayla admitted. Our performance against the Ganetsis wasn't all that great from a scoring perspective. There is a significant chance that a hard-fought victory tomorrow will all come down to nothing. The only way we can guarantee advancement to the semifinals is to defeat the Quislum battalion. When we are the only ones that have accrued 3 victories in the round-robin phase, we will become the undisputed winners of Group A. Her message was simple. If they won the next match, they could immediately move forward. If they lost, they still had a chance of making it through, but the decision was out of their hands. If that's all it takes, then why are we making such a big fuss about it? Let's just beat the Quislums and be done with this round. Although this was an obvious conclusion, Casella found it important for everyone to know how crucial it was for them to do their best. Once everyone comprehended the stakes, they began to strategize in earnest. The Quislums never fight a straight battle, Commander Casella stated. Their previous 2 matches have shown that they have a penchant for relying on obscuring the battlefield, dividing our forces, cutting off our communications and defeating us in isolation. The Genetsis have managed to beat them, though. That's because the Genetsi battalion's famed defenses has essentially allowed it to outlast the Quislum battalion. Remember that the Genetsis do not have to move or split their forces at all in order to fight at their best. Their battle approach directly counters most of the methods employed by the Quislums. Can't we do the same? I mean, we should just deploy a lot of Transcendent Punishers and pair them up with a sufficient amount of Night Mechs to keep them safe. With the Eye of Ilvain's special powers, our artillery mechs can practically nail any stealth mech no matter how difficult it is to detect their whereabouts. That's not a viable strategy to us. Director Rayla shook her head. The tournament rules limit the tonnage and firepower we can bring at any time. The more Transcendent Punishers we bring, the more we have to give up on something else. Our artillery mechs can easily be defeated if we don't have a sufficient force of other mechs that can directly block the sneaky Quislum mechs. Commander Casella also realized this truth. I agree with the director. Defense is not our strong suit and we don't have the right mechs for it. We're an attacking force and we should stick to what we do best if we want to make it to the finals. Forgive me for saying this, ma'am, but if we just focus on attacking the Quislum battalion, won't we suffer the same fate as the Heartfall battalion? Rayla smirked. Not quite. I've asked the mech designers of the design department for assistance, and they've obliged. We have a couple of solutions that no one else has. We will surely be able to turn the tables against the Quislum battalion as long as we make good use of our advantages. Chapter 3480, Quislum Battalion. The fated day had come. The final matches of the first round for Group A had commenced. First up, the Genetsi battalion fought against the Heartfall battalion. Each of them had learned from their previous battles against the other battalions. They were both aware that they had exposed much of their strength and strategies in the previous matches, so they adapted their mech rosters and battle approaches for their final bout in this round. The Heartfall Security Enterprise already regretted the decision to take part in this enormous event. Its battalion was pretty much guaranteed to end their tournament participation today. Still, it would be far too shameful for the Heartfallers to bow out of this grand event with not a single win to their name. To that end, the Heartfall battalion deployed an unusual mix of mechs consisting of a large amount of offensive night mechs. The mercenary organization wasn't short of mechs, so it could easily swap out their previous machines for hundreds of offensive night mechs. Everyone in the audience was completely surprised by the abrupt change in strategy. Although the Heartfallers looked as if they had gone mad, there was a certain brilliance to their extreme decision. These night mechs are not only tough, but also moderately fast. Many of them will be able to survive bombardment long enough to reach the fortified position of the Genetsi battalion. As long as they can breach the shield and get inside, they can likely withstand several suicide explosions before they are finally taken out of the fight. The Heartfallers abandoned all nuance and committed to the most stupid, foolproof battle strategy to squeeze out a win. If they succeeded, they would have been able to redeem themselves. If they lost, then the Heartfall Security Enterprise would probably find it much more difficult to conduct business in the Red Ocean. It was a pity that this gamble failed. The Genetsi battalion did not change much, but deployed additional night mechs that successfully stalled the advance of a lot of Heartfall mechs. This enabled the Genetsi ranged mechs to fire their weapons with impunity for a significantly longer time. Though the Genetsis lost a lot of mechs at the end, they still managed to bury all of the Heartfall mechs. The Larkinsons weren't happy with this result. With 2 wins, the Genetsis had a good chance coming out on top when the tiebreaker rules went into effect. You've seen what happened in the arena. Commander Casella addressed her fellow Larkinson mech pilots. The Genetsi battalion has 2 wins now. If we don't beat the Quislums, we'll end up with the same amount. It will be up to the referees to decide which battalion in Group A gets to advance to the next round. Will you allow these referees to decide our fate or will you take matters into our own hands? We'll beat the Quislums. We're not going to let any of these clowns get their way. Then stick to the plan and follow your instructions. The Quislums may have been able to abuse the Heartfallers, but we are ready for their tricks. Once both the Larkinson battalion and the Quislum battalion entered the arena, the dynamic battlefield changed into an odd environment. Entire city structures had risen up from the floor as the entire environment began to resemble a dense urban metropolis. Damn it, why a city of all possibilities? This is a paradise for the Quizlums. Shut up and focus on your own duties. We've already accounted for this scenario. The Quizlums may favor urban battlefields, but the cramped terrain makes it easier for us to get close to them as well. The urban battlefield for this match had several important consequences. First, long-range detection was considerably less effective because all of the reinforcements were packed with dense materials and electronic systems. Second, aerial mechs had to watch their movements carefully and could not fly as freely as before. The only way for them to move without hindrance was to fly above all of the structures, but they couldn't do much in that situation. Third, ranged mechs were severely constrained due to all of the obstacles in their way. The artillery mechs had it worse as they needed to knock down a lot of structures before they could land their attacks on distant targets. Although the Quizlum battalion probably felt at home in a highly urbanized battlefield, the Larkinson battalion wasn't all that bothered by it. Commander Casella quickly issued a series of instructions as she thought about how her men could defeat the Quizlums. We're not good at entrenching ourselves, but we can't split up and chase after every shadow either. We need to keep moving around. We also have to stay close enough to each other to prevent our mechs from getting defeated in detail. The Larkinson battalion did just that. Different mech companies began to spread around to an extent so that they were able to occupy multiple adjacent streets at the same time. While Casella preferred to concentrate all of her troops on the same avenues, the city didn't offer enough space to do so. Forcibly cramming 500 mechs in a single street would only make them all vulnerable to wide-area attacks. Most of the mechs stayed on the ground though the Valkyrie Redeemers and the ferocious piranhas had taken flight. They needed to remain mobile in order to remain effective and would only become more constrained if they had to rely on their legs to move around. The smoke is coming. The Quizlum battalion had already acted as quickly as possible. Their mechs erected strong interference fields and launched a large amount of canisters that released signal-blocking particles in the air. Every conventional sensor system could no longer return anything solid beyond 100 meters while communication signals didn't fare much better. Under these conditions, the outlying Larkinson mech units became more vulnerable to concentrated attacks. We're under attack. A barrage of physical projectiles emerged from the mist and struck the mechs of this isolated formation. Hunker down. Fortunately, all of the outer mech units of the Larkinson battalion possessed plenty of defensive mechs. The bright warriors in night mech configuration all planted their tower shields on the street and withstood the withering fire while providing cover to other friendly mechs. The other Larkinson mechs didn't try to charge in the direction of the enemy attack. They had learned from the Heartfallers that they would just stumble into an ambush prepared by the Quizlum battalion. The problem was that hunkering down was not a permanent solution. Sure, the night mechs were able to block the attacks for now, but their shields and armor would get chewed through eventually. Though the rifleman mechs in the same unit tried to fire back with their Luminaire crystal rifles, all of that firepower wouldn't make a difference if they didn't know where to aim. This was where the two Transcendent Punishers came in. The Ilvanen mechs soon fired out guiding positron beams and Gauss rounds at certain directions. Just an instant later, the Avatar ranged mechs followed suit. Now that they had practiced this combination play, the cooperation between the Avatars of Myth and the Eye of Ilvain was much better than before. Yet beyond the sight of their sensors, their attacks mostly hit nothing but useless structures. It turned out that the Quizlum ranged mechs had always made sure to hide as much of their frames behind the corners of different street structures as possible. Since the arena simulated a prosperous second-class city, the massive buildings were tough enough to withstand a lot of collateral damage. Due to their sheer size and mass, the structures were not that much weaker than mech armor. Our return fire is not hitting enough Quizlum mechs, an Ilvanen mech lieutenant said. How he knew that without being able to observe their distant attackers through the mist was a mystery, but none of the Larkinsons tangled over this little detail. The right response to this was to beat a slow and steady retreat towards the main elements of the Larkinson battalion. However, that would be a mistake. The Larkinson mech units would just contract further and surrender all of their initiative to their opponents. Although the mech pilots all knew what they had to do, it was quite difficult for them to maintain their cool while they let the annoying Quizlum ranged mechs fire at them with impunity. It was not in the nature of the Larkinsons to let their opponents have their way. Boom. Fortunately, the organized response of the Larkinson battalion had finally come. A moderate distance away, A group of Valky Redeemers and ferocious piranhas swooped down from above and overtook the Quislam mechs that had been firing their kinetic weapons at the distant Larkinson mech unit. The ranged mechs did not expect the Larkinsons to be able to figure out their locations so soon, let alone communicate their findings to different mech units. In order to make sure that the Larkinson battalion didn't rely on wired communications or other ECM-resistant communication methods, the Quislam battalion had secretly snuck in a lot of stealth mechs throughout the Larkinson mech elements. How is this possible? Warn the others. It's too late. Our other sniping units are also under attack. Almost 100 Quislam ranged mechs were being assaulted by a similar number of Larkinson aerial mechs. In each and every case, the Larkinson mechs responded quickly and managed to find the actual positions of the Quislam mechs despite the latter relocating after every few shots. Though the Quislam ranged mechs along with their melee escorts fought back as best as possible, the flagrant vandals and penitent sisters combined both their glows and managed to torture and terrify the minds of the Quislam mech pilots to such an extent that they had lost a lot of focus. Ha ha ha, these Quislam mechs aren't so scary now that we're able to pinpoint their coordinates. A vandal mech pilot laughed. The Quislam mechs excelled in situations where they had the upper hand. Yet now that they had lost control, their weakness in direct combat immediately became apparent. The Larkinson mechs were simply better now that they had successfully closed in on their opponents. Thanks for leading us to the right location, sisters. It is of no issue. The penitent sisters hadn't just deployed their Valkyrie Redeemers this time. While the women were very fond of this mech model, they also brought in an additional mech model this time. Originally designed for the Hex army, the Soul Cherub mech in their midst was a highly conspicuous newcomer in the Larkinson mech lineup. The Larkinson clan never saw the need to employ this mech model until now. The auxiliary mech was small, cheap, fragile and practically defenseless against enemy mechs. Yet it possessed one powerful capability that was extremely useful for this match. Every Cherub mech was able to maintain contact with other Cherub mechs as long as they were in the same star system. In a battlefield like this, it was no problem for the dozens of Cherub mechs that were spread throughout the different Larkinson mech elements to stay in contact with each other. By relying on the spiritual communication network maintained by the Superior Mother, these auxiliary mechs completely negated every attempt of the Quislams to cut off the Larkinson battalion's communications. This effectively meant that despite all of the effort the Quislams had put into blinding and isolating the individual Larkinson elements, Commander Casella and every other clansman remained in full contact with each other. Honestly speaking, the Larkinson clan could have relied on other methods to achieve the same effect if it really wanted to. The problem was that it was much harder to explain why the Larkinsons were able to maintain contact with each other through all of the interference. The Cherub mech model was already a familiar product to the Mech Trade Association. Hundreds of thousands of them were being employed each day across the front lines of the Komodo War. The Hexers maintained a distinct coordination advantage in large and complex battlefields with the help of this old male-oriented auxiliary mech model. This wasn't the only surprise the Larkinson battalion had in store against their current opponent. Now that the Quislams were caught off balance, Commander Casella quickly issued her next command. Swat the flies. Shortly afterwards, more than a dozen hidden Quislam mechs situated close to the Larkinson mechs became exposed as their stealth systems malfunctioned. Even though the Quislam stealth mechs had been clever by staying out of the direct line of sight of any transcendent punishers, the Larkinsons still managed to attack them without giving them a chance to retreat. The devious mechs briefly became exposed as well once they slipped their daggers through the backs of their oblivious Quislam counterparts. The devious was another exclusive Hexer mech design that the Hexadric hegemony used to good effect. Although their stealth systems weren't top of the line, the Quislam stealth mechs didn't specialize in detection. Yet even if that was the case, how could the Larkinsons detect all of their hidden elements? Was the Larkinson battalion's sensor technology much more advanced than the Quislams had realized? It was too bad that the Larkinsons weren't in the mood to answer their questions. Scores of sneaky Quislam mechs quietly met their end as they were abruptly rooted out without warning. Chapter 3481, Quislam Nemesis. Before the Larkinson battalion fought this match, the clan sought to find a solution for the infamous stealth tactics of the Quislam battalion. You all know what we are up against, Commander Casella told the Larkinsons in the meeting room. The Quislams excel at hiding their mechs. That not only prevents us from destroying them, but also allows them to approach us with near impunity. Yet their emphasis on electronic warfare also means that their mechs are not that good in frontal combat. As long as we can find them, we can confront them directly with our mechs. That will be the key to victory. How can we expose them, though? The Quislam Battalion's stealth and ECM technologies are too good. None of the other 2 battalions managed to crack their advanced technologies. How can we do any better? What about the Eye of Ilvain? They should be good at detecting all kinds of sneaky bastards. Everyone directed their attention to the Ilvainin captain in the room. Ilvain is not some sort of oracle you can dial on command. The Mech officer grimaced. The Great Prophet is still in recovery after the Ilvain Protectorate has gone astray. He is all-knowing, but we must not burden him with too many demands. Surely Mr. Ilvain can lend us a hand. I'm sorry, but in non-critical situations like these, it is best to be frugal. The more we make demands of the Great Prophet, the less he can provide for us in the battles that truly matter. The Sentinel Commander was one of the highest leaders of the Larkinson clan. She was well aware of the dangers of the Red Ocean and could not afford to squander limited resources too soon. From what Commander Casella understood of Ilvain's situation, the so-called prophet was too short of worshippers to provide much support. What little he had left in the tank should be saved up for the kind of life-and-death battles that the Larkinsons would get embroiled in sooner or later. As much as she wanted to borrow Ilvain's full might to expose all of the hidden Quislam stealth mechs, she could not justify the expenditure this time. The stakes of the upcoming match were not as great as their previous battles. Sure, losing the match against the Quislams might put the Larkinsons out of contention in the GNA League, but the loss was not that great. Every mech pilot would still be alive. Many destroyed mechs could still be restored or recycled. The only really painful consequence of ending their tournament run was to forego the chance to win a lot of combat carriers. Commander Casella fell into thought for a time. We cannot rely too much on the powers of the Ilvainans. She eventually decided, our clan consists of far more than transcendent punishers. Our other mech legions must carry their weight as well. Still, the avatars, vandals and so on cannot properly deal with the Quislam battalion's mechs and battle strategies. If we throw them in with little support from the Eye of Ilvain, they will all end up getting harassed to death by invisible and untouchable enemies like the Heartfallers. The Larkinsons discussed a number of alternate solutions before someone came up with a bright idea. Wait, why can't we triangulate the enemy positions? Explain. The Transcendent Punishers work by nudging the aim of the mech pilot in a certain direction, right? Correct. Then if at least 2 Transcendent Punishers are able to find the direction of a hidden mech, we can infer coordinates of the enemy mech through simple math. A few of the Larkinsons already became enlightened by what the analyst meant, but the others still needed a bit more clarity. The man who proposed the idea formed his palms into knives and pressed them flat on the table. Pretend my palms are Transcendent Punishers. Let's say that there is an enemy stealth mech hiding somewhere in front of us. Right now, we don't know where it is located, but the Great Ilvain has a clue. The 2 palms changed their orientation angles until they formed a vague pyramid. If Ilvain does his usual stuff and clues in 2 Transcendent Punishers located in different locations, they only have to point the barrels of their cannons in the right directions. Once we register this direction, we can use the data we've collected to triangulate the position of the enemy mech. The analyst illustrated this example by pushing his 2 palms forward along their current orientations until they bumped into each other. This time, everyone understood the method. Although this tracking method required the cooperation of at least 2 Transcendent Punishers that were located away from each other, it was an incredibly simple and low-tech solution to one of their biggest problems for the upcoming match. I see. Commander Casella's eyes lit up. The Transcendent Punishers do not even need to fire their weapons. In fact, it might be best not to frighten the hidden Quislam mechs in advance. As long as their coordinates are exposed, we can deal with them in many different ways. We should give away as little clues as possible. If any of the Ilvainin mech pilots know the direction of a hidden enemy mech, then they shouldn't point all of their guns at it. That will just give away the fact that we know. The Larkinsons began to discuss how to best leverage and optimize their ability to triangulate hidden opponents. When the match against the Quislam battalion finally commenced, the Larkinson battalion employed all of these newly developed methods for the first time. While it was true that the Larkinsons spread out their mech units because a single street wasn't big enough to accommodate them all, there was a second reason why they needed to distance themselves from each other. The Transcendent Punishers that were located in the center of each Larkinson mech formation had to go their separate ways in order to make triangulation work as effectively as possible. Right now, the Transcendent Punishers mostly pretended to be on standby, but in truth their mech pilots were shouldering the most important responsibility of the Larkinson battalion at the moment. They prayed to the great prophet and opened themselves up for divine guidance. As Ilvain responded to their pleas by nudging their aim through the transcendent Punisher mechs, the mech pilots resisted the urge to change the orientation of the guns under their command. Instead, they utilized the neural interface to digitize and transmit the vector data of the suspected enemy location to the rest of the Larkinson battalion. Every mech was capable of calculating the exact enemy coordinates after they collected the vector data from different transcendent Punishers. No matter whether it was a bright warrior, a ferocious piranha, a Valkyrie Redeemer or a devious mech, each of them instantly knew where to unleash their aggression once they received the right data transmissions. The enemy was taken off guard. Even if the Larkinsons showed that they could overcome the effect of powerful interference and sensor-blocking particles, the Quislums never expected that their much-vaunted stealth technology was rendered completely ineffective. The combination of both stealth technology and other detection countermeasures should have made it impossible for the Larkinsons to sniff out the Quislum stealth mechs. What was especially insulting to them was that the Larkinsons assassinated the Quislum machines with their own stealth mechs. What an unexpected surprise! The Quislums thought they could play their usual game and rely on their advanced stealth and interference technology to conduct guerrilla warfare, but the Larkinsons have become their second nemesis after the Genetsis. How can the Larkinson mechs possibly identify the positions of the enemy mechs? I cannot say, but I suspect their odd and strange heavy artillery mechs may be responsible for this. According to public sources, certain religious-themed mechs designed by the patriarch of the Larkinson clan possess strange detection powers. There is a lot of history behind these Ilvanen mechs, but if they can truly detect the coordinates of every enemy no matter their means of hiding, then the Quislums have definitely encountered an unbeatable opponent. The Quislum battalion originated from a virtual security company called Quislum Systems. This company's main line of business centered around offering products and services related to electronic warfare, stealth warfare and information warfare. One of the reasons why the Quislums participated in the Xianxia League was to showcase the effectiveness of their products to a massive audience. Though the Quislums indeed attracted a lot of new customers after they dismantled the Heartfall battalion, right now their impressive tech appeared to be completely useless against their current opponent. After losing over 150 mechs in rapid succession, the Quislums had desperately pulled back their remaining units, but that did little to solve their current problem. The battlefield was still largely obscured in sensor-blocking smoke, so the Larkinson battalion could not recklessly split up and hunt down all of the enemy units. It was no problem for them to maintain their current formation and advance towards one group of Quislum units. Once it became clear that the Larkinsons could not only pin down the locations of their opponents at greater distances, but also showed enough patience by staying together, the surviving Quislums had to do something to reverse the current trend. Evasion will only delay our defeat. We must go on the attack and assassinate those damned heavy artillery mechs. As long as these confounding machines are taken out, the chance is high that they won't be able to detect our mechs anymore. Get into position. Though the Quislum mech pilots were incredibly distressed that their opponents negated their biggest advantage, they quickly rallied once they realized they still had hope. It didn't matter if the enemy outnumbered them by 2 to 1 or even 4 to 1. As long as the Quislums were able to restore their original advantages, they could easily stem the losses and inflict disproportionate damage to the Larkinsons. All they needed to do was to assassinate all of the transcendent Punishers of the Larkinson battalion. The Larkinsons were quite aware of their great reliance on the Eye of Ilvain, so all of their mech formations were geared towards protecting them. The Avatar Knight mechs surrounding the heavy mechs practically made it impossible to snipe them from afar. The only other choice the Quislums had left was to commit all of their remaining melee mechs. Even if these mechs quickly got taken down, the sacrifices were worth it as long as the transcendent Punishers went down. Soon enough, all of the Ilvanen mech pilots began to receive a frantic amount of nudges from the Great Prophet. A large number of Quislum mechs are storming our positions. They're going after our transcendent Punishers. Before the Quislum melee mechs swept down from the air, a large amount of kinetic rounds slammed into the mech formations. The ranged attacks successfully diverted some of the attention of the Larkinson mech pilots, thereby giving the Quislum light skirmishers and other melee mechs better chances to complete their missions. Shoot them down. The Larkinson ranged mechs all opened fire at the Quislum light mechs that appeared from above and behind the cover of the tall structures. Due to the dense urban environment, the enemy light mechs succeeded in getting fairly close without opening themselves up to enemy fire. It was only at the end that they were forced to expose themselves. They're too fast. Just hit them once. Their armor is as good as paper in front of our guns. The Quislums committed all of their melee mechs in order to take out the Transcendent Punishers. Even if the Larkinsons managed to shoot down dozens of them in quick succession, there were still enough enemies remaining that the Ilvanan mechs came under serious threat. Soon enough, a lot of daggers plunged into the weak points of the Larkinson heavy artillery mechs. Even though the nearby Knight mechs moved to crush the Quislum assassins into pieces, they were a bit too slow and clumsy at their jobs. The ultra-mobile Quislum light mechs rapidly circled around as they unleashed repeated attacks. Even if their dagger strikes were weak and unable to penetrate through armor, they still damaged plenty of vulnerable systems such as the weapon mounts and exposed sensor systems. Sadly, the heavy artillery mechs were designed to take a lot of punishment. Many of their crucial parts and systems were buried deep within their frames, and it was not possible to damage them with lots of weak and unfocused attacks. The light mechs had no choice but to employ their other measures. Mounted on each Quislum light mech was a bandolier of potent grenades. Normally, they would throw or launch the grenades from a safer distance, but the chance of destroying the Transcendent Punishers was too low if they played it safe. Instead, the Quislums sought to press as close to the rear side of the Transcendent Punishers as possible before activating a command that not detonated all of the grenades, but also self-destructed their own machines. Over a dozen explosions erupted throughout the Larkinson battalion. The Knight mechs that attempted to protect the stricken artillery mechs were forced to use their shields to withstand the violent forces. Chapter 3482. Clear openings. The Quislum desperation attack most definitely spelled the end of all of their aerial light skirmishers, but the price was worth it as long as they could destroy all of the Transcendent Punishers. The heavy artillery mechs had long turned into one of the most hated and detested machines in the eyes of the Quislum mech pilots. Against almost every opponent they fought against, they indulged in their ability to harass and torment their targets with little concern for retaliation. While there were enemies that possessed sufficiently advanced and powerful detection measures, the Larkinsons clearly didn't employ any of that technology. Even if they did, the Quislum still had ways to reduce the effectiveness of many detection measures. This kind of fight was their home ground. The Transcendent Punishers on the other hand detected the position of the Quislum mechs through completely different principles. There was no familiar tech for the Quislums to fight against. All of their solutions were rendered ineffective against the mysterious method used to expose their hidden positions. This was why the Quislum battalion went against its nature and launched a suicidal, all-out strike. It was not common for the Quislums to resort to such measures. They were accustomed to building up advantages on the battlefield before they slowly collected another win. In no way did they ever prefer to fight hard and tough battles like Neanderthals. To be driven up to this point showed how much the Larkinsons had driven the Quislums up the wall. As the smoke finally settled, the results of the suicidal assassination strikes finally became clear. None of the Quislum light skirmishers survived. The Transcendent Punishers didn't look much better off either. Many Larkinson mech pilots became dismayed as they saw that the violent explosions had ruined the Transcendent Punishers they had been tasked with protecting. Many of the heavy frames of the artillery mechs collapsed onto the ground as their legs could no longer keep their torso aloft. The detonations that tore through the relatively thinner rear armor of the Transcendent Punishers dealt the most effective damage. All of that heavy plating was unable to resist all of the powerful forces. The Transcendent Punishers that got attacked by multiple Quislum light skirmishers incurred the most damage. In some cases, large sections of their ruined frames were torn apart from the explosions. My mech is still operational. Yet much to the relief of the Larkinsons, not every Quislum mech fulfilled its mission. The Ilvanan artillery mechs were partially designed to engage in artillery duels against their enemy counterparts. This meant that their frontal armor was much thicker and more able to resist the sort of heavy impacts that enemy artillery mechs unleashed. How many Transcendent Punishers are still operational? 4, maybe 5. 2 of them are rendered immobile while all of them have suffered varying degrees of armor breaches. They're vulnerable to follow-up attacks, Commander. Then do your best to guard them and prevent the remaining Quislums from aggravating their injuries. Additional Larkinson mechs converged on the surviving Transcendent Punishers. Even though this was an excessive measure, the sheer amount of physical obstacles surrounding the precious machines successfully prevented the remaining Quislum ranged mechs from finishing the job. Now that the Quislum battalion had sacrificed so many mechs, the Larkinsons were no longer under as much pressure as before. Commander Casella felt a little pained after seeing how many Transcendent Punishers meet their end, but she comforted herself with the fact that none of them were blown to pieces. The downed machines can still be restored. It would take a lot of work as the mechs needed to be disassembled almost entirely in order to replace every damaged component, but one day the Transcendent Punishers would rise again. The rest of the battle unfolded with little suspense. The Quislam had less than 200 mechs left while the Larkinsons still retained most of their battle strength. Sure, they were down a lot of Transcendent Punishers, but they still had enough left to perform triangulation on all of the enemy positions. The mechs of the Sword Maidens and the Avatars of Myth completely surrounded the surviving heavy artillery mechs. Their protective formations were so dense and exaggerated that not a single hidden mech could squeeze through. All of this protection left the flagrant Vandals and the Penitent Sisters free to pursue their prey. Their Valkyrie Redeemer and Ferocious Piranha mechs only needed to wait until they received the right data in order for them to hunt down the fragile Quislam mechs. Seeing that their remaining ranged mechs were being picked apart one by one, the Quislams desperately gathered them together in order to repel the Vandals and Sisters with massed firepower, but that just made it easier for the Larkinsons to mop them all up at once. Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? You're nowhere close to the Genetsis when it comes to intercepting our mechs. The final stand of the Quislam battalion ended in disgrace for the masters of electronic warfare. Even if they brought twice as much ranged mechs, the charging Larkinson mechs would have still been able to crush them. They just had to spend a little more time and lose a bit more mechs in that case. Fortunately for the Larkinsons, the Quislam battalion was a spent force at this stage. Their ranged mechs were all sitting ducks against direct assaults and they could no longer call upon any melee mechs to fend off all of the Valkyrie Redeemers and Ferocious Piranhas. The audience had become completely convinced of the Larkinson battalion's victory. Though the Quislam had managed to land at least a single punch against their opponents, the match had utterly showcased how dramatically they collapsed when their advantages no longer existed. The Larkinsons were quite happy in the end. Not only did their battalion become the undisputed winner of Group A, they also preserved most of their mechs in the final match of the round. Furthermore, they developed a new and easy method to counter other enemies like the Quislam battalion. All of the arena battles fought by the Larkinsons taught the clan how to deal against a myriad of opponents that they might face in the future. It was better to be confronted with the unusual tech and strategies that human forces employed in a safe and controlled environment than be confronted by them in the wild. It's over, now. Commander Casella smiled as she observed her men celebrating their guaranteed advance into the second round. The GNA League soon confirmed the results. Since the Larkinson battalion was the only one in Group A to win all of its matches, there was no reason to stop them from entering the second round. Only a tiny incident occurred when the Quislam battalion disputed this verdict and brought forward allegations of cheating. The Quislams claimed that the Larkinsons broke the rules by utilizing mechs that contained additional detection systems. Inspectors briefly arrived and inspected the wrecked and damaged Transcendent Punishers but didn't find any extra components that weren't supposed to be present. In fact, the tournament organizers had fully kept track of every single mech inside the premises of the Fortis Major Arena. Nothing could be hidden from their absurdly effective monitoring system. How could they not know that the Transcendent Punishers were exactly the same as when they were initially checked and given seals of approval? While it was undeniable that the Larkinson heavy artillery mechs possessed extra capabilities that were disproportionately effective, it did not break the rules. Perhaps future tournaments might look into adjusting them, but for now the Larkinsons were fielding mechs that were roughly as strong and valuable as those deployed by the other battalions. That meant there were no grounds to the complaint. The decision stands. The Larkinson battalion shall advance to the second round. Although this dispute didn't go public, there were plenty of knowledgeable mech insiders who realized that the Larkinson mechs were more effective than normal. Their technical performance was relatively plain given their construction, but their glows and other capabilities made a lot of observers think. The Larkinson battalion had to wait a couple of days for Group B, C and D to present their own winners. Once the first round concluded, the semifinals would begin soon enough. In the meantime, the Larkinsons took advantage of the spare time available to analyze their possible opponents and refine their battle methods based off the lessons they learned in the previous matches. The likely winners of the other groups such as the Zpoes battalion aren't as easy to exploit as the Quislam battalion. Director Rayla told Commander Casella during one of their free days. In fact, the first round is meant to filter out these mech forces that have clear weaknesses that are not that difficult to exploit. Whoever emerges from the other three groups are not only strong, but adaptable. We shall just have to defeat them up front, then. Indeed, that will be costly, though. The good news is that we only have to fight 2 more matches. If we can win our next round, Then we'll have at least 20 combat carriers in the bag no matter whether we win or lose the finals. Casella frowned at the Trueblood Larkinson's words. You're talking as if we don't have much of a chance to win the finals, Rayla. Hey, I don't want to set your expectations too high. The Zpoe's battalion are the well-deserved favorites to win the tournament. I've taken a look at their match history and I can't imagine the pussies will falter against their last opponent. You better pray to Ilvain that we don't fight them in the second round. The Sentinel commander had to admit that the Zpoe's battalion indeed deserved to be feared. Their mechs might not be extravagant for this tournament, but they were powerful and difficult to deal with in their own way. What really caused the Zpoezers to stand out was their mech pilots. Even though they were restricted to fielding mostly regular mech pilots, each of them were highly augmented and extremely skilled. Their training was on another level and that showed in both their superior coordination and their stronger individual battle prowess. Let's wait until we know who we need to beat in order to advance to the third and final round. When the winner of Group D was finally settled, the tournament finally entered a more exciting phase. What an exciting day! After several days of thrilling battles and moments of excitement, we have finally determined the matchups for the second round. Before the announcer unveiled the schedule for the next 2 days, he first reiterated the 4 battalions that had managed to rise above their former competitors. Rising up from Group A is the fresh and thundering Larkinson Battalion. Having risen from the edge of the old galaxy, this upstart has already shown they have the capital to compete in the Red Ocean. Their living mechs with their unusual glows are nothing that we have ever seen before. The Xianxia League is grateful for the variety they bring to our competition. You never know what to expect from their unfathomable mechs. The Larkinsons might not have made the strongest impression, but their mechs had already attracted a lot of fans. The Aventine Hermann Battalion has managed to fight its way through Group B. Although the Aventiners only have 2 wins under their name, they have dealt with strong opposition in every match. With their military background, they are certainly the toughest opponents to fight against in a frontal battle. The Aventiners were not as exciting as the Larkinsons, but their mechs and mech pilots were extremely solid. I don't think I need to say anything further about the Zpoe's battalion. The rest of Group C served as window dressing for the only centrist battalion. Let us hope that their subsequent opponent will put more resistance against the Zpoezers. The Zpoe's battalion did not actually attract that many cheers. They were faintly painted as the villains in the narrative of the Xianxia League. It didn't help that their mech pilots were stoic, quiet and utterly unsociable. Sometimes, people had the illusion that the Zpoezers had more in common with aliens rather than humans. Finally, we have the outspoken glory of Earthina Battalion. Although they have also suffered a loss, their 2 victories were so dominant that the tie-breaker rules clearly put the Earthinans ahead of the other battalions in Group D. As the elites fighting on behalf of the Church of Earthina, these faith warriors have shown more courage and fervor in battle than any other mech pilot. The glory of Earthina Battalion was made out of religious nuts. The fanatic mech pilots not only dressed and acted strangely, they also expressed intense devotion towards their goddess. Without any further ado, here are the matchups for the semifinals. Larkins on Battalion vs Glory of Earthina Battalion, Aventine Hermann Battalion vs Zpoeze Battalion. Cheers immediately erupted among the Larkinsons. Yes, thank Ilvain, it's been a while since we've beaten up some cultists. We won't face the pussies until we reach the finals. Of the 3 possible opponents for the second round, the Glory of Earthina Battalion was one of the more manageable opponents. While the Earthinans weren't weak, at least they had shown that they could still be defeated. Chapter 3483. How to resist a charge. For once, the Larkinson clan had a stroke of luck. The random draw that determined their next opponent placed the dreaded Zpoe's battalion as the final boss of the Xianxia League. Practically no one thought the Zpoe's battalion would falter in the semifinals and be forced to fight for third place. Even if the Larkinsons managed to reach the finals only to get stomped by the pussies, it still would have been worth it. Losing against the Zpoe's battalions would put them in second place, which was still worth 20 combat carriers. Therefore, the Larkinsons absolutely had to win their next match. None of the clansmen involved in the tournament relaxed any longer. It was all hands on deck as they prepared to analyze their next opponent and make specific preparations to win the upcoming match. During the following meeting, Director Rayla put forth a suggestion. We have always been aiming to win either first or second place in this tournament. Although we only need to defeat 1 more battalion to reach the finals, it would be an enormous shame to stumble at this point. The prizes for third and fourth place are much smaller. After all we have done, I don't think that anyone here wants to return to our clan with just 10 or 5 combat carriers in our possession. All of the Larkinsons in the meeting room nodded. They were all fighting to become the champion of this massive and prestigious event, but getting second place didn't sound so bad either. If that's the case, make sure to go all out this time. Rayla continued, whatever we have left, just use it if the moment is right. Don't think of hiding our strength for later. Is the glory of Earthina battalion that strong? Rayla crossed her arms. Yes, if you haven't watched the previous matches yet, you'll find that the only reason why they fumbled a match was because they fought against a highly mobile mech battalion that was able to evade their most powerful attacks. Most of our mechs can't do that, so we won't be able to fight the Earthinans at an advantage. What is their strategy, exactly? I've seen them fight, but all I see is their mechs launching an all-out assault. That's pretty much what they are all about. Rayla responded. The glory of Earthina battalion's mech roster is disproportionately slanted towards assault-oriented mechs. Their aerial wave consists of hundreds of lancer mechs, offensive knight mechs as well as light skirmishers that specialize in intercepting other light mechs. Aside from that, they also field a substantial landbound contingent of medium cannoneer mechs escorted by defensive knight mechs. The aerial wave was the main attacking force that could already sweep some of the weaker battalions in the Xianxia League with just a single charge. The fairly mobile landbound ranged contingent that followed from behind provided firepower support just in case they bumped into tougher opponents. From what the Earthinans have shown up until now, their mech doctrine and mech roster is completely geared towards assault. They do not have the patience or desire to remain on the defensive, and they do not bother to set up the battlefield in their favor either. They're just obsessed with vanquishing the unbelievers. Sounds familiar. A Larkinson officer scoffed. We've fought our fair share of cultists and fanatics, so expect to fight against highly motivated mech pilots who will never break or show hesitation in battle. Don't think that they have more guts than skill. Since the Church of Earthina is powerful enough to enter the Red Ocean, its mech forces are definitely capable. The Larkinsons in the meeting room studied the snippets of footage that Rayla had prepared for them. They showcased the indomitable melee mechs flying forward and charging straight towards the first enemies in their sight. It didn't matter if the opposition had prepared defenses. The Earthinan Lancer mechs simply charged through any solid obstacle while the following mechs took advantage of the openings. If there were any ranged mechs that were somehow out of reach to the Earthinan melee mechs, then the cannoneer mechs that always tried their best to keep up with the forward elements did their jobs and fired solid Gauss rounds against tougher targets or expanding shrapnel rounds that could easily grind down elusive light mechs no matter how amazingly they danced in the air. Commander Casella shared her own insight of their next adversaries. One of the key reasons why the glory of Earthina battalion managed to defeat 2 of their opponents so easily is because its quick and overwhelming assault leaves little room for the enemy to think and form a response. By the time the overwhelmed defenders change their tactics, the Earthinan mechs have already broken into their core. That was a scary scenario, but not an insurmountable one. The Larkinsons already knew what to expect, so it was impossible for them to be caught off guard like this. That didn't mean they could allow the enemy to break through their lines. Once the Earthinan mechs broke through the Larkinson battalion's lines, it became a lot harder to get rid of the intruders. The Larkinson mechs would become less organized and make it easier for the Earthinans to cause further disruption. What I'm more worried about is that the Earthinans haven't shown their full capabilities, Rayla said with obvious concern. These Earthinans are fanatics, but that doesn't mean they're stupid. They might even be putting up an act to lull us in a false sense of security. What makes you say that, Director? Just look at the footage of their only defeat in the first round. They matched against a battalion that deploys mechs that are too fast for most of the Earthinan mechs to catch up. The complicated canyon battlefield also helped them out by limiting the movements of the Lancer mechs and blocking much of the line of sight of the cannoneer mechs. The glory of Earthina performed rather brilliantly against 2 of its opponents, but lost so badly against another battalion that it was hard to respect the Earthinans. Yet Rayla presented the Larkinsons with an alarming theory. What if the Earthinans deliberately held back when they fought against this mobile battalion? What if they had looked forward and determined that they could afford to lose a single match? As long as no one else has managed to win 3 times, all of the battalions in the group will have to be ranked according to the tiebreaker rules. With their 2 overwhelming victories, it is already 90% certain that the glory of Earthina will advance. This was a rather outlandish theory, but one that revealed an uncommonly high degree of cunning and forethought. Commander Casella frowned. If the glory of Earthina battalion truly calculated this result, then it should definitely be hiding its trump cards against stronger opponents. While it may be possible for the Athenians to look down on us and set their sights on the Zepioizers, the chance is great that they will surprise us with powerful new surprises that they haven't shown in the first round. Do you understand why I'm telling you to go all out this time, Commander? The Athenians may sound like stereotypical religious fanatics on the surface, but their tournament strategy is highly rational. It's exactly what I would do if I was in their place. You guys may not realize it, but there is more to winning a tournament than smashing the enemy's mechs. Once Rayla convinced them not to take the Athenians lightly, the Larkinsons properly respected their opponents this time. Any battalion that could make it into the top 4 should not be weak, but even if the Glory of Athena battalion could not compare against the Zepiois battalion, the gap between the two was probably a lot smaller than most people thought. So how can we actually beat these opponents? That was an important question. The known battle strategy of the Glory of Athena battalion was relatively simple but already difficult to resist. No other battalion in the Xianxia League relied so heavily on Lancer mechs as these crazies. Can our knight mechs withstand the charges of their Lancer mechs? A mech officer asked. No, a mech designer replied. According to our calculations, the enemy Lancer mechs can easily build up enough momentum to breach through the shields and armor of our bright warriors in knight mech configuration. Even if we make use of a tougher and more specialized knight mech model, the results are unlikely to be any different. Everyone already suspected that this was probably the case, but it had to be said. What if we fight on more confined battlefields? The Lancer mechs can still penetrate through our defensive mechs. To be honest, the performance of our bright warriors in their more defensive loadouts are below standard in the Red Ocean. There are substantially tougher mech models in the market. Sure, they're not alive and they don't have any glows, but Lancer mechs don't let any of that stop them from driving their weapons through our mechs. This was bad news, though not new for some of the gathered Larkinsons. It still disappointed them that they could not rely on their defensive mechs as before. Many of their old workhorse mech models needed updates in order to bring them back up to standard. Commander Casella voiced her greatest concern. No matter what trump cards the Glory of Athena battalion has in store, it's useless to think about them when we cannot overcome the first hurdle. We need to ready an effective response against the charges of all of their Lancer mechs. Ideally, we should make it so that they never succeed in impacting our mechs. We can do that by shooting them down before they get close or keep running so that their lances never hit their targets. We can't do the latter unless we field 500 ferocious piranhas, which we don't have. A mech officer stated. Besides, committing to a full force of light mechs will waste a lot of our allowance tonnage. I don't think a full force of light mechs can defeat this assault-oriented battalion. What if we throw in a couple of hundred penitent sisters? A captain from the same mech legion proposed. We are quite interested in fighting against these Athenians. They claim that Athena is the greatest female goddess and that is an affront to the superior mother's majesty. A few Larkinsons groaned. They did not look forward to getting caught up in a religious dispute of all things. Commander Casella cleared her throat. I believe the Valkyrie Redeemers can be of great use in raiding the ranged contingent of the Glory of Athena battalion. The Hex army often employs the Valkyrie models against these kinds of targets in the Komodo War. It is what they are made for and what they are good at. I think we should employ better solutions against their assault units, though. The Valkyrie Redeemers excelled at flanking and raiding but fared less well in frontal combat against heavier units. If we can't rely on our bright warriors, Valkyrie Redeemers or ferocious piranhas to counter the Athenan Lancer mechs, then what do we have left? An awkward silence followed. This problem was only able to occur because the Larkinson clan's mech roster was too small and had too many holes. The need to expand the amount of mech models the Larkinsons could rely upon became especially acute at this time. The Larkinsons shared several suggestions and explored different ideas, but none of the proposals sounded good. Commander Casella was only able to choose between a number of imperfect solutions that all came with flaws of their own. It was just too difficult to present a better plan when the Larkinson clan didn't possess the required mech elements. Perhaps the Larkinson army could respond more effectively to this kind of threat, but the Larkinson battalion had to abide by the rules of the tournament. This condition restricted the Larkinsons a lot more than the other competitors. Chapter 3484, Repeated Failures. The big day had come. The Larkinsons spent a lot of time strategizing and preparing for their upcoming bout against the Glory of Athena battalion. No one knew what the religious group might unveil during the semifinals. The Athenians had already shown a considerable amount of strength, but the possibility that they were still hiding secrets was great. The Larkinson battalion had to win the next match at all costs. If they lost this time, they only had a chance of obtaining third place. While winning 10 combat carriers sounded like a rich reward, it did not sound as great once everyone recalled how many mechs and mech pilots it took to grasp those warships. If the hundreds of mechs and mech pilots all participated in smaller tournaments, then there was a possibility that the Larkinson clan could have won more than a dozen combat carriers throughout the 2-week duration of the xianxia League. Not only that, the Larkinsons had already ridden off hundreds of mechs and would permanently lose at least hundreds more after fighting 2 more difficult battles. It was not unacceptable for the Larkinson clan to use up its main combat assets. Producing mechs was its bread and butter. The benefit of owning a factory ship like the Spirit of Bentheim was that the clan could easily churn out replacements as long as it had access to enough raw materials. In contrast, it was a lot harder to build lots of good combat carriers with a respectable capacity of 60 mechs. Although the clan already put the diligent Ovenbird to work, it would still take at least a month or 2 to build a cheap, flimsy light carrier that could only carry 20 mechs at most. None of the Larkinsons liked this plan. Relying on an armada of flimsy light carriers to roam the dangerous new frontier was madness, especially when everyone fully understood the strength of the other human forces in the Red Ocean. The existence of powerful or tricky organizations such as Quislam Systems, the Ganetsi family, the Heartfall Security Enterprise, the Church of Earthina and the Zepioes group all presented serious threats to the Larkinson clan. Although everyone was interacting peacefully with each other at the moment, that was because they were all residing in the Vullet Central Star Node. Few Larkinsons forgot about the fact that the Central Star Nodes were the exception rather than the rule. The Big Two guaranteed absolutely safety to everyone residing in their direct territory, but that applied to just a small amount of star systems. Most star systems in the Red Ocean were still wild, dangerous and devoid of order. If the Golden Skull Alliance bumped into the main fleet of the Heartfall Security Enterprise, then it was questionable whether the latter would refrain from taking action. While the Heartfallers performed relatively poorly in the arena, in reality the mercenary organization was much larger and stronger than the Larkinson clan. Just the Heartfall Security Enterprise's quantity of mechs alone could flood a lot of smaller pioneering organizations. In an actual fight against these forces, the Larkinson clan's dinky little light carriers probably wouldn't survive unless they could shelter behind larger ships. That was fine, but it also turned them into burdens. In the long run, it was better to get rid of these burdens and settle for proper combat carriers that were designed and built to endure the rigors of war. It was just that there was no good channel for the Larkinson clan to obtain additional carriers for the moment. Even participating in the tournaments in Chance Bay was only a temporary channel. The expeditionary fleet had to leave within the month, thereby cutting the Larkinsons off from this convenient method of earning new starships. Therefore, the light carriers that everyone looked down upon still had a place in the Larkinson clan. No matter how crappy they performed, it was better than nothing. "We've got to win this next match," Imon Ingvar said as he and Vincent Rickelin of all people had paid a visit to the Larkinson battalion. "The others aren't winning that much. Aside from exceptions such as Commander Sendra and her team of elite sword maidens and our best penitent sisters, the rest of our Larkinsons simply aren't tournament worthy." Commander Casella Ingvar had spent all of her time on the Larkinson clan's participation in the xianxia League up until now. She hadn't paid any attention to how the other clansmen were doing. Hearing that not a lot of Larkinsons were doing well did not sound good. "How did the two of you fare?" she asked in a suspicious tone. Neither Imon nor Vincent looked proud. They both lowered their heads like defeated dogs. "We got smashed," Imon admitted. "Not once, not twice, but thrice. If we fought in a regular tournament, we would have been able to beat the opposition. The rules prevent us from bullying the weak. We can only take part in a smaller number of competitions where expert candidates like us have to fight on equal ground." Casella already knew this, but she didn't think the Larkinson clan's own expert candidates would fare so badly. "You're a skilled mech pilot, Imon. I can understand why someone as your friend over here gets taken out in the first round, but I expected better from you. I've already fought against a number of expert candidates in the xianxia League and they aren't particularly special from what I've seen so far. What is the reason why you aren't faring so well in these contests?" Her brother sighed. "Your situation is a lot better than ours. Not only can you call upon the support of other friendly mechs, you also have the Quint. Every other expert candidate in our clan has to make do with modified bright warriors. Those mechs are decent, but not that special compared to other Red Ocean mechs. It also doesn't help that they don't excel at anything. They're geared towards accommodating less skilled and experienced mech pilots. What we truly need is a high-end mech like the prime mechs that our clan used to field. Without the right hardware, it's hard for us to beat the competition. You're putting all of the blame on your mechs. You know I'm right, Casella. We've all used the Bright Warriors for over a year now. We know what they are like by now. The Bright Warriors were designed for a different clan at a different time. Casella looked upset. I'm not saying you're wrong, Imon, but it's too easy for you to push all of the blame on your mechs. We can only make do with the machines we have at the moment, so rather than do something that won't change anything such as complaining about them, why don't you try and improve your skills so you can overcome this handicap? That's the thing, Commander. We've tried to push ourselves harder after every defeat we've suffered, but Vincent didn't finish the sentence. Are they truly that good? They are, sister. Imon Ingvar said. You can't imagine how many battle maniacs and desperados are taking part in these expert candidate tournaments. They're all hungry and mad for advancement. They fight as if their entire lives are on the line and destroy anyone they think is too weak to give them the stimulation they need to break through. Expert candidates were all on a time limit as far as they were concerned. While they knew that they had the potential to become an expert pilot, that knowledge would not do them any good if they failed to take the most important step. If they plodded along for too long and only managed to advance when they were at the end of their piloting careers, then what good would it do for them to undergo apotheosis? Demigods aged as well. Since it was a lot harder for mech pilots to undergo life-prolonging treatment, hardly anyone was willing to spend extravagantly just to prolong the life of an expert pilot who already had one foot on his deathbed. Given these circumstances, practically every expert candidate was desperate to break through. Being able to fight repeatedly against other strong expert candidates in a safe environment was practically paradise to them, especially to the older generation. Younger expert candidates like Imon and Vincent could only get abused in these kinds of events. Their skills were too rough and rudimentary compared to those who underwent much better systematic training. Their experience was lacking. Though both of them had fought in numerous hard battles, there were expert candidates in Vullet that had fought in entire wars. Their augmentations were also far behind. Many expert candidates who originated from the Galactic Heartland and especially the Galactic Center enjoyed implants and genetic treatments that were at least 1,000 times more expensive. The only strong point of the Larkinson clan was its mechs, but much of its design resources went into developing the expert mechs in the past year. Although the effort was undoubtedly worth it, the problem right now was that no one organized any tournaments for expert pilots in the Vullet Central Star node. This was an understandable yet incredibly frustrating rule to the Larkinsons. Despite the relatively recent breakthroughs of all of the clan's expert pilots, as long as the masterwork expert mechs such as the Amaranto, the Shield of Samar and most promisingly the Everchenger entered the arena, there was little doubt the Larkinsons could compete against most rivals. Don't worry, Casella said as she reached out and placed her hands on both of their shoulders. The Larkinson battalion will succeed and bring home all of the combat carriers that you have missed out on. We're all Larkinsons. We stick up for each other. Imon and Vincent smiled and felt more at ease. Though they still felt bad about their lack of success, they didn't shoulder all of the responsibility of winning combat carriers for the clan. There were many other Larkinsons who were trying to fulfill the same goal. As long as only a fraction of them succeeded, the Larkinson fleet would already be able to welcome dozens of crucial combat carriers. Commander, it's almost time. Please get ready to bring out the Quint. Understood. Casella responded to the mech designer that had been servicing her masterwork mech before turning back to her brother. I need to go now. The arena awaits. Good luck, sister. I hope you'll beat them, Commander. The main gate that led into the large arena field slid open. A flood of cheers, music and noise assaulted everyone's ears. The hype and attention surrounding the Xianxia League had practically quadrupled now that the competition had entered the semifinals. Of the 16 battalions that initially took part, only 4 of them were left. Each one was undoubtedly the strongest of their respective groups. With all of the flawed and mediocre competitors out of the way, the remaining matches of the Xianxia League would definitely give the spectators the high-intensity battles they craved. As the announcers built up entire narratives surrounding the 2 battalions who were about to clash against each other, Commander Casella ignored all of the noise and only focused on her opponents and the Larkinson battalion's upcoming plan. 10 kilometers away, the Glory of Earthina battalion entered the main arena with confidence. Their gleaming rows of green and yellow mechs were embellished by ornaments themed around the goddess Athena. "The grace of Athena shines upon all of you," the commander of the battalion broadcasted to the audience and remote spectators. "Today, our goddess-blessed mechs shall smite the latest group of unbelievers who dare to hinder our holy mission. Like the battalions we have defeated before, the Larkinsons shall be the latest ones to taste Athena's punishment." Not a lot of people in the audience were sympathetic towards the arrogant Athenans. Their religion was unknown to most people and no one had much interest in converting to their beliefs. Compared to these snooty fanatics, the crowd was much more eager to support the Larkinson battalion. Smash the Athenans, Larkinsons forever. Chapter 3485. Strategic shift. Although the support of the audience did not directly affect the battle strength of the combatants in any way, it still had a substantial influence on morale. The Larkinson mech pilots became a lot more buoyed when they saw how extensively the fans and viewers around them rooted for their victory. Even if many of the Larkinson mech pilots didn't fight for glory, right now they couldn't help but become caught up in the competitive fever. As long as they won the next match, they would become famed and celebrated warriors in the Red Ocean. If nothing else, they could brag about reaching the finals of a big and important tournament whenever they entered a bar. Of course, they still needed to win. All of their dreams and hopes would become dashed if they weren't able to beat the Athenans. As the countdown started, the mech pilots of both sides tuned out the massive live audience and only focused on what was important. The arena battlefield turned into a highly unusual environment this time. The surface of the arena turned into a flat, arid terrain that offered no cover or obstacles of any kind. A battlefield like this would have been completely boring if not for one complication. A light sandstorm swept throughout the entire battlefield. The sand particles that were largely blowing in a uniform direction were mixed with a light proportion of metal and exotic materials. This caused the sandstorm to generate a moderate amount of interference. Although the sensor and communication systems of most mechs still remained effective in a range of a couple of kilometers around them, it was quite troublesome to reach any further without the use of mechs acting as relays. Still, this was not that big of a deal. Neither the Larkinsons nor the Athenans enjoyed a significant advantage this time. At most, they needed to roam around a bit more in order to locate each other's mechs. What did bother them was the fact that the sand could sneak into all kinds of holes and crevices. While the blowing sand wasn't powerful enough to grind down solid mechs in a short amount of time, they could easily aggravate the injuries of any mechs. As long as a mech suffered an armor breach and exposed its internals to the environment, all of that sand blowing into the interior compartments could easily interfere or wreak havoc on the functioning of the mechs. The implications were clear to the Larkinsons. Avoid getting hit, Commander Casella instructed her men. If you get struck by a lance, it likely won't matter as much, but if the enemy ranged mechs manage to breach your armor, try to orient your mechs so that the hull doesn't face the wind. This would only slow down the deterioration process. The measures the mechs had to take to stall their end also imposed considerable limits on their subsequent actions. However, Commander Casella could work with this. In her judgment, the current battle environment provided a slight advantage to the Larkinson battalion. Whereas the Athenan Lancer mechs needed to pull off a successful charge in order to breach the armor of their targets, most of the Larkinson mechs didn't have to go through so much trouble. Casella took one more look at her entire battalion. The mech roster for this battle was a significant departure from what the Larkinson battalion had fielded before. This time, the Larkinsons did not bring any transcendent punishers. The Eye of Ilvain wasn't happy with this strategic decision, but the Larkinson battalion simply couldn't afford to bring so many burdens to the battlefield this time. The transcendent punishers worked best against opponents that were slow and could not overwhelm the Larkinson lines. The aggressive, charge-oriented mech doctrine of the Glory of Athena battalion happened to be one of their worst nightmares. No matter whether the Larkinsons brought 20, 50 or even 100 transcendent punishers, each of them would get demolished in the first 5 minutes when a torrent of Lancer mechs swept across their positions. Lancer mechs just loved to skewer their lances through big, fat immobile targets like heavy artillery mechs. It was largely self-defeating to bring a large amount of night mechs to protect the heavy artillery mechs. The enemy Lancer mechs would just wipe out the night mechs first before moving on to demolish the heavy artillery mechs shortly afterwards. This was also the reason why the Larkinsons did not bring any eternal redemptions this time. While penitent sister cannoneer mechs were more maneuverable than the transcendent punishers, they were still sitting ducks against their current opponents. The Larkinsons made a bold but risky change in strategy for this match. Instead of fielding a rounded and balanced assault force, the Larkinson Battalion instead switched out all of their melee mechs and slower mechs. The Bright Warriors in Knight Mech configuration and Swordsman Mech configuration were entirely absent this time. The Valkyrie Redeemers were still allowed to remain, but their numbers had been reduced from 120 mechs to 80 mechs. The remaining 420 mechs of the Larkinson Battalion consisted entirely of Bright Warriors in Rifleman Mech configuration. Many of the mech pilots who fought in the previous matches had been replaced by other mech pilots who specialized in ranged combat. The clan still had plenty of mech pilots that were readily available to participate in this competition. The extreme shift in force composition meant that the Larkinson Battalion could no longer use the same fighting formulas as before. The Larkinsons needed to employ a radically different approach in order to win with so many mobile ranged mechs. While the Valkyrie Redeemers could fight both at range and up close, they clearly weren't equipped to collide directly against the assault forces of the Glory of Earthina Battalion. For now, their melee capabilities weren't important. Commander Casella had strictly instructed the Penitent Sisters to maintain their distance for the time being. Before we can go on attack, we need to blunt the enemy's assault. She reminded everybody, stick to the plan and force the Earthinan Lancer mechs to waste their time chasing after our mechs. As the Larkinson mechs all soared into the air and built up speed, the first Earthinan offensive mechs had already begun to appear from the sandstorm. These mechs quickly relayed the news to the other Earthinan mechs. More and more powerful enemy Lancer mechs, offensive Knight mechs and light skirmishers emerged from the raging sands. Slay the infidels, run them down, glory to Earthina. Just like they did in the previous matches, the Earthinan assault force did not bother to deliberate its choices. They immediately committed to a full attack, trusting that their strength was more than enough to sweep their opposition. Their religious fervor and devotion to the goddess Earthina caused all of their mech pilots to become extremely focused on reaching their opponents before crushing them with pure momentum. Yet as the Earthinan melee mechs surged forward, their mech pilots found to their dismay that the unbelievers didn't group up in a single, large formation. Instead, the Larking ranged mechs all split up into different mech companies that all flew in directions. The grand charge of the Earthinans soon yielded no result. No Larkinson mech was stupid enough to stay in the path of the advancing Lancer mechs. While the previous lineup of the Larkinson Battalion wouldn't have been able to move aside so easily, the current makeup was different. With no slowpokes to slow the Larkinsons down, the Bright Warriors piloted by the Avatars and the Valkyrie Redeemers piloted by the Penitent Sisters easily managed to dance around the main enemy formations before firing their potent Luminaire crystal rifles at the exposed enemy machines. Hundreds of energy beams concentrated on a dozen targets. The Warnet automatically coordinated the actions of the different Larkinson mechs so that groups of them always concentrated their firepower on specific targets. The Earthinan Lancer mechs possessed quite a lot of armor. They not only relied upon it for protection, but also needed the mass to better build up their momentum. Now, all of that armor was quickly being dismantled after the unlucky targets got hit by 40 different energy beams at once. Ah, my mech is going down. I have shamed Earthina. Most of the energy beams accurately hit their target. Much of it had to do with the relative inflexibility of the enemy Lancer mechs, but the Avatar mech pilots had all invoked the Golden Cat at this time. By borrowing the superior marksmanship skills of superior mech pilots such as Commander Casella Ingvar, every mech pilot controlling a Bright Warrior in Rifleman mech configuration had begun to echo her level of skill. In addition, a strange connection formed between Casella and the Avatars while the latter borrowed from her skill. She felt a little bit more connected to her current subordinates. Although this did not lead to anything drastic, she faintly felt that her battle awareness had extended even further. Her eyes narrowed at the distant Lancer mechs. You might fight in the name of the goddess Earthina, but we have the Golden Cat on our side. The Luminaire crystal rifle was one of the strong points of the Larkinson clan. This exclusive tech granted the average Bright Warrior mech model a considerably more powerful offensive punch. Although one of these rifles already posed a threat against the enemy Earthinan mechs, a mech company's worth of them could easily tear apart any mech even if half of the energy beams missed. One of the more interesting tactical decisions the Larkinson had made was to employ multiple Luminaire crystal attack phases at the same time. The slicer beams fired by some of the Bright Warrior mechs possessed high penetration power and easily drilled tiny openings through the frontal armor of Lancer mechs. The kinetic beams fired by a number of other mechs forcefully expanded these cracks and made the weak points larger. The barrage of positron beams that were fired at the same time could not only soften up the armor even further, but could easily burn through the openings and inflict a huge amount of damage to the internals. When these different energy beams were employed in isolation, then their effect wouldn't be as good. However, the Larkinsons had learned long ago that using multiple types of energy beams at once produced a wonderful synergy effect that allowed them to breach through enemy armor considerably faster than usual. While it was difficult to realize this advantage on a smaller scale, the current battle was just big enough for the hundreds of Larkinson-ranged mechs to take advantage of this potent synergy effect. The Glory of Earthina Battalion weren't happy with seeing their prided Lancer mechs getting downed one by one, though. Their commanding officer soon formed the correct response. Split up and chase after the enemy mech companies. They can't evade all of our charges as long as we pincer their formations. The Earthinan melee mechs split up into companies as well, but they did not chase after all of the Larkinson mech companies. Instead, two Earthinan mech companies both split up and chose to approach a single Larkinson mech company from two different directions. While this left a large amount of Larkinson mechs unattended, it was fine as long as their targets were taken out quickly. All that mattered was that the Earthinans had to reduce the number of opponents quickly in order to reduce all of the attacks, whittling down their melee mechs. Yet even as the Earthinans executed their pincer strategy, the Larkinsons quickly enacted their own response to this change. Split up into fireteams spread out. The targeted Larkinson mech company did not dare to confront the two charging Earthinan mech companies head-on. Instead, it dispersed into smaller groups of 5 mechs that each moved away from each other at a rapid pace. The Earthinan pincer attack was rendered ineffective now that their original target had faded away like a dispersing bee swarm. Meanwhile, those split-up Larkinson elements continued to fire their Luminaire crystal rifles at the stymied Earthinan mechs. It was as if the Larkinsons were taunting at the inability of the Earthinan Lancer mechs to skewer an opposing mech. Yet even as the Larkinson mechs continued to dance around the Earthinan melee mechs, a flood of shrapnel overwhelmed a couple of Larkinson fireteams. The Earthen ranged support had finally taken their place at the center of the battlefield and begun to support their beleaguered comrades. Chapter 3486. Earthinan surprised. The Larkinsons knew in advance that the Earthinans not only deployed a lot of melee mechs, but also a considerable amount of cannoneer mechs. During the time the Earthinan Lancer mechs and so on ineffectively tried to run down the Larkinson battalion, the slower-moving ground contingent had steadily advanced towards the center of the arena battlefield. They advanced a lot easier due to the flat and solid terrain. Once they reached the center, the cannoneer mechs along with their accompanying escort of knight mechs settled into position. At this location, the powerful ranged mechs armed with large-caliber single cannons largely became unbothered by the sandstorm. After all, the dimensions of the enormous arena was 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers by 1 kilometer. There was no place in the arena that was out of range to the Earthinan cannoneer mechs. While the raging sandstorm diminished the effectiveness of their sensors and targeting systems, other friendly mechs that were in the vicinity of the distant enemies transmitted accurate data back to their ranged contingent. With every other Earthinan element supporting their activities, the Earthinan cannoneer mechs practically had free rein at the moment. The result of all of this was that a considerable amount of cannons went to work. They flooded the elusive Larkinson ranged mechs with special rounds that were designed to fracture and spread out into small but deadly shards. Once these shards reached a group of bright warriors, they scarred and raked across the surfaces, leaving behind a lot of shallow grooves. It took multiple volleys of shrapnel fire to tear through the armor plating of the Larkinson rifleman mechs. This isn't working. These rifleman mechs are tougher than usual. The Bright Warrior was a balanced modular mech platform. In order to fulfill several different roles, its base specs were relatively middling in every category. The rifleman mech configuration of this model did not add a lot of mass to the mech in order to preserve as much mobility as possible. However, just the base armor of Bright Warrior was already thicker and more capable of resisting damage than that of many other rifleman mechs. This meant that the Bright Warriors actually fared quite well against shrapnel fire. While it was practically impossible to evade the incoming attacks, the Bright Warriors merely did their best to resist the damage as much as possible. Knowing that they would go down eventually, the rifleman mechs under fire overloaded their Luminaire crystal rifles and fired extra powerful energy beams at their current targets. Seeing that relying on shrapnel fire was inefficient, the cannoneer mechs simultaneously switched magazines and began to fire solid Gauss rounds. Although a lot of projectiles missed the Larkinson's rifleman mechs, enough of them managed to strike true with every volley. Ah, damn it, my armor is fractured. Don't let them hit you from behind. Our rear armor is too vulnerable against these solid rounds. The cannoneer mechs weren't particularly accurate under the current circumstances, but there were no doubts about their power. Each heavy caliber round that struck a bright warrior either fractured a lot of armor plating or drilled a hole through the weaker sections straight away. Once the bright warriors suffered major breaches in their armor coverage, the blowing sand soon began to wreak havoc on their internals. The mechs overheated faster. Several mechanical parts began to get blocked or jammed. Delicate components fell offline after they were sanded down. All of these effects and more quickly began to deteriorate the damaged mechs over the span of several minutes. The Earthenans had brought just enough cannoneer mechs to put serious pressure on the dispersed Larkinson mechs. Commander Casella held her breath as she accurately fired a shot against a distant Lancer mech that was chasing another Larkinson mech. The beam hit a portion of the powerful flight system that extended from the Earthenan mech's back. Though this didn't cause the Lancer mech to lose a lot of thrust power, her attack slowed it down just enough to make it easier for other Larkinson mechs to finish off the target. Instead of joining the Larkinson mechs that were in the process of finishing off the Lancer mech entirely, Casella switched her aim to other Lancer mechs and focused specifically on weakening their flight systems. Slowing them down was of utmost importance. If you can't catch up to us, you can't kill our mechs. As an expert candidate, it was easy enough for her to land her hits consistently. The Lancer mechs may be fast at moving forward, but their agility was terrible. The only challenge was to attack the Lancer mechs at the right angle, which in most cases was any direction except straight ahead. If the Larkinson mechs remained in one single group, then that was difficult to accomplish. However, now that the Larkinson mechs had dispersed in every direction, the Earthenan mechs had split up as well, causing many of them to expose their sides and rears to Casella's sights. Though Casella was having a great time as a mech pilot, she grew increasingly concerned as a commander. The Larkinson battalion slowly surrendered the initiative to the glory of Earthena battalion. The cannoneer mechs were making steady progress in downing the Larkinson mechs. The Avatar Bright Warriors did not fare too well once they were being bombarded by heavy caliber Gauss rounds. Their performance specs just happened to work against them this time. The Bright Warrior mechs did not possess enough armor to effectively resist the cannon fire. However, as medium mechs, their evasion ability did not come close to that of the ferocious piranhas. They tried their best but could not prevent themselves from getting hit once they became the target of 10 cannoneer mechs or more. The battle devolved into an attrition game. The Larkinsons were doing their best to whittle down the enemy Lancer mechs while the Earthenans were trying hard to eliminate the Bright Warriors. While the cannoneer mechs also directed their firepower against the Valkyrie Redeemers, the Marauder mechs fared a little better. They were lighter and a bit more agile in the air. They also carried round shields that provided enough defense to withstand an extra hit or two. The efficiency in killing them was lower, so the Earthenans would rather bully the weaker and more vulnerable Larkinson mechs. That was a serious mistake. A penitent sister mech captain issued the command that many of her fellow sisters had been waiting for all this time. "Gather up, we're going to do something about those ground troops." The Larkinsons went into this battle with the determination that they should no longer hold back. The penitent sisters had long held themselves back until they finally became jubilant as they gathered up and prayed to the Superior Mother. Show these ignorant people that Earthena is no match to the Superior Mother. The convergence of the Valkyrie Redeemers did not escape anyone's notice. The Earthenans, the live audience and the billions of spectators spread across 2 different galaxies all saw how the Marauder mechs holstered their light rifles and whipped out their spears. I believe we finally have the honor of witnessing one of the Larkinson clan's greatest battle solutions. It is one that is highly controversial and often speculated about in certain circles on the galactic net. Several different enemies of the Larkinson clan have borne the brunt of its unfathomable attack, and now we shall surely witness their might in person and in front of the best recording equipment in Chance Bay. Surely the Earthenans must be aware of what the Larkinson battalion is attempting to do. The Valkyrie Redeemer mechs couldn't be any more obvious of what they are attempting to do. Why aren't the Earthenan mechs swarming or bombarding these Marauder mechs? That was a good question. Even the Larkinson mech pilots in the field began to grow uncomfortable at the lack of response. The Larkinson clan's battle formations were not really a secret anymore. Anyone doing research on the Larkinsons would have been able to stumble upon them sooner or later. What the Earthenans might not know was that the movements of the penitent sisters was partially a bluff. Commander Casella was ready to whip out a response should the Earthenans focus their might on the Valkyrie Redeemers. Instead, the penitent sisters were left to converge and enter into a specific formation without any disturbance. They can't be that stupid. The Earthenans are unnerving me. Are they hiding something? What if they're hiding a surprise of their own? The mech battalions that had made it to the semifinals of the Xianxia League should never be so complacent. Though Commander Casella smelled a trap, there was not enough grounds to pull back the penitent sisters. The current trend was not advantageous enough for the Larkinsons. While the Bright Warriors were doing good work, the Earthinan Cannoneer mechs were doing even better despite their smaller numbers. The main reason for that was because the Cannoneer mechs were landbound mechs. Unlike flight-capable mechs like the Bright Warriors, the Earthinan Cannoneer mechs did not have to sacrifice performance in order to accommodate a hefty and demanding flight system in their designs. This not only allowed them to carry more powerful cannons, but also allowed them to carry thicker armor. Since they didn't have to be light enough to enable them to fly at standard gravities, they could easily pile up at least 50% more armor without slowing down their ground traversal speeds too much. The penitent sisters had already engaged their battle network at this time. The silhouette of the Superior Mother already came into being, though in a less grandiose size than before due to the smaller number of mech pilots involved. Special projections built into the frames of the Valkyrie Redeemer automatically filled in this dark silhouette so that the visage of the Superior Mother became a lot more lifelike. Even so, almost 2 mech companies worth of penitent sisters was just enough to launch a considerable attack. At this time, the Cannoneer mechs had ceased their fire so that they could press against and huddle behind the defensive night mechs of the Glory of Earthina battalion. Unlike the aerial offensive night mechs that accompanied the Lancer mechs in the air, the Earthinan defensive night mechs were fully landbound and therefore a lot thicker and more resistant to damage than usual. Each of them tilted their shields upwards in anticipation of meeting the combination attack of the penitent sisters. Although the Larkinson battalion expected the Earthinans to make these moves, Casella still couldn't get rid of her unease. It's too simple. Passive defense rarely worked well against the Superior Mother's might. Even if the penitent sisters weren't allowed to utilize their infamously lethal death formation attack, their other formation attacks were still formidable in their own way. Against tough, stationary targets like the Earthinan ground contingent, the penitent sisters opted to go for the woman formation attack. The superiority of our Supreme shall be made manifest. The Superior Mother's energy projection extended her giant finger and stabbed forth towards the Earthinan landbound contingent. A sharp spike of overpowering energy rapidly surged forward and almost instantly pierced through the center of the enemy formation. Yet just before this powerful energy spike could slam through the middle of the enemy ranks, the Earthinan landbound night mechs erupted into fire as green flames burst out from their frames. What are they doing? The strange energies they released rapidly formed an energy dome around the Earthinan landbound contingent just moments before the penitent sisters' battle formation attack had arrived. Boom! 2 different energies collided against each other. A lot of powerful energies dispersed in every direction, causing everyone to temporarily lose sight of what was taking place. Once the spreading energies had run their course, all the Larkinsons became dismayed when they saw that the Valkyrie Redeemer battle formation had failed to destroy a single enemy mech. Though the enemy landbound night mechs weren't in good shape right now, the Cannoneer mechs were still intact. Yet what drew the attention of most people wasn't the mechs. It was the green energy dome that was still erect somehow. Even though it had lost a lot of power in order to resist the Superior Mother's attack, it still looked as if it was capable of blocking other attacks. What kind of tech is able to generate such a strong shield? Is this even an energy shield? How could the Superior Mother fail? The Earthinans had finally unveiled one of their own trump cards. The Larkinsons were under a lot more pressure now that the enemy had managed to foil the penitent sisters. Chapter 3487. Stealing Wheels. The Glory of Earthina battalion finally displayed a trick that they hadn't shown in the previous matches. The strange green energy shield that the Earthinan night mechs managed to erect by unleashing strange green flames completely shocked the crowd. That's no average energy shield. It's too strong. Where did these guys get this tech? Where can I buy this system? The audience had forgotten almost entirely about the earlier manifestation of the Superior Mother. The penitent sister battle formation attack launched with great fanfare, only to be used as a foil for one of the Glory Earthina battalion's own trump cards. What is your technical analysis, sir? The shielding tech utilized is clearly not conventional. The energy readings as well as the visual appearance of the green energy barrier are too far removed from the energy shields that we are all accustomed to. If you peer closer into the Earthinan landbound defensive night mech designs, you will see that there are several unidentified components in their frames. They take up a significant amount of volume but aren't connected to the other systems of the mech in a usual fashion. They are isolated and self-contained. If I'm not mistaken, we're looking at salvaged alien tech. A lot of spectators gasped in surprise. Alien tech? How exciting! What are you talking about? Human tech is superior. The overwhelming majority of humans in the Milky Way lived in states that were far removed from any alien civilizations. The odds that any of them would be able to bump into raw alien technology outside museums was practically zero. While there were still plenty of advanced alien races in the Milky Way galaxy, they had largely kept their distance from the powerful humans. The Big Two strictly guarded against these serious threats and did not allow any private individuals to interact or exchange with the menacing aliens. The mistakes of the past should never be repeated. It wasn't until the Red Ocean opened up to the public that humans got in touch with sentient aliens from a fresh perspective. Strangely enough, most people didn't harbor that much hatred, fear and disgust towards the native alien races just as the Nunsers or the Pwelmers. They were more novelties than anything else because they were exotic and because they were too weak to pose a threat against human civilization. With the Red Ocean exposing so many people to the wonders of alien civilizations, humanity slowly began to shift its mentality. After decades of turning their backs on anything related to aliens, now they have begun to grow curious about them again. Is the alien shielding tech familiar to any of you? Could the Church of Earthina have managed to stumble upon a wrecked Pwelmer starship? The energy shields utilized by the cybernetic Pwelmer race is more familiar to us than this unknown shielding technology. The alien components used by the Earthinans do not ring a bell to me. It is highly likely that these alien components originated from a relatively minor alien civilization in the Red Ocean. This is a good example of the ingenuity of alien science. Since our race's entry into this dwarf galaxy, we have already identified over 10,000 alien races. Even if many of them are relatively small with empires spanning over just a dozen star systems or maybe just their home planet, they have spent eons refining their applications of all of the resources in their reach. They might not have access to as many different types of exotics as humanity, but by pouring much of their research on a handful of powerful materials, they can accomplish feats that even our most brilliant scientists have never thought about in their advanced labs. A female commentator chuckled, and all of these alien fruits are ripe for the plucking. A round of laughter erupted from the commentator room. Correct. In the age of conquest, humanity managed to grow explosively in strength after our scientists have obtained samples and data on a vast amount of alien tech. By studying and reverse engineering the technological culminations of other alien civilizations, we turn their best accomplishments into our own gains. I have little doubt that if the unidentified alien shielding tech employed by the Earthinans has any advantages over conventional technology, we will soon see the benefits in the next generation of technological advancements. This was how humanity always worked. It stole the best works of alien civilizations and turned it into its own accumulation after a few years or decades. There was no shame or guilt in doing so. Though many humans preferred to rely on their own ingenuity to invent better technology, it was much more convenient to just steal someone else's wheel rather than invent it yourself. The commentators ignited this desire with their excited discussion. The Larkinsons on the other hand were appalled. Sure, the Larkinson battalion anticipated that the Earthinans might unveil a special capability, but they never imagined that they would whip out alien technology themselves. The shock and surprise of seeing the best effort of the penitent sisters being negated like that interrupted the momentum of the Larkinson battalion. Commander Casella realized the danger and barked out her words. Penitent sisters, pull back and regroup. We'll think about eliminating the enemy ground contingent later. The Valkyrie Redeemers had stalled a bit after seeing the Superior Mother fail in breaking through the enemy defensive measures. Even though a battle formation consisting of just 2 mech companies wasn't able to unleash the strongest energy attack, the Penitent Sisters had still been sure that they would have demolished the Earthinan mechs on the ground. If the enemy consisted of an ace mech, then the Penitent Sisters wouldn't have been surprised that their attempt had failed. Yet their current foes were just a bunch of normal mechs. How could they have resisted the Superior Mother's might? It took a while for them to wake up and readjust their mentalities. This was a shortcoming and revealed that they were still not up to par with true professional soldiers, but that was a discussion for later. Right now, the Larkinson battalion needed to recover from this setback and find another path towards victory. Although the energy dome slowly began to lose strength, it looked as if it was still staying up for at least another minute. The night mechs that had originally erected this powerful shield were largely spent at this time. The strange flames that had run through their frames had heavily damaged their armor and systems. Though they still remained operational somehow, it probably wouldn't take too much to take them out of action. Unfortunately for the Larkinsons, the penitent sisters were no longer in their prime. Every activation of a battle formation imposed a mental burden on the mech pilots involved. Though the penitent sister mech pilots had performed this special move several times before, they hardly got better in their ability to stave off the strain and exhaustion that had settled into their minds. Stay strong, sisters. We must fight. Don't stop until your mech can't fight any further. The penitent sisters were all gritting their teeth and forcing themselves to stay sharp. However, this was easier said than done when all of them felt that they had been awake for at least 2 days straight. The only way they could retain a portion of their battle effectiveness was to rely on their willpower, their motivation, their sense of duty, and above all else their fear of disappointing the superior mother. Every penitent sister had briefly come in touch with their supreme during the time they engaged their battle network. That gave them a more personal connection to the great woman. This connection played a pivotal role in helping the penitent sister mech pilots recover. Though they weren't doing anything aside from dodging enemy lancer mechs and evading enemy cannon fire, it was sufficient for the moment. The outlook of the Larkinson battalion still hadn't improved, though. The avatars of myth piloting the bright warriors in rifleman mech configuration came under greater and greater pressure. Despite their best efforts, a half squad of bright warriors failed to evade the Earthinan lancer mechs. The enemy mech pilots had long grown frustrated about the difficulty in getting close to their targets. Now that they successfully leveraged their teamwork to corner a bunch of Larkinson mechs, the Earthinan lancer mech pilots gleefully planted their long and sharp lances through the frames of the enemy rifleman mechs. Incidents like these happened on a frequent basis across the arena battlefield. Just because the Larkinson bright warriors were good at evading the enemy didn't mean that the Earthinans were chasing after them blindly. By working together and boxing in the free-flying Larkinson mechs, the Earthinan melee mechs methodically defeated them in batches. Of course, the Larkinson mechs armed with luminaire crystal rifles hit back as hard as possible. They became more efficient about it as they focused on drilling holes in the armor coverage of their opposition. As long as any mech gained a large enough hole, the powerful sandstorm would do the rest of the work. If the Earthinans only deployed melee mechs, then this tactic would have been enough to give the Larkinson battalion the upper hand. Unfortunately, the Earthinan ground contingent existed as well, and after fending off the battle formation attack, it retaliated against the Larkinson's mechs with a vengeance. For now, the Earthinan cannoneer mechs couldn't resist the easy targets. The penitent sister mech pilots were no longer in their prime, and it showed. The way they defended and reacted against the incoming fire was much less sharp than unusual. This meant that they soon started to drop like flies. "We can't go on like this," an exhausted penitent sister captain said. "We need to charge at the cannoneer mechs before all of our mechs drop dead." The penitent sisters waited for the strange alien green energy shield finally faded away. No matter what tricks the Earthinans had come up with, they still had to abide by the limits set by the tournament. The tech they were allowed to bring to the arena should never be too overwhelming. This gave the penitent sisters a chance to redeem themselves. They steered their Valkyrie Redeemers back on a diving approach and made no secret about their current motive. "Hold fast, sisters. Let these Earthinans attack us as much as they want." The Earthinan cannoneer mechs had never let up on their attacks against the Valkyrie Redeemers. What was different was that the Valkyrie mechs no longer tried to dodge the incoming fire. They instead dove almost straight towards their location. Even their attempts to juke around a bit failed to spare them much because they were only really heading in one direction, which was straight towards the Earthinan ground contingent. Dozens more mechs sustained serious damage and some of them even fell out of formation. Lancer mechs swept across the diving Marauder mechs and selectively impaled them from the side with lances. Only half of the Valkyrie Redeemers managed to survive the constant attacks, but that was just enough as far as the penitent sisters were concerned. Death. At the final moment, the Valkyrie Redeemers finally activated their death-oriented glows. Though the Earthinan mech pilots had done their research and mentally prepared themselves to face this famed mental attack, these worshippers had never experienced Superior Mother's ability to induce dread. Perhaps the Fredaman mech pilots were already accustomed to this effect, but the Earthinans were completely fresh. With the Valkyrie Redeemers all blasting this glow in a cone in front of them, practically the entire Earthinan ground contingent had frozen at the moment. On top of that, the Valkyrie mechs also launched all of their starburst grenades all at once. The huge amount of physical and mental disruption completely scrambled the Earthinan landbound mechs. The Night mechs had it especially bad because their frames were already in poor shape. Some of their damaged sensors completely malfunctioned when the Starburst grenades overloaded their systems. At this time, the Valkyrie Redeemers crashed onto the Earthinan landbound mechs without any attempt to preserve themselves. Chapter 3488, Heroes Roll. Chapter 3488, Heroes Roll. Suicide attacks were apparently the new trend in the mech tournaments held in central star nodes like Vullet. Achieving victory mattered more than preserving the mechs in most cases. As long as there were enough friendly mechs left on the battlefield, then it was more than acceptable to sacrifice a bunch of machines to accomplish a result. As long as the enemy suffered more losses, it was always worth it to go all out and use the mechs to their best effect. This was why the Penitent Sisters chose to deviate from their training. Ordinarily, the diving charge attacks of the Valkyrie Redeemers were a lot more restrained. The mechs needed to build up enough momentum to drive their spears through the enemy mechs, but they had to be careful not to go overboard and crash onto the ground. This was a delicate balancing act that made performing dive attacks in planetary conditions a lot more fraught than charging enemies in space. At least there was lots of empty room in space for the Valkyrie Redeemers to fling towards with their remaining momentum after pulling off their charges. This time, the Penitent Sisters were fighting an aerial and landbound battle for the first time in years, but none of them showed hesitation in driving their mechs to suicide. The arena's safety systems rescued their bodies and pulled them away even as their machines drove their spears through a mech before subsequently slamming those same machines with their own frames. The damage inflicted by the Valkyrie Redeemers subsequently overwhelmed the Earthinan ground contingent. Although the spent and damaged Earthinan landbound knight mechs tried to get in the way of as many charging mechs as possible, they couldn't withstand the sheer amount of force generated by tons worth of mechs falling from above. Throughout the powerful collisions, many of the knight mechs got crushed or bounced away. Some of them even crashed into the cannoneer mechs they were trying to protect, causing these crucial ranged mechs to suffer serious damage as well. As the entire position of the Earthinan landbound contingent looked as if it had suffered a calamity, both sides began to study the results of this devastatingly effective charge attack. The goal of the charge attack was to eliminate all of the landbound ranged mechs. In that, the Penitent Sisters had partially succeeded. Though the enemy defensive knight mechs managed to block and absorb much of the incoming damage, the death glow along with the starburst grenades interrupted their actions, causing at least half of them to fail to complete their objectives. In addition, even if the knight mechs still got in the way, the collisions were so strong that many cannoneer mechs got toppled and crushed. The only problem was that too few Valkyrie Redeemers managed to survive long enough to pull off their charges. Though the ones that made it to the ground intact had all inflicted a lot of damage, there were still at least 20 or so cannoneer mechs that were either untouched or only suffered moderate scrapes from the dive attack. Soon enough, they went back to business firing their potent cannons at the bright warriors that still put up a fight in the air. What a shame. The Larkinson Battalion has made a risky choice by limiting its melee mechs to 80 of these Valkyrie Redeemers. Now that they are all spent, the Larkinsons must either divert more firepower towards attacking the Earthinan ground forces or withstand the continuous ground-to-air attacks as they eliminate other targets. They cannot afford to let the surviving cannoneer mechs fire at their rifleman mechs with impunity. The Larkinsons must respond. The Bright Warriors first tried to divert their firepower from the surviving enemy Lancer mechs to the Earthinan ground contingent. With most of the landbound defensive knight mechs crushed and out of the fight, the surviving cannoneer mechs became relatively vulnerable targets. However, unlike the Bright Warriors, the enemy cannoneer mechs were substantially bigger and tougher. They were better able to resist the energy beams raining down on them from above. What was even worse for the Larkinsons was that the glory of Earthina Battalion quickly adjusted to the altered situation. Dozens of mechs flew down from every direction and protectively held their shields close to the cannoneer mechs. The Earthinans have diverted their aerial offensive knight mechs to guard their heavy guns. The Earthinans deployed two models of knight mechs. The landbound ones were much tougher and more capable of defending against attacks from a distance, so they were assigned as the original guards of the cannoneer mechs. Now that these big and massive machines had done their jobs, their lighter, flight-capable cousins took over their responsibility. What an excellent response, a strategic commentator praised. The glory of Earthina Battalion finally recognized that their offensive knight mechs are too slow and cumbersome to catch up to the agile Larkinson rifleman mechs. It is much more suitable for them to return to their original purpose and guard their more important mechs. If the Earthinans wish to eliminate the Larkinson Battalion, they must rely on their cannoneer mechs to do most of the work of killing the opposition. The offensive knight mechs were less capable of resisting enemy fire than the original guards of the cannoneer mechs, but the Earthenans had a good way to extend their durability in the face of so many attacks from the air. The mechs simply threw aside their shields when their defensive equipment started to crumble and picked up the heavier tower shields that their heavier cousins had dropped onto the ground. Even though the offensive knight mechs didn't possess the right strength to hold and carry these heavy tower shields effectively, it was no problem for them to hold them with two limbs or brace them against the surrounding wrecks for support. With the help of these additional tower shields, the Earthenan offensive knight mechs successfully prevented the Larkinson Bright Warriors from downing even a single surviving cannoneer mech. Even if a couple of stray shots managed to land from a tricky angle, the sturdy ranged mechs still possessed plenty of armor to take the hits and keep going. "This isn't working," a Larkinson mech officer said. "We need to close in on the enemy ground force and eliminate those cannoneer mechs immediately." "We can't. Those knight mechs will stop us all, and these lancer mechs that are chasing after us aren't for show either. Besides, our mechs are no good in close quarters combat in our current configuration. We still have our backup knives." As the Larkinsons tried to figure out a response to the latest development, Commander Casella grew increasingly more troubled. The pressure continued to mount on her shoulders. Though she tried to keep everything under control, the Earthenans were slowly unraveling the Larkinson battalion. "Maybe we should have brought in a company of Sword Maiden mechs." She did not regret the decision to come into the battle with their current lineup. Although it didn't sound like much at first, Casella knew that they wouldn't have been able to resist against the Earthenan aerial mechs with too few ranged mechs. The Larkinsons needed the numbers in order to pressure and whittle down the enemy. Lancer mechs fast enough. Nonetheless, she still needed to do something in order to reverse the Larkinson battalion's losing trend. It was at this time that her living mech issued its own opinion. "We must take action ourselves. Only heroes can salvage a victory from this battle." "What?" Casella grew appalled even as the Quint grew more eager to enter the fray. Even though the mech was designed to fight enemies at range proficiently, it enjoyed defeating enemy mechs up close even more. Although Casella wanted to refuse the Quint's overly aggressive suggestion, she found that she couldn't form the right words to do so. The Larkinsons were obviously losing this battle if this went on, so why not take this gamble? One of her greatest worries about losing was whether the Quint would get killed as well. She had no idea how much the Earthenans would damage the precious masterwork mech. If the enemy piled too many attacks on her current mech, could it still be brought back to life? Casella didn't know the answer, and neither did the Quint. This made both of them more desperate. The Quint did not fear an unworthy death, but it would be damned before it allowed these strange Earthenans who relied on a single trick to gain the upper hand in this match. At this time, Commander Casella fully let herself go. She quickly passed over the responsibility of commanding the Larkinson battalion to another mech officer before she instructed the Quint to dive towards the enemy ground force in the center of the battlefield. The Quint's abrupt change in course did not escape the notice of the Earthenans. Soon enough, their cannoneer mechs as well as a number of lancer mechs went on the attack. While Casella was able to evade or resist most of the incoming fire, the lancer mechs posed a much greater threat. Even if the Quint had been upgraded with better armor systems and other defensive measures, it would still not meet a good end when a solid mech and its lance slammed onto its side. Cover Commander Casella's approach. The other Avatar Bright Warriors did their best to cover for the Quint. They concentrated their fire at the incoming lancer mechs to take them out or slow their advance. They also threw their own bodies in the way of the enemy fire coming from below. Even if their mech frames weren't solid enough to block so many direct attacks, they still served as adequate shields for the short time needed for the Quint to reach its destination. When the masterwork mech finally reached the ground forces, it had holstered its overstrained Luminaire crystal rifle and pulled out its sword. After the first time the Quint became embroiled in a melee clash, Commander Casella had made sure to brush her skills up a bit in case she ended up in a similar position. She was quite grateful for refreshing her swordsmanship in her recent practice sessions. Together with the Quint's active guidance and participation, she and her mech tore through the Earthenan mechs in their way. The Quint in its current configuration may be lacking in strength and toughness, but it was light, agile and fast. Even if it was alone in the center of the enemy ground formation, there was practically nothing the Earthenan ground mechs could do to stop the Quint from rampaging through their ranks. The Quint looked as if it was dancing from one clumsy Earthenan mech after another. The enemy cannoneer mech might be well protected, but they were slow and unable to turn fast enough to prevent a sword from sticking through the weak point in their rear armor. As for the knight mechs, the Quint outright evaded them. Whether they held tower shields or not, the offensive Knight mechs were just not equipped to block a powerful Masterwork mech piloted by an expert candidate. We can't fire at this Masterwork mech. There are too many friendly mechs in the way. Athena, save us. We need support from above. Our light skirmishers are coming. The Quint had already massacred half of the remaining cannoneer mechs when the Athenan light skirmishers finally arrived from above. Even though many of them had been shot or downed after the Avatar Bright Warriors concentrated their fire on them, more than a dozen still managed to make it through. The light skirmishers were considerably faster and more agile than the Quint. There was no way for the Larkinson Masterwork mech to escape their attacks. That didn't mean the Quint was helpless, though. Get out of our way. The Quint chose to rely on brute force and charged in a specific direction while blocking as many incoming knife attacks as possible. The Quint was able to summon up just enough force to push and smash aside the light skirmishers that directly blocked its path. We shall not be stopped, Casella declared as the heat of the battle began to rush in her head. Her connection with the Quint deepened as she pushed her piloting skills to the limit in order to survive in this difficult situation. More and more Athenan cannoneer mechs fell against the Quint's sword. However, just before the Quint could finish off the remaining ones, a lance speared through the air and almost managed to impale the Masterwork mech if not for Casella sensing an incoming threat from above. A more powerful and decorated Athenan Lancer mech had finally made its appearance. Casella and her living mech grew more serious as they regarded this new threat. The enemy expert candidate finally initiated its challenge. Chapter 3489. Belittled by Mech. The Athenan expert candidate had always been fighting in this battle. His Lancer mech had already skewered a lot of Bright Warriors during this match. However, now that the Larkinson expert candidate decided to wipe out the precious Athenan cannoneer mechs, he could no longer stand aside. Although it was a shame that the mech's thrown lance had failed to impale the enemy mech, the champion mech grabbed hold of another lance just before it reached the Quint. Commander Casella didn't foolishly stay in place. She moved the Quint behind a pile of wrecked mechs and commanded the mech to jump aside as soon as the powerful Athenan Lancer mech expended most of its destructive power against the derelict mechs. Even though the enemy expert candidate failed to nail the Quint, he expected it wouldn't be so easy to take out such a valuable Masterwork mech. Athena, witness me as I slay this great enemy. The champion mech came with more weapons than the usual Lancer mech. It not only had access to two powerful lances, but also carried a collapsible spear that it had quickly drawn from its back. Although the spear was partially hollow and didn't possess an exaggerated reach, it was made out of plenty of high-quality materials. Instead of blasting away in order to circle around for another charge, the enemy champion mech sought to eliminate the Quint more directly. This Lancer mech is just as agile as a spearman mech. Unlike other Lancer mechs, the machine piloted by the expert candidate was specially prepared. A dedicated spearman mech might be more capable of dueling enemy machines, but the champion mech was good enough for an expert candidate to leverage its agility to great effect. The Quint was not a slow mech either, so Commander Casella was still able to use it to dodge and block the incoming spear thrusts. However, the Quint was still in its rifleman mech configuration, so Casella was at a definite disadvantage. The difference wasn't that important if she fought against regular mech pilots, but the Athenan expert candidate was good. The enemy expert candidate did not take any unnecessary risks. Despite his great desire to slay the Larkinson expert candidate and prove himself worthy to his goddess, he was too experienced to let his excitement override his common sense. The Quint and its mech pilot clearly didn't excel in melee combat, but they could still reverse the situation by launching a desperation attack. In order to prevent these last-ditch attacks from happening, the Athenan expert candidate mainly stuck to launching repeated stabs with the spear of his mech. Even if the attacks were monotonous, they were difficult to block and divert and therefore posed a considerable threat against the Quint. The Quint kept moving backwards while the Athenan champion mech kept up without letting the gap between them grow too big. Due to the latter's insistence on sticking to the former, Commander Casella found no opportunity to disengage from her current opponent. As long as she could put enough distance between their two mechs, the Quint could switch back to its rifle and begin to cripple the Athenan champion mech from afar. I won't let you get away. The Quint already suffered a few stabs as Casella failed to respond well enough to block or deflect the incoming attacks. When the Quint attempted to take flight, the enemy champion mech flew up in order to block its ascent. The Larkinson Masterwork mech was considerably faster and more agile in the air, so the Athenans could not allow it to take flight again. Damn it! Commander Casella grew increasingly more concerned about the progression of the match. So far, Both sides had already lost hundreds of mechs. Many Earthinan Lancer mechs bore scars from the energy beams they withstood. The Avatar Bright Warriors weren't in good shape either. All of their actions expended a lot of energy and generated an even greater amount of heat. All the while, the sandstorm kept sweeping across the frames every mech in the arena. A lot of surfaces featured scratched coating and sanded metal as the dangerous particles continued to wear down the mechs. Some mechs even suffered problems in the air because the sandstorm also damaged the weaker parts of their flight systems. The more their backs faced the direction of the sandstorm, the faster their flight systems malfunctioned. This caused the battle to become a little more constrained as both sides sought to preserve their mechs as much as possible. Nonetheless, the Larkinsons gained a slight advantage as their ability to strike at any target in front of them made it much easier for them to deal damage while trying to keep their mechs at a safe orientation. The poor Earthinan Lancer mechs had to make harder choices in order for them to fulfill their purpose. If not for the fact that Commander Casella had been unable to eliminate the last few Cannoneer mechs, the avatars of myth remaining in the air would have been able to mop their remaining enemies. Yet those few intact Cannoneer mechs were still downing a mech every once in a while. Each time, they directed all of their guns towards the same Bright Warrior mech. This not only caused the latter to be boxed in, but the increased attacks also put a lot more pressure onto the unlucky Larkinson mech pilots. The remaining Earthinan mechs made sure to never let the Bright Warriors come close to their remaining Cannoneer mechs. While there were a lot less of these powerful mechs in working condition than before, the amount of Larkinson mechs that still remained active had shrunk as well. This meant that every mech the Larkinson battalion could still employ in this match was of crucial importance. Seeing them removed from the board after they got hit by a couple of heavy Gauss rounds increasingly tilted the balance of the battle in the favor of the glory of Earthina. Battalion, oh dear, it appears the Larkinson battalion is closing in on defeat. Does it have any chance of reversing this outcome? That is hard to say. There is always a possibility, but if the Earthinans do not make any mistakes, they will likely be able to win this battle of attrition. The only way for the Larkinsons to change the outcome is to flip the board. They must pull off a brilliant maneuver, unveil a brilliant maneuver or display greater skill than they have ever before in order to defeat the remaining Earthinan mechs. That sounded nice and all, but the Larkinson battalion didn't have further depth left to uncover. The Penitent Sisters were taken off the board and the other Larkinson mech legions didn't even take part in the battle in the first place. There were no transcendent punishers to call upon. There were no eternal redemptions that could threaten the Earthinan champion mech. There weren't even sword maidens who could easily demolish the enemy expert candidate by relying on numbers and teamwork to take down a superior foe. The lack of strategic depth in the Larkinson battalion's lineup left it without any solutions that could extricate it from its slide towards defeat. We can't let this go on. Help the commander. We need her to break the balance. Recognizing that Commander Casella and the Quint were the only variables left for the Larkinsons to change the outcome, numerous Larkinson mechs descended from the air. They faced withering fire from the surviving Cannoneer mechs and also had to dodge charges from hostile Lancer mechs. The pressure made it difficult for any of them to make it to the ground. Commander Casella was not unaware of what her fellow comrades were doing. Seeing them falter or get destroyed in an attempt to reach her position made her feel increasingly more distressed. She knew quite well that none of the Larkinson mech pilots actually died when their mechs fell apart. Still, she had witnessed so many tragedies and losses in the previous battles of the Larkinson clan that she couldn't help but recall those painful moments. In some instances, her mind went back to the Battle of Reckoning and the Battle of Fortia Zentra. The Earthinan champion mech turned into a Fredaman expert mech in one moment and a Dwarven expert mech in the next moment. Though Casella was aware that she was letting the pressure get the better of her, she simply couldn't catch her breath so that she could clear her mind at this time. The enemy expert candidate was so skilled that just a single moment of inattention from her was enough to spell the Quint's end. While the Quint became more alive and active as the one-sided duel continued, the living mech was not quite content with the way it was proceeding. The enemy champion mech constantly maintained the upper hand. With its repeated spear attacks, it was always on the cusp of winning the bout. The Larkinson Masterwork mech on the other hand could do nothing but keep stepping back while using its movements and its sword to stave off a crippling blow. In the hands of a better mech pilot who was more skilled in melee combat, the Quint would have never ended up in this position. You are too far removed from Joshua, Casella. You lack practice and you are unworthy to wield this sword. I'm a ranged mech specialist. Casella complained to her mech. My talents lay elsewhere. I cannot commit all of my time on mastering my swordsmanship when it isn't necessary. You are beneath Joshua. You have too many shortcomings as a mech pilot. The time you waste on other activities such as commanding your troops has made you regress as a warrior. There are more ways to contribute to a battle, you pig-headed mech. Casella finally exploded. She couldn't take the backtalk of her own mech any longer. Even if the Quint was a revered relic of the Larkinson clan, that didn't mean she liked being told what to do by it. She was a Larkinson. She was an Ingvar. She was the Legion commander of the Living Sentinels. A flash of inspiration dawned upon her mind. Even as she continued to repel her opponent's attacks, she latched on to a radical idea. She might not have her Living Sentinels at her disposal this time, but she was still surrounded by plenty of Larkinson mechs. Avatars, rally to my command. Casella's mind surged as she reached out into the existence known as the Larkinson network. Every member of the clan was connected to it. More precisely, they were bonded to the Golden Cat. After feeling what Casella Ingvar attempted to do, the Golden Cat gave her blessing to the expert candidate and facilitated her actions as best as possible. The Quint began to take on an unexplainable golden glow as Casella's presence grew greater. Not only did she try to exert as much of herself as possible, she also tried to reach out to the other Larkinson mech pilots that were still taking part in the fight. Alone, we are weak. The Avatar mech pilots that had been invoking the Golden Cat and thereby making active use of their connections to the Larkinson network began to feel a stronger influence pressing on their own minds. Together, we are strong. Although the Avatar mech pilots instinctively resisted this intrusion at first, the powerful words of Commander Casella caused them to embrace this oddly invasive influence. We are one family. Though the Quint did not fight more effectively against the Earthinan expert candidate despite the odd golden corona around it, the same could not be said for the other Larkinson mechs. As time went on, the Larkinson mechs began to unleash a soft golden glow as well. The brighter this glow, the more their marksmanship improved. Our teamwork is our greatest advantage. What was even more remarkable was that the Avatar mechs displayed increasingly greater coordination. They covered for each other more effectively and moved to assist their comrades at just the right times. The improvement was gradual but noticeable. Less bright warriors fell from the air and more Earthinan mechs collapsed instead. Our family is our root. A strong sense of kinship and shared identity welled up from the mech pilots who listened to Casella's uplifting roars. Every Larkinson mech pilot in the arena felt as if they were digging up their latent power and willingly offered it up to the Sentinel commander. Our mechs are our partners. Not just the Larkinson mech pilots, but also their mechs sought to provide their strength to Commander Casella. There were only bright warriors active in the field on the Larkinson clan's side. Each of these mechs were brothers and sisters of each other, with the Quint as the unquestionably greatest sibling among them at the moment. Now, these ordinary bright warriors were answering the call of Commander Casella. Even the Quint became swayed by the rallying cry of its current mech pilot. Together, we shall vanquish any foe of the Larkins on clan. This I swear. As those words echoed in the ears of every Larkinson, an oddly calm moment ensued. Even the audience had fallen silent. The arena had access to all of the communication feeds and did not hesitate to broadcast Casella's heartfelt words to an audience of many billions of spectators. Only the sounds of the whipping sandstorm continued to fill the venue. Then, the Quint exploded with power. The Earthinan champion mech couldn't even finish off its next attack as a wave of power flung the high-quality Lancer mech away from the Masterwork mech. For the clan, Chapter 3490, Stay True to Self. The viewers tuning into the semifinals of the Xianxia League became witnesses to a rare and much celebrated spectacle. When these spectators quickly spread the words to their friends and acquaintances, the viewership of the current match quickly jumped. The tournament organizers were extremely happy to see this bump in viewership. Even if it was just a short-lived phenomenon, all of those customers buying tickets in order to access the remote broadcast poured more than enough money to afford an extra fleet carrier. It took only a short moment for the number of viewers to double. Already the interest in this particular match exceeded the predicted numbers of the finals. All of the sponsors of the Xianxia League were bursting with happiness as the brand names projected on the sides of the arena entered the eyes of over 1 trillion viewers. Many of the people tuning in were mech pilots. They held a special interest in witnessing this match in real time. To be honest, few of them were interested in the mech battalions. They had no stake in either the Larkinson Battalion or the Glory of Earthina Battalion. Neither names sounded familiar to the public as they never bothered to watch the preceding matches in the tournament. The only reason why they tuned in was to watch one particular mech, or more precisely the mech pilot sitting within its cockpit. Few people had heard of the Quint. Those who possessed the right technical acumen became pleasantly surprised by the existence of this masterwork mech. The mech design it is based upon is a bit clunky and rudimentary in a few areas, but this rendition is rather impressive in a rustic manner. A masterwork mech shouldn't have much of an effect at this level, though. They do help, if only marginally. I don't think what is happening in the arena is a coincidence. The glory of Earthina Battalion was quite aggrieved at the moment. The faithful mech pilots possessed great confidence in this fight. Not only did they whittle down their opponents faster, they successfully negated the Larkinson Battalion's big move with the help of a hidden alien device. The only other variable that could have prevented the Earthinans from dedicating their victory to their goddess was the intervention of the Larkinson expert candidate. Though Commander Casella had taken the Earthinans by surprise by foregoing the rifle and diving in to kill the precious Earthinan cannoneer mechs with a sword, her rampage didn't last long. Their own champion mech completely managed to stop the Quint. Even if the Larkinson masterwork mech did not suffer a quick defeat, it was more than sufficient to pressure it to the point where it couldn't intervene in the battle any further. The plan hatched by the Earthinans was sound, but they never accounted for a particular low probability event. Although similar occurrences took place in human space every day, it was still too rare to see it happening in any single battle. It was even less probable for it to occur in an arena battle where the stakes were relatively low. In a safe and ultra-modern venue like the Fortis Major Arena, mech pilots simply weren't subjected to the kind of soul-stirring stimulation that actual battles produced. Yet several different influences prompted Commander Casella Ingvar Larkinson to boil over at this time. First, she had already built up a decent accumulation as an expert candidate. She was one of the many mech pilots who broke through during the battle against the Abyss. She not only trained considerably since then, but also fought in several major actions since that time. Second, she underwent a mental evolution. The difference between the current Casella and the Casella that was still a member of House Ingvar was enormous. She matured in every way. She became calmer, more thoughtful, more decisive and more competent. She also completely developed her leadership ability. Her time as the leader of the Living Sentinels helped her shape her ability to command her troops in battle and organize her administration. She learned how to formulate long-term plans and solve problems concerning morale and logistics. All of this enabled her to develop a better overview of the bigger picture. Her perspective was no longer as narrow as before, and she became fully qualified to take part in discussions that determined the future course of the entire Larkinson clan. None of this directly related to her personal ability to pilot a mech, though. The Quint made that very clear. Joshua had left a strong impression on the masterwork Bright Warrior. The partnership between the two exerted a powerful influence on how the machine judged other mech pilots. Commander Casella was a disappointment to the Quint. Venerable Joshua might not be as complicated, but his dedication to the piloting profession was sincere and he held an immense respect towards any living mech. The living mech did not fully understand the importance of leadership. Joshua barely knew anything about it and never really considered it a priority. The Quint had inherited this perspective and kept focusing on personal piloting ability. In the beginning of their partnership, the Quint saw promise in Casella. Just like Imon, the woman possessed a particular quality that could turn her into a remarkable warrior if molded correctly. It was too bad that the Sentinel commander sought to develop herself in a different direction. The Quint couldn't understand the woman's stubborn decision. Couldn't she tell that she possessed a lot of potential as a champion like her brother? The mech tried to act in the best interest of the Larkinsons and encourage Casella to put more focus on her personal fighting ability. Yet the more the Quint insisted she should change, the more she dug into her heels. The mech might be alive, but it still had a long way to go before it comprehended human nature. Their ability to interface with humans didn't necessarily mean they were just as complex. Whether Commander Casella would have been able to make her efforts bear fruit while piloting another mech was still a question, but the Quint had inadvertently helped her with its adversarial approach. By challenging and exerting pressure under Casella, the expert candidate did not bend or break. She stuck to her chosen course and did not develop her latent talent further as the Quint had expected. Instead, she listened to heart and pursued her original goals and ambitions. Her persistence and her dogged pursuit to develop her own way towards greatness finally culminated in this special moment. The sandstorm raging through the arena field became less of a hindrance now that a large number of mechs began to release a golden glow. The Larkinson mech pilots that were still taking part in this battle began to feel as if their minds and will sublimated to a higher level. Although it was largely an illusion, they truly felt as if everything on the battlefield was in their grasp and that they were all part of a single cohesive fighting collective. Together, we are strong. The Larkinsons spontaneously repeated. They put these words to practice as their bright warriors immediately fired at the surrounding Earthinan Lancer mechs. Different from before, their energy beams achieved much greater effect than before. Their coordination had reached another level. No matter whether they were kilometers away from each other, the Avatar mech pilots that had fallen under the sway of their mech commander fought as if they were all beside each other. Energy beams struck from different distances and directions. Each of them boxed in and dismantled the targeted Earthinan mechs with much greater speed and effectiveness than before. No matter what evasive or defensive measures the Earthinan offensive mechs took, they were simply helpless to withstand the withering fire that even came beyond the detection range of the sandstorm. To the Larkinson mech pilots, all of the interference and lag practically didn't exist to them anymore. Without relying on the sensor data transmitted by other mechs, they all seemed to gain an overview of what was taking place across the entire battlefield. This granted the Avatar ranged specialists an unprecedented degree of clarity. They knew exactly what to do to achieve the greatest advantage for their side. Not only that, but their accuracy and precision rose further. Each of them were already proficient in piloting ranged mechs, and invoking the Golden Cat with their half-baked imitation of a battle network improved their skills further. Yet now, the source of that assistance had grown stronger, so much so that she was able to provide vastly greater support than before. At this time, the effective combat performance of all of the Avatar mech pilots came close to Commander Casella's level as an expert candidate. Even if the number of bright warriors armed with luminaire crystals had diminished to less than 80 mechs, what was the concept of facing 80 expert candidates in battle? The luminaire crystal rifles wielded by the bright warriors became a lot more deadly than before. The powerful positron beams, slicer beams, kinetic beams and so on hardly went wide anymore. In addition, the beams that managed to strike a mech tended to land more reliably on weak points and critical parts. Lancer mechs kept raining down from the air as they were helpless to resist the absurdly precise and coordinated attacks. Even the ground forces bore the brunt of the vastly increased effectiveness of the surviving bright warrior mechs. The 5 remaining cannoneer mechs that had been so effective at shooting down the bright warriors from the air now became peppered by debilitating energy beams. The efforts of the Earthinan offensive night mechs that remained operational throughout all of these events mostly went in vain. Soon enough, the enemy ground contingent existed no more. Throughout all of this, the Quint continued to glow brighter as Commander Casella underwent a sublimation process that continued to transform her mind, her will and her very life essence. Everything she experienced up until now had shaped her evolution. By the end of her apotheosis, the excess willpower exploding from her very being was already beginning to taper. It would be a long time before she was able to wield so much raw power. Yet this was still enough time for her to take action herself. The bright warriors left one opponent alive. Thank you, Casella broadcasted that enemy expert candidate. You gave me the opportunity I needed to embrace who I truly am. To that, you have my gratitude. That didn't mean she was willing to give the Earthinans a favor, though. She still remembered her duty. In her opinion, her breakthrough wasn't nearly as important as reaching the finals of the Xianxia League. With just a few resonance-empowered shots, the Quint straightforwardly demolished the enemy champion mech. While the powerful Earthinan mech possessed enough armor to resist a lot of firepower from the front, the temporarily empowered Larkinson mech wielded power in far greater excess than normal. The forced resonance generated by Casella allowed the Quint to channel the strength of an expert mech once again, and such an existence was practically unbeatable in this controlled arena setting. Once the last Earthinan mech fell, the sandstorm raging through the arena had finally subsided. The dust began to fall and the Larkinson mechs slowly stopped releasing a golden glow. Everything fell to calm as both the mech pilots and the massive audience processed what had happened. The Larkinson Battalion has won. The Glory of Earthina Battalion is no longer effective in battle, and is judged to have lost this match. All of our referees are in unanimous agreement with this judgment. The Larkinson Battalion will officially advance into the finals of the Xianxia League where it will have to face off against the winner of tomorrow's match. The Larkinsons sighed in relief. Commander Casella continued to fall into her own thoughts as her surging willpower finally settled down. Exhaustion finally began to settle in on her as her explosive breakthrough almost emptied out her entire reserves. Just a second later, the live spectators began to erupt in cheers. Chapter 3491, Rare Command Ability. The Larkinson clan gained another expert pilot. The news spread throughout the clan and beyond. The whole Golden Skull Alliance had begun to boil. Even the Glory Seekers and Crossers were happy to welcome a new expert pilot in their allied fleet. Congratulatory messages poured in from every direction. It was as if a countless number of people and organizations had shown up at Casella's birthday party. It was simple to explain where all of this attention came from. The breakthrough not only happened in public, but also during a highly popular arena match. The extremely advanced recording equipment faithfully captured the entire breakthrough moment and transmitted the footage to the homes of over 1 trillion viewers throughout 2 separate galaxies. Commander Casella practically became famous overnight. Much more people recognized her name than the clan she was a part of. Much of it had to do with the inclusion of her breakthrough event in many general news reports. Many citizens back in the old galaxy developed an interest in following everything related to the Red Ocean. They never had the chance to pass through a Beyonder Gate in their lives, but that was not a big problem. They could still live vicariously through following the news of their favorite pioneers and adventurers. In addition, there were plenty of people in the Red Ocean who had an interest in tracking these developments as well. Whether it was trying to scope out their rivals or finding potential business partners, it was always useful to know more about the pioneering organizations in the new frontier. However, most of the congratulatory messages came from the mech pilots that all felt as if they benefited from witnessing her breakthrough. Though only the live spectators who attended the arena matches in person had felt the force of Casella breakthrough, that still amounted to over 1 million people, many of whom had a professional interest in what had happened. There were many hopeful mech pilots who were still trying to grope their way forward. None of them were resigned to live out an average life as a mortal. Although witnessing the breakthroughs did not directly benefit mech pilots who watched from the side, it was still a profoundly special moment that could serve as a potential source of inspiration or encouragement to those who wished to do the same. Of all of the mech pilots that felt that they had gained something from this remarkable arena match, no one had come closer to understanding what Casella had been going through than the bright warriors who had still been in the fight at that moment. It was rare for other mech pilots to gain so much from the breakthrough of someone else, but Casella was different from many other expert pilots. The manifestation of her power already revealed that her strength leaned towards empowering her subordinates rather than maximizing her own personal abilities. If she was paired with the right expert mech that allowed her to make full play of her individual advantages, then it was conceivable that she could one day repeat the phenomenon where she was able to elevate the strength of all of her fellow mech pilots. The value of such an expert pilot was great. The Larkinson clan was absolutely blessed to have gained the services of a transcendent mech pilot that could amplify a lot of other mech pilots. Perhaps her rare ability wouldn't have much effect in a small-scale duel or skirmish, but it was a completely different story on a large-scale battlefield. When hundreds or thousands of mechs began to collide against each other, the ability to boost the coordination and piloting skills of a proportion of them could absolutely shift the course of a mech battle. The larger the battle and the greater the expert pilot's reach, the more influence she could exert. If Commander Casella continued to develop her powers and became a much more formidable expert pilot, then perhaps she might be able to elevate every single Larkinson mech pilot on the battlefield at once. Many Larkinson leaders such as General Verl practically drooled when they thought about what Casella could bring to the Larkinson army. An expert pilot with a force multiplier capability was a dream for every mech force. After the match had ended, the entire Larkinson celebrated their good fortune. While there were plenty of clansmen who were happy with reaching the finals and guaranteeing a haul of 20 combat carriers, they were readily willing to sacrifice this prize if it ensured they gained another expert pilot. A festive mood had broken backstage as the Larkinsons personally congratulated Commander Casella for her breakthrough. "Make way, everyone. We need to bring her to the infirmary. She's just completed a breakthrough and needs to undergo examinations in order to make sure there is nothing wrong with her health. You can give her your appreciation later." A group of Larkinsons carefully brought Casella's body out of the Quint and quickly moved her to the state-of-the-art medical facilities of the Fortis Major Arena. Many Larkinsons watched the new expert pilot leave while lying on a floating stretcher. Though she did not look that strong at the moment, her willpower was still palpable. Reminiscent of the various spiritual networks utilized by the Larkinsons, Commander Casella seemed to have gained the ability to reach out and connect to her fellow Larkinsons. This was absolutely remarkable and caused many clansmen to have more hopes for the future. A group of close friends and family looked happy and envious at her success. Did you expect your sister to break through in this tournament? Vincent asked his buddy. Imon Ingvar shrugged and shook his head. Not really. The chance always exists, but I never thought she would get ahead of me so quickly. She's piloting the Quint, right? Yeah, but from what I know of her, my sister is only slightly ahead of me. She shouldn't have been able to make so much progress. It's the Quint, then. The Mech helped her become an expert pilot. I don't know about that. Imon hesitated. She told me multiple times that the Quint was working against her. They're too different from each other to get along, though I don't know if that is the case right now. Her breakthrough might have changed her Mech's opinion. The Quint, Director Rayla trailed as she gazed at the living Mech. It had become even more powerful to her senses, though it was hard to tell from this distance. You know, now that Commander Casella has become the latest expert pilot of our clan, she's no longer eligible to fight in the Gienna League. She can't compete in any tournament in Chance Bay for that matter. The expressions of the two men dropped. Commander Casella served as a pillar for the Larkinson Battalion. She had proven her ability by winning 4 matches and propelling her comrades to the finals. To fight the final match against the strongest opponent in the tournament without the main person responsible for getting them this far was a big regret. Can't we find a way to keep her in the tournament? Imon asked. Casella wasn't an expert pilot when the tournament started. She doesn't even have her own expert Mech. The rules don't take any of that into account. They only look at the current status of our Mech pilots. According to the tournament's perspective, Casella is too strong now. It's not fair for her to bully lesser Mech pilots with her new level of strength. Even if she is confined to piloting the Quint, she can probably defeat any expert candidate in a duel. There is hardly any meaning to the competition if she is allowed to fight in the next match. There were other reasons why Casella shouldn't participate any further. She might not be able to control her new strength and inadvertently produce accidents. Her life was much more valuable now and should never be thrown in an arena where the safety systems might not be able to rescue her in time. So who will take her place? Imon asked. Both Rayla and Vincent looked pointedly at him. Their expectation was obvious. Wait, me? I'm not ready to lead the Larkinson Battalion. Rayla smirked and patted her hand against Imon's shoulder. Don't worry about that. The other Mech officers will take care of that. You should just focus on doing your best against the Zipioizers in the finals. Why me? Why not you, Vincent? The man hastily raised his palms. Hey, I know my limits. I'm not going to do well if I'm forced to take part in the upcoming match. Besides, do you know how many people will be watching the finals? I don't want to embarrass myself and the rest of the clan by getting my butt kicked by the pussies. Then what makes you think I would fare any better? Hey, you're a strong duelist, Imon. You'll probably lose against our final opponent in the tournament, but at least you'll go down fighting. I can't pilot the Quint. Imon brought up another argument. I already tried. The Mech moved on to my sister. Maybe the living Mech changed its mind. Maybe it sees more promise in you Ingvars. I doubt it. Imon pressed his lips. Rayla stopped this discussion before it could go any further. I've just consulted with General Verl and we have made a decision. We won't be fielding the Quint in our next battle. What? Then how are we supposed to win? We'll try our best. We don't need to rely on any particular Mech to win our battles. Even if the Quint can make a difference, we shouldn't risk it anymore. If the Zipioizers win the next match as we expect, then our priceless masterwork Mech will come under great risk. We don't know if it will stay the same or if it will remain as strong as now if it is cut into half or blown into pieces. We were willing to throw it into battles against opponents that we are reasonably confident about beating, but risks are greater for our final match. The clan had already made a decision. After several glorious deployments, the Quint would be sent back to the Larkinson fleet where it would be serviced and paired with another expert candidate. There were still plenty of other expert candidates in the clan that might be able to break through with the living Mech's help. The Quint had already set a precedent in this regard. Right now, the most important priority concerning the Quint was to inspect it thoroughly and repair any faults. Every breakthrough event was a violent process. The manifestation of forced resonance temporarily elevated a regular Mech to the level of an expert Mech. While this sounded great in battle, it nonetheless put a huge amount of strain on the affected machine. It was not uncommon to see these Mechs fall apart after an expert pilot pretended to pilot an expert Mech. Fortunately, the Quint was not an average Mech. Its frame was reinforced and its entire structure also received numerous upgrades in order to make it sturdier for moments like these. The Mech still incurred a decent amount of cracks and other faults. The Larkinsons quickly needed to bring it to a workshop in order to bring it back to its peak condition. As the Larkinsons all saw the quint being hauled away, Rayla suddenly chortled. "What's so funny, babe?" Vincent asked. "I just realized that Vase will probably be angry or annoyed at this development." Rayla tried to stifle a laugh. "He's already swamped with work and now he has to design yet another expert mech. That does sound difficult." Most Larkinsons didn't care about that. They just wanted Venerable Casella to receive her expert mech quickly so that she could fully contribute to the defense of the Larkinson clan. The Larkinsons taking part in the tournament kept celebrating the joyous occasion until the arena staff forced them to take their party elsewhere. You can also listen on Chapter 3492, an exception to the rules. The semifinals produced such an explosive outcome that the Larkinsons almost forgot about the remainder of the xianxia League. When both the Larkinson Battalion and the mysterious Zipioes Battalion advanced to the finals, everyone expected to witness a thrilling final match. A fleet carrier was at stake for the climax of the two-week tournament. Whoever managed to beat their opponent one more time would be able to gain a powerful new carrier that not only possessed an abundant amount of mech capacity, but was also filled with modern systems and components. Yet when the Larkinson Battalion finally entered the field, the Zipioes Battalion steadily gained superiority without any unexpected incidents. Imon Ingvar entered the field with a modified Bright Warrior. Though he was deeply familiar with his current mech, it was no quint. The duel against the Zipioes expert candidate ended like all of the other duels he fought in Chance Bay. His superior opponent straightforwardly outfought him and eliminated him from the battle. Once that happened, the enemy expert candidate became fully unleashed and rampaged through the Larkinson ranks. The Zipioes Battalion has won the finals and have become the champions of the xianxia League. What happened in the end was bittersweet for the Larkinsons. They were happy with reaching second place and securing a sumptuous prize of 20 whole combat carriers, but the ease in which the Zipioesers thrashed them exposed even further shortcomings in the combat readiness of the Larkinson clan. Once the Larkinsons left the arena with a trophy and a bunch of other prizes, certain leaders entered into a discussion on what they should do from this point onwards. General Verl began with a bombshell. "Every expert pilot that has joined or emerged from our ranks will ordinarily be transferred to the Hall of Heroes. We still intend to do so for Commander Casella Ingvar, but at the same time we shall allow her to keep her current command." "What?" The other mech commanders looked surprised. "Aren't expert pilots supposed to detach themselves from their units in order to prevent them from becoming too powerful or influential?" Commander Melkor asked. "That's correct, but Commander Casella's case is special. Though we still need to confirm whether our ideas about her strengths are accurate, she is probably a lot more useful to us when she is working closely with other Larkinsons. We cannot make the best use of her capabilities if she is alienated from her fellow soldiers." The case was relatively clear. From what they had seen and from what they had heard from the Larkinson mech pilots that had fought alongside her, Commander Casella thrived when she was able to reach out to others. In this kind of situation, it made sense to further cultivate her bonds with the rest of the Larkinson army. Not only would many other mech pilots benefit further from what Casella had to offer, but commanding troops in battle might also be pivotal to her own advancement. It was common sense in the piloting community that expert pilots had to continue doing what they did best in order to advance. Those that went against their own nature usually didn't do that well in the long run. Just this single argument was enough for the Larkinson army to carve out an exception for Commander Casella. Will it look bad for us that we're giving Casella more favors than the other expert pilots? Melkor continued to ask. I mean, Venerable Orphan and Venerable Dice had to give up leading the Vandals and Sword Maidens respectively. Won't they feel upset if their latest peer didn't have to follow suit? It's okay. I can't say for Venerable Dice, but Venerable Orphan has long gotten over it. Commander Abis Firelight of the Flagrant Vandals replied. I'm not afraid to say that Venerable Orphan is not the best mech officer in the clan. She's far behind Commander Casella when it comes to taking charge and making the right decisions, both on and off the battlefield. It was better for every Vandal if she moved on to doing what she did best while we took care of our own affairs. Same, Commander Sendra said. Venerable Dice was an adequate leader and we were proud to serve under her. However, she took over as Sword Maidens after the abrupt death of Commander Lydia a long time ago. She was able to take charge because she was the strongest and could beat us all in a fight. While we still value martial prowess, as our Sword Maidens got bigger and bigger, we've learned that leadership isn't as simple as wielding the biggest fist. The Sword Maidens started off as a pirate gang, but that was hard to believe nowadays. The character of the elite female swordsman mech pilots did not change as much, but the Mech Legion had become a lot more professional over the years. The scale, scope and responsibilities of the Sword Maidens had risen explosively. It was no longer possible for individual Sword Maidens to screw around or rely solely on personal prestige to get things done. They instead established a proper chain of command as well as a more professional support staff so that they remained effective even if they grew 100 times larger. Though Commander Sendra quietly admitted that she wasn't comparable to Commander Casella in either leadership ability or piloting ability, she was at least able to keep up with the growing demands of the job. That was important because the Sword Maidens must continue to be led by their own ranks. None of them would accept an outsider taking over command of their Mech Legion. The discussion about Casella Ingvar's new status continued to rage, but there was only ever one viable solution. If it makes you feel better, I mostly intend for Commander Casella to remain in charge of the living sentinels and no one else. General Verl stated. The other Mech Legions each have their strong points and their sources of pride, but the living sentinels don't have anything else aside from their leader. Letting Commander Casella continue to lead them in this new age will definitely keep their morale high while giving them additional reasons to fight at their best. Are you sure about that, sir? Melkor asked. What if the sentinels become so dependent on Commander Casella that they can't properly function without her leadership? Though he hated to be the contrarian here, the question needed to be asked. Concentrating too much power on any person was dangerous. If Casella went bonkers one day and made a lot of crazy decisions, no one would have the guts to stop her from ruining the clan. Of course, Vase arguably held too much power already. The same fears surrounding Casella also applied to him as well, but his identity was a little more special. Vase was the founder of the clan. Many Larkinsons held great trust in him as he had been the main driver of its stupendous rise. General Verl offered a blunt reply to Melkor. I'm aware of the dangers of building another cult of personality in the clan, but this is a risk we have to take. At the very least, the damage will be limited to the living sentinels. If it comes down to it, we can always phase this Mech Legion out and put another one in its place. That is one of the advantages of our diversity. The Larkinson army followed a model that was used by many different military organizations, most notably the Bright Republic's Mech Corps. The Avatars, Sentinels, Vandals and so on were given a wide latitude to make their own choices. If they did something right, they could share some of their best practices to the other Mech Legions. If they did something wrong, then their failures would serve as cautionary lessons to the rest. Right now, General Verl seemed content with sticking to this modus operandi. He even looked forward to how much stronger the living sentinels might become when Commander Casella continued to take charge over them for many years to come. Perhaps the sentinels would even be able to give all of the Larkinsons a pleasant surprise when they showed what they were capable of in the next big battle. I think this is probably the right choice to make, Commander Sendra said. We all know that the living sentinels are the sick men of the Larkinson army. Aside from Commander Casella, the rest of the sentinels are too average. The fact that almost none of them have been allowed to retain their mechs after we downsized our mech roster says it all. They're simply not as good and that will never change. Hey, don't talk down on them so much. The sentinels have bled and died for the clan. They're our militia when it comes down to it. It's unfair to expect anything more out of them given their recruitment standards. I'm sure our enemy will be happy that a part of our mechs are piloted by 9-to-5ers who are more suited to work as security guards than soldiers. Enough. General Verl interrupted the Legion commanders. Your arguments illustrate why Commander Casella is so important for the living sentinels. Their current ability to contribute to a battle is limited, and that cannot easily be changed. This is bad because we are subject to the greatest peril in the early years of our stay in the Red Ocean. What we need is to grasp any possible opportunity to strengthen our forces in the short term, and this is one of them. Perhaps later on we might make a different arrangement, but for now the Sentinels will become Casella's closest comrades in battle. Commander Firelight expressed a doubt. We've got tens of thousands of mech pilots but not enough room to give them all mechs. We're already about to receive a lot of combat carriers from winning different tournaments, but we need way more to field 20,000 mech pilots in total. What is your point, Commander? Shouldn't we prioritize the allocation of those combat carriers to our strongest forces first? No offense to the living sentinels, but they ought to be waiting in the back of the line. It was good that Commander Casella wasn't present in this meeting, because she would surely explode if she heard this argument. General Verl had to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel up in her stead. I understand this dynamic, but no mech legion should remain idle for too long. The living sentinels will rapidly deteriorate if they continue to remain a paper force. According to my current plan, I intend to divide the combat carriers evenly to each mech legion. None of you are getting more carrier vessels than the rest. That was an absolutely fair decision, but not necessarily the most optimal one. The Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters were definitely stronger than the other mech legions, so the clan would arguably be safer if they received additional carriers. However, that didn't mean the other mech legions were useless. The avatars were already bounding back while the flagrant vandals and the battle criers were each developing their respective specialties. Only the Eye of Ilvain remained relatively unconcerned. So far, they only fielded transcendent punishers, and every starship had a couple of bunkers that offered room for the Ilvainan artillery mechs. Although not everyone was happy with the decision to split the combat carriers fairly, the commanders didn't object too strongly. No one felt especially slighted by this decision. This was the effect of an unlikable but adequate compromise. Seeing that no one raised any issues anymore, General Verl ended the meeting. Everything is set, then. Commander Casella shall keep her command and the living sentinels shall soon be able field mechs once we provide them with a handful of combat carriers. We'll consider this as an experiment for now. We'll continue to monitor the situation and will make additional adjustments if needed. I am confident that she will do right by our clan. A new age had dawned in the Larkinson clan. This was the first time one of its expert pilots received special treatment. Perhaps it might not be the last. Commander Melkor quietly sighed as he left the meeting room. The more he thought about his colleague's explosive rise, the more he envied her accomplishments. While Commander Casella was on her way to become a powerful expert pilot as well as one of the most respected Legion commanders in the clan, Melkor was still stuck in his current position. The differences between him and Casella grew wider every day. Will I ever be able to reach her level? He wondered. In his heart, he already knew the answer. You can also listen on chapter 3493. Honbok Bag. At the time when the GN League was just starting, another tournament was about to kick off in another part of Chance Bay. In the morning before Vase competed in his second design tournament, he enjoyed breakfast with his lovely wife and his cute daughter. The cats were also having a good time during this private family moment. Meow Tilda, Lucky blissfully crunched the minerals that Vase had put in his food bowl. Meow. Clixie ate her meal in a more elegant manner. Meow. Mew. Alexandria insisted on feeding Mana even though Aurelia's companion spirit didn't even need the sustenance. While all of this went on, Vase began to think about his plan for his next big performance. His recent third-place finish in the High Tide tournament put him in a lukewarm mood. Although anyone would become impressed if they learned that he managed to achieve a better result than 91 other journeyman mech designers, Vase just felt as if he missed an opportunity. The only significant prize he received for all of that effort was one combat carrier. Though Vase was actually quite happy with the quality and specs of the Solstice Runner, the fact that the best mech designer and the patriarch of the Larkinson clan only won a single vessel was quite a letdown. I need to boost my reputation. He looked forward to making another attempt at winning a tournament. He was a bit more optimistic about his chances this time. Though collaborating with other mech designers under pressure was risky, Vase had a lot of faith in his upcoming design partner. The Wild Brawl Bowl was an excellent stage for Kedis to unveil her design ability in public for the first time. Not only did she possess the right specialization, she was also a fighter herself. The only downsides were her lack of experience and her incomplete foundation. This would be the first time she participated in a mech design tournament and she might stumble into a pitfall as a result. That's where I come in. Vase briefly grinned. He had a sufficient amount of experience and could fill in most of his former students' gaps. They collaborated with each other enough times on various different mech design projects that they had already established a good system of cooperation. Sure, a design tournament would test their system and force them to adapt to the insane time constraints, but that was what made them fun and exciting. It was too bad that his wife didn't plan to go at all, and that also meant his baby Auralia wouldn't be going either. What do you plan to do for the next couple of days? He idly asked as he took another bite out of his croissant. The hotel had prepared an extremely sumptuous meal for them all. The ingredients were apparently made out of local alien specialty ingredients that had either been tested or modified to ensure they were safe for human consumption. Regardless, it was quite a mind-bending experience to eat a pastry that tasted like folded meat and drink a cup of juice that briefly made his stomach glow through his belly. I've made a few new acquaintances during our short time here, she said. The Mech supremacist faction has been welcoming me into the fold. I plan to befriend and chat with fellow associates later today. After that I intend to go shopping. You can't believe how many galaxy-renowned designer brands have settled on Chance Bay. I can't let this opportunity go to waste. Some of the most exclusive goods simply don't show up in any of the listings on the galactic net. I've heard that the Honbok flagship store on this moon has begun to sell a variation of its signature two-tone Jarna handbag collection. The leather is rumored to be made out of Puelmer skin. Vase looked disgusted. The Puelmers were a race of child-sized balls with limbs sticking out of their surface. Perhaps the qualities of their skin might make them attractive in the luxury designer goods market, but there was just something wrong about the whole idea. Even if the Puelmers were aliens, they were still thinking and intelligent beings. Though humanity was set on breaking their civilization and wiping out their whole race, the Puelmers at least deserved to be treated with some dignity. Gloriana showed no conflicting thoughts at all. She only focused on the excellent qualities of the leather made out of the finest Puelmer skin. Apparently, it was hard to find other naturally sourced materials that were as thick, bouncy and durable. The leather also had a distinct texture and a lot of character due to all of the bumps and scrapes it accumulated when it rolled around in rough terrain. How much does this bag cost? I'm not certain, but based on the prices of previous limited edition bags, I think it will probably cost around 120 MTA credits. What? Guguahaha, keep your voice down, Vase. His wife hissed as she gently stroked and soothed their baby. Don't startle our little daughter. Vase was still focused on the insane price tag that Gloriana mentioned. 120 MTA credits did not sound like a huge sum, but it represented a huge amount of purchasing power. He already agonized over the price he had to pay to enter the Masterwork Gallery, but this was insane. At least he was able to get a lot of use out of his museum visit. Do you think our clan can throw that kind of money around at will? You're talking about buying a bag that costs around 23 billion hex credits. Back in the old galaxy, we could have bought a couple combat carriers with that money. Even if that's not possible in the Red Ocean, there are still countless necessities that we need to buy, such as anti-teleportation countermeasures and anti-vorabug solutions. We're already piling up a lot of debt in order to get ready for our first proper expedition into the new frontier. Despite his words, Gloriana looked unconcerned. Oh, Vase, you know nothing. I'm not just buying a handbag to satisfy my vanity. If you haven't already noticed, I am trying to enter certain social circles that contain people that might be of use to us. These wealthy and powerful socialites are not easy to get close to, but if I dress and act the part, I might be able to achieve a result in the short time we are in this central star node. Just because I am not engaging in any of the circuses you call tournaments around here doesn't mean I am doing nothing. This is the best way for me to contribute to our clan. Her argument made Vase a little less upset. He was fine with her actions as long as she could help the clan gain access to a distribution network or gain a favorable relationship with a commercial shipyard company. He just found it difficult to accept that Gloriana would only be able to succeed if she wore an overpriced handbag. Can't you just make your own bag? We're both craftsmen, you know. It's easy enough for us to learn the basic design and handcrafting knowledge needed to make a single bag. Gloriana looked at Vase as if he was stupid. I know how to make a bag, Vase, but you are looking down on these galaxy-famed designers. There's a reason why they're in charge of much of the product development at these design houses. Their expertise and style has propelled brands like Honbok into a fashion icon across many states in the Milky Way. How dare you think that our homemade efforts can trump their work? There is no way we can top their product design, their material sources, their traditional craftsmanship, and above all else the value of their brand. Not even if we make a masterwork bag. Even then, Vase simply couldn't understand his wife's perspective. It still sounded ridiculous to spend so much to purchase a bag when he could make a similar product at a significantly higher quality and a fraction of the cost in his workshop. He briefly wondered whether there were any vendors in Chance Bay that sold Puelmer leather. With all of the apparent hype surrounding this luxury material, he was already thinking about using it to upholster his main office chair. He was sitting on it so many times that it might be worth it to upgrade to a better model. Though he could act like his wife and buy a new chair from some pretentious furniture store in Chance Bay, he preferred to make his products himself if it wasn't too impractical. He trusted his own work and there was no one else that could make his products alive. An interesting idea came up. What if he branched out into the luxury goods market as well? What if he designed a bag made out of affordable materials and pretended it was worth 1,000 times more? The profit margins would be insane. No, that's stupid idea. There's way more to building up a luxury brand than designing a few bags. The reason why companies such as Honbach managed to become so renowned was because they reinvested most of their earnings into building up their brands. From sponsoring tournaments to hiring celebrities to advertise their products, the marketing side of this sector vastly exceeded anything that Vase and his clan had ever dealt with. The intense competition and the frequent change in trends already took up a huge amount of energy. How could he possibly think about entering this cutthroat industry when his clan didn't even possess a foundation in this sector? The Larkinsons should just stick to its core business of designing and selling mechs for the time being. An hour passed by as the family finished breakfast and spent a bit of time together. Vase just loved to cuddle and play with his daughter. Though she was still relatively young, Vase found that Aurelia was growing brighter and more playful by the day. Though she was still a long way off from speaking her first word, he was so happy to see her becoming so lively with each passing day. "Daddy has to go win a few starships now," he gently told his baby. "I'll be gone for a few days. I hope you won't forget about me when I return. Goo, goo goo, Clixie here will keep a close eye on you, isn't that right?" Meow. After bidding farewell to his child, Vase took Lucky and his honor guard out of the hotel. His group quickly boarded a private transit shuttle that brought them straight to the venue where the Wild Brawl Bowl was about to kick off in a few hours. Vase could hear the event before he could see it. Loud music blasted through the enormous speakers that had been placed outside the large arena and convention center. Hundreds of thousands of visitors had already descended upon the site. Many of them tended to be soldiers, warriors or anyone else with a combat background. The Wild Brawl Bowl is sponsored by Anterix Mech Armaments. Feel special, kill special. Visit our boutique and get 5% off any purchase greater than 5 MTA credits, only for today. Anterix Mech Armaments was a relatively medium-sized galactic mech weapon manufacturer. The company mainly sold mid-range mech weapon systems that were attractive due to its good price-to-performance ratio. Its products were also famous or rather infamous due to their quirky nature. Anterix frequently engaged in innovation and came up with strange new gimmicks or employed an unconventional combination of materials to stand out from the market. More often than not, Anterix's more radical products failed to live up to the hype, but its bold and fearless attempts to come up with the next great weapon system attracted a considerable following over the years. Vase admired the company's approach. The LMC partially followed Anterix's route, though his mech company wasn't nearly as large or prolific. Maybe one day the LMC will catch up to the likes of these trans-galactic enterprises. Chapter 3494, Favorites. The Wild Brawl Bowl was more than just a mech design competition. The Wild Fighter Association that had recently expanded into the Red Ocean wanted to make its mark in a big way, and it did so by organizing a range of activities. Many of the guests had come for one of these many spectacles. The Wild Fighter Association expected that millions more visitors would come to view the brutal Bloodsport tournament that was scheduled to start a few days later. Anterix Mech Armaments, the main sponsor of the Wild Brawl Bowl, also attracted a lot of interest by unveiling the latest series of weapon models that the weapon manufacturer had developed in cooperation with the Wild Fighter Association. The people here were much different than the ones that attended the High Tide tournament. There were more men than women and there weren't as many mech designers among the crowd. The main halls were filled with loud talking, spilled drinks that bots were straining to clean up and wild music blasting from every corner. All of this activity led to a boisterous atmosphere that made Vase feel as if he had entered a folk celebration rather than a mech design tournament. Fortunately for Vase, he and his entourage didn't need to press through the drunken loud crowd of visitors in order to reach his destination. A bot quickly arrived in front of him and led his group to a special elevator that brought them all underground. After navigating through a maze of underground corridors, they eventually reached a checkpoint. Though the guards weren't allowed to proceed, Vase and his cat made it through without much issue after he confirmed his identity. "We're almost there. I can already sense her," he said. Meow. After taking another elevator and passing through a few more corridors, he entered a private reception hall that was filled with over 100 distinguished guests and members of the Wild Fighter Association. Despite the wide-open windows that gave them all an excellent view of the activities taking place at ground level, the noise from the venue hardly penetrated into the reception hall. Vase did not have to gaze around in order to find the person he wanted to meet up first. Her presence was so sharp and powerful that he could seek her out with his eyes closed. What surprised him quite a bit was that a second strong presence had come as well. As he neared the center of the hall, it became increasingly clear that the two Larkinsons had arrived earlier were at the center of attention. "Hey, Keddies, Vase, you're here now, meow. Oh, I missed you too, Lucky." Keddies grinned as Lucky jumped into her arms. "I didn't expect you to come as well, Venerable Dice." The older woman smiled. "I want to support Keddies and I'm quite interested in this festival. A lot of Sword Maidens and Heavenswarders have already come to cheer Keddies on and enjoy what else the Wild Fighter Association is offering. Expert pilots were prohibited from participating in any tournaments in the Vullet Central Star Node, so Venerable Dice was quite free during this time. Her presence in a place like this already attracted a lot of attention from the surrounding mech designers and Wild Fighter officials. In fact, Keddies attracted just as much attention. Her palpable strength and her sheathed greatsword made it hard for people to believe that she was a mech designer. A group of important-looking wild fighters had actually been engaging the two Sword Maidens in conversation before Vase appeared. Now, their leader greeted Vase with an enthusiastic expression. The man immediately walked up and took Vese's hand. "Patriarch Larkinson, what a pleasure to meet you. I am Thaprim Katter, the regional director of the Wild Fighter Association at this branch. Welcome to our party. We are so glad that you and your remarkable partner have chosen to participate in our tournament." Director Katter was a tall and burly man who kept up his strength even as age took a toll on his body. He held himself like a quintessential fighter who could still throw a mean punch if he wished. When Vase quietly used his implant to look up the director, he found out that Thaprim Katter was a retired Axeman mech pilot. His mech piloting days were long over, but he was still fit enough to rank high in various different tournaments. He even managed to become the runner-up of an axe-throwing competition. Why was a high-ranking official directing so much attention to him? He never received this treatment back when he participated in the previous tournament. He only met with attendants and other lower-level officials at the time. Vase raised his eyebrows. "We're happy to be here. Why are you so pleased to meet me, if I might ask?" "We've managed to increase our ticket sales by 30% in the last few days after hyping up your team. Who could ever imagine that a swordmaster could also be a journeyman? Miss Keddies is an immense inspiration to many people. Who says that fighters like us are all stupid? Her existence proves all of the naysayers wrong." Vase wasn't so sure about that, but he refrained from voicing his doubts. "Keddies is definitely an interesting mech designer. This is her first design tournament, so I hope you can accommodate her. I want her first time to be pleasant and memorable. We cannot bend the rules for any single person. We are still obliged to hold a fair tournament. However, I think that you and Miss Keddies will find yourself at a considerable advantage once the Wild Brawl Bowl finally starts. With the understanding of a swordmaster and the design prowess of the third-place winner of the High Tide tournament, I believe in your team's prospects. It's becoming increasingly more clear that your team is the one to beat." We're the favorites." The director of the local branch of the Wild Fighter Association grinned and clapped his meaty hand against his shoulder. "Don't act so modest. I've studied the mechs you've designed. I have a feeling that a lot of my members will want to get their hands on your work. There's just something deep and primal about them that makes me want to come out of retirement. Has your clan already begun to sell its products in this market?" "Not yet. We've just arrived and we're still in the process of setting up the logistics and sales channels of our mech company. I wish you good luck in that. If you and your fellow colleague are able to meet everyone's expectations in the Wild Brawl Bowl, then one might be able to connect you with 2 or 3 of our business partners." "You would do that for us?" Vase asked with a touch of surprise in his tone. "A talent like Miss Keddies shouldn't be buried. As long as she is able to prove to all of us that she has what it takes to be a great swordsman mech designer, our association is more than happy to facilitate her work. Yours as well, of course. A few of our board members even wish to arrange a trading contract with you on the spot, but let's not be too hasty. It's better for us all to see in person whether your team deserves to be the favorites to win the Wild Brawl Bowl." The two chatted a bit further, but Vase still remained bewildered. He expected to be treated as a marginal figure from the Galactic Rim again, but Keddies completely changed the equation. Perhaps she might not have attracted so much attention if she took part in a more normal event such as the High Tide tournament. However, the competition organized by the Wild Fighter Association was all about designing and building melee mechs. Although a sufficient number of talented journeymen who were less than 50 years old had signed up, they could only be so good due to their limited age. Any extra advantage could make a huge difference in this competition, and a mech designer who possessed much better swordsmanship than practically any fighter in the venue was an absolute treasure. Though the jubilant director wanted to spend more time with Vase and Kedis, he had other duties to attend to. He soon left the reception hall in order to prepare for the start of the Wild Brawl Bowl. Vase was left wondering whether Director Katter was sincere about facilitating valuable new connections with crucial business. No one was willing to work for free. In addition, there was always a greater game at play when people offered to put their network at someone else's disposal. Perhaps the man wanted to steer the Larkinson clan into the sphere of influence of the Wild Fighter Association. By binding the Larkinsons to its fixed business partners, they became inextricably tied to the Wild Fighters. Still, Vase was not in a position to refuse this potential help. The Larkinson clan truly needed to gain the favor of crucial business partners in order to obtain raw materials and commission additional starships. The stakes of the tournament just went higher. Vase had to make sure he and Kedis entered into the top ranks. He directed his attention towards his competitors. Due to the entry requirements, none of them were old, so their spiritual strengths all fell within a certain range. The mech designers came from all across the old galaxy, so their bearing and clothes differed considerably. There was one team that looked to be a pair of siblings. It was rare for a single family to produce two journeymen. The brother and sister happened to notice Vase glancing at them and smiled back as they approached. "Good morning, Mr. Larkinson." Since Vase and Kedis were apparently the favorites in this tournament, their names were already known by others. "Good morning. Who might you be?" Vase asked politely. "Sarah Voikin," the slightly younger woman introduced. "Dulo Voikin. We're brothers and sisters, if you haven't already guessed. We come from a lineage of mech designers from the galactic heartland. We grew up learning the same lessons and attended the same mech university as we took our family's profession." Vase looked quite impressed. "How many mech designers are there in your family?" "Hundreds." Sarah shrugged. "How many of them are journeymen or higher?" Dula smirked. "All of them. We don't take novices and apprentices into considering. They can't inherit and continue our true traditions." Hearing that the Voikins possessed over 100 high-ranking mech designers caused Vase to take them a lot more seriously. He already had an inkling that Sarah and Dulo Voikin might become one of his most challenging opponents in the Wild Brawl Bowl. "Who is Our ancestor is a master mech designer." Sarah answered Ves's question before he could finish voicing it. "He's over 300 years old and managed to rise up while mechs became increasingly more mature. We've learned quite a few lessons from him. He takes care of all of us so that we can make the Voikin family stronger and potentially take over from him one day." The Voikin family sounded like something Vase wanted to establish in the future. How nice would it be to tutor so many talented descendants who had all followed in his footsteps as a mech designer? "I imagine the two of you have quite the surprise in store for this tournament," Vase remarked. Dulo Voikin smirked. "We do have to rely on a couple of tricks in order to beat your team. There is much at stake and I do not intend to give up on the fleet carrier." "Well, good luck then. I look forward to comparing our works in this tournament." The two of them were competitors, but they also maintained respect for each other. Each of them wanted to beat the others by relying on superior design ability. Only a fair competition would allow them to compare each other's strength in a fair manner. Chapter 3495, Diverse Pairings. Vase continued to chat with various other teams. He managed to get acquainted with many different mech designers in the short period of time before the start of the tournament. Each of them were talented, capable, confident or well prepared. They had to be in order to have the guts to compete in this kind of tournament. The relatively low age restriction of the Wild Brawl Bowl did not attract as many weaklings as Vase initially thought. Even if the mech designers didn't have to compete against 99-year-old journeymen with many decades of experience under his belt, they still swore off in fear of ending at the bottom of the rankings. None of the competitors could fall back on the excuse that they were only beaten because they had to confront mech designers who were 3 times older than themselves. Although everyone who signed up for the Wild Brawl Bowl essentially belonged to the same generation, Vase still found it interesting to note the diversity of the teams. Some of them consisted of family members. The Voikin team was a good example. Vase expected them to display an impressive degree of cooperation in the tournament. Others were apparently strangers who were forced to team up because they couldn't compete alone. Their coordination might not be up to standard, but their skills were never in question. Mech designers at this level didn't need to be familiar with each other to design a good mech. They just had to define each other's responsibilities beforehand so they could do their best without stepping on each other's toes. As the main competition hall began to fill up, the Wild Brawl Bowl finally commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to witness the development of the finest and most brutal mechs in Chance Bay. The opening ceremony was more festive and elaborate this time. Several notable bands stepped onto the stage and began to pump up the crowd with their high-tempo music. Vase had the illusion that he had mistakenly entered a rock concert rather than a mech design tournament. If that wasn't enough, the Wild Fighter Association held an impromptu cage match tournament where numerous fighters entered a cage and began to beat each other up with great violence. Although the violence and brutality of these cage matches were over the top, the risks to the fighters weren't actually great. As professional athletes, they underwent heavy, targeted augmentation that massively reinforced their heads and vital organs. Concussions, bone fractures and organ failure were not a particularly great concern to them. Even if they screwed up, the Wild Fighter Association employed the same kind of protection system that ensured that mech duels remained death-free. As a result, the fighters freely spilled a lot of blood. They not only knew how to fight, but also excelled at making their fight as spectacular as possible. Once the audience enjoyed a good show, the main event of the Wild Brawl Bowl was about to start. Now that we've shown what we hope the upcoming competition mechs will display, let us introduce the 32 teams that shall be fighting to win our much-coveted bowl. First up is Team Blackspot. The pairs of mech designers went up the stage one by one. The announcers spent a considerable amount of effort into hyping them up. It helped that many of the mech designers were all notable in their own ways. Several teams stood out to Vase. They were serious contenders who could easily produce a formidable competition mech. Team Voikin consists of Sarah and Dulo Voikin. Hailing from the renowned mech designer family of the same name, both of them have grown up alongside many other passionate mech designers for their entire lives. The sister specializes in defensive systems while the brother excels in designing spearman mechs. Whatever mech they are about to design will probably be difficult to take down. Vase already experienced how annoying it was to fight against mechs with superior defenses. The ability to resist fatal blows and tank a lot more damage than their opponents gave them additional chances to win their matches. However, it remained to be seen whether the presumed defensive focus of Team Voikin's mech still performed well in other aspects. A spearman mech needed to be at least decently fast and maneuverable in order to make full play of their strength in a dueling setting. Team Destiny is made up of a pair of best friends forever who have decided to see if they have what it takes to beat all of their peers. Janice Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone are not only close friends, but also the direct disciples of a prominent master mech designer back in the galactic rim of the old galaxy. The two of them have made the bold decision to leave their familiar pastures in order to find their own opportunities in the Red Ocean. Miss Pellier and Miss Kozlone both excel at designing mechanically strong mechs. The combination between Janice Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone followed a different pattern from many of the other teams. Instead of pairing two different mech designers together, both members of the team possessed near-identical specialties. Although they probably weren't able to attain the same degree of synergy as Team Voikin, they were probably so similar and familiar with each other that they were effectively the same mech designer. Vase could already imagine the dynamic within their team. As students from the same teacher, they weren't capable of producing greater variety, but they were able to concentrate much more on their shared specialty. Perhaps the combination of their teamwork will produce a result that is similar to a single mech designer with twice as much time to design a mech. Besides, who said that their design philosophies were completely identical? Every journeyman had to find their own way. They would never be able to achieve greater success if they continued to rely on another mech designer's accomplishments. Team Hammerfall features the only dwarven mech designers in our lovely competition. Rondell Cranston and his wife Gisela Cranston have left the galactic heartland and come to our tournament to prove that heavy gravity variant humans can design a mean mech as well. Mrs. Cranston's specialization is no surprise. She excels in designing the typically dwarven hammerman mechs. What is more interesting is that Mr. Rondell Cranston specializes in mobility systems. I suspect they will become their specialty to produce remarkably faster hammer-wielding mechs than usual. Vase ordinarily had no reason to pay attention to this random team, but the short and stocky statures of this husband and wife duo were absolutely unusual. He hadn't seen any dwarves in Chance Bay up until now. Dwarves were much rarer than normal humans, but that didn't explain why there were so few in a busy star system like the Vullet Central Star Node. Where did all of the dwarves go once they entered the Red Ocean? Had they already fallen under the sway of the Iron Emperor? He shook his head. That was way too fast. Ryan Aiden could not possibly command every dwarf in the entirety of human space so soon. Both Rondel and Gisela had already noticed Vase and Kedis. Their expressions grew grave and their eyes became filled with hatred as they stared daggers at the Larkinsons. Vase ignored their challenging stares. If they were offended by him, then the only way they could retaliate was to design a better mech. He was not afraid of competition. The teams kept getting announced until only a single one was left. The fact that the announcer left Vase and Kedis for last said a lot about the Wild Fighter Association's evaluation of their design abilities. Now, to cap off this introduction, Team Larkinson has come to prove that they are the definite authority on swordsman mechs in this tournament. This team consists of a superstar duo with a whole list of accomplishments, some of which they have earned in battle. Both of them have fought and spilled more blood than the majority of our members. In fact, if you count the amount of deaths that the Larkinsons have indirectly caused because of their decisions, then the body count of their prominent patriarch and founder of the clan has reached the billions. Vase repeatedly twitched as the announcer highlighted his bloody track record. What was strange was that instead of generating disgust, the audience all cheered as if causing the deaths of billions of people was something to be celebrated. It helped that a bloody series of cage matches had just taken place. The target audience of the Wild Brawl Bowl were considerably more tolerant of indiscriminate bloodshed than other people. However, the highlight of this team is not its male half. Though Patriarch Vase Larkinson has become a legendary figure in his home star sector, the female half of the team is much closer to our hearts. Kedis Larkinson is the first swordmaster that has also become a journeyman. She is the smartest fighter that we will ever meet. She can wield her enormous blade with unmatched fluency. She can handedly defeat nearly all of our renowned fighters who have gathered in this competition hall. She has even managed to fabricate a masterwork mech sword for one of the Larkinson clan's expert mechs. If she is not regarded as the embodiment of talent, then no is. Please wish her good luck as she participates in her first design tournament. The crowd already stood up and roared before the announcer had finished his spiel. It turned out that the Wild Fighter Association already promoted all of Kedis's many feats before this point. Vase didn't even know how they managed to find out some of the more obscure details about Kedis. The Wild Fighter Association acted as if Kedis was already one of their figureheads. Fortunately, this excessive introduction finally had to make way for the next phase of the tournament. Once the audience were introduced to all 32 teams, the tournament moved on to one of the most important steps and one that could make or break the mech designers. The lights darkened as hundreds of mech pilots descended from above like falling stars. Each of them were consummate wild fighters who had volunteered to pilot the mechs. A random selection of 20 mech pilots lit up. The first team had the privilege of selecting the mech pilot who had the honor of representing the mech designers in battle. In order to facilitate the decision, several information panels appeared in the air that provided crucial information about the mech pilots. Team Youngbuck, you have the honor of making the first selection. Choose well. Team Youngbuck consisted of a pair of 28-year-old lovers. Despite their lack of experience, the principal reason why Gerxer Darden and Ollivander Peace had the guts to compete in the Wild Brawl Bowl was because they originated from the Galactic Center. What Vase found troublesome was that Mr. Darden specialized in swordsman mechs while Mr. Peace specialized in energy swords. Though he wasn't afraid of comparing his work against theirs, the problem was that Team Youngbuck was able to claim the best swordsman mech pilot in the tournament. The pilot selection process was set up in a way that presented the best mech pilots among the wild fighters first. The ones that stepped up afterwards were usually not as good as the ones that had already been picked. Darden and Peace shared a single glance before the former announced their choice. We have chosen Giles Harnacher. Giles Harnacher. Vase instantly became upset as Team Youngbuck successfully reeled in the swordsman mech pilot with the best accomplishments among his peers. It's okay, Vase, Kedis whispered to him as she continued to tickle Lucky's head. Giles Harnacher is good, but he's not a pure swordsman. There are other swordsman mech pilots in the pool that are much more dedicated to the sword than Mr. Harnacher. Does that even matter? It does. You'll see. Just allow me to select the right mech pilot. Okay, I trust you, but I hope you make a careful choice. It didn't take long for Team Larkinson to come up. Both Vase and Kedis were on the younger side compared to most of the journeymen in the tournament. Team Larkinson, your time has come. Please step up and select your mech pilot from these 20 fine lads. Which swordsman mech pilot among them has earned your confidence? Though not all 20 eligible mech pilots specialized in swordsman mechs, at least 5 of them were proficient in controlling them. As far as everyone was concerned, the other 15 mech pilots were irrelevant in this selection. Only true swordsmen fell into Kutiz's considerations. Chapter 3496, High Expectations. A critical moment had come. Vase and Kedis had to work together to design a competition mech, but they couldn't win the Wild Brawl Bowl without a mech pilot. 20 mech pilots came forth at this time to make themselves available for selection. According to their profiles, 5 of them specialized in piloting swordsman mechs. The other 15 pilots probably trained in the basics of swordsmanship but were actually excellent in piloting other melee mechs. There were those who mastered the use of axes, spears, hammers, war picks, shields and other equipment. These pilots only became relevant if Team Larkinson wanted to compete with an unexpected mech. For now, Kedis did not take a serious look at them. She knew what she was good at and had no intention of straying from her specialty. That meant picking one of the 5 swordsman mech pilots. Team Youngbuck already picked out the most obvious choice. Giles Harnacher possessed the more comprehensively strong record out of all of the mech pilots among the wild fighters. His ranking, his experience and his skills were just a notch above the others. Vase found that the differences in strength between the mech pilots available in the Wild Brawl Bowl diverged significantly more than those available in the High Tide tournament. This was a clear way to provide a handicap to those who had less time to progress their design philosophies. Though the best had already been taken, the other 5 swordsman mech specialists were still quite good in their own ways. Each of them were sufficiently different from each other in order to provide Team Larkinson with a lot of choice. The swordmaster first gazed at the women. Selene Traxor was the most standard and balanced option. She was a disciplined, controlled fighter who could wield different types of swords, but excelled the most in one-handed swordsmanship. She paired best with a mech equipped with a sword as well as a light shield. Such a swordsman mech could partially function like a knight mech and were very suitable in duels against other melee mechs. Kedis shook her head. Traxor is a good pilot, but she's not committed to a style. She has skill but she still needs to explore her own heart. This was something that the records didn't explain. They only contained objective, verifiable facts. Only a proficient swordswoman like Kedis was able to peer deeper. She moved on to the next mech pilot. Maida Cypherin specialized in wielding dual swords. This was an unusual specialty not only because it was difficult to become proficient in wielding 2 swords at once, but also because it was challenging to design a mech that could fully express this fighting approach. A swordsman mech wielding 2 blades at once was another classic mech duel staple. It was always tricky to defeat one if it was piloted by a skilled individual. Still, it wasn't as popular in actual battlefields as the cost and effort to train the mech pilots and field the right mechs was too burdensome. Kedis liked this mech pilot a lot more. Maida Cypherin is a lot more dedicated to her swordsmanship. She has to be in order to become a dual sword wielder. It's just that designing the right mech for her is difficult. I don't think I should make everything harder for myself. Wise choice, Vase said. The Wild Brawl Bowl allotted just 3 days for every team to produce a competition mech. That was a lot more time in his previous tournament, but there was no need to make their lives more difficult for themselves. In events like these, it was crucial to simplify a mech design as much as possible. Each and every added complication not only introduced more points of failure, but also consumed a significant amount of time that could have been spent on more essential aspects of a design. Though Kedis the swordmaster valued Maida Cypherin a lot, Kedis the mech designer was aware that she should not be too adventurous in her first design tournament. She sighed and quickly moved on to the other 3 mech pilots, who all happened to be male. Zinc Vosper preferred to pilot heavier mechs with plenty of heft and strength at their disposal. He was proficient in wielding all manner of large swords and he excelled at maximizing the damage of his own attacks while making his mech last as long as possible. This was another fighting approach that was tailored to the arena. He's not it. Kedis shook her head. This was a shame, because Mr. Vosper was the only one of the 5 who was skillfully able to wield a greatsword. The problem was that his fighting style was too different from that of the sword maidens. Such a destructive and wasteful combat approach would have long bankrupted or annihilated the sword maidens. Ernest Arctic was a more refined mech pilot. He was a speed-oriented mech pilot who preferred to pilot light mechs armed with thin swords. He was a consummate mech duelist who seriously loved to challenge other swordsman mech pilots in a contest of blades. Kedis looked intrigued when she considered Zinc Vosper. She could sense a competitive spirit in him. Vosper reminded him a lot of the passionate citizens of the Heavensward Association. She was not quite ready to design a light swordsman mech, though. Though light mech designs were easier and faster to complete, the lack of space seriously challenged a mech designer's ability to work under serious space constraints. She already had a sense of how difficult it was to design a good light mech when she took part in the design of the Dark Zephyr. That left the remaining mech pilot. Lian Kepper was known as a steady practitioner who already built up his own style. The odd part about his swordsmanship was that he preferred to wield a sword that was attached to a chain. This allowed him to throw or swing his sword across a larger distance, which was very helpful in fighting against other melee mechs. Vase had seen another mech employ a chained sword before. Venerable Linda Cross of the Cross clan was famed for piloting a space knight armed with this weapon system. However, the difference between Lian Kepper and Linda Cross was that the latter was able to leverage resonating materials to add a lot more force behind her extended sword attacks. Each time the Amphi struck out with its sword, the weapon collided against its target as if the blow was at least 5 times stronger. This solution solved a significant weakness of this weapon system and made wielding chainswords viable in duels against other expert mechs. What worked for expert mechs didn't necessarily work for normal mechs. A chainsword was much less threatening when it wasn't enhanced with additional power. Still, Kedis saw something in Mr. Kepper. Perhaps his swordsmanship might not actually be the best, but he was earnest about turning it into an advantage. He sacrificed a lot of progress in other areas in order to become proficient in all kinds of moves with the chainsword. Team Larkinson chooses Mr. Lian Kepper as its mech pilot. Kedis announced as soon as she had made her decision. Swordmaster Kedis has spoken. Of the 5 available swordsman mech pilots, she has settled on Lian Kepper as the wild fighter of her choice. Whether he is up to the task of meeting this prodigal daughter's high standards remains to be seen, but he will undoubtedly enjoy the honor of piloting one of her personal works. The pilot selection process moved on as there were at least 24 other teams waiting to make their choices out of the increasingly worsening pool of candidates. In the meantime, Lian Kepper slowly floated over to Team Larkinson. The man looked to be around his 40s and already conveyed a mature and experienced air. While he clearly looked pleased to be working with someone who knew much more about swordsmanship than himself, he possessed enough self-control to maintain his decorum. Lian Kepper, at your disposal. He bowed in front of Kedis and belatedly to Vase. I am honored to act as your champion in this tournament. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. He mostly spoke those words to Kedis. Though she never displayed her martial skill and transcendent swordsmanship directly in front of the current crowd, no one doubted her superiority over nearly every other swordsman. Just her restrained aura was enough to convince warriors that she was the real deal. Kedis was already accustomed to others showing deference to her. She was much more interested in moving on to business. You specialize in piloting mechs armed with chain swords, correct? Yes, ma'am, the older man replied as if he was a lowly grunt reporting to a superior officer. My record should have filled you in on much of what you need to know about my combat effectiveness. I am accustomed to piloting medium swordsman mechs that aren't too light or heavy. I like to move quickly, but I also need enough heft and power to penetrate through armor. I'll test your swordsmanship in person once we begin the design phase, Mr. Kepper. I already have an idea of how you fight, but I can only truly determine your skills and your other traits when I am able to test your moves up close. The more I understand your fighting style, the more I can embody its essence in your swordsman mech. She had already displayed numerous different methods to facilitate different sword styles in her previous work. The first sword, the Shield of Samar and the Everchanger both benefited from different innovations based around her design philosophy. What do you think, Vase? She asked. A swordsman mech with a slight variation such as a chainsword adds a bit of complexity, but it is still within an acceptable range. Vase judged. Of course, that depends on what kind of features you want to include in your design. On one hand, it's best to focus on making the basics as solid as possible. On the other hand, our chances of winning the tournament won't be as high if we keep avoiding risks. She understood his point. In your last tournament, you took a large risk by basing your competition entry around a Lancer mech. It worked out that time, but I could have easily ended up a lot lower in the rankings, Kedis. I took a calculated gamble with the thought that even if I made the wrong mistake, all I would lose was a bit of reputation and a single day of my time. Our circumstances are different this time. The downside of being recognized as the favorites to win the Wild Brawl Bowl is that everyone's expectations of us are insanely high. You're afraid of disappointing everyone. Vase nodded. I am. The fighting phase of this tournament is based around a single elimination bracket. We cannot afford to suffer a single loss until we reach the semifinals. If we lose in the earlier rounds, the audience will immediately turn on us and negate much of the reputation that we have gained. That will ultimately cause us to become a lot less attractive to potential business partners. Our clan has a real stake in our tournament performance this time. This was the cost of becoming such a high-profile tournament participant. Vase had no illusion that Kedis would get a pass because she was a swordmaster. She had not yet built up a strong relationship with all of her new fans. Rather than support her in a time of difficulty, they would become inclined to turn on her and conclude that she was overhyped. Despite all of these dangers, Vase was not undeterred. He came into this tournament with a lot of confidence. The competition was more manageable this time as there weren't any older journeymen taking part this time. There was no excuse for Team Larkinson to perform badly considering the caliber of its two mech designers. Chapter 3497. xianxia. Once the 32 teams all picked out their mech pilots, the much-awaited design phase finally commenced. Every mech designer along with their chosen mech pilots moved into the large hall that had been changed into 32 different workshops. The arrangement of these semi-closed workshops was similar to how the High Tide Tournament and many other design tournaments set up these sites. The only difference was that the Wild Brawl Bull used a different superfab model from a different industrial equipment company. Fortunately, both Vase and Kedis had already practiced working with this specific superfab model after spending a couple of hours in simulation training. Vase already had a decent amount of experience with superfabs. In addition, the difference between the Korok Alpha Ka-35 and the model utilized by the Wild Brawl Bull was not that large. Certain parameters were different, but the machines all worked in the same way. Kedis had never touched a superfab in reality, so she was bound to make mistakes when she operated a powerful machine for the first time. It was good that the Wild Fighter Association did not make use of any extravagantly powerful and complicated superfabs this time. The superfab model that everyone had to work on provided plenty of accommodations to newer and less experienced operators. Fabricating the swordsman mech was not a concern at the moment. First, the two Larkinsons needed to design the best mech. Though Vase and Kedis had already discussed their basic ideas beforehand, they weren't able to set too many design choices in advance due to the variable nature of design competitions and the lack of information about their mech pilot. Due to the way the Wild Brawl Bull assigned its mech pilots to the mech designer teams, people like Vase and Kedis had to tailor their competition mech to the individual in order to maximize their chances of winning. This was different from the High Tide Tournament where Vase only got a mech pilot after he finished his competition mech. Right now, it was of great importance for Vase and Kedis to know as much relevant information they needed to design a mech that fit xianxia as best as possible. Gloriana had taught them many times that a good fit could have a major influence on a mech and mech pilot's combined performance. Kedis did not hesitate to unsheath her Bloodsinger. The remarkable weapon might not be a masterwork, but Sharpie had constantly inhabited it. This constant exposure was slowly changing the unending alloy greatsword into something greater than its initial form, though Vase had a hard time guessing its evolution trajectory. From the moment she unsheathed her greatsword, much of the audience gasped, not that any of the teams heard it due to the sound isolation barriers. What an impressive sword! I can't exactly describe it, but this greatsword is more than what it seems on the surface. This is truly a weapon that is fit for a swordmaster. You can just sense how much Swordmaster Kedis has cared for it. She even made it herself according to certain sources. Bloodsinger's appearance immediately induced a lot of pressure onto Mr. Kepper. Though the mech pilot was no stranger to challenging strong opponents, he had never sparred against someone who was the equivalent of expert pilot. Excuse me for asking this, but shouldn't we put on protective equipment? Kedis vigorously shook her head. It's unnecessary and will only waste precious time. Fight me at your full strength. I can handle it. I'll make sure that no one gets hurt. The arena's pilot rescue systems should also be active at this time. Vase added, even if Kedis makes a mistake, an energy shield will appear before she can cut off your limb. xianxia finally received assurances to show what he could do in a fight. Although he was fighting in person instead of with a mech this time, this was not a problem for Kedis. Come, Xian. Instead of closing in on Kedis, Xian instead stepped forward just enough for him to launch his chainsword at the swordmaster. Clang! Kedis easily deflected the incoming threat with a minimal amount of effort, but when the chain attached to the pommel of the sword grew taut, Lian had already run to the side and attempted to swing his weapon back around in order to cut or entangle his opponent. How could Kedis not know of his intentions? She allowed him to display this move but easily bounced the chainsword aside. For the next few minutes, Lian began to show different techniques. His sword was sufficiently light enough that he was able to swing and pull the chain attached to it with sufficient ease. His augmentations also helped with exerting this intensive fighting style further. Enough. Kedis barked as her bloodsinger batted the chainsword almost straight back to its owner. You'll never be able to defeat a competent swordsman by swinging it like a flail. Let me experience your core swordsmanship. Lian held onto his grip of his blade and did not launch it forward any longer. He dashed towards Kedis and attempted to leverage his charge to deliver a powerful blow that Kedis easily deflected once again. The two began to exchange sword strikes with remarkable speed. Lian might be inferior to Kedis in pretty much every way, but this was not a mech duel. His opponent sought to explore as much of his swordsmanship as possible, so he received just enough pressure to stimulate his fighting mood but not to the point where he would feel suffocated. Vase was no swordsman, but he designed enough sword-wielding mechs to know a thing or two about sword fighting. In his amateur eyes, Lian was quite a steady warrior up close. He probably fought better than the typical Avatar mech pilot and even equaled the Heavenswarders in many aspects. I've seen enough, Kedis said as she parried Lian's next attack with such power and skill that the mech pilot immediately lost his grip on his weapon. While Lian and the crowd admired the way that Kedis easily dealt with the mech pilot, the two Larkinson mech designers came together in order to decide their plan. I think we need to design a swordsman mech that emphasizes physical might. Kedis immediately began. Vase looked surprised. Are you sure? From what I've seen of Lian's fighting style, he is quite dependent on moving around and controlling his spacing in order to fight effectively. That's true, and I don't intend to turn our competition into a fortress or anything. What I've noticed about Mr. Lian's fighting style is that his combat responses and his ability to read movements in advance are quite good. While piloting a lighter and more agile mech might provide him with a greater safety margin, he doesn't necessarily need the buffer. He's good enough to fight more directly, similar to a sword maiden. He can become a lot more deadly if he is able to harness greater power in his attacks. Won't that make it more difficult for him to employ his chain sword when he is piloting our mech? From what Vase had seen, Lian depended a lot on movement to manipulate his chain sword. He was a lot less effective at it if he had to stand in one place. That's true, but I think the emphasis should be placed on wielding the sword as it is meant to be. She replied. Lian can still make use of the chain in different situations, but it should be regarded as an additional option, not the core of his fighting strategy. Evidently, she didn't have enough faith in Lian Kepper's ability to defeat opponents by maintaining his distance from them. To be honest, Vase thought the same way. Once they made this decision, they began to formulate the overall concept of their competition mech. They referenced the rules and conditions that they needed to abide by in order to make sure their work remained valid. Lian, you can take part in the discussion if you want. Kedis told their mech pilot. You will be piloting our mech in battle, so you need to be comfortable with what we are trying to make. Do you have any objections to our current vision? It's all good. You just continue your discussion. Lian Kepper didn't understand any of the discussion that became too technical or filled with jargon. He was only able to understand the gist of the decisions being made about his competition mech. Even if he had an opinion, he kept it to himself. He was too much in awe of Kedis to contradict her. He completely trusted her decisions as if she was a master mech designer. This was not necessarily bad. A mech design tournament centered around the decisions made by the mech designers. It was their choice whether to accommodate a mech pilot or force him to adjust to their will. In any case, mech pilots were accustomed to adapting to different mechs. Most of them never had an opportunity to pilot a custom mech. It took a few hours for Vase and Kedis to start off with a basic mech concept and end up with a fairly complete and detailed draft design. What was interesting about their cooperation was that neither of them took the lead. They worked as equal collaborators who were both able to pull their weight in this project. The two of them had already worked together in enough prior design projects that they didn't experience any of the friction exhibited by the other mech designer teams. Team Larkinson is quite a sight to behold. As a fellow mech designer, I recognize the great amount of trust and familiarity they hold towards each other. Their cooperation is not that much worse between blood relatives. Although their design work isn't too refined, there is enough raw ability there that makes me hopeful about their mech design. Team Larkinson may be the ones to beat in the Wild Brawl Bowl, but the competition isn't doing too shabby either. Team Voikin and Team Destiny display an even greater degree of teamwork. The latter is particularly a sight to behold. Their work truly shows that Janice Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone both learned from the same master mech designer. While most duos expended a significant amount of time to discuss and figure out how to combine their respective specialties, Team Destiny just went straight ahead without slowing down. The two might not be as close to each other as actual relatives, but they understood each other's professional qualities to a great degree. The result was that they truly progressed a lot faster, as many knowledgeable people already expected. If Team Destiny goes on like this, their mech will truly reach the quality of one that is designed in 6 days. I wouldn't celebrate too soon if I were you. Being faster is not necessarily a winning combination. The lack of diversity in Miss Pellier and Miss Kozlone's design philosophies will severely limit the power expression of their mech. I anticipate that their work will be considerably less rounded at the end of the design phase. Whether that will drag down their chances in the fighting phase of the Wild Brawl Bowl is still in question, but I would not be surprised if their mech is taken down due to a pronounced weakness that a different combination of journeymen would have avoided. Janice Pellier and Tiffy Kozlone entered the tournament knowing that their combination came at a disadvantage. They were still serious about winning, so they invested all of their focus on their work and nothing else. They wanted to prove all of the doubters wrong and show that their similar design philosophies were strong enough to overcome all opposition. Not even a fancy swordmaster and the patriarch of a clan could dampen their confidence. Let's show these wild fighter the power of our master's design philosophy. Janice Pellier grinned. Just because we come from the galactic rim doesn't mean that we're weak. Tiffy Kozlone echoed. Chapter 3498. A fitting design spirit. All 32 mech designer pairs worked intensely to design and fabricate a mech in 3 days. To Vase, the Wild Brawl Bowl's design phase was almost like a vacation. Though he still experienced considerable pressure, it was practically a massage compared to the pressure he endured when he competed in the High Tide tournament. The biggest complication was that he needed to work together with another mech designer. Though Kedis was a highly regarded swordmaster in the personal combat community, she was not a stellar mech designer. If anyone only looked at her meager design accomplishments, she was by far the worst journeyman in the competition. Every other mech designer published a lot more mech designs and participated in many more design duels or design tournaments. Their knowledge bases were often broader and more comprehensive. To be fair, Kedis was also a lot younger than the majority of the competitors. This was one of the reasons why she was able to gain the services of a mech pilot as good as Lion Kepper. When Team Larkinson began to design their mech in earnest, they chose to focus on realizing a fairly restrained machine. It was quite difficult to design a more adventurous mech this time. Despite the longer time limit, the availability of materials and component designs were not as good as those in the High Tide tournament. Vase understood that the Wild Fighter Association wanted the mech designers to win by relying on their ability to design a solid fighter mech. The restrictive conditions left less room for gimmicks and solutions derived from high technology. Hardly any mech designer would be able to develop a mech that was absolutely superior to any other machine in the tournament. In theory, every competition mech should be able to defeat any other machine in the tournament. The materials and component designs were simpler and easier to work with, but that also meant that it was hard to leverage too much power from them. Even the most ingenious mech designer could only accomplish so much when he could only make use of low-grade exotics at most. Vase could already imagine the kind of mechs that would result from everyone's efforts. The relatively low-budget competition mechs they would produce at the end would probably resemble third-class mechs in many ways. As someone who used to be a third-class mech designer himself, he only needed a short moment of adjustment to get back in the mindset of someone who had to design a mech under so many constraints. Third-class mech designers were a lot more basic and less varied because there simply wasn't enough room for advanced solutions. While the circumstances for the Wild Brawl Bowl diverged in numerous ways, the similarities were still great. This was why Vase favored a more conservative approach that focused on designing a mech with good basic parameters and enough reliability to remain in peak condition for half a dozen mech duels. Of course, that wasn't enough to win the tournament. Many other design teams were probably designing their mechs along the same lines. What would truly distinguish the competition mechs from each other were the specialties that the mech designers incorporated in their design. Vase and Kedis both emphasized their respective specialties from the beginning of the design phase. Their swordsman mech was not only going to be alive, but also put together in a way that also amplified Lion Kepper's swordsmanship. Vase didn't think his contributions would be able to exceed that of Ketty's this time. Though he could still add a couple of useful functions related to living mechs to his work, his design partner was the definite authority when it came to swordsman mechs in the clan. That didn't mean he was content to play second fiddle, though. Based on his performance in the High Tide tournament, Vase was still able to affect the success of his competition mech by emphasizing the short-term advantages of his design philosophy. He had two ways to do that. The first one was to focus on improving the man-machine relationship. This was fairly standard for Vase, but what was different from last time was that he knew the mech pilot in advance. This made his job a lot easier this time. Together with adopting some of Gloriana's design methods, he was able to align the technical and spiritual design of his competition much more closely to its user this time. The mech you'll be piloting in the next phase of this tournament will be a lot more different from what you are accustomed to. Vase already began to explain his distinctive work to Lion. It will be hard for me to explain all of the nuances about my living mechs without letting you have a chance to pilot them first, but you'll just have to take my word for it. Some of what I'll say will be hard for you to believe, but know that millions of mech pilots have already sworn by my products. Ketty's added her support for her mentor. Vase doesn't lie when it comes to his work. I know he'll say stuff that will make you think he's gone mad, but living mechs are truly special. It was quite helpful for Vase to explain the essence of his work and how it affected the interfacing experience to the mech pilot in advance. Previously, Vase only met up with his mech pilot after he designed his mech. The highly compressed timetable hardly left any time for him to explain the qualities of a living mech to Gregory Halaskar before the pilot had to fight his first match. Although Gregory eventually managed to get into tune with the Pontifical Lance and its design spirit, that was only after he lost one match and barely managed to overcome the last and most difficult opponent in the High Tide tournament. With all of that hardship in mind, Vase was determined to lower the learning curve and prep Lion Kepper as much as possible. It was extremely helpful for Lion to witness the process of designing his swordsman mech from the ground up. Already he had built up a good idea of what he was about to pilot in a couple of days. Hopefully, all of this exposure would make Lion so prepared that he would immediately be able to leverage most of the qualities of his swordsman mech at the start of his first match. Vase cared a lot about his mech pilot starting off on a stronger footing this time because there was no safety cushion in the fighting phase. If Lion Kepper failed to win his first match due to lack of adaptation, then Team Larkinson would immediately have to say goodbye to their tournament run. We can't lose the first match like I did in the last tournament. Vase insisted. This time, we can do better. He was already confident that the other mech designer teams were trying to accommodate their chosen mech pilots in their own ways. It would be stupid for him to ignore this factor. At the same time he was trying to deepen the man-machine relationship between Lion and his swordsman mech, Vase also worked towards leveraging a design spirit in his work. He didn't intend to rely on Ilvain this time. Prediction and forewarning were less useful in intensive melee matches. Even if the mech pilot received a hint, the pace of a fight was so fast that a mech was too slow to make the right response. When Vase considered the other design spirits at his disposal, he lamented once again that his collection was not diverse enough. He lacked a strong offensive choice that was fit to be paired with his upcoming swordsman mech. Zygra would have been a great choice if Ketty's did not insist in designing a mech that also emphasized control. She wanted Mr. Kepper to be in full control over the mech at all times. This was the key to performing deliberate sword moves and techniques. It was a lot harder for a mech pilot to channel powerful sword moves when he was impaired. If Mr. Kepper was a more emotional and enthusiastic mech pilot, then it might be more viable for Vase to employ Zygra. The mech pilot's rookie days were long past, though. He had already reached an age where he had to think more about having kids and accepting an easier assignment. While Vase was able to sense that Lion Kepper still managed to maintain his fire, the mech pilot probably relied more on brain rather than brawn in order to defeat his opponents. This considerably limited the design spirits that Vase could call upon. There were too many viable choices even after Vase ruled out the usual suspects such as the superior mother. Damn, I really need to expand my collection when I get back to my ship. He muttered under his breath. He already collected 3 impressive spiritual fragments from a number of masterwork mechs. He had refrained from creating any new design spirits because he didn't want to work on something so sensitive in one of the strongholds of the Big Two. Ketty's already had an opinion about this matter. Go for Bravo. What? You heard me, she said. I know you don't like Bravo very much, but he is truly what Lion needs. But it doesn't matter if Bravo isn't as strong. In fact, I prefer it that way. A swordsman mech pilot like Mr. Kepper shouldn't rely too much on external assistance. He must achieve victory in the arena by relying on his mech and his skills. Everything else shouldn't get in the way of that. Bravo is just right in that aspect. Vase still found it difficult to accept her proposal. Bravo doesn't have a lot of extra qualities compared to some of the alternatives. The glow of the mech won't do much aside from giving Lion a shot of manly courage. That's already sufficient. Don't forget that I am contributing to the mech as well. I'll give Lion plenty to think about when my work takes effect. In the end, he followed her lead. Bravo might not be a powerful or versatile design spirit, but he was good morale and confidence booster to certain mech pilots. Lion Kepper was a lot different from Vincent Rickelin, though. Vase was afraid that Bravo's exaggerated persona might rub the mech pilot the wrong way. He had a potential solution for that, though. He quickly stopped by the superfab in order to fabricate a rudimentary statuette based on Bravo. What's this, sir? This is a representation of what you might encounter in your mech. I suggest you familiarize yourself and find a way to get along with it. The more comfortable you are in its presence, the more you'll be able to sync with your upcoming mech. The mech pilot didn't fully understand what Vase was talking about, but he did what he was told. Lion slowly attempted to build up a rapport with Bravo through the little totem. Even if his progress was slow and halting, he still had several days to develop a more intimate relationship with the design spirit. The more Lion became comfortable with the statuette, the more Vase began to accept Katiz's judgment. While the mech pilot did not need any help when it came to enhancing his masculinity, Bravo was able to stimulate his competitive drive. Not only did Lion become more eager than ever to win the upcoming matches, he also rekindled his love for swordsmanship. He spontaneously pulled out his chainsword and began to practice his moves again. Vase found out that he was wrong about Bravo. There was more to the masculine design spirit than he thought. Just because Vincent was its greatest influence didn't mean that the entity was just as useless. He even became more eager to align his mech design with Bravo. Perhaps he might be able to deliver a surprising result. Chapter 3499. Born to be Wild. While the design phase plodded on, an audience of millions of spectators leisurely observed the journeymen developing their competition mechs step by step down below. A lot more people had bought tickets than the Wild Fighter Association initially expected due to the participation of a swordmaster as one of the competing designers. Though Ketiz hadn't displayed anything exciting aside from her brief spar with Lion Kepper, even this little bout already exposed a lot about her personal combat ability. There were lots of soldiers, martial artists and bloodsport fighters in the stands. Each of them possessed the vision to spot a strong warrior, and the way that Ketiz easily managed to keep a trained mech pilot and warrior under her complete control was a masterful feat. This made the audience even more convinced that her mech might become a special machine. Though there was little empirical proof that being good at fighting translated into designing a much more powerful mech, all of these fighters who did not know anything about engineering had temporarily turned into ardent mech design enthusiasts. In fact, it did not matter if their technical knowledge was too shallow to understand the nuances of mech design. The generous array of expert commentators clarified everything for the spectators so nobody would get lost after looking at all of the complicated math and engineering diagrams. Team Larkinson is still taking a restrained approach towards their competition mech. There are hardly any exciting elements in their mech design aside from the fact that it is wielding a chainsword. What are they relying on to win the matches in the fighting stage? If they want to become the champions, then their swordsman mech needs to win 5 successive rounds. Neither Vase nor Ketiz Larkinson possess conventional specialties. We've already said enough about Patriarch Vase Larkinson's living mechs in our earlier discussions, but Miss Ketiz Larkinson's specialty is still not well understood. However, do remember that she is credited with participating in the design of several mechs, including expert mechs. You can find footage of them in battle on the Galactic Net. Although it is not clear how much Miss Ketiz has contributed to the power of an expert mech such as the First Sword, if this machine is any indication, she should definitely have more in store for us all. The technical diagrams don't show everything. Even if they do, we might not fully understand her ingenuity until later. There was only so much the commentators could talk about the favorites of the tournament. Since Team Larkinson's mech design didn't contain a lot of interesting clues, they delved into the history of Vase and Ketiz as well as the trajectory of the Larkinson clan. This was a much more interesting topic to the audience. A large number of spectators became enthralled as they listened to a narration of some of the dangerous and dramatic events that the Larkinsons got caught up in over the years. The wild fighters became increasingly more interested in the Larkinson clan as they heard how it got caught up in a battle against an illegal warship and fought against the militaries of several second-rate states. Some even began to inquire whether it was possible for them to work for this exciting clan. It's clear that neither Patriarch Vase Larkinson nor his protégé Miss Ketties Larkinson are stereotypical mech designers. Both of them have handled themselves in fights. This should give them a greater understanding of the rigors that mech pilots have to go through when they sortie with their machines. I am looking forward to seeing if we can notice this influence when we compare their finished mech to the works of other mech designer teams. The expectations that people held towards Team Larkinson kept growing more exaggerated due to all of this talk. While this gave the Larkinson clan a lot of publicity, it could easily backfire in the wrong circumstances. The uncertainty and lack of clues of how Team Larkinson's mech would actually turn out fueled a lot of speculation. Betting platforms gained a lot of new customers, and analysts who weren't involved in the Wild Brawl Bowl started to publish their expert commentaries. The Larkinsons continued to gain more prominence in the regional community. It was hard for people not to notice all of the Larkinsons showing up in different tournaments as of late. Though not every member of the Larkinson clan performed well, there were already a couple of standouts that compelled people to take the Larkinsons more seriously. Director Thaprim Katter was one of them. He learned about the Larkinsons a little earlier, but he was already impressed with their violent but successful track record. The Larkinson clan was a scrappy young organization with a lot of promise if they managed to live through their vulnerable period. With that in mind, he began to make slight overtures to one of its prominent members. Your Larkinson clan has several sub-populations that would fit right in our organization. The older man said, we could offer a lot to you as well. While we wild fighters aren't the top dogs in the Red Ocean, we are well connected and can call upon many favors. If you join our association, we would be honored to integrate you into our community in the Red Ocean. Are you interested in discussing this matter further? Venerable Dice directed most of her attention to Ketties down below. She did not exhibit that much interest in Director Katter's overture. I am not the right Larkinson to talk about this. I don't have the right to make decisions for my clan. There are other individuals in our clan who you should talk to instead. You can speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to our patriarch who is currently there, or make contact with Foreign Minister Sheddarin Pernis. The regional director scoffed. I'm a wild fighter. I hate talking to politicians. They only know how to make promises that they will do their best to renege at the first possible opportunity. I would rather speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel plainly to an honorable expert pilot such as yourself. I am a soldier. You can talk to me, but that doesn't mean I am obliged to reciprocate. I understand, but surely you and your fellow sword maidens must have a voice in your clan. Our Wild Fighter Association is not a sovereign organization that seeks to build an empire. It is an interest group that stands up for people like you. Becoming a part of our member roles will give you instant access to our extensive contacts, and you don't even have to give up your current loyalties to do so. You hardly have to pay any price to enter our dynamic community. Venerable Dice directed a pointed glance at Director Katter. She even utilized a portion of her will to convey her displeasure. There is always a price. Joining your camp means excluding ourselves from other organizations and powers. It also means taking a side in a rivalry that the Larkinson clan shouldn't have a stake in. It means getting pulled into a vortex that isn't of interest to us in the first place. I cannot say what our clan leaders will decide, but as far as I'm concerned, we have grown tired of being treated as pawns. She had a lot of personal experience with that. The Sword Maidens had long acted as a cat's paw for another power and never got rewarded for all of their sacrifices. One of the reasons why she and her fellow sisters were content in the Larkinson clan was because its leaders tried to keep it independent. After a long time of working for others, it was refreshing for the Sword Maidens to answer to no one but themselves. Dice did not want to go back to becoming the instrument of other interests. Seeing that Director Katter had pushed a bit too far, the man quickly pedaled back. My apologies. I am accustomed to meeting with guests who are already quite eager to become a part of our growing circle. It is of no concern, Dice said as she relaxed her posture. As far as I know, while our Larkinson clan is mainly invested in the Golden Skull Alliance that we have founded, we are still open to friendly exchanges. That is good to hear. The director looked down at the tournament participants again. Our representatives might get in touch with your clan after we have concluded our festival. We have already heard much about the mechs of the living Mech Corporation. If your two journeymen are able to develop a swordsman mech that hits the right notes to our members, we may be interested in commissioning a mech for us. We might even be open to obtaining the rights to produce and sell your mechs to our members. Though Venerable Dice did not have power to discuss such major issues, even she couldn't help but feel tempted by this offer. She was vaguely aware that the LMC was desperate to get its footing in the Red Ocean's mech market. These days, the Larkinson clan was buying up a lot of expensive and frankly overpriced toys. The clan's mech legions such as the Sword Maidens truly needed all of the advanced tech in order to catch up to the higher standards of the Red Ocean, but it seemed there was never enough money to get everything on their wish list. I think that our patriarch would be very happy to hold this discussion. She said frankly, just keep in mind that any commitment we make will take a while for us to fulfill. I expect nothing less. It always takes time to design a good mech. We have access to plenty of good mech models. We are not in an urgent need for a replacement for our current stock. What we are rather interested in is a mech that can truly embody what the wild fighters are all about. We want to pilot a mech that can make us fight like animals rather than civilized people. Venerable Dice looked questioningly at Director Catter. I imagine that an organization as large and prosperous as yours has cultivated plenty of relationships with mech designers, including seniors and masters. Have they not been able to fulfill your demands? They have. We are not unhappy with the mechs that they have painstakingly developed with our input. It is just that when I read about your clan's mechs from different sources, I get the impression that our mechs lack a crucial ingredient that can truly unlock the beasts caged within our hearts. We aren't interested in fighting in neat formations and straight formations. We want to pounce on our enemies like wolves. We believe that true combat should be as simple and unstrained as possible. We humans are born to be wild. If Director Catter thought that these ideals would appeal to a Sword Maiden like Venerable Dice, then he was wrong. The Sword Maidens were ferocious but disciplined. Control was just as important as bloodlust to them. Too many of their fellow sisters would just get killed if they adopted the ideology of the wild fighters. That said, if the members of this club wanted to devolve into beasts in battle, then that was their business. I will pass this on to the clan. Venerable Dice said, I'm sure the folk over there will be interested in holding preliminary discussions about cooperation. That said, the final decision rests with our patriarch. He is not only our highest decision maker, but also our best mech designer. Nothing will happen if your proposal doesn't gain his support. She was sure that Vase would drive a hard bargain if the Wild Fighter Association expressed enough desire. However, the Wild Fighters would only become desperate for living mechs if Vase and Keddies managed to wow the entire crowd with their work. Though it was still far too early to determine whether Team Larkinson was capable of meeting everyone's expectations, Venerable Dice never held any doubts about the Larkinson duo. She was the pilot of the first sword, she experienced firsthand what wonders Vase and Keddies could produce. Chapter 3500. Light a fire. When Keddies proposed Bravo as the design spirit for their current mech design, Vase initially thought she was joking. Then he thought she wanted to minimize the influence of a design spirit on their work as much as possible. Now, he began to see that his assumptions or rather prejudices about Bravo were mostly inaccurate. He still recalled the process of creating this spiritual product for a custom mech called the Adonis Colossus a long time ago. He just wanted to form a macho design spirit that fully complemented a macho mech. Of course, Vase hadn't been entirely earnest when he brought Bravo into existence. He not only implanted his own exaggerated ideas about masculinity in Bravo's design, but also threw in Gloriana's notions about men into the mix. For a long time, Vase labeled Bravo as a vainglorious design spirit that only had a limited purpose. While he entertained several ideas on integrating him into several possible mech designs, he had yet to realize any of them up until this point. Now that he finally made use of Bravo in earnest, he found that there was a surprising amount of depth to the design spirit. Where did all of these facets come from? Vase did not remember putting in all of these extra dimensions in one of his simpler design spirits. Did Bravo develop like this with the help of his connection to Vincent Riccolin? He briefly wondered. That was absurd. Vincent was a dunce as far as he could tell. Even if the man managed to become an expert candidate, he was still an idiot who obsessed way too much about protecting his manhood than his clan. Vase suspected that he was missing a part of the story here. Either he put a lot more into Bravo's creation than he thought, or the design spirit went through a unique experience that caused it to grow in an unexpected direction. Regardless, Vase was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected positive traits that Bravo brought to the table. What impressed him the most was the more benign form of competitive drive that Bravo was able to evoke. Now that I think about it, Bravo is always competitive by nature. The whole point about emphasizing masculinity was to prove one's superiority over other peers. Contests just happened to be all about that. There was no better design spirit than Bravo when it came to amping up the need to perform better than any other competitor. Though Vase was able to tell that Bravo also possessed all of its original traits that he was not enamored with, it was easy enough to manipulate how the entity was expressed in a mech design. A mech design could channel a design spirit in its entirety or make use of a filter to block out certain elements. Vase had already implemented this solution in 3 out of 4 of his 4 aspects of Lufa. The aspect of tranquility conveyed Lufa's glow in its entirety, while the aspects of healing, rationality and transcendence all channeled the angelic design spirit's glow through different filters. This was how Vase was able to come up with 3 extra substantially different glows from the same design spirit. Though Vase saw no reason to make heavy use of this new capability in his previous mech designs, this time was different. Bravo might possess a few more favorable traits than expected, but he was still a mixed bag at best. Yet as long as he had redeeming factors, Vase could still work with that. He just had to block the way of Bravo's less desirable traits so that only his virtues came through. As the hours went by, the effect this made on the mech design became increasingly more obvious. Though most of the audience still didn't notice anything, Vase and Kedis could already feel that Bravo was exerting a significantly positive influence on the mech. Though Bravo still didn't instill any special abilities such as Ilvain's prediction abilities, neither of the 2 mech designers minded that. Just the way that this influence was able to stimulate the desire to win to any mech pilot was already a valuable ability in itself. The addition of Bravo helped shape and strengthen the 3 main themes of their swordsman mech design. The first theme revolved around swordsmanship. Kedis was mainly in charge of this aspect as she had extensively analyzed and deconstructed Lian Kepper's sword style. She not only gave Lian tips on how to fix his flaws and bad habits, she also taught him a couple of new techniques. The mech pilot was avidly training them even now while his mech was slowly coming together. Normally, a swordsman who isn't training in an existing sword style should be relying on his own efforts to develop his own fighting approach. She explained to Vase, that is a process that can take years or decades, though. We don't have the time to wait until Lian has found his stride. We can quickly boost his combat effectiveness by guiding his swordsmanship. Different from the other mech designers taking part in the Wild Brawl Bowl, Kedis was a much better warrior than the mech pilots. This granted her a massive advantage. She was not only able to instruct Team Larkinson's mech pilot as if she was his drill instructor, she also had the opportunity to shape and configure her swordsman mech to optimize its ability to fight according to a specific sword style. Kedis had already made a lot of profound design choices that Vase would never think about. He simply couldn't come close to her deep and profound understanding of swordsmanship and how it translated to mech combat. Not even going on 100 mastery experiences would change that because he wasn't a professional fighter. Other people in the audience were able to detect her brilliance in this area as well as the mech design became more and more defined. The more details she filled in, the more that other mech designers, particularly those who specialized in melee mechs, recognized the difficulty of reaching her level. The configuration that Miss Kedis is trying to implement in her mech design is anything but standard. Although it might look no different from other swordsman mech designs, if you take note of a couple of non-standard design parameters such as the lengths of the limbs and the center of mass of the mech frame, you can see that they diverge substantially from the norm. It is extremely risky to diverge from the standard norms for these parameters because any radical changes can completely disrupt the mech pilot's fighting rhythm. Imagine what it would be like to dance with legs that are twice as long as normal. Is this not standard treatment for every custom mech? What makes this instance of personalization different? While it is true that any mech designer can tweak these far-reaching variables to a degree in order to align a mech more closely to a mech design, think about who has to make the decision. Obviously, the mech pilot himself cannot randomly come up and say that he wants the right arm to be 20% longer. He may be an excellent fighter, but he understands nothing about the science and engineering behind mechs. That job is left to the mech designer, but then you have the opposite problem. What does a mech designer know about fighting? Hasn't there ever been mech pilots who have studied mech design? Surely there must be more mech designers who are champion-level fighters. There are geniuses among mech pilots who are probably able to school many novice and apprentice mech designers, but it is hard to get any further in both careers. The same goes for mech designers who have trained in martial arts. High-ranking mech designers cannot invest all of their energies in other occupations. This is why Miss Ketty's Larkinson is such an anomaly and why she is able to make her swordsman mech so sublime. Excuse me for employing such a vague word, but it is difficult to describe the extent to which she is shaping her swordsman mech's combat performance by making all of these changes. As time continued to pass, more and more mech designers understood how the work of Team Larkinson truly embodied a specific sword style. Lian Kepper would probably never be able to pilot a mech that was more complementary to his fighting style than this upcoming machine. When most of the details became clear, the onlooking mech designers even figured out how the swordsman mech was supposed to fight. Team Larkinson's swordsman mech is filled with power. Its mass and physical force exertion is higher than usual, and its defense is quite respectable. That sounds interesting, but do note that these advantages come at the detriment of speed. Swordsman mechs tend to be fairly fast and agile in their movements, and that is for a good reason. They are mechs that rely much more on skill expression to defeat an opponent. It is unusual for them to be designed in a way that puts more emphasis on raw strength rather than technique. What does that mean, exactly? A swordsman mech that is physically powerful but lacking in mobility is ordinarily assigned to mech pilots of lesser skill. They don't need to be good. They just have to be good enough to entangle an enemy mech. You're describing cannon fodder. Exactly. Isn't it interesting that a swordmaster such as Ketty's decided to take this route despite all of the downsides and stigma surrounding this configuration? Maybe she has a greater plan in mind. What if Mr. Kepper, their chosen mech pilot, can actually fight better with a slower but more powerful mech? I personally find that hard to accept, but who am I to naysay a swordmaster? We shall see in another day whether Swordmaster Ketty's has misjudged. Though even Vase had doubts at times, he did his best to press them down. Ketty's was a much greater authority on swordsman mechs than him, and he trusted her to make the right decisions. He helped as much as possible to orient the mech design around its deliberate swordsmanship. The mech might not be fast, but as long as it was controlled by a clever and skilled mech pilot, it could still outfight plenty of melee mechs. Orienting the mech design around this theme caused its character to become more solid and stable. Perhaps too solid and stable. A swordsman who was completely calm and deliberate in his thoughts might be able to outwit an opponent, but there were times when heated passion could play a crucial role in defeating a stronger opponent. This was where the second theme came in. The competitive drive that derived from Bravo imparted the mech design with a fire that could easily run hot as a fight grew more intense. Vase had programmed and fine-tuned the glow and character of the swordsman mech to induce a strong desire to win and defeat the opponent. Perhaps he was going too far with this again, but he couldn't afford to hold back and risk a loss. He was aiming for the top prize this time and would not be satisfied unless he was able to come home with a fleet carrier in his possession this time. With such high stakes, Vase had no qualms of manipulating Lian Kepper's personality so that he would fight harder and more vigorously than usual. A highly motivated mech pilot who desired to win at all costs was a powerful advantage in any tournament, and Vase would be a fool to miss this chance to produce one through artificial means. Vase initially thought that deliberate swordsmanship and competitive drive were the only two themes that mattered for their swordsman mech. He couldn't really think of adding a third theme to the mech design considering that the aforementioned concepts already covered the key advantages of his work. Ketty's was not quite satisfied, though. She suggested that they expand the scope of their mech design and implement a third theme. What is our mech missing? That depends, Ketty said in a vague manner. She gestured towards the diagram showing the chainsword design. There is still room to add something special to the main weapon of our swordsman mech. Chapter 3501. Good student Ketty's possessed a special affinity with swords. Or was it Sharpie? Vase wasn't quite sure. Whatever the case, the fact that she managed to fabricate a masterwork mech sword was already proof that she could make standalone swords beyond compare. No one else in the clan could come close to her when it came to designing and making swords. I already implemented something special in the sword design, she told Vase. Once Lian Kepper finally gets to pilot this mech, he'll find completely new and better ways to fight as a swordsman. Like what you did with the Everchanger. Ketty's nodded. Yes, but to a lesser degree. I can't do as much for this design due to all of the constraints we are working under, but it should be enough to give Lian another edge in battle. Then what is the factor that you want to add to our mech design? The Swordmaster didn't speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel for a time. Instead, she silently held his hand and conveyed a silent message through her companion spirit. Swish swish. Vase raised his eyebrow at her. Are you sure? I mean, can you even do this? I thought only the Decapitator is capable of. Ordinarily, you're correct. She said, I know you can do it as well, but I'm different from you. As long as a sword sings to me, I can reach out to the weapon. It doesn't have to be a masterwork. What? Vase would have shown a greater reaction if he wasn't working in public at the moment. Are you certain? I'm sure, she said. It just requires a little sacrifice and a lot of energy. You'll see soon enough. I ordinarily wouldn't do something like this, but winning this tournament is really important for the both of us. I want to reach first place and obtain a fleet carrier as well. In addition, if I am able to show enough capabilities, I can help our clan impress potential business partners and make it easier for us to get the ships and supplies we need. Her main motivation for going all out was to help the clan. Vase was gratified to hear that Kedis was looking out for her fellow Larkinsons. Then let's go through with your plan. What exactly are you trying to do, anyway? Why don't you find out more directly? I don't dare to say it directly in the open. He understood what she was talking about. To be honest, Vase had not been going all out for the past 2 days of constant mech design. He was saving the best for last because he could only employ his strongest methods for a short amount of time. He also thought that they were doing well enough to win the Wild Brawl Bowl by relying on their current strength. Still, the difference between winning first place and second place in this tournament was quite big. The former was able to win a whole fleet carrier. A small one, but still a capital ship. The latter could only go home with 5 combat carriers. That was an immense drop in value and mech capacity. Hundreds of mechs were at stake, so Vase shouldn't be sanctimonious and think that he could make do with a regular approach. The other design teams were certainly doing their best as well. Winning was everything to them. No one who signed up for the Wild Brawl Bowl wanted to end up second place or lower. He looked at the clock and understood that they were already close to moving on to the fabrication stage. This is as good a time as any, then. Get ready, Kedis. Vase commanded Blinky to silently form a small design network between himself, Kedis and Lion Kepper. Adding the latter person to the design network was a considerable risk, but the potential reward was more than worth it. Vase just had to make sure that Blinky properly filtered the connection to the mech pilot so that Lion did not learn anything sensitive. Before Vase did so, he gave the mech pilot a brief warning. We're about to do something special, he quietly said to the wild fighter. Whatever you do, don't resist. Open yourself up to us. It will not only be beneficial to us, but for you as well. You'll understand. When Blinky's invisible spiritual bonds finally connected the 3 minds together, Lion immediately became exposed to a completely new set of stimuli. Although the connection initially overwhelmed him, Kutiz's powerful presence provided him with a lot of reassurance. His trust in her was near absolute. Vase raised his palm. Don't speak. Stay still. This is an honor that few mech pilots have enjoyed. Try your best to cooperate with us as much as possible now that you're in this state. You will understand the reasons why soon enough. Both sides already began to experience the benefits of bonding their minds together in a design network. Lion Kepper gained a lot of direct understanding about his upcoming mech that he wouldn't have been able to understand under normal circumstances. It was only now that he was able to borrow a portion of Vase and Kutiz's acumen to interpret the more complicated engineering nuances of the mech he was about to pilot. His eyes widened as he began to understand Team Larkinson's swordsman mech on a much deeper level than the older mechs that he had piloted for several years. At the same time, Vase and Kedis were not only able to cooperate and synergize with each other on a deeper level, they also picked up various useful details about Lion Kepper that weren't obvious on the surface. Most of it had to do with his specific approach to piloting mechs. Though Lion had already explained how he preferred to pilot his mechs, words couldn't never fully convey all of his points. Armed with the comprehension gained from peeking directly into Lion's mind, Vase and Kedis immediately worked to tweak and alter the configuration of their mech design so that it aligned just a little bit better with its mech pilot. The mech needs to fit like a glove, Vase said as he echoed his wife to an extent. As they continued to work, Vase finally felt the time was right to employ another solution. He didn't need to exchange any words with Kedis. They just looked at each other until the female half of their team nodded. Vase raised his fist and quickly tapped it against her temple. As soon as she got struck, a heap of inspiration began to well up from the depths of her mind. Even Liane Kepper noticed that the swordmaster had become a lot more mentally active. "What is going on, Mr. Larkinson? It's nothing important." Vase tried to act as nonchalantly as possible. "Kedis is just getting started." The aura surrounding Kedis grew stronger as she became visibly more excited as she managed to come up with solutions to a couple of long-standing problems. She had always been able to figure out how to resolve them, but she hadn't been able to connect the dots until now. Kedis was quite ecstatic with the burst of progress she had made all of a sudden. When she directed her attention to their almost complete mech design, she didn't actually see that many areas of improvement. However, she still spotted numerous subtle details that she previously thought were alright but were actually suboptimal. She quickly corrected all of these subtle faults and quickly managed to make the mech run even smoother once it was made. "Let's fabricate our mech." "Okay." The superfab is already warmed up and ready to start. Vase had already checked it over. All of the diagnostics showed that the machine was working in prime condition, not that he expected anything different. It would have been a huge scandal if the machine was faulty in any way. Both Vase and Kedis began to operate the superfab together. While that didn't make their work faster, they were able to divide their responsibilities and become a lot more thorough about their output. Kedis was eager to make the most out of the false-inspired state that was already fading from her mind. Vase noticed to his surprise that the state decayed a bit faster than he expected. It was a lot harder for Vulcan to maintain his influence in her powerful and will-reinforced mind. "I see. It made sense." Expert pilots became more resistant to external influences as they became stronger. Once they became ace pilots, they were able to completely control and block any spiritual influence in an area around them as long as they weren't confronted with an equal or stronger adversary. Though Vulcan was already one of Ves's most powerful design spirits, his influence was less strong when working on other people's turf. "I don't regret my decision, though." Kedis was already familiar with the advantages of this special state and tried her best to make the most of this temporary advantage. She had worked on fabricating the mech sword first in order to ensure it was as excellent as possible. During the production process, Kedis made a completely unexpected move. She temporarily halted the process in order to feed another ingredient into the machine. "What is Swordmaster Kedis doing? I am uncertain." She has been doing well in fabricating her mech sword even though this is clearly her first time operating a superfab. "Wait, why is she pulling out her sword? Is she cutting herself?" To the shock of everyone who had been paying attention to Team Larkinson, Kedis used the sharp edge of her bloodsinger to slit her palm. A small stream of blood poured from her wound and dropped into a tray that was ordinarily used to insert small and delicate exotics into the superfab's material stockpile. Though human blood was anything but normal, the superfab was versatile enough to accept the input and properly store it in its reserves until Kedis wished to integrate it into the mech sword that she was making. "What are you doing, Kedis?" Vase couldn't help but ask. "Similar to what you have done to the Everchanger. I'm making my new sword sing with blood." Kedis responded with a grin. "What better way to make a sword alive than to put a piece of myself inside it? This is what you have taught me. Aren't I a good student?" Though her idea sounded extremely dubious to Vase, she had already made her move. Even he grew curious whether she was able to pull off her new but potentially valuable idea. A medical bot arrived to quickly treat the cut that Kedis had made on her palm. After a rapid cell regeneration cycle, the wound was almost entirely gone, allowing her to go back to operating the superfab with no distractions. Hours went by as the mech chainsword as well as the other main components of their swordsman mech slowly came into existence. Compared to the time he made the pontifical lance, Vase was a lot more confident about the output of his work this time. Not only was he collaborating with another mech designer on a deep and intimate level, he also had a lot more time at his disposal this time. Since they were able to take their time on fabricating and assembling the mech with the superfab, it became increasingly clear that their swordsman mech would reach an impressive level of quality. Although the final outcome was still marred by haste, both Vase and Kedis were quite happy with what they had managed to put together. When the swordsman mech finally emerged out of the superfab, many people in the audience admired the brand new machine. "It's not a masterwork, but it's still something," Vase stated with a satisfied expression. Its green and gray coating reflected the contributions that Vase and Kedis had made to the design. Its blood-bound mech sword was on the lighter side, but it was connected to its mech by a fairly long and sturdy chain. Yet what truly impressed much of the audience was its glow. Though the distance made it difficult for the spectators to fully appreciate this trait, the swordsman Mech was still able to stir their hearts. This Mech is the second finest competition Mech that I have ever developed. The second best. What's the first one, then? Oh, never mind.